fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Friday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station, your official Texas Rangers parade station and place to be, 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Payton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Has it set in yet? Has the dream become a reality? As today is Parade Day in Arlington. Our official coverage starts at 10 o'clock with the KMC Masterpiece. We're going to have everybody posted up around the event. We got Chris Arnold. We got Zach Woltra. We got Eric Chiafalo. We got Bobby Belt. And Tolo Patrick McLemore just sent me the parking lot video of everyone set up, tailgating, got the umbrellas, got the fires. I haven't seen any barbecue and brisket or ribs being smoked out there yet. Let us know if you're sitting in the parking lots listening to the official home of the Rangers, where you're set up, what your plan is, what you are doing for Parade Day today.
Man, it is not set in. And I don't know.
Yeah, so what was it like yesterday after leaving here? Obviously, you're running on fumes. 4:30 a.m. start time, a little bit earlier wake up. So everyone tell me what it was like reality setting in yesterday until this point.
I went immediately to Dick's after the show.
Really? You're a big merchandise guy.
I'm a big, is it nostalgic merchandise guy? Yeah. Went immediately to Dick's. I got Sarah.
They have the official licensing deal. Is that?
Yeah,
what
I guess they just get a bunch of them. Right. So those shirts they were wearing on the field, the gray ones that say had the World Series logo and all that stuff.
And it's a black hat too.
It's a black hat, yeah. So the big giant World Series. I didn't get the hat. I'm usually a hat guy too. Ooh.
I didn't like it. I didn't like the hat. I got a different version of the hat.
It was too big.
Yeah.
It was too big.
Too big? Can't you get different sizes?
No. I mean the logo was just too big. It was just overpowering. So I got all of us. I got Sarah, myself, and my two boys. We all get the same shirt. I got us all matching that gray, the ones they were wearing on the field. Those gray shirts. Those things were $40 a piece.
Yeah, baby.
And it wasn't even the great material. It wasn't even
you're a material snob.
Oh, I'm a material snob. You give me a cotton shirt, I don't want it. This was kind of cottony. It was a little bit better than that kind of cotton, but still. $160 for those 4 shirts. And I also got a shot glass. I was like, I texted Sarah, I go, should we get a regular glass, coffee mug, or a shot glass? She said, well, we don't use regular mugs. I was like, yeah, I'll get a lot of use out of that shot glass, I'm sure. So we got that, too.
Was it packed?
There was about 10 people there looking at the shirts. Now, the shirts are picked over already, though. They were picked over quite a bit. So they were running out of merch.
So, Pepe, you made the decision that you were going to go try to get some stuff, too?
Yeah, I went to the Academy in Rockwall, and it wasn't as packed, but everything was just right there by the front. They're on 3 separate tables. There were no, when I got there, all the signs were knocked down that, this is the kids' size, the women's, the men's. So I was looking through women's shirts for 15 minutes. I was like, extra large. I pull it up, and it's got the little V-neck. And I said, well, what a waste of time. They didn't have any of the adult sizes, extra large or above. I think the medium was the most they had. So I just got a different version of the World Series hat. It was more of a tan color mesh hat. But yeah, that's what I got. So I'll have to go back another day to get the shirt.
Pick up the phone line. Let's just see if these are Tolos out in the parking lot for the early 5:30 rise and wake and bake, smoke and wake, whatever you want to do. Gabriel, I don't know how y'all do it daily. I went to sleep at 8 p.m. so I can be at work before 5 so I can start my vacation early and leave early from work so I can go to the parade. Hopefully I run into you guys and we can take some shots. So let us know what your setup is and what your plan is. Choppy, how you going about this today after the show? Starting at 12:15, I believe, officially.
Yeah, that's when all the floats start moving. So just to drive home, gonna pick up Sarah, and Mackenzie's gonna come with us. Not Peyton's Mackenzie, the other one. And we're gonna drive down, and we're gonna go to the parade. I don't know how, I don't know where, I don't know how we're gonna consume it, how we're gonna watch it, where we're gonna go, where we're gonna be. The plan is to get there and go immediately into Texas Live. forget. I don't care about waving unless they're going to be throwing.
You don't want to catch some beads from Sandler.
If Sandler will take his top off and throw some beads my way,
I think he already did that the other night.
I'll show my nipples for beads if Sandler wants to throw them my way. Then yeah, we pass them. Parades, whatever. It's not my style. And then we want to watch the ceremonies. But I assume it's going to be on. I'm hoping it's on TV. I'm hoping they'll simulcast it.
NBC5 is definitely doing it.
So we'll probably just sit in Texas Live and watch it if we can get there. I don't know if we can even get in there because it's inside the parade route. So can you be on that side of it? How do you get inside the gates, inside the ropes?
John is at the parade. John is going to set the scene for us live on the scene. John reporting for 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, sir.
Morning, guys. You will not believe it already. I got out here at 4 o'clock because I couldn't sleep last night. I couldn't sleep the night before, just way too excited. I get out here. I'm across from Texas Live. I think it's called Parking Lot C. It's already full. You got tents out. You got bonfires going, like you said a minute ago, Sean. I don't know if there's going to be any spots left here come 8, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
I mean, they already started. I think I passed 3 or 4 18-wheelers full or flatbeds full of Porta-Johns, and they got the guards are going up along the roads. It's already crazy out here already. I've already smelt what Newey Scruggs smelt in 2010. Got some beer going. It's already fun. It's already a party at 5:36 in the morning here in Arlington.
So, John, how are you setting up route-wise, your understanding of where the floats are going to go and everything? Where are you posting up?
Yeah, so I'm going to post because the stage is going to be basically right in front of Texas Live, between Texas Live and the stadium. So I'm in the parking lot right next to that. That's off of Chapman Cutoff and Randall Mill. So I'm going to hang out here, probably take a nap in the truck if I can, and then get out there. And I'll be on this side of the street, so across the street from the stadium where there's a lot of tents and overheads. I'll scoot up there to see it and then walk over into the parking lot where they already have a stage set up where Bally's is. And then between 10 and 10:30, I got to go up and be a Tolo and say hi to Kevin and all the guys as they broadcast from Texas Live inside.
Bro, you have a future in this business. That is John in Arlington reporting live for 105.3 The Fan.
I mean, he was quick to the point.
Oh,
he had,
set the stage.
All of his answers were 28 to 34 seconds long. It was fantastic.
Yeah, some guests on this show and station could learn from that.
I mean, who would you be talking about?
Abraham is also there in Arlington, set up at the parade. Abraham, set the scene.
Good morning, fellas. Yeah, we got a nice 48 degrees out here. I mean, I've been out here since about 1:30 in the morning.
Dang, man. Were there people out there that early? Were there others out there?
Yep, absolutely. I mean, there have been people that have been tailgating since the minute I rolled out. I probably drove around the parade route that's been shown on the social media about 3 times just to kind of see where's a good way to set up.
Yeah.
What streets were going to be blocked off, because I showed up knowing that my family's going to get up here later. Mm-hmm. But people have been tailgating. Some people have been smoking. Both
cigarettes?
ways,
smoking what?
Smoking.
Barb.
Am I smoking other stuff? I don't know.
So, what time is your family? What time's your family getting there? What's your comfort level and them getting to you? How are you instructing them to meet you?
So we actually planned it out. We'd actually parked out here in parking lot Supra R. And, we've actually walked the exact route that we've gotten out to out there in front of, Texas Live, that 7-Eleven store where the stage is going to be. And they actually have it barricaded off. People were actually, set up. They had chairs. There's a couple of people that are actually sleeping out in front of the stage because they're like, this is where we're going to be until some employees actually showed up. They had badges. They were driving carts around. They were telling us, hey, the stage area that's actually blocked off right here in between the stage and Nolan Ryan, this is going to be for the family. The family of the players, they're all going to be sitting up here. So it's best for you guys to move back, and this is probably the best area. So, they're actually going to move people back out towards Texas Live, the parking lot behind 7-Eleven and that Valley setup. So it's pretty complicated. And it's moving. There's plenty of people out here.
Hey, great job. Thank you for being a Tolo this early. Enjoy it with your family. The Ranger fan base absolutely deserves it. 877-881-1053. I think I want to just get some more of these calls throughout the morning with these intrepid reporters.
I love this new format we have on the show. Just take calls all day. It's amazing.
Isn't it?
This is fantastic.
If the call, see,
why did I take longer? Why did I take a nap yesterday? I could have just done that.
if the calls are always this good, now it's hard to match the calls of a championship celebration, but the calls are always this good. My mom always says, she goes, why are your callers so much better than other like sports talk? The reputation is, don't take callers. People want to hear that. You're paid for a reason. Some markets just believe in it, like Boston or Philadelphia and New York. Tom Bigby, if you know, you know. Radio insiders, but
guys, you gotta take calls.
if they're always
8 calls a segment, guys.
if they're always this good, heck yeah. Thursday night football, Wembenyama explodes, and the Dallas Stars get it done. We have a show for y'all today. Bobby's Filthy Film Room at 6 o'clock. Take that wherever you want. Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. The Burger King, Howard Eskin previews the Eagles at 7:20. High-Low Expressway. Blink 182 ticket giveaway. Randy Galloway at 8. The Friday edition on your official Texas Rangers parade station is just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G. hit a near miss at one end and a Dallas Stars conversion at the other.
That was the call on Oilers TV. The local magic continues as the Dallas Stars beat Edmonton last night 4-3. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Rope Hintz, 2 goals and an assist. You had Joe Pavelski, a goal and 2 assists. Wedgwood stopped 46 shots. Edmonton, the Oilers had 25 shots sent at Wedgwood in the third period, but the Stars win their third straight, Choppy, and they improve to 7-1-1, 4-0-1 away from the AAC. It looks like we got a contender again.
Dude, you beat Columbus, you beat Arizona, that's whatever, right? You beat Edmonton.
I mean, Edmonton's 2-6-1 to start.
Yeah. This is a weird start for Edmonton. Draisaitl played, Connor McDavid played. It's not like those guys were out. Now, it's a weird start. Like, Edmonton's so good. They're going to be there at the end. We all know that. They're going to be one of the 4 or 5 best teams in the West. The Stars right now, they are rolling. Their only losses are to Austin Matthews in Toronto and Vegas, who are the champs.
They're on top of Colorado. They're on top of the West. They have 1 less loss than Colorado. The Avalanche are 7-2. The Stars have 15 points in the conference. Colorado with 14, Arizona 11, Winnipeg with 10. The Boston Bruins are still undefeated at 9-0 with 19 points.
Oh, good God. And you know what?
And you're wearing your Bruins hat.
Oh, this is a Rocker B, baby.
Oh.
Rocker B. Yeah. This is it's not a hat we got last week. I don't know what I can match this with. That's the problem.
Looks like it's very UCLA-ish.
Very UCLA-ish. It's a stretch to even match it with the shirt I'm wearing currently. It's a very big stretch, so we'll see. I'm workshopping this hat, see if it works. I don't know.
So, great start for the Stars. Thursday night football. Ugh.
Here's the snap. 4-man rush. He looks. He fires for the intercepted. And that is Quan Alexander. His first of the season. And this game is over.
And that ended it on Steelers radio as Pittsburgh beats Tennessee. The only intrigue for me in this game was Will Levis. How was he going to do in start number 2? But, man, freaking Mike Tomlin. Bobby made the Bruce Bochy comparison yesterday. The hideous, unwatchable Pittsburgh Steelers are 5-3. Kenny Pickett, offensive coordinator, under fire. Look, I'm just going to be honest. I didn't watch this game. I had zero interest whatsoever. I was in Ranger recovery mode. The only thing I saw trending about this was Al Michaels, as people are saying Choppy may have been ahead of it in calling him Alsomnia. They're saying it's time to put Al to sleep. They said his final call, may have to get the final TV play-by-play call, Pepe, that you may as well have not said anything because Al is throwing in the towel and done. But as soon as I saw this matchup, I was like, hell no.
Yeah, I checked in for a little bit. It was tough to watch, man. Tough to watch. Like, that Pittsburgh team they're going to win games. They might make the playoffs, for crying out loud, and they are not any good. They're one of those teams that has no chance of winning a playoff game.
No.
None.
They're like your old Houston sacrificial Saturday early game sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, give them the noon ESPN playoff game. That's what they're going to wind up getting.
Yep.
You know, that's what they're going to get. They're not very good. Tennessee's got problems. Will Levis might be a good player, but there's going to be growing pains there. They should have blown it up more than they did. They really should have.
Wemby went off. I'm rooting for this kid. I look, rather than break down his game early on, I love this kid's personality. I'm rooting for him. The San Antonio Spurs win back-to-back games against the Phoenix Suns. Wemby drops 38. Now, look, Phoenix is not playing with their full cast, but Wemby went off in the fourth. San Antonio is 3-2, and Wembanyama drops 38.
Okay.
Heck yeah.
Okay, so they played back-to-back, you said, with the Suns, both on the road. Usually you see a home and home, not a road and road. Not a road. Usually it's like one team plays at home, one team plays on the road. They're going to do these back-to-backs. They both were in Phoenix. So strange. So strange. And if lose them both, that's bad for the Suns.
Wemby scored 10 of the 12 and a 12-0 run. 15 of 19 in the fourth quarter this season. 79% best in the league among all the players who have attempted at least 10 field goals. So Wembanyama taking over late. I'm happy about it. I know he's a San Antonio Spur, but I'm rooting for this kid to match the hype, and I love his demeanor, his approach, and his personality. So we did not get a lot of opportunity to talk about this yesterday, but Bob Knight passed away on Wednesday. The general is gone.
The General Robert Montgomery Knight passed away, and there's it's complicated. Very complicated.
Great word. Any type of word that's a synonym of that. Your Mount Rushmore of polarizing sports figures. Throw him right on there, and he may be one.
He is the first one that you carve into that mountain. He really is.
Yep.
Like you cannot argue that he wasn't an elite, like just coach.
Basketball mind.
Jay Billis, I didn't know he wrote a really nice piece on ESPN saying like he did a film study with coach. And he goes, and Jay's like, I think I know basketball. I was watching this film. I would break down film with him, and he saw things that I didn't even pick up on. Like he was he was a brilliant basketball guy, and that he could coach a practice and teach without stopping basketball. A lot of coaches will stop down, do a teaching moment, and he would not do that. And his ability to coach the game was second to none. But his ability to run his own life was second to none.
Or run a program. I mean, that's where
he ran a program cleanly, right? That was always the thing with him.
Clean, but maybe with headbutting.
With headbutting, yeah.
He got fired for the way he ran a program.
Correct. He got he got fired. Also, he got fired because he stopped winning. If they were still winning, does he get fired at Indiana? Once the 90s rolled around, it was a different player he was recruiting. Because in the early 80s, he did not recruit basically outside the Midwest. He was taking those corn-fed boys, and he was going to play. Take those guys, the farmers' daughters or whatever, and he was going to coach with just kids from the Midwest for the most part, or maybe on the East Coast. He never went to California. Billis was like, he didn't recruit me. He didn't recruit California. It's a complicated story. He is a legendary coach. He has all these problems. You want to talk about how you hate him? I cannot argue with what Coach Knight did outside of coaching. I would have played for him. I needed a guy like that. I would never have let my kid. I would, as a parent, I was like, I can't do it.
And as soon as he passed away, I texted Payton. I said, go and get the audio. Yep. We have a bunch of it. Here is the halftime rant.
Want to play, then I'm getting the out of here. I mean, if you're not going to recover Greg Graham, if you're just going to let him drive by you, if the rest of you are going to let him catch the ball outside the 3-second lane and drive all the way in here without one guy challenging him, then I'm leaving and you fucking guys will run till you can't even suffer. Now, I'm tired of this shit. I'm sick and fucking tired of an 8-10 record. I'm fucking tired of losing to Purdue. I'm not here to around this week. Now, you may be, but I'm not. Now, I'm going to guarantee you that if we don't play up there Monday night, you aren't going to believe the next 4 days. Now, I am not here to get my ass beat on Monday. Now, you better understand that right now. This is absolute bullshit. Now, I'll run your ass right in the ground. I mean, I'll run you. You'll think last night was a picnic. I had to sit around for a year with an 8-10 record in this league. And I mean, you will not put me in that position again, or you will pay for it like you can't believe.
There it is.
So, God.
Throwing, tossing the chair, all of it. We'll try to sprinkle in some Bobby Knight throughout the rest of the show. But we have a monster game on Sunday. Bobby Belt's filthy film room to get you ready for Cowboys Eagles on this radio station. It's next.
From spring training to celebrating, we're so proud to be your home of the 2023. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Shout out to you if you're listening in the parking lots of Globe Life Field in Arlington, getting ready for the parade. We are your official parade station with the KMC Masterpiece doing their show live out there. So will the G-Bag Nation. We'll get back into it at 6:20 on your home of the World Series champs. Mike McCarthy, actually it'll be 6:10, 6:15, probably 6:15. Then Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. We're loaded today with the Burger King, Howard Eskin. We have High Low, Blink 182. We have, of course, Coach Randy Galloway, booked by RJ Choppy.
Yo and hello.
8 o'clock. So we got to get to Bobby's filthy film room against the Eagles. You know, the best thing, well, not the best thing, like the eighth best thing about the Rangers winning the championship this week kept the Cowboys' noise down.
It did.
I wonder how much of a lesson they learned with all that San Francisco talk and all that San Francisco hype and all that San Francisco measuring stick getting shoved you know where, and whether it was a result of just baseball and Rangers coverage. I haven't seen too many crazy quotes coming out of Frisco. I love the one from DeMarcus Lawrence. Quote, "We're not going to sugarcoat it like the Eagles don't have a good team. They're one of the best teams in the league. If we want to solidify ourselves and say who we are and beat our chest, we have to come out with this win." Jalen Hurts, Jalen Hurts' feelings got up and walked out of his pressy the other day because they asked him about his knee, and he said, "I don't want to talk about my knee." So he just got up and rolled out. Mike McCarthy was asked about playing in Filthy. Why is it unique? Quote, "Friendly people." Bobby, give us the film study.
Yeah, look, I mean, this Eagles team is not as good as the one you played last year. And I think part of the reason that you hear the lack of chatter from the Cowboys this week, insecurity is loud. And I think that they feel like we've beaten Philadelphia before and we can beat Philadelphia. So I think that's part of the reason why they're not as loud.
Yeah, they split with them all the time. They're going to split with them again.
Yeah, and with San Francisco, they can't beat San Francisco, so they got to talk about it all the time. And they've got to talk like, oh, yeah, we were totally confident in this. We can totally do this. Whereas Philly, they feel like, I think, anytime they step on the field with them, they can match up with them and they can beat them. Especially if Jalen Hurts is not running the ball, and Jalen Hurts doesn't want to run the ball right now. That knee is definitely something that's hampering him.
I mean, he is not. Now, maybe they haven't run the last couple of weeks because they're waiting for this game. He wants to get healthy for this game, but you're right. He, for whatever reason, probably because it's hurting, he ain't moving. He ain't running.
He's throwing from the pocket 75% of the time, which is way higher than he's ever done in his career. It shows up on film that when he drops back, he's just trying to keep contained and he's not trying to break the pocket at all. And so he's had success to his credit. Last week, he was really good against Washington when you saw it. And that connection between him and A.J. Brown has gotten really, really strong.
Yeah, that's the bad news. That, when he's not running, okay, now it's time for the kryptonite. Now it's time to get exposed. Right now, he's 6 in QBR. That does take into account running. But last week, he threw for 319, 4 touchdowns. The week before, 279, 2 touchdowns. He did have 3 picks against the Jets.
Yeah, and he will throw some interceptions on you. That's been something that he's done consistently throughout his career.
Is he throwing up his back foot this year more?
No. Now, I mean, obviously, if you're able to drive him back, if you're able to contain him in the pocket, but still, drive him backwards, you get some of that. But more what his issue is when he's been throwing some of these interceptions is just it's felt like trying to get the ball outside, and he can't get it there in time. Like, I mean, he's got a strong enough arm, but it's something where when he's trying to throw the ball outside the numbers, he just down the field a little bit, he just doesn't have it on there to get it there with enough zip, and so DBs have enough time to jump it. That's something that the Cowboys have regularly done against Jalen Hurts, and a lot of that's been Trayvon Diggs, but they get a good beat on what it is that he wants to do, where he's trying to get the ball, and that they're able to step up and make a play. He has improved every year that I've seen as a passer. So, like, he's somebody that I think he looks better as a passer this year than he did last year. Obviously, the thing that's changing things a little bit is the running element, the fact that he doesn't have that. But this is a really good offensive line. I mean, this is something where their tackles are 2 of the best ones in football, Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata. They've got good protection up the middle. If you're trying to just drive him backwards, it's going to be difficult because of how well they protect. You're not able to just get up in his face and try and disrupt things. So the Cowboys are going to have to probably bring a little bit extra pressure. You know, they're not going to be able to just do their front four. They're going to need to blitz a little bit. This will be a game to really stress the secondary. Now, the good news here is last week was a game that was supposed to really stress the secondary with Puka Nacua and Tutu Atwell and Cooper Kupp, and the Cowboys held up. It's a little different when you're talking about A.J. Brown, who is right up there with Tyreek Hill as potentially the first receiver in NFL history to win the MVP award this year. Both of those guys have been incredible. And so what A.J. Brown's able to do, the type of receiver that Devontae Smith is as a burner, Julio Jones is just a contested catch guy. The difference here between the Rams and what Philadelphia does with their receiving core is Philadelphia has a collection of receivers that can beat you in 3 different ways. Julio, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, they can all beat you in different ways. Dallas Goedert is a guy who's still really good there at tight end. The Rams had 3 guys that were kind of similar. They were savvy route runners. All 3 of them were slot type of players that had the flexibility to play outside. But in general, they had similar skill sets. They weren't burners. They were well-built receivers. Tutu Atwell's a little bit smaller, but well-built receivers who are just really strong route runners. And so the difference here is that Devontae Smith can beat you down the field with speed. That's something the Rams didn't have a ton of. A.J. Brown is somebody who can beat you with savvy route running, subtle push-offs. Julio Jones is a contested catch guy. Those are the things that you wonder, do you have the personnel to match up with them?
Doesn't sound like they have taken a step back offensively, so it must be on the other side.
Well, here's the thing, is that if you can protect, and that's the big if you can protect, you could score 50 points against the secondary. They're bad. They're not good. Darius Slay has been bad this year. James Bradbury's been bad this year. I mean, Sam Howell throws for damn near 400 yards last week. You're not going to be able to run the ball. If this is the week you want to try to establish the run and get back to running the ball and balancing things out, good luck. It's not happening this week. You're going to be ramming your head against a wall. And so you're not going to be able to get that. They've got really good pass rushers still. That wasn't just something Jonathan Gannon schemed up. Last year it was they had really talented pass rushers. Those guys are still playing well. Hassan Reddick is a freaking nightmare coming off the edge. Josh Sweat, really good pass rusher, can be a little aggressive at times. He's somebody that you can take advantage of his aggressiveness, probably push him upfield a little bit. Jalen Carter has been wrecking shop on the interior. He's been as good as advertised. And so when you talk about in the West Coast system or the Texas Coast or whatever else and trying to get the ball out quicker, the 3-step drop, the 5-step drop, throwing the ball, the way to disrupt that a lot of times is to generate pressure right up the middle, right in their face, because that's the quickest route to the quarterback, obviously, is right through the A-gap. So Jalen Carter, the way that he's able to penetrate the offensive line as quickly as he is, he can disrupt things pretty fast, and they can cause problems that way. Now, if you can block them up, if Tyler Smith has a good day, Zach Martin, if the tackles are able to do a good enough job, it sounds like Tyron Smith is going to play. Terrence Steele obviously has had his issues with power before, but if he's got somebody like Josh Sweat or Hassan Reddick and they're trying to get upfield really quick, he can just guide and push them out of the pocket. You can match up against this defensive line and the pass rush that they bring. But that's going to be the biggest key. You're going to have to block things up so that then you can have enough time to take advantage of the leaks in this secondary, because this secondary is just not good, I don't think.
Dak Prescott on getting ready for Filthy.
Excited for it. Anytime you play Philly, obviously in-division rival, know them well, they know us well. Last year, getting to play them, I guess, and then Jalen wasn't playing, and then vice versa. When he's playing, I wasn't playing. Excited for this matchup. Yeah, it's fun. And anytime you go to Philly, it makes it just a little bit more, a little bit more fun. So excited for it. Yeah, excited for it. Going to enjoy this win. Great that it was an early game. Get to enjoy it for the day and then turn the page tomorrow. And, we understand what's ahead of us.
And then the quote that I guess got messed up a little bit when Jerry said, I'm not going to poke the bear against Philly. Dak said, if you see me in a fight with a bear,
help the bear.
Pour honey on me. Pour honey on me.
Yeah, which is it's not like Dak to usually throw out weird little descriptors like that, but Again, this is a team that on
DMX
defense, on this defense, you can take advantage of them. They're 29th in the NFL in touchdown passes allowed.
Let us know if you're posted up. We need our Tolo reporters from the parking lots in Arlington getting ready for the parade. What Rangers are going to the Baseball Hall of Fame? And the rest of the country is laughing at us. Do we really care? That's next on your official Texas Rangers parade station, 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters, the place to watch all the football action over the weekend. It can start right now. Starts today. Well, not right.
property lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Mike McCarthy is joining the show live at 6:30 this morning. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean Sharif, RJ Chop. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Butt. We got Payton and Rai in the back for Parade Day here on your home of the world champs. We got RJ's plan of attack for today. Pepe, how are you going to try to approach this after you also went separately at Choppy to go get some World Series gear yesterday? So how are you going to approach this today with Los Hombres?
Oh, well, we're going to see who wants to go. Not everyone's available, so it's just whoever wants to show up, they're going to show up. If you're a diehard Rangers fan, the Los Hombres will be there, but it looks like we only got a couple right now going out there. But they don't work Fridays, so they're going to be out there. I told them to get out there early.
Excuse me?
They don't work Fridays. They have a full 4-day week. They have a 4-day-a-week job.
What do they do?
One guy's at Lockheed, another is Samsung. So
Yep.
So both companies 4-day work week?
Yep.
A lot of people are going to it, man.
They're going to it, man.
You need the schools. The moment you need DISD and Fort Worth ISD, the moment both of those school districts go to 4 days, then that will force every employer to go to 4 days.
Arlington and Grand Prairie are going to 4 days today. So everybody's off school today from those school districts.
Arlington, Mansfield, Irving, Grand Prairie, Crowley, ISDs, all shut down.
Why Irving? Like Mansfield, Arlington, I get there all around the parade route. Why is Irving like, yeah, we got to take off? I mean, I'm glad. I wish.
The first suburb, man. It's the first suburb in DFW.
Laura was pitching a fit yesterday because she hates loud.
Better than a tent.
She hates loud. She hates loud. She hates loud events.
Today's world, you never know.
She hates loud events. She hates anything where she's gonna have to walk a bunch. And so we told her, we're like, you can get out of school tomorrow. She's like, yes. It's like, but you got to go to this parade. And she just went.
She'd rather go. She gave you the smolts.
She's like, can I not go to school and just stay home?
No.
It's like,
Daddy
no.
does work
Yeah,
like
that's
and
the
we
one.
Just do house
And so then
work.
she went. I said, so what are you gonna do? And she goes, parade. And she is just like, she
That
doesn't.
sounds fun.
She wants to just go
What a
home
joy. What a
and
treat she
rest
sounds like.
up. But she's wishing they would give her school off. She wishes she was in Arlington ISD right now.
The official letter from Mayor Jim Ross from the American.
Oh, good God Almighty! Hey, I broke him in half.
I didn't know Arlington was the American Dream City. I'd never heard that.
Well,
Dream
This
of
this week.
Dusty Roads, man.
Dream of what? Dusty Roads. To whom it may concern, please excuse blank from work, school, or any prior responsibilities on Friday, November 3rd, as they will be celebrating our world champion Texas Rangers at the parade. I understand that their absence may be an inconvenience, and I'm sure you can agree that this is for a very good cause, as our hometown team basks in the national spotlight as the winners of the biggest game in baseball. Additionally, I encourage you to lead by example and attend the parade too. Please use this very official excuse note on your behalf as well. There you go.
Yeah, it's a nice gesture, but if Arlington ISD has already canceled classes, I don't think you actually need the note.
No, you don't need the note. You do not need the note. It's going to be a madhouse out there.
Wait a second. Wait, you're telling me if your kid's school gets canceled, you don't need the note to get out of your work?
Oh, your work.
Oh, the
for
work.
School, yes.
Yeah.
This isn't for the kids to
Oh,
hand
I thought
in,
it was for
dummy.
the school though. That's actually
It's for you to get out of your job.
Jim Ross is the father of Jordan Ross, a Cowboys writer who used to work for Fish, and so that's the whole connection I know there.
The unpaid intern.
Nobody was wondering or cared. Texas Rangers memorabilia going to the Hall of Fame. At first, I thought this was a prank. I thought this was a joke. I saw it first from Bob Nightingale, so of course I didn't totally believe it. But these are the World Series items heading to Cooperstown. Bruce Bochy's hat.
Okay.
Big ass hat, of course.
Melon.
You got Bochy also with the caramel popcorn, whatever that popcorn was, posing next to the World Series trophy on the plane. That was a cool shot. Corey Seager's helmet. Josh Spores' glove. The one that I was like, why
they
the glove?
slammed down, yeah.
The one that he slammed. So why Seager's helmet?
Because the MVP.
Okay.
So they'll do the manager's hat, the MVP.
Well, I was just wondering, like, why the helmet?
Yeah, the pitcher of the final out.
Evan Carter's batting gloves. Marcus Simeon's jersey and armband. Adolis's Game 1 bat. Evaldi's spikes and cap. And it took me a while to get this one. Will Smith's luggage tag.
Luggage tag?
Yep.
Oh, I get it.
That's why I thought, I was like, is this a prank?
He's been on 3 straight teams. Is that why?
Yep.
Now, what's interesting there is Adolis wouldn't want to just keep that bat. I would think you'd want to keep the walk-off home run from Game 1 of the World Series. I would think you'd want to just like, no, you can take the bat and gloves. I'm keeping the bat.
It's in a safer spot than it ever will be at home.
Well, can you just
But
get
he doesn't get it. He
Can you
doesn't
get
to
it
keep
back at some time to like sell it if you want? Like if Adolis hits hard times down the road, can he be like, all right, I need that back? Or you like officially hand over the rights?
That's a good question.
I think you give it up. Like I don't, because you always hear about stuff being on loan to the Baseball Hall of Fame or to other Hall of Fames, but that just sounds like, well, no, this is theirs now.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how nostalgic he is, and if he plans on ever selling it, like you said. But I mean, also, I think there is something inherently cool about saying my bat is in the Hall of Fame.
Adolis, that's what Bassic's thought was probably. Adolis, of course, El Bombi. Jankowski says, I'll be El Blondi for the rest of my life. And then did you see the Sphere in Vegas putting up the Texas Rangers baseball? That was freaking cool.
Very cool, man. Like that's and this is the first champion that was crowned since the Sphere has been, in use. Right, it's the first champ. So I wondered, this is their new thing. This is their thing, right? The Empire State Building does for an hour the lights, and the Sphere does. Maybe they do the logo of whoever the champ is for whatever sport was just one. Maybe that's what they're gonna do. That's kind of cool because I mean, the two most toured cities from tourism standpoints is Vegas and New York in the U.S. and they.
Yeah, I'm not nearly as offended by Vegas doing it that I have a baseball team as I was for New York.
They're about to.
That's right.
They're about to better the A's.
That's like if the Golden Knights lose in the Stanley Cup final or the Raiders get to the Super Bowl and lose, like, is that going to go over well in that city that, oh, your team here in Vegas just lost, but we're throwing up the logo of the opposing team that just won?
I don't know if Las Vegians, is that what they are? Las Vegans?
Las Vegans?
I don't know if Las Vegans are as upset and worked up as New Yorkers.
It's funny, though. They're very...
They're like, oh, wow, hit me.
The people that are from there are very, like... They're very proud of being from here and like the fact that like
Vegas?
Tourists come to
Really?
The couple times that I've gone through there, when I talk to people who are actually from there, they're very proud about like, oh yeah, we all work together to keep this city running and it's for everybody else. And I remember one guy saying it's a labor of love.
By the way, what timing? Nelson Cruz retired.
There you go.
And my question has been, has Nelly been forgiven after you won the championship? 7-time All-Star, 2011 ALCS MVP, 4-time Silver Slugger, 2021 Roberto Clemente Award, 464 career home runs.
So always remember, fans who got mad at him are getting mad at him for not being able to do what he was never any good at really anyway.
Yeah.
It's not like this was Jim Edmonds in right field.
Yeah.
Right? This was not some...
It's like Shaq would never forgive you for that missed free throw.
Yeah, this was not... Like, he was a home run hitting threat on offense, good arm. He wasn't the fastest guy in the world. He didn't have the best approach in terms of running down a fly ball. Like, he was fine. He was serviceable out there. He was also out of position based on his manager forgetting to continue to tell him every position, every single pitch. Not manager, bench coach, whatever. No doubles.
The show of Wales gets started with Mike McCarthy live to preview Filthy next on Sean and RJ.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a World Series Championship Parade Friday. Join us at 2 o'clock right outside Texas Live here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's go, Dallas! Let's go!
Every moment.
Hey, everybody, come out to Old 75 in Richardson with 105.3 The Fans Watch Party. Come out and party with me and all the Tolos as we watch Dallas take down Philly on Sunday. Old 75 Beer Garden. Good cheer, good friends, good time. See you there.
It is now time for the Mike McCarthy Show, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, as the Monster Week continues with Cowboys and Philly Sunday on this radio station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell with you, joined by Coach McCarthy now. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Doing well. Good morning, gentlemen.
You have any parade advice for us today?
Oh, shoot. Yeah. Just start early, stay late. I mean, it's a once in a lifetime event. I mean, yeah, enjoy it. I think that'd be cool.
Did it bring back any Packer memories? Like, we haven't experienced this in a long time, but the whole city is galvanized, unified, people shedding tears, just what a championship can do in terms of bringing an entire community together.
Well said. Absolutely. No, there's nothing like it. It's something that, you'll definitely remember the rest of your life. Is it's pretty much the moments of, getting on the bus in, 10-degree weather and driving back to the stadium along the streets. No, I mean, great memories. And it's things that, when the men move on into their lives and when they get back together, it's usually one of the topics that come up. So yeah, it's a great memory.
In that 10-degree weather, is there a beverage of choice that's supposed to keep you warmer than others?
Well, ours was actually different. We had a small parade coming back from the airport to the stadium, which in Green Bay is about 3 minutes. So it was a quick parade. But then the next day they had the celebration where they filled the stadium. So that was really cool. So we actually didn't do the big parade, I think as the Rangers will be doing today.
I'll get my dumb question of the week out of the way early. Can you ever borrow from championship teams in other sports where you're like, okay, let's try to take something from them? Obviously, you do it within your own sport in a copycat league, but have you ever done that, Coach? Or is that crazy to think like, okay, we heard that the Rangers did this. Let's try to borrow this approach from a basketball title team or hockey or other sports?
Definitely. I mean, we all the time, frankly. We actually have a clip today in our mental conditioning presentation that's on the Golden State Warriors. Something that they put out there motivationally a few years back, and it just co-aligns with our messaging. Yeah, so those video clips are used all the time.
Mike McCarthy joins us here at 105 through the Fan. With all the hype with the Rangers run, have you guys been able to? It's crazy to think the Cowboys could do this, but fly under the radar a little bit, with a little bit less attention on you this week? I know, right?
I think everybody should definitely enjoy the Rangers championship and all that, but things feel different. Don't feel any different in the building here this week, and obviously we understand the magnitude of an excellent division rival game. So, and that's really where our focus is, and it's going into Philadelphia to win the game.
All right, so how would you compare the approach in this game leading up to Philadelphia versus, say, San Francisco? Same conference, obviously different divisions. So how do you compare the approach between the two?
I don't think approach on a weekly basis is much different. I mean, there's a process to everything you do. So really going back to any week, I don't know what comparable you're looking for. So I mean, we understand that the importance of the game, and really most importantly, what we think of our opponent, and and how we want to attack the Philadelphia Eagles. So that's really where our mindset is.
Coach, as you prepare for Philadelphia this week, you guys got them twice last year, splitting series. How different do they look on film from what they were doing last season?
Different what? Personnel? Scheme?
Just in execution, scheme, style. Obviously, they lost both of their coordinators. Does anything look that much different?
Well, the play calling is always going to be different. Anytime you change the coordinators, there's going to be a change. So, but the foundation of what they're doing schematically and their approach is very similar. But yeah, I think that they've lost one game, so I think you look at their productivity and the comparable statistics, you can see, things are doing better this year and things that they may have dropped off some. But at the end of the day, they're still winning games.
How much has Jalen Hurts continued to grow as a passer? And if you have any additional detail as to how, we'd love to hear that. Just Hurts' growth back there in the pocket.
Well, they're definitely throwing him more. So, and I just think, the way he plays, the dynamic that he brings to that offense. Obviously, he's still a young player. I think he's getting better each and every year. But they definitely have opened up the passing game more this year.
Coach, we've talked quite a bit about the tush push or the brotherly shove, whatever you want to call it. Well, what is your take on that play? Do you like that play? Do you think that is too much rugby style, or is that like the oldest play in the sport? What do you think about that play?
I mean, I think it's traditionally called a wedge play, but I don't have no problem with it. It's not against the rules. I think it's like anything in this league. You see trends that schematically that are productive, and it's really the responsibility of the opponent to stop it, or the trend will continue to grow. So yeah, I have no problem with the play.
Do they do it better than others? Like, and if they do, how? Like, why wouldn't every team run the same play?
Well, you got to give credit to the men up front and really Jalen. I mean, it's I think a lot of people are trying to replicate it, but they're very good at it, and I would attribute it more to the personnel.
Talking with Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy here on 105 through the Fan. Coach, the last couple weeks, the offense really seems to be finding its rhythm. Do you think that's a function of just spending more time on task, guys getting reps, or is this about some of the tweaks potential that you guys have made and some of the adjustments?
Oh, I think it's more just more time on task. I definitely agree with you there. And it's just like anything. There's things we're asking our guys to do differently and create more volume of responsibilities, like particularly in the area of protection. So we're only going to continue to improve there. I think just like anything, when you put subtleties in an offense, sometimes it may take a little longer than you want. I think if you just point to the red zone, since we had some really good opportunities earlier in the year, then we didn't quite connect, and then now we're starting to connect. So I think that's always what you're looking for to improve on. But I think the biggest thing for us when I look at the statistics is you got to look at the type of games we've been in. Half of our games have been in lopsided scores. So I'm not a stat ball guy in the fourth quarter. I'm more concerned of getting your players out and getting your young guys in too. So all those things tweak and adjust statistics, and even when they're the other way, when they're really, really good, you got to look at those too to make sure they're real. So but I think we're you need to take steps, especially in these division games, because you got to score to win in these games.
Do you think Dak's ability these last couple weeks, scrambling, making plays with his legs, do you think that's also a function of just becoming more comfortable within the offense and feeling like, okay, I know exactly when it's not there, what I'm looking for, and I know I'm ready to break the pocket now?
That's something you're always working on as a quarterback. It's just, regardless where you're at in your career, it obviously gets better the more you play, and I'm talking more in the diagnosis and the decision making. That every quarterback has to get more comfortable in the system. It's Dak and I being on the same page in the play calling is we're getting more and more comfortable. So yeah, there's definitely areas of growth there, but that this isn't the first time Dak Prescott's used his feet to be productive. I just think we may be doing a little differently as far as where the volume is, and I'm pointing more towards the scramble drill phrase.
CeeDee Lamb had a fantastic game last week against the Rams. He's been really good these last couple weeks after obviously something that he was a little bit frustrated by, his impact on the game, and something that Dak and CeeDee have talked about very publicly about how that was a good opportunity of growth for them, having those conversations. Just your impressions of how well CeeDee Lamb's played the last couple weeks and how he's responded since that San Francisco game.
Yeah, it's really how we always viewed CeeDee. I thought that last year he, definitely established himself as a number one receiver. And the biggest challenge moving forward for CD is just going to be the attention that he gets by the coverage, and this is a high percentage coverage defense. So I mean, we're definitely anticipating him seeing more and more coverage tilted towards him and so forth, and just going to keep finding ways to put him in position to be successful, because I mean, CD's a dynamic player when the ball's in the air, and he's even more dynamic once he gets it in his hands.
Mike McCarthy here on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline 105.3 The Fan. A lot of Cowboy fans cringed when Jalen Carter fell to Philly in the draft. What have you seen from the rookie on tape to start off his career?
It makes impact plays. You look at the rotation. It's probably healthy for any rookie to come in there, into that D-line situation. It's obviously very talented defensive front, but it has a lot of depth. So, what he's asked to do from a playtime perspective is a good pattern to be on as a rookie. So when he's in there, he has been impactful.
Coach, can you talk about Deron Bland a little bit? Obviously, going up against A.J. Brown, he has the record now for 125-plus yards. Deron, I'm sure, will get his turns on A.J. Just talk about Deron stepping in for Trayvon Diggs and the season he's having so far.
Yeah, he's having an excellent season. Obviously, not only just the statistic with the big plays, but just all the way through. And Deron is just such a consistent, young player. I mean, jumping on the scene the way he did last year and playing two positions, and it's really cool just to see him get comfortable in this spot, because he plays. He's played at a high level for us, and obviously he's going to be tested by both guys this Sunday. So, but these are great games for young players to establish themselves in this league, and especially the way the production Alex has been having.
Coach McCarthy, when we talk about it's something that gets discussed, it feels like whenever you're going up against a big-time receiver, a Tyreek Hill and A.J. Brown, whoever else, about the idea of, traveling, of, are you going to stick somebody on them and travel them? What is that process like? Is that generally just a overriding philosophy for coaches of, hey, we travel against their best receiver regardless of who it is, or is it a case-by-case basis of the receiver that you go against?
Well, I think those conversations in the spring when you're putting together your menu of defense is really where the philosophy component comes into play. But I think when you get into season too, it's because sometimes it's just not the fact that I'm going to travel. It's the other pieces in the secondary that are affected by it too. So it's not as simple as I believe in traveling. He travels. There's obviously more to it. There's a game plan specific where the receivers lining up, how many personnel groups are playing in. So all those things go into effect. But everybody has a chance to put their menus together. But when you get into the season, your selection is usually has to do with the health of your team and the other pieces involved.
Coach, I know you're going to the other side of the state, but I've been meaning to ask you. My buddy texted me asking for a recommendation: Aiello's or Meneo's pizza.
Oh man, I tell you, I've always been an Aiello's guy. I know the whole history of how it all created, but from when my family back there, that they've all switched to Meneo's is the proper way of saying
Meneo's.
it. But my preference was always Aiello's.
Pittsburgh has good pizza?
Who knew?
Who knew?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
I thought y'all just had that sandwich you threw like 12 things on.
Manny's.
Yeah. Well, pizza. Oh, no. Coach, thank you for the time. We appreciate it. Best of luck on Sunday. We'll be rooting for you. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Take care, man. Thanks.
Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. That's what your friend wants to know from the head coach of America's team. What the freaking pizza is in Pittsburgh.
He's just wondering what his recommendation,
buddy. Huh? He doesn't have Yelp, your friend.
Well, look at you. You ended up at a gyro place.
Yeah, you tried Yelp. Yelp doesn't work. See, some people you can't trust that. How many people on the Yelp are just upset with service? They give them a 1-star.
We're cutting into the time of Payton Russell.
Uh-oh.
It's a Friday edition of the Payload.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Payton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Payton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. I will do anything for a Rangers parade. Got to move the payload back a day because the Rangers, well, they're world champions. Not everyone gets to say that every single year in baseball, and we do this time. So it's a Friday edition of the payload, and we got to jump right into it because we have an in-show controversy.
It's not a controversy.
I bring Bobby Bell to the stage first.
It's a creepaversy.
It's stay away from the schools. Creepy. Yeah.
Ooh, I get to join you.
There's 4 of them out today.
Oh, wow.
So, I'm not gonna blow it up as much as it is. I had brought up to Bobby, and Bobby, said, "Oh, you're gonna make a big deal about it?" No, I'm not. Bobby followed my girlfriend on Twitter. So, and it was because Zach had posted a picture of her best friend that she had met, they had met at the Rangers World Series game.
Walchuk met your girl's best friend.
Yes, and so she had talked to Zach and Eric about Mackenzie, and so she was like, "Oh yeah, my best friend." So they talked a little bit. Oh, we know Pepe obviously because of work, and so they posted a picture of her and tagged me in it. Well, I retweeted it obviously, and Mackenzie saw that I had retweeted, so she retweeted it because her best friend was in there. Bobby was tagged in the picture as well, so he sees in there that Mackenzie had retweeted it. But Bobby was mentioning it, so he said that's free game. If she's going to retweet something I'm mentioned in, I can follow her. Instead of, because it would be a little different if he had just gone and started, web searching for her.
Right.
So I just, and again, the follow wasn't the big deal. I just wanted to bring up a little, when is it okay to follow the girlfriend?
Great question.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
He didn't even turn. He literally had his back turned to me when he told me. That's how I know he's lying when he says like, "Oh, I don't really care." He had his back turned and he goes, "Oh, by the way, thanks for following my girlfriend." And I was like,
I made it a little more dramatic
that's
than it
chilly.
had to be, but I want to see what Bobby said. I wanted his, excuse for it.
But that means she saw it and she didn't follow back.
Oh, she hasn't followed you back?
Nope. And she saw it. So what do you think about that?
No, she brought it to me too. She said, "Oh, I think your coworker followed me." I said, "Oh, which one?"
Coworker. Gonna have to break y'all up now.
So my first question is, how much in-person one-on-one interaction have you had with her?
The 133 game.
Okay, the 133.
We talked to her there.
All right, so I had that interaction, but it was just like I had Ollie with us. We were up and down with the Tolos getting drinks. To me, that's not enough interaction to justify a follow. With the amount that I spoke to her, I didn't talk. I sat right next to Peyton and Mackenzie. I didn't talk to her enough where I feel like I can go and follow her off of that. It would have to be like I'm not even friends with Zach's fiance. She came over to my house. So I feel like you gotta have like
Was Zach there?
You gotta have a conversation, a little bit more interaction before you do that. What was your level of interaction?
Probably about the same as yours.
Yeah,
but here's the thing: is
little
that
creepy.
I view a Twitter follow as different from like a Facebook friend request.
I was
like
going to say the exact same thing. So I went and looked. I follow Amanda on Instagram, but I'm not Facebook friends with her.
Oh, you're not,
and I'm not Facebook friends with Kristen either.
Ooh, shots fired.
Well, you didn't even know he had a wife.
Yeah, you just spent
3 years.
And I don't think it was I don't think there's any reason behind it. I just never did it, or there was no ever. But I also think Facebook is a little bit more personal.
I think I agree.
Than Instagram. Instagram, it's like you're just following. It's cool. Facebook. I do believe there's a personal nature to Facebook that changes the dynamic.
Here's my thought part. I use Twitter as content. I don't use Twitter for like friends or relationships, and she has become content on what we discuss on the show. She came in, she was in my mentions when she retweeted, and so it's content. Like there is a level of content interaction here that's occurred on this platform. So I just highlight and hit the follow. It's not like I went to the page or sought it out. I think it's fair.
But I am adding both of them on Facebook. Right?
Y'all vote on the Chartwright.com text line 877-881-1053. Is it a Bobby creeper move or cool because it's X?
No problem, Bobby. I love you.
Was she creeped out? Why does she have a Twitter account anyway? I find that a little weird.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she's young. She's
Gen
younger,
Z,
so yeah, she's Gen Z. She's got to have it.
Gen Z as X. Okay.
Yeah, and she knows I'm active on Twitter. She's like, well, I got to keep up with all the sports through me, so obviously she follows me. She retweets everything I tweet.
Basically, that's her.
I'm losing on the fan text, by the way.
That's her way to have location set on you. See what you're saying. See what you're doing.
469 Bobby equals POS.
You might just hate Bobby.
Wow.
Okay, so this is a story that RJ referenced not too long ago, earlier this week. This Gen Z girl is upset she has to work a 9 to 5. Now, my answer to that, if you're upset at working 9 to 5, just get a 5:30 to 10. like
Yeah,
we do,
there you
right?
go.
Just don't work a 9 to 5. Get into radio, get in media. You don't have to work a 9 to 5. And this is her just going off, and she is so upset. She says she doesn't have time for, friends or dates, and she's just she's a meltdown here.
I know I'm probably just being so dramatic and annoying, but this is my first job, like my first 9 to 5 job after college, and I'm in person, and I'm commuting in the city, and it takes me forever to get there. There's no way I'm going to be able to afford living in the city right now, so that's off the table. Like, duh! If I was able to walk to work, and it'd be fine, but I'm not. So it literally takes me, I leave here, I get on the train at 7:30, and I don't get home till 6:15 earliest, and then I don't have time to do anything. I want to shower, eat my dinner, and go to sleep. I don't have time or energy to cook my dinner either. I don't have energy to work out. That's out the window. I'm so upset. Oh my God. Nothing to do with my job at all, but just the 9 to 5 schedule in general is crazy.
I think this is going to cause a bunch of issues of more companies going to just stay at home jobs because they're not going to
cause it.
I think because I think it's a generation thing that people are, Gen Z and, anyone before that about to, go into the 9 to 5 workforce. They're not going to want to work that. They're going to want to work as minimum as they want, and then they're not going to want to do the drive, the commute, and go through all the pays and stuff of living in the city. So I think this is a start of it's going to cause an issue here.
I gotta say 2 things. 1, boo effing who, we all did it. But 2, keep that energy because that's the energy we need to get the work from home 4-day work week. We need people like her to carry the torch for the. Because it'll happen eventually.
You need somebody like her. You hear that and go, that needs to be my spokesman for any
We need as much whining. We'll take whatever whining we can get.
Yes,
don't ever leave your house, you soft ass little bee. Seriously, if you cannot operate within society, just don't ever leave your house. Be an invalid. You whiny little, I cannot. Yeah. That literally just ruined my day hearing that clip. I hate that person.
I hear you.
I hate her.
You. But maybe she could meet people the way people met people for, I don't know, the last 400 years after work.
It would suck, though, to get home at 6.
Oh, yeah.
You can still get,
It's already dark. It's been dark for 2 hours.
Yeah. Get home at 6, 6:15, 6:30. I never had really big major city traffic before moving here, but we don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, if you take the train into work or whatever, you live in a city, you got to take a train into work. It's a 2-hour train ride.
Yeah,
that sucks.
But then
you
can
have time for other trains.
You can go out at 7:30 or 8 o'clock and wake up at 7 or 7:30.
That's just so early. I can't.
I can't go to the gym. I can't go to have friends.
This
is the energy we need. We need complainers like this.
We do.
If we are going to get a 4-day work week, which we are, if it's going to happen, we need more people like this girl. She's the hero we need. We didn't know it though.
Then that generation screwed if she's a hero. She is I actively hate this woman.
Benefit?
I'm going to actively look to destroy this woman's life. She made me so mad.
It is. That's what you said about my enemy, and he's still roaming the streets.
He's got to accept the follow. That's not my fault.
It's the Payload right here every week on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. This is your home of the defending. Well, we are the defending champs. We're the brand new champs, and we're the defending champs. Give us your setup for the parade today. The rest of the country is laughing at us a little bit after the ratings came in. The Stars get it done, and we'll get you set for the rest of the football weekend with a Blink 182 ticket giveaway. The Burger King Howard Eskin at 7:20. We'll play high-low in the Expressway, and Randy Galloway celebrates the Rangers championship. Today is Parade Day on the official Texas Rangers parade station. We continue on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It is parade day. We got the 5:30 updates from our intrepid Tolo reporters in the parking lots. People were posted up. 1:30, 4:30. Pepe, see if this is someone that's trying to give us a report as well. We'll take them on your home of the World Series champs and your official Texas Rangers parade station with a KMC masterpiece starting the live broadcasting at 10 a.m. Choppy heading out, going to try to get there at Texas Live. Bobby,
yeah, I've been told, don't even try. The Fan Texas said, don't even bother.
For Texas Live?
For Texas Live. That's my plan. So my plan is we're going to park on the other side of 30 and walk. And we're going to find we're going to walk down. It's about a mile and a half, and we're going to find our way in. I don't know how, but that's the plan. We're going to find our way in.
You know how this ends. This ends with him parking on the other side of 30, and then tomorrow he'll come and he'll be like, "Yeah, I paid
Saturday
or Monday he'll be like, yeah, I paid $100 to some guy drove by in a golf cart, said $100 to drive me over there. That's what I did."
No, Choppy has, I don't know whether it's his approach or his attitude in life. He wins out in these types of things. He'll get he'll get the hookup. He'll get the parking spot. He'll find the shortcut. He will win out somehow, some way to party it up. What are you doing, Roberto? Going to the media lot?
Yep, I'm going to the media lot, and I will be posted up at Randall Mill and what are my cross streets here? Randall Mill and AT&T Way. So it's going to be myself, Chris Arnold, Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk. We're all going to be at different points of the parade route. So if you're over on that side, I will be out there giving live real-time reports, and I may just hand you my cell phone and let you take over on the air at some point. That might happen.
How much consumption? That's the fun part. That's
me?
Yeah.
None.
Yeah, right.
Zero chance.
Why?
Because I'm going to be out there. I'm going to be working.
You wanted to drink yesterday on the show.
I'm a real journalist. I'm in the field at that point.
The field.
That's different work. Okay. Like I've got to have some level of journalistic integrity. I'm not Ari Myrov out here.
Would you like to bet $200 that you won't have a sip of alcohol?
I'll bet you $500. I'll bet whatever you want to bet. I'm not gonna have a single drink.
Okay, well, Tolos, I will pay.
You can breathalyzer me.
No, people are gonna be. They'll stick out a shot.
Nope, won't happen.
Because you're working?
Yeah.
What's the difference between that and you wanting to drink yesterday on the show?
I mean, that's different. That's content, talking into a mic. That's the day after celebration. This is, like I said, I'm in the field. It's like, I wouldn't go off and cover. I would not cover the inauguration with alcohol in my hand.
Okay.
I've got a little integrity.
I went
Sean.
to 2 inaugurations, and there was definitely alcohol in my hand.
Well, look, they're going to try to make fun of us nationally. I don't know. I don't know how much it's going to really last until next year's World Series. Rangers, Diamondbacks. The 5-0 win drew the largest audience of the World Series, but it was not enough to prevent the 5-game series from being the least watched fall classic in recorded TV history. So Thursday got 9.11 million viewers, but 23% decline from last year's World Series when the Armpit beat the Phillies. So least watched World Series ever.
I mean, I think we expected it was going to be lowly rated when it got there. It's the nature of, I think one thing baseball learned this week is that the event of the World Series isn't big enough to be able to withstand whoever's in it.
Sure.
The Super Bowl, if it's Jacksonville and Arizona, is going to get basically the same rating as Cowboys versus Chiefs.
Yeah, it's also different because it's one game in football.
It's one game.
If there was one game to decide the World Series, the rating would be higher.
Yeah, look, I mean, World Series and NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Final, they all need one thing. If they're not outside,
what's your one thing?
Yeah, obviously in the NBA Finals, if you have LeBron in it, different story. If you have the Yankees in it, different story. For the most part, they need one thing. It's the same thing most ladies want: length.
Oh.
World Series,
Not
NBA
fair.
Finals, Stanley Cup Final, they need length. If you get to a Game 7, you're going to have a healthily rated series. Game 7, Cubs, Indians, had over 40 million people watching. 40 million.
Why did it steadily go down, though? After like a great Game 1, why did Game 2 go down? Why did, when it was a 1-1 split, Game 3 go down from the first two?
I think Monday Night Football hurt Game 3.
Okay.
Saturday.
Game 2 was a horrible game.
Yeah,
no, I know, but
game.
if we're talking about Game 1 should have meant Game 2 ratings were higher,
I
then
agree.
it wasn't.
I
but
agree.
after Game 2, it was a split, so you looked like you were heading to potentially a 7-game series, and it didn't help.
I agree. Game 2 surprised me, but then again, Sean's right. It was a blowout. So how many people checked out? Like I haven't seen.
And are you more likely to watch on a Friday night or Saturday night?
Oh, they're probably the two worst nights to have.
Yeah.
And Fox.
That's what they're talking.
Right.
Yeah, go
Fox
ahead.
execs were talking like, hey, look, this is baseball wants Friday, Saturday.
No, they said we need to look at Friday. That's what this Fox executive said.
The Fox executive said this. Baseball, though,
usually the poorest viewed night of the week
is Friday. Baseball, though, is like we don't, because they know it's going to happen. They're smart enough to know they're going to get swallowed up by the NFL on Sunday.
Yeah.
So they want to avoid Sunday. And the only way to what?
And Thursday.
And Thursday. So the only way to avoid Sunday and Thursday is to start it on a Friday. That's the only way to avoid Sunday and Thursday, unless you change your format. Now, if they go, if they started on a Tuesday, or let's say on a Monday, they do Monday, Tuesday, off day Wednesday, you're still stuck with Thursday. Maybe you started on a Tuesday, you go Tuesday, Wednesday, off Thursday, but then you're gonna run into Sunday. And you don't want that.
It was the most watched event 4 of the 5 nights, so it continues to outperform all the other like regular TV shows that's on there. That's the 8th straight year that happened. The only thing to beat it was Lions Raiders Monday Night Football.
Lions Raiders, and again, now would it have won if they just had it on ESPN and not over the air TV? Yeah, it probably still would have come close to winning or won anyway. But this is where it is, all right? You know, if you're not the NFL, you're going to be at the mercy of who's in the game.
And my reaction to all of it?
Who cares?
Who cares? Rangers parade today. The coverage kicks off 9:40, really. Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece out there in Arlington. I don't even want to really talk about Thursday Night Football. I didn't watch a second. I don't care. I saw Al Michaels trending for almost falling asleep again. But the Pittsburgh Steelers did improve to 5-3 by beating Will Levis and the Tennessee Titans. It's much more interesting to talk about the hockey team off to the blazing start.
Robertson ahead, open, Pavelski centers and tapped home by Rope Hintz. And another example of Edmonton, a near miss at one end and a Dallas Stars conversion at the other.
The Dallas Stars add to the rough start for the Edmonton Oilers. They win 4-3. It's the Stars' third straight win. Rope had 2 goals and an assist. Pavelski had a goal and 2 assists, and Wedgwood stopped 46 in goal. The Stars are rolling to begin the season.
Oh, they
and
are.
rolling away from the AAC.
Yes, they are. If you wanted to see a litmus test of where this team is, all right, they beat Columbus and Arizona. No, when you beat Edmonton, and I know Edmonton's off to a tough start this year, you still got Connor McDavid, you still got Draisaitl, you still got you still have 2 of the, you could argue you have the 2 best players in the sport, but you probably have at least 2 of the 7 best. This is a good win. It's a good win against a good team. And I don't care what Edmonton's record is right now. That's a good team.
Yeah, I mean, the game against the Maple Leafs is the only one where you've just looked completely overmatched. Like, even when you lost to Vegas, that was a game that you could argue that Dallas should have won that game against Vegas, and, you ultimately still got a point out of it. So, really, it's just been the one game against the Maple Leafs, and that was a game where you didn't even have Otter in goal. But, last night, Wedgwood playing like he did. Dallas, I mean, in general, has just gotten off to this really hot start.
So, the Raiders clean house. They're going with a brand new quarterback as well. They're going to start Aiden O'Connell over Jimmy Garoppolo. They fired their GM, head coach, OC. They benched their starting quarterback on a short week. Still favored over the New York Giants.
That's amazing.
In week 9. And Choppy, what is the drama playing out in New York at our sister station?
This is between Carl Banks and their new afternoon show, Brandon Tierney, our boy. He came in here to argue with Bobby.
BT.
And lost that argument badly.
Yes.
And Carl Banks for the Peyton Russells of the world is who?
Carl Banks is a former Giants player. He played in those 86 and 90 championship winning teams.
Yeah, you don't have Laufenberg in your ear feeding it to
the 74 Vikings.
Played alongside LT, Lawrence Taylor, the real LT. So anyway, Brandon and Sal Licata. Is there a more New York name than Sal Licata?
Lord.
They do the afternoon show, and they
What's
had
his middle name? Brajol?
Lord. They had Carl Banks on, and they started getting into it. They were complaining about Kayvon Thibodeau, and like to give the backstory without playing all the audio, they were complaining about Thibodeau,
who had 3 sacks.
About his career so far, saying it's been a disappointment. And they're comparing. They're saying, "Look, Micah Parsons is doing this. Micah Parsons is going to the Hall of Fame, and Thibodeau's not doing squat." And Carl Banks wasn't having it, and this happened.
Don't be informed unless you can educate yourself and look for what's right. And then you say, "I can't find a single damn thing he did right in 45 plays."
Well, nobody said
then you
that.
go ahead and say, call him a bust.
No, nobody
right?
said.
But if you got, if you have a player, it's not for you guys. It's for fans as well. Your listeners.
It's not our job to just. No, I really do. I hear you, man. But it's not our job, Carl, to just point out the positive. You yourself just said you gave him a C+ for last year. He was a top 10 draft pick. So hold on. Carl, the one thing that's truly bothering me is that you're making it seem like we're unnecessarily and overly negative. He was not above average last year.
I'm just telling you guys, it is unhealthy.
Okay, it's not unhealthy.
It's
Carl,
unhealthy to your fandom.
I'm just giving my opinion.
It's not.
My opinion is that he's
unhealthy to your fandom, man. It is really unhealthy to your fandom. Like, if it's not your job to find out what the kid does right, then it should not be your job to call him a bust.
How about this?
Because if you're going to call him a bust, you better be able to tell me.
I've heard enough.
You're going to hear some more. It's your show, but you're going to hear some more.
I can't take it anymore. But pull him down. Seriously, we got to have a voice here. And I appreciate the time, Carl. Thank you. Here's the thing. Carl's supposed to be on the air and educate us. I don't want to hear that we can't give our opinion on what I'm seeing. Tell me why what I'm seeing is wrong.
Yeah.
He has not made his impact felt. That is my opinion on it. I feel it when I watch Micah Parsons, who was a top pick. I don't feel it when I watch Kayvon Thibodeau.
So Carl, after this happened, and he does a weekly guest. They call it
like Laufenberg.
They call it a spot, whatever. He does a weekly hit like Laufenberg does. He's like, I'm not coming on anymore. Wow. And he's like, babe, he's like the Giants like analyst on. He does a lot of analyst work for them on sidelines, whatever.
Yeah.
So he's refusing to come on with them now.
So
and I think Brandon and Sal are right in what they're saying, in a way.
Well, 2 things. One, yes, Carl Banks is if he is attacking them for giving negative opinion, he is wrong there. I've had this problem with some people who work for the Cowboys. They have to give a certain type of opinion because of who they work for. We have to be more negative because we have that freedom. We're sports talk hosts. We don't work for the website or anything. That's part of the reason why I love Nick Eatman. He'll fire shots. He'll go both. Broadus did that when he was at DallasCowboys.com. I think those guys were in the wrong. Man, he's your guest. Like, you're I think they should have let him talk more. I thought it was a little rude to sit there and pot him down. Get rid of him. I'm Sal Brajol Licata, and he's Carl Banks. Get him off my show. I thought that was a little bit disrespectful, but Carl, if he's taking the go blue approach and only talk about the positives, that's homerish. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean it is a little. I'll see you in Oxnard, sir. The old
it is. It's very
the Gavin
much
Dawson energy. But look,
I'll see you in Rutherford.
I do agree that it's just one of these. I do see both sides where Carl Banks' point is just like, guys, come on, like you've got to have a better grasp than just being able to point to like, well, he's only got this many sacks. It goes deeper than that. But I also see them go like, it is our job to talk about this. You know, you can't tell me I'm not allowed to talk about this.
Yeah.
Like, so
especially a lot of guys like Carl. I don't know Carl's approach. They'll tell you off air what they really think.
Yeah. Sure.
They don't give you the glowing on-air reports off air. They say what they really think, and then on air, it's got to be pro team.
I think I would be annoyed if I was in either one of their shoes. If I was in Carl Banks' shoes, I'd be annoyed with them, and if I was in their shoes, I'd be like, this is ridiculous what you're saying.
Let's talk to our real enemy, the Burger King out of Filthy. I want him to kiss the Texas Rangers ring and then talk about how the Cowboys could go in there and take a win on Sunday. Howard Eskin, high-low, and a Blink 182 ticket giveaway all during the commercial-free Expressway after this. Let's get you over. They are offering free shuttles. My guy Hector, look for Alba Limo Buses, free shuttle from parking to Texas Live today for the parade. So, you know that Alba is going to hook you up. Tolos are asking me if I've heard or we've heard the rumor that Creed could be out there performing. I saw Queen with a little Ranger dedication that someone sent me last night.
I don't think. Yeah, I'm not sure if Queen's going to be there, but Creed, there's a good chance.
Queen could be there.
I mean, Queen could.
Minus Freddie.
Who's is Adam Lambert? Is he the new lead singer of Queen?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
You know, it's just fun to have this type of talk and discussion about a championship team here in the Metroplex.
Titletown.
Yeah, Titletown. And there's no one better to share in that glory with than Howard Eskin. WIP in Filthy for Cowboys Eagles on Sunday on this radio station. And Howard is joining us on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Good morning. Would you like to congratulate us on our championship?
Well, the Texas Rangers are a good baseball team. But here's what I think. This is what whoever it is that kind of creates these miracles. One championship parade in 30 years. That's about the quota for Dallas. So you now you got to wait another 30 years to have a parade. So that eliminates the Cowgirls and those that stinking team, because now you've already had your parade. But I honestly, I like the way the Texas Rangers play the game. They mix in base hits with home runs. You knock men in. The Phillies, unfortunately, are just a home run hitting team, and that's what cost them. But I really do like the way they play. And the other good thing that Texas has, a great thing, is they actually have a really good leader in Bruce Bochy. Terrific manager, which like the other end of the spectrum from that dope of a head coach you have for the Cowboys. So it's the opposite ends of the spectrum. You know, Mike McCarthy, it's a joke. It's a joke to have him as the head coach. I'm so thankful for Jerry Jones to keep him around another year. But this is it for him. So, but Bruce Bochy is terrific. So I like the Texas Rangers.
Did your city melt down after you choked away those two games at home against Arizona? How did the city react?
Well, obviously they were in deep despair. They had to close the bridges so they didn't jump the rivers. But the reality is, and I was the bad guy because I tried to explain to people you can't win with just hitting home runs. You've got to have a little bit of a small game, at least a little bit, and knock in men on base. The Phillies were terrible at driving in runners who were on base. They were terrible at that. So I could see it coming because the pitching gets better. Arizona, they don't hit many home runs, but I do like the way they play the game. But no, it was a bad time here. It was really bad. There was suicide watches. There was all kinds of things.
Are you being for real?
Wow.
No.
Okay. Is it is it like, because
it was bad. It was because the expectations in every city, I mean, honestly, in every city, they're always so high when your teams get to the playoffs. But they had 16 to 20 celebrations. These celebrations when you just make the playoffs, then you win this series, and then you win that series. It's too much. It's too much. But so the expectations were so high. Hey, the Phillies have some really good players, but they don't have enough of the way you play the game. So, but the expectations were out of control. They were out of control. Just like you guys with the Cowboys. Every year you go through this because they suck. And they never win anything.
What was the record last year, head up? Do you remember?
Head up doesn't mean – what is head up? Who made the Super Bowl and who didn't?
Who lost the Super Bowl?
Who lost the Super Bowl and who didn't? We didn't lose the Super Bowl. Last night, Chet, we didn't lose the Super Bowl.
By the way, this city has 2 titles in the last 12 years. It's not every 30. Philly has 1 title.
The Mavericks. The Mavericks. All right. Give me a break. Again, you guys live in the past. It's a joke. It is. I'm so happy that I don't live in that city to listen to the nonsense of all these championship teams that never win squat. I mean, my gosh.
Howard Eskin joining us from Filthy, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline. Okay, assess the Eagles' season so far, and are they as good as last year's team?
Boy, I don't think they're as good as last year's team, but it seems like nobody in the NFL is as good as last year. It really is. I mean, I don't think Kansas City's going back to the Super Bowl. I can't see it. And and I'm a Swiftie, but the Taylor Swift effect is killing him.
Wait a second. Howard Eskin's a Swiftie?
Yeah, I'm a Swiftie.
Give me your top two favorite songs.
Shake it up, brother. All right.
Shake it up.
Okay. All right.
I believe that's Shake It Off.
It's Shake It Off, you numbnut. It's Shake It Off, you nimwit.
I'm done. I'm done because in Dallas, that's what you have to do every year with the Cowboys.
Shake it off.
Shake it up. Shake it up. Do you also call it a like story instead of a love story?
No. Hey, listen. It's over the top, and I mean. I know Travis Kelce really well, and he's a great guy, but this is just nonsense already. But I don't think, for a lot of reasons, I don't think the Kansas City Chiefs are going back. But that's the point in the NFL. Are the Eagles as good as last year? Not yet. Can they be? Sure. They have some really good players. They've added some nice players. Everybody adds players going into each season, but they haven't played the way they played for a lot of the games last year, but they still have the best record in the NFL. It just goes to show you the NFL. I mean, who's as good?
You don't think you're better than San Fran at full strength, do you? Look at you.
You dying over there? What's going on? Stop smoking.
Yeah, I'm all choked up with you guys. Purdy is. I think Purdy's getting exposed. So I don't think they have a quarterback. So
y'all have that in common.
I think they are. Oh, yeah. Well, you don't have a quarterback. I mean, that guy's a fraud.
Hey, look, I mean, yours is leading the league in interceptions just like ours was last year, so we're equal.
Oh, did you?
Howard. What was that?
Howard?
Boom. He disappeared. He's gone.
What's going on? Oh, we don't want
Howard?
the guy. Look, this is friendly.
Nice going, Bobby. Look what you did.
We don't trust me.
Howard could take it.
That man has calluses that are 19 times thicker to deal with more than what we're throwing at him right here. So
Too much. I'm too much for him.
Yeah, we'll get him back on. I hope he's okay health-wise.
I know.
Get rid of that. Health-wise. Get rid of the bail. I don't
He's
want
coughing on us and everything.
I know. By the way, Randy Galloway, Choppy has
yo and hello.
Gotten Randy Galloway to wake up for us at 8 o'clock this morning on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Let's see. Yo, man, what's going on over there, Howard?
Hey, you guys are in trouble. You start all this other nonsense, and, the gods up there say, that's enough. You've got to stop talking to these idiots.
Howard, tell us how they're not as good as last year, and has he solidified himself like he's real deal? The questions about him throwing, are all those gone now?
Well, last week he actually started. I mean, it was probably his best game of the season, not the best game of his career, because last year he was terrific. I think the quarterback, Jalen Hurts, has taken steps to get back to where he was last year. The defense, for the most part, has been really good, but it's just it's hard to explain. But last year you just saw them. The Eagles just really kind of dominated a lot of teams. They're not going to win 14 games this year, even though they've got 7 wins now. I don't know how they can win 14 games, but they're still a very, very good team. And right now, they're the best in the NFC. They're clearly the best team in the NFC. And I'm not worried about San Francisco, and I never worry about the Cowboys because they choke.
Oh, man.
Every year. They choke every year. Every year they choke. So I'm not. And what other teams are there? I mean, Detroit. That's nice. They, looks like they're excited in Detroit, but I can't put them in the same class. So who's out there? Seattle, but they're the best team. But the Eagles have room to get better, and I think they will because as you go through the season, it's really difficult when you lose a Super Bowl. Only one team in the last 28 years has gotten back, which is crazy.
Yep.
When you think about that. That's crazy. And the only one was New England, and that's after they lost to the Eagles. So I don't understand why, but long seasons, injuries, things change. But the Eagles are pretty good. They're not quite as good as, but that doesn't mean they're not good, and that doesn't mean they're not better than the Cowboys. The Cowboys suck.
Is the defense what's taking the biggest step back? What's wrong with it?
No, defense, I mean, some games they're just so dominant. And then last week, here's what the NFL does. And this is really, they know what they're doing when they put these schedules up. When you schedule division teams that close together, the two games that close together. Now, they beat Washington and Philadelphia. Last week, within 3 or 4 weeks, those are really tough games when you play the same team twice in that short a period of time. Look at Denver and Kansas City. I loved Denver last week. Loved them. They played twice within 3 weeks. But the NFL knows what they're doing because they try to schedule these games close together because they don't want the same team winning both games. And that last week was just strange to watch Washington just move up and down the field. But in the end, good teams win, and that's what the Eagles did. They came back to win, and they fumbled twice inside the 5-yard line. So it could have been worse. It could have been worse than it was. So the schedule sometimes is a part of why teams win and lose. And the NFL knows what they're doing. They absolutely know what they're doing by doing that. Hey, they have the Eagles and the Giants scheduled twice within 3 weeks at the end of the year. But the Giants are so bad, they ought to go to Division II in college. Are so bad. It's so you don't worry about them. But no, it's just they're a good team. The thing that I know that they're better than Dallas. That I know.
You got swept last year with a better team than you have this year.
And what did that do for you in the playoffs, big guy? Really, what did that do for you? You know, what's that? You're going to have a parade for that? You're going to have a parade for sweeping a team twice in the same – parades every week.
Howard Eskin.
Make yourselves feel good.
Howard Eskin, WIP in Philly. Look, if there's one thing we know, you are going to irritate a GM or a head coach at a press conference. Have you Have you ever covered anyone as insufferable as Nick Sirianni? He He's the most hated coach in the Metroplex. He's such a D-bag. Have you ever covered someone as insufferable as him in that miserable place that you live and work?
He's twice the coach of that idiot you have with the Cowboys. He is Nick Sirianni. You can say what you want because obviously that's what you do in Dallas.
Yeah, he's a douche.
Not that it's right or wrong. Nick Sirianni is one of the better coaches. I'll say in the NFC. I haven't looked enough at the AFC. He's one of the better coaches. He's creative. He's got respect, and the players like him. It's hard to get both respect and the players like you. He's creative. I tell you, you guys can say what you want. He is an excellent head coach, and I like his personality. I did that. You listen to Mike McCarthy. Boy, those news conferences, Mike McCarthy each week are snore fest. There's snore fest with him. Sirianni's good. You guys get over it.
Hey,
you guys are so jealous of everything.
Hey, Bobby, our Cowboys insider is flying out to Philly tomorrow. Give us the city's welcome for him. Where should he go? Where should he take in the sights? Where should he eat? What should he do to?
Where's the murder? How do I avoid that?
Yeah, tell him not to go to Ishkabibbles for his cheesesteak this time.
Well, I'll tell you what. The first thing he should do is find a bridge and jump.
Oh,
because he's not welcome. He's not welcome.
3 suicide references. 3 suicide references for Howard. We're gonna see you in the Super Bowl. He's not welcome. He's not welcome.
He's not welcome. I'll tell you, the first thing that everybody wants to do is when they come to Philadelphia is get a cheesesteak. So there's Geno's and Pat's. They're right across the street from each other in South Philadelphia.
In the hood.
And I'm a Geno's fan, even though Pat's is very good. And there's places that are kind of a little bit further outside the city, which is in the Jim's is in the city. But there's so many good cheesesteak places. Here's what you guys don't have. Is a good cheesesteak. You don't have it because you don't have the bread. I told you that's the secret. The water here is different. Don't ask me to explain it because I don't understand it.
Yeah, it's filthy.
The water here is different, and the bread is not filthy. The bread is so much better here. So you can't have a good cheesesteak without good bread. But the first thing I would tell them is to get a cheesesteak. And the second thing I would tell him is leave before the game because we don't want you.
What happens Sunday, Howard? Give us the prediction.
I think I'm confident the Eagles will win, but I think it'll be close. I think the Cowboys will keep it close. But here's one thing I can guarantee. Guaranteed. Dak Prescott will throw at least one interception, possibly 2. I can guarantity that. Guaranteed.
Okay.
So, and turnovers are the game.
The quarterback leads the league in picks.
Now, you know what? If the Eagles don't turn the ball over, they'll never lose a game. That's how good they are. So that's the only reason they lost the game to the Jets. They were -3 until they threw the fourth turnover was an interception, and that's what won the game for the Jets. That's their only loss. But Dak Prescott, this guy just guarantees you an interception. It's going to start. Water always seeks its level, and Dak Prescott will seek the turnover level that he's had in the past. Trust me on this.
Now, the last time you gave a guarantee, you kissed RJ's ass at the Super Bowl. You remember that, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, now look. In all seriousness,
get pink eye.
The real reason I had you on, I left 2 or 3 minutes for you to talk about James Harden. That's all I really wanted you on for.
Boy.
Yeah. Well, what have you been saying about James Harden, who yesterday gave an all-time quote? He gave an all-time quote. He said, they tried to force me into a system. I am a system.
I am a system.
Dang, what a quote. What do you think of James Harden, what he did to your basketball team no one wants to stay with?
James Harden was a mistake from the day they traded for him. The president who makes all the decisions, Daryl Morey, is a fraud. He was a fraud in Houston. He's never won anything. He traded because he had a man crush on Harden. So he could have gotten Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield from Sacramento, but no, he wanted James Harden. Okay, and that was in the Ben Simmons trade. James Harden is a stone-cold loser. always will be, and always is. Embiid spoke last night after the game. And he said, I don't know what he was talking about. He had the ball every possession.
He led the league in assists.
Well, because he had the ball every possession, and assists in the NBA are a joke. The NBA is a joke. The NBA assists are different now than they used to be. Don't compare James Harden to guys like Oscar Robertson or even Westbrook, because now you can dribble and still get an assist can still go to somebody. That's not the way it used to be. They kind of relaxed the assist rule. He led the league in assists. He had the ball. Every possession he was in the game. It's a joke. He is a fraud of a. Now I know he's going to be in the Hall of Fame because he's got the numbers. He is not a player that will ever win anywhere, and he's not going to win, obviously, with the Clippers. Terrible guy. I never liked him the day he set foot in Philadelphia, and these stupid fans that liked him. It's just now they think the Sixers, because they got rid of him, are going to win a championship. That ain't happening. I'm going to be honest with you about that. That's not happening. As long as Daryl Morey's running this thing, they got no chance. Nick Nurse, I think, is a good coach, but he's got Joel Embiid, who's a really good player, but I don't think he's a winner, and I don't think he's a leader. But he's, really talented, obviously. But James Harden, don't let the door hit you in the ass because you suck as a winner.
Well, look, we hate you. We loathe you. I want you to welcome Bobby when he gets off the plane tomorrow. Tap into the Rangers parade today to check out what a true baseball team looks like, and we'll catch up with you next time.
Since you guys are starved for parade, should I have a parade for him here in Philadelphia so he feels at home?
Yeah! Roll out the red carpet, and we'll beat your rump at the Super Bowl in person like always. Get him out of here. Howard Eskin, WIP, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline, Cowboys, Eagles, Friday edition of High Low.
Ho! It is time for little Eagles Cowboys High Low.
Who won last week, Bobby, with a 3-sweeper?
Yeah, so what does that mean, given Peyton's
Sean
rules?
won.
I won, so what? Sean's going to go first? Isn't that how Peyton normally does the game the following week?
No, Bobby, you're going first.
Oh, thank God. You're actually playing it the right way. Good for you,
Get ready
Peyton.
for Rod Barajas, first one here. There is no Rod Barajas on this one, but the rules have changed just a little bit.
Ooh.
The first 2 rounds, listen up. So the first 6 answers, that's 2 rounds. Cowboys and Eagles, the players that have played on the both. Hold on.
Jesus, use your words.
Yeah, that's why the rules changed. The player has played on both the Cowboys and the Eagles.
Okay.
They had to play for the both teams.
Got it.
But then the final round, the third round, are just current Eagles. Okay?
Current Eagles.
Current Eagles.
Okay.
So the first 6, both the Cowboys and Eagles. Last 3, just the Eagles. So we will start with Mr. Bobby Belt.
Hi.
Right now, they're not winning right now, so, let's see how many people jump off their bandwagon and stay with them, so we'll see Sunday.
Was that recorded with a toaster?
Yes.
I don't know. Dak Prescott.
I don't think he
Did
played.
he play for
No, but I'm not
Philadelphia?
going to throw out a guess and give you guys names.
Oh, smart. I like it.
Clue number 1. Talked a lot of mess about Dallas before joining Dallas recently.
Oh, you thought you had
I
it.
thought I did. Terrell Owens.
Recently.
I know, but
So now for 1 point. Born and raised in Texas, but chose the college life like Jerry Jones.
Gonna get up. Ofer? Old Gooser?
Taylor Swift.
Sorry.
I have no idea.
You guys know?
Yes, Choppy.
So Arkansas, Jerry Jones.
Yeah, no, I got that
Okay.
part. No idea.
Jason Peters.
Dang it.
He had the quote up there, and this was him talking about talking a lot of mess about Dallas, and then he joined Dallas.
I had him written down, but I didn't know the answers to the clues. Okay, let's go. I will go. Am I next?
You are.
Let's go high.
High for 3 points.
I don't think I am, but it's the plays being called, and I love this offense. I love playing with these guys, and it's how it is. I knew what I was coming in here to do. I knew that I was going to be the guy.
Oh, man.
Man, I want to throw out a blind guess, but DeMarco Murray.
Hey.
Wow.
Yeah!
Sean is on the board with 3 points.
That was like one of the two names I had written down.
Yes. Yes.
Good guess.
Yes.
Great guess.
Yes.
Well done.
Is this what Daniel Bryan does? Yes.
Wow, you
Yes.
get the name right. But
Yes.
he just does number one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Look at this guy.
I don't even know if he's still alive or not.
Now it's RJ Choppy's turn.
Daniel Bryan's not dead.
I have no idea.
Okay.
He's a wrestler. Let's go high, Gene.
High again.
I've seen a lot in this league. I'm not married. I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have kids. I just want to play ball and I want to win. I really want to win. And I'm so lucky to be in a spot like this.
Wow.
Oh, hell.
Please.
Stephen McGee. I have no idea if he played for the Eagles at all.
Clue number 1. He peaked early on, but I cannot lie. Later on, he was not great.
I cannot lie. Mark Sanchez?
Thought it was a good clue. I like big butts, but I cannot lie.
What was the?
I thought of Sanchez earlier, but I didn't want to give you guys a clue, so I was.
I heard I cannot lie, and I thought, okay, the guy's last name must be Washington or something.
What was the cannot lie
I
part?
have no
was
idea.
it?
He peaked early.
I like big butts, and I cannot lie. He butt fumbled.
Oh.
Did you write that clue?
No, Troy did, actually. That's why. No, I did. I did write that clue.
Dang it!
What was
Man, that stings me. That stings me bad.
Low.
Oh, gonna go low.
So this
here.
round is still players who play for both.
Yes.
All right.
You gotta win these games, man. You gotta win these home games. We gotta start respecting our home field, respecting our fans, and take care of our business at home. We can't keep falling behind.
Chris Boniol.
I don't think
he played for both.
Did he?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is, so that's okay. We got still 2 clues here, Bobby.
He's such a little baby.
Bobby thought he could go back to back, but no, he can't. Clue number 1 here, 2 points, Bobby. Not a Florida native, but his first name would say otherwise.
What the hell does that mean? Nolan Carroll.
Did Nolan Carroll play for both?
I have no idea if there's a Carroll County.
I think he did, actually. Clue number 2 here, Bobby. Played the majority of his career in Dallas on defense before ending it with a short stay in Philadelphia.
Oh, that was the final clue. Yeah.
Payton, I hope Mackenzie breaks up with you.
Oh! You should DM her, Bobby.
She doesn't follow you back.
Oh my God, he's just getting cracked all left and right. And the early buzzer.
It would be Orlando Scandal.
Yo, the grouch. Oh, no.
Orlando, Florida is in.
That was a good. These are
the
the best clues you've given so far.
Really? Let's go.
These are the best.
I was so happy.
I am winning 3, RJ 2. Look at his powder. Yo, if you see him at the parade, hand him some vodka, please. Get him some vodka shots up in there.
After he does his call-ins.
After he does it.
Before.
I will go. Okay, so this is still round 2.
Yes.
I'll go high again.
High.
I opened up and I trusted, the people that were around me. And when they spoke to me, I felt like they were speaking to them, that they would have my best interests at heart.
Man, could that be? Oh my!
Is he gonna go back to back?
Could that be?
We gotta stop. This fix is in here.
T. Oh, wins!
This is lazy.
Yeah,
this is lazy as hell. This is the same TO clip you used like 6 weeks ago, Peyton.
I don't remember.
It is
that.
like it is also
really?
like
Yes, it was my answer. It was the answer
He's
I
like
had
one
to
of
use.
2 players that we all know.
I don't know about
But
that
it's the
one.
same clip.
Hey, stop. First off, stop being basic eating while we're on the air. Eating your. All right, Chop. See, pull this one out again.
I don't have any names written down anymore. I'm all out. Let's go low.
Low.
People talk about when they talk about Hall of Fame and different things. They said running backs, this and that. Well, I wanted to be a football player, meaning I wanted to help a team out to win.
Running backs. Running backs. I don't know. I got nobody.
It's okay.
Oh yeah.
2 points
it's okay.
here.
It's okay. It's all right, Chuffy. Yeah.
The NFL wasn't his first choice after college.
The NFL wasn't his first choice after college. Rico Gathers.
Scared me for a second.
This running back dominated in the USFL before his 2 different stints in Dallas.
Nobody dominated in the USFL.
This could give me the W.
Oh, you've already got this. Thing's already wrapped up. Ricky Waters.
Bobby, do you know?
Herschel? Oh.
Avion. Well, there you go.
Herschel Walker played for the Eagles. I had no idea.
Yeah. It was like a year.
Well done. Way to pull up some big time names.
So hang on. Okay. All right. Never mind.
Okay.
So now it's round 3 though, Bobby. So these are they're not playing for both teams. It's just current Eagles.
Current
I think you can do this.
It's already over.
Get on the board. Get on the board.
D-head.
It's already over. It's already clinched.
It's
Already
okay.
won.
It's all right. I'll let you guys play longer.
Hi.
We just try to execute the game plan week in and week out. The opportunities was there today. O-line did a great job again. Didn't make my job easy.
DeAndre Swift.
Bobby Bell's on the board.
How'd you know it wasn't like Gainwell?
Because they wouldn't ever talk to Kenneth Gainwell because he sucks.
All right, I'm going to go.
Running up the score, Sean Sharif.
I'm going to go low. I have 6.
Payton, shut up.
Choppy has 2. Bobby has 3.
It was very important, but I wasn't really looking at the contract. I was focused on getting here, getting to know everybody, and then I knew my agents and all that was going to handle that.
Kevin Byard. Little trickery on me.
Ooh, the new guy. That's okay. We got a clue here.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Console me. Caress me.
Might not be the fastest on the field, but off the field, it's a different story.
Man, what great clues.
Who's in porn?
Antonio Cromartie.
It's current, right?
Is it Kelsey?
It's not Kelsey.
Okay.
Clue number 1 here for 1 point. Legal issues didn't stop him after winning 2 championships in college.
Oh.
Legal issues. I don't know. Who is it, Chop?
Jalen Carter, right?
Jalen Carter.
Ah!
Speed kills, man. All right, RJ.
Speed
you
kills.
are.
Oh, that's dark.
Is it?
Yes. Dear God,
Well, that was my first clue. That might not be the fastest on the field.
He actually killed somebody.
I thought
Payton.
Eskin was going to be the
Oh
darkest,
my God.
darkest in the 7.
I'll give you the break that you didn't know that, but he did.
Play one more
Or
out
somebody
loud so
did.
we can all guess that Randy Galloway is coming up.
All right.
You know, he gets a lot of the dirty work at the tight end position, but he embraces it. And, you know, the last 2 weeks,
Jalen Hurts.
he's a big part of the reason we've been able to run the ball so well.
Sirianni?
Lane Johnson.
Give me a clue.
Tight end.
Dallas
Dallas
Goedert?
Goedert.
Sell it.
Tight end.
Tight
The interest. Well
Brett
done,
Selleck.
Payton. Amazing clues. You are the best producer in all the land.
Troy was better.
Randy Galloway celebrates the Rangers on Parade Day. We are the official Texas Rangers parade station. The legend, Randy Galloway, joins us live next.
Yo, and hello. It is time to get you over to Zero Res and get your carpet professionally cleaned the clean way.
105.3 The Fan.
Yes, it is really him. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on your home of the Cowboys and your World Series champion, Texas Rangers. This is the official Texas Rangers parade station. And on the line right now is a guy that RJ Choppy has coaxed out of bed or wherever he spent last night. He is the legend, Randy Galloway. Good morning, sir. How did Choppy get you to agree to this, Randy?
Because he is the Chop, and I told him I don't get up at 8 o'clock in the morning for anybody, but I would do it. I would do it for the Chop. No, glad to be here, guys. Glad to be here.
What time are you getting up these days?
I try to just when you want to. Usually around 9:30.
Okay.
But it may, depending on what happened the night before, it may go. It may go a little bit later. But hey, retirement is good. I do nothing, and I'm damn good at doing nothing. So, and I was, of course, like everybody else. So I've been for the last month. I've been caught up in this wild and weird Ranger run to a, believe it or not, a world championship. So I didn't think I'd see that ever.
You have a unique perspective. You saw a lot of bad baseball. You saw a lot of baseball. You were like one of the, a beat writer. I don't think many people know that you were on the Ranger beat back, years and years and years back in the 70s. Like, take us through your range of emotions watching this run.
Yeah, well, I was an original Rangers beat writer, starting when the team got here, of course, in 72. And I did that 10 years for the Morning News, and then they made me a columnist. And in fact, the guy that then replaced me was Tim Kirkjian. He was just a youngster, about 23, 24 years old as the Ranger beat writer. And Kirkjian's gone on to fame and fortune on ESPN, and he's in the of course, he's in the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. So I did have, there's one little note. But those days were mostly really bad baseball. But it was it was a time. I'd been a sports writer. Hell, I was a sports writer for 50 years before I retired. But I tell you what, you get on the baseball beat, and particularly in those days, 70s, 80s, things have changed now a lot. But I mean, it taught you to become a newspaper man. It was fun and it was tough, and you kind of had to learn protocol around the clubhouse. But I ran into some great characters and guys that, frankly, are still friends of mine. But that was a great time for me back in those original years of the Rangers. And on and off over the years, doing a column, I was still doing a lot of Ranger stuff. But I keep going back to here they win a World Series, and it just goes back to the Grateful Dead and what a long, strange trip it's been, because it has been a long one and a strange one. And for it to get here to this point, I'm still kind of shell-shocked over that. A world championship, and as you guys just talked about, a damn parade. How about a parade, huh?
Are you going to the parade today?
I don't do parades. But I will. I'll probably watch it on TV, though.
Okay.
So I'm kind of interested in how they're going to put 300,000 people or 200,000, all those thousands of people right there in the entertainment center in Arlington. But I'm glad they're doing it there. That's where the parade ought to be. Mm-hmm. To hell with downtown Dallas. And so you do it in Arlington where the team is. Cowboys ever win a Super Bowl? I doubt that will happen. Not in my lifetime. But I said the same thing about the Rangers. But I hope Jerry has his parade right there in Arlington too, if that ever happens.
Randy Galloway.
Yeah.
Sorry, Randy. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, I was just mumbling. Go ahead.
Randy Galloway here on The Fan. Tell us what you loved about this Ranger team and this Ranger run? What did you particularly fall in love with while they were making history and getting this done?
From the start, when the season started, I went, boy, if they could win 81 games, if this could be a 500 team, it would be really a successful season. And then things started building, and my God, they're 20 games over 500 and 23 games over 500 in August, and it was hard to believe. And then, of course, the drop came, and you watched it all unfold. And, of course, everybody knows about the last game of the season, the cross-country flight to Tampa, Seattle to Tampa, and all that. But through it all, Bruce Bochy, because I'm a firm believer, and I know baseball has gone to the geeks, and most general managers, they want to make out the lineup card. A general manager or somebody up there in geek land setting up in the press box or in their deep offices, and they want to make out the lineup card. They want to tell which pitchers can go tonight, this, and this. But I'm still a firm believer that baseball is about baseball people and always has been. And I salute Chris Young. I knew Chris when he pitched here for the Rangers, and loved Chris. And I was really pleased when the Rangers hired him. And then, of course, knowing that eventually he would take this team over. And the first thing he did is go get a baseball guy. Now, hey, Chris Young's an Ivy Leaguer. He could be a geek, and I'm sure he knows all about he knows all about the analytical stuff, all that crap. But he put a baseball man in charge of a baseball team. Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, same way. How about the juggling act he had all season? He's the same way. Sure, he's got all the analytical stuff right there before him, but he's a baseball guy. And that's what happened with the Rangers. Baseball guys took over the team. And I don't know Bruce Bochy. Back in 2010, I was in some interview sessions with him, but I've never met him, never been around him. But God, I mean, I'm inspired by him. And guys, here's what I like. You read quotes from players on this team, and you guys have been doing this for a long time. If you're in the sports, you know if a player's talking about a coach or a manager, he's you can pick up on how sincere they are, what kind of respect they have for the guy. And you can just read the paper, read the internet, and you can kind of pick up on it. But, man, you read the quotes, these players talking about Bochy, that tells you everything you need to know. I mean, the respect factor and the love. Respect and love for this guy and admiration. I mean, it's all there. So that's, I would say, with everything that's going on, that's the Bochy thing. I love. I hope now he just doesn't retire and go back to Tennessee. won another world championship. I hope he stays around a few years.
Well, you mentioned Bochy. Where do you have him? Where does this put him in the all-time manager discussion? I'm sure he's now in the discussion of all-time best manager or all-time great, especially of last half century. Where do you have him?
Hell, I got him at the top. The Rangers won the damn World Series. He's the best manager ever in the history of baseball. And, that's hard to say. How good really, and Joe Torre's the greatest guy in the world. But, I mean, with all those Yankee teams, was that Joe or was that just immense amount of talent? So with so many managers, you don't know. Like, in 72, the Rangers start. Ted Williams comes in as manager. The first three managers I covered, and it was in 3 years. And I've got the greatest trifecta in the world because the first three managers I covered were Ted Williams, Whitey Herzog, and Billy Martin. Wow. Now I'll put that up against anybody. And again, you learn a lot. in dealing with guys like that. And I loved every one of them. Man, I liked covering those teams mainly because of those guys. And then you go. I think Whitey probably turned out to be the greatest manager that the Rangers ever had, and they fired Bob Short, fired him before his first season was over. But what he went on to do is amazing, and the job Ron Washington did there's another guy, and I think he was hired by John Daniels because I think Daniels thought, well, I can control the team. This is an old guy. He'd just be glad to have the job, and Ron tricked him. Ron didn't want to hear that crap, and he wanted to be the manager, and he had some outstanding results too. But the Bochy factor, I put him as the greatest ever. The greatest who ever lived. The Rangers have won the World Series.
Yes, they have. Randy Galloway joins us here, 105 through the Fan. Okay, you mentioned JD. Like, how much credit should John get for this team? He did make some of the moves that put this team together.
Sure, and I don't give him a lot of credit.
You just said sure.
He wouldn't have hired Bochy. You think Bruce Bochy's not going to work? Bruce Bochy's not going to work for John Daniels, nor would John Daniels want Bruce Bochy here. He's going to hire somebody we never heard of and bring him in so he could control him, the geek control. And that's so no, and I know, hey, here's what I've never heard of. And I'm talking to a lot of baseball people on this. I've never heard of a general manager that could survive 6 straight losing seasons and not lose his job. That was impossible. Now, finally, at the end of the 6th losing season, the owner wakes up wherever he'd been sleeping, and the owner wakes up and fires him. Fires his manager, fires John Daniels' manager, and then fires John himself. Yeah, but when you're that bad, that long, you're going to get great draft picks. You're going to pick up some players off the junk heap. And they did, by the way, did a pretty good job of that. And I'm glad to see, some people in the organization hit on some draft picks. And it looks like they've got some more coming with this Langford kid. We'll see what happens with him. But, okay, give him a little credit. But let's don't get carried away on John Damn Daniels, okay, please.
Randy, should the Metroplex fully embrace and fully forgive Nelson Cruz now?
Sure, and I've done that. And you know what? I love Nelly so much. What a great guy. By the way, just retired. You guys know
Yeah.
Retired yesterday, 19 years in the game. I didn't blame him that much, but yeah, I probably did. Come to think of it, I forgive him, and I think everybody should. And I think the hoodoo voodoo wrapped around Game 6, it was in my brain. I mean, I'm sitting there in St. Louis that night. I have a column written that they had won the World Series. Of course, you're on deadline, and then you're banging on the computer, and I had that column written, and then it blows up, but. You have to go to the one strike away twice column. But I knew then that they got no chance in Game 7. The way that Game 6 unfolded, but I mean that hoodoo voodoo wrapped itself around my brain, and I went, forget it. This team is in some kind of evil spirit, and we'll never see a world championship, and then 12 years later, God, here it is. I mean, a world championship. So, all that hoodoo voodoo is gone now. Thank goodness. And I'm just going to rejoice over everybody. I forgive John Daniels. I forgive.
All right, last one. Do you think that this wakes up Jerry Jones? Does this make Jerry change some way? Is Jerry envious? Is he bitter? Is he happy? Is he jealous? What effect will this championship right outside of his stadium have on Jerry Jones?
You know, they should let Jerry ride in the parade. He could get a good look at this. No, I'm just, I think Jerry is happy as hell for the Rangers. I think that's the way Jerry is. Mark Cuban, I don't know. He may be a bit jealous, but I think Jerry is happy for the Rangers, and let us hope that it inspires him. Let us hope it inspires his quarterback. Let's get some inspiration for Dak and maybe a few other people, and bring the Cowboys one of these things too. That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
It would. And Randy, before we let you go, everybody on the fan text here is asking for one: cows lose, cows stink.
Cows lose, cows stink.
There we go. Randy Galloway, man, it's just making this moment even better to hear your voice. So many Tolos are reminiscing. Love having you back on. Thank you so much for the time, man, and enjoy today because you've been sitting there longer than anyone waiting for it.
Yeah, I know it. I'll be watching on TV. You guys have fun. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. The legend,
Thank you,
Randy Galloway on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Why RJ Choppy may be a bachelor after this weekend. Line up, ladies.
Uh-oh.
Next. But first, let me
one segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Robertson ahead, open, Pavelski centers and tapped home by Rope Hintz. And another example of Edmonton, a near miss at one end and a Dallas Stars conversion at the other.
Dallas Stars continuing their red-hot start to the season. That was the call on Oilers TV. Hintz is on a tear. The Oilers struggling against the Stars' first line. They held on. Some people think, some of the Tolos saying another few minutes, the Oilers would have had this game. Wedgwood, most shots he's faced as a pro. He played great in net, stopping, I believe it was 46 shots. They had 25 shots on him in a period. And now the Stars are going to get a tough one against Vancouver tomorrow night. They beat San Jose 10-1 last night. So the Dallas Stars getting it done in Edmonton, and they're getting it done away from the AAC. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell, along with Pepe and Ryan, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on your official Texas Rangers parade station, 105.3 The Fan. And everyone is in love with Randy Galloway back on the airwaves as we just interviewed the old man.
Look, you talked to him for about 5 minutes, and you realize why people liked him.
Yeah. He can get
just like say it, the geeks, just something just like that.
He can get away with saying things because of his delivery. It's so great. So I graduated college, 1 year CBA basketball, came back home.
Wow.
And was at like the ESPN affiliate in my hometown. They were still playing some national radio, and they played Galloway. And I was just like, okay, this is Texas, right? All the stuff that NBC and Fox and all the broadcasts show of Texas, like with the horses and the boots and how do we get from the airport to another city without a cow being involved? That's what I thought hearing Randy Galloway. I'm like, that's Texas. And he's and I asked RJ in the commercial, I was like, was he because you worked at 103.3 for a while, was he as good of a dude as he sounds like? Because I hate when you hear negative, like behind the scenes, real truth about people that you have built up in your mind, and you said, nope, what you hear on the air is what you got behind the scenes.
He was actually better. He was on the radio, or whatever. You thought, he's a hater. He does this and that, because if he doesn't like somebody, no man. Like if you needed, he would go to the bosses for you to get you more money. He would
I do for you, Payton. Like I do for you. You just don't know about it.
Yeah, he does it every day. It comes up and we see it.
He would tell you
especially after high low.
And when I came to the fan, I was like, I talked to him. I asked him, he said, you have to go. He goes, screw this place. You have to go. And just he was tremendous.
Like he just didn't want to work with you anymore.
He didn't.
He's like, that Sharif guy. I've heard of him in Kansas City. You got to.
He's like, you go. I'll be stuck here with Mosley and Estridge.
My only two experience. No, it was who's the guy who did college football sideline reporting?
Oh, Ian Fitzsimmons was there too. Yeah, Ian. He was at that time. He was probably with Ian and Mosley. But Randy, he's a treat, dude. Like and his sayings go forever. Oh, yo and hello. Cows win, cows stink. Hoodoo. I've forgotten about hoodoo voodoo.
Road lizards.
Yes.
Overreaction Monday. He's the Bill Parcells of DFW Sports Radio.
Yeah.
Parcells has the most classic sayings in NFL history. Randy has it for here. My only two experiences with him, first time I saw him was in the Rangers press box, and I saw this nasty, gnarled, slobbery cigar, and I'm like, damn, you can smoke up here? I would like to smoke a cigar, Randy Galloway. Nope. He just chewed it down during the games. So
he would have about 2 cigars per show. Per radio show, and he would
chewing them.
He would chew them. They were the CAO, whatever the brand that is. CAO was and he had them in his pocket, his lapel. He would wear these Dale Hansen Hawaiian shirts, right? And he would have them in the pocket here, and he had a cigar cutter there. He would take one out. The show starts. Actually, the first one was during the prep room. That was when he had one. He would cut them down, and at the end it was his little nub, and he would tear off pieces of paper on his thing to pick him out of his teeth. He would tear off sheets of paper. And then when the show starts, he would bust out a second one, and he would just chew on it.
Yeah.
He would just chew on the cigar the whole day.
So his first love, no doubt about it, far clearing away Rangers baseball.
Yes. There's no doubt about it. Rangers were his number one. He was a great baseball guy. He's a Hall of Fame voter for I think he probably gave up his Hall of Fame vote in the last decade. I assume he had to when he retired. Hall of Fame voter. Great baseball guy.
And the 214 comes in with what was always my favorite phrase of his, which was "Watch the damn game."
Watch the damn game.
If you
it's about the quarterback. Yeah, that's what it was always. It's about the quarterback.
You try to hit with somebody, he'd go, "Just watch the damn game," which is how I feel saying to people about Dak Prescott.
And he said, if you
did you hear his pep talk for Dak?
Yeah.
I did.
Hope Dak gets a little inspired. I love that he put that right in your face.
The only Dallas radio legend that'll let talk to me like that about Dak Prescott.
Some games were a scheduled loss, right?
Yep.
It was a win-loss. It was a loss-win. You lost the game, but you won by playing well in the game you didn't think you'd win. You won the game, but you lost because you barely beat a bad Cardinals team or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? That's what it was. His saying, the empty golf shirt was John Hart. The great Satan was Scott Boras.
Yeah. T.O.
Eldorado Owens. Yeah. He just, I don't know if he just sat in Alito and just came up with these things on his farm or ranch or whatever.
Man, he's the Parcells of DFW.
He really was. He really was.
So thanks to Randy
Brothers
Galloway.
Only. He would do a brothers only phone call segment.
Oh gosh, I forgot about that. He did. And Sean, I don't know if you know this story. He bailed Quincy Carter out of jail.
What?
Randy did. He literally, Quincy Carter had gotten arrested for, I think it was marijuana possession or whatever, and he had always just railed against Quincy out there. So he was like, I'm going to do a good deed, and he posted Quincy's bail to get him out of jail.
Well, I think RJ Choppy could be going to jail after this weekend as RJ's quest to be a man continues. Even at the age of 43, you're going to install your fiance's brakes.
Yeah, so backstory on this one.
Please.
I could hear the brakes squeaking in her car. And then, no, Roddy Rich, it wasn't. But then, now they're starting to grind. It's the metal on metal grind. I was like, okay, we got to fix these. I was like, I feel a little bit upset at myself that, I didn't check them earlier. And make sure you go get your brakes taken care of. I feel it is my duty. Every time I walk by her car, I do stick my finger in her tires. I check the tire. I check the tire.
How do you do that again? Show me that.
I just stick my finger. You just stick your finger down there in stop it, babe. In the grooves of the tire.
Yeah.
All right. It's instead of the penny test, the pinky test. So I do that, but I don't. I missed. I missed on the brakes. So we go to a brake store to get them fixed. And the guy I sort of got, he set us up as marks from the start. And he's like, oh, yeah, well, we'll put this on the rack. We'll take a look at it. He comes back, and the estimate he came back with was $1,300. You crook. $1,300 for brakes?
Is that expensive?
I think it's like double what it should cost.
I gave you a guy. I gave you Mike. Eric Chiafal's former boss. He's the best mechanic I've found in the Metroplex. It's not even close.
You're right. You did. You did. So I was like, all right, we're gonna take a look at this. We're gonna shop around or something like that. I was like, yeah, just take it off the rack. We'll be fine. So then I was like, I got a guy. My buddy Cotton would do it, but Cotton doesn't have a shop anymore.
Sounds trustworthy.
He doesn't have a shop anymore. So I was like, you know what? I'll use YouTube, man. I'll just do it myself. I'm gonna go to. I went to the auto parts store, and I was like, let's just get this done. I bought 4 rotors and the brake pads for $350.
So you YouTubed how to do this?
Well, I'm going to YouTube. We're doing so. Hang on,
bro. This is a hell of a gamble. Like, fixing
huge.
a door, a cabinet. Like, is she okay with this? I know she loves saving money, but I mean, this is life and death.
I got Mr. Handyman Brad that lives across the street from me, the cat dude.
Okay,
the freezer cat guy.
Okay. Freezer cat.
He can help out. He's gonna observe.
You trust him?
I trust him. Yeah, because he works. He's got a box. One of those like old school 70s
check his box
kind of trucks. Those like those Chevys or the Ford, just the box ones. I think they're called a box truck. So he's got one of those. He's been working on. He's fixing it up. So he's got the jack. He's got the jack stand So I'm not going to get, hopefully I don't get crushed. My dad's best friend's father was fixing his brakes as his kid, when my dad was a kid, and they were walking home, and they came home, and the car sitting on top of him. It crushed him. So because he didn't, the jack slipped. So we got jack stands for this, and
So
I'm
you're
going to
being
take care.
supervised.
Yeah, I'm gonna YouTube is supervising me. I ain't putting her brakes on. I am going to become a man.
Supervision
this
for his
weekend.
brake job.
You're going to become a bachelor. Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Sarah, don't let him do it. Make him pony up. Go get someone else to go ahead.
That's crazy money. $1,300 for brakes.
Life and death. There's a life for $1,300.
You ought to be kidding yourselves. You ain't paying $1,300 for brakes.
Mike McCarthy joins us to preview Filthy next.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Keep it healthy.
It is now time for the Mike McCarthy Show, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, as the Monster Week continues with Cowboys and Philly Sunday on this radio station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell with you, joined by Coach McCarthy now. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Doing well. Good morning, gentlemen.
You have any parade advice for us today?
Oh, shoot. Yeah. Just start early, stay late. I mean, I think it's a once in a lifetime event. I mean, yeah, enjoy it. I think that'd be cool.
Did it bring back any Packer memories? Like, we haven't experienced this in a long time, but the whole city is galvanized, unified, people shedding tears, just what a championship can do in terms of bringing an entire community together.
Well said. Absolutely. No, there's nothing like it. It's something that, you'll definitely remember the rest of your life. Is, it's pretty much the moments of, getting on the bus in, 10-degree weather and driving back to the stadium along the streets. No, I mean, great memories. And it's things that, when the men move on into their lives and when they get back together, it's usually one of the topics that come up. So yeah, it's a great memory.
In that 10-degree weather, is there a beverage of choice that's supposed to keep you warmer than others?
Well, ours was actually different. We had a small parade coming back from the airport to the stadium, which in Green Bay is about 3 minutes. So it was a quick parade. But then the next day they had the celebration where they filled the stadium. So that was really cool. So we actually didn't do the big parade, I think as the Rangers will be doing today.
I'll get my dumb question of the week out of the way early. Can you ever borrow from championship teams in other sports where you're like, okay, let's try to take something from them? Obviously, you do it within your own sport in a copycat league, but have you ever done that, Coach? Or is that crazy to think like, okay, we heard that the Rangers did this. Let's try to borrow this approach from a basketball title team or hockey or other sports?
Definitely. I mean, we all the time, frankly. We actually have a clip today in our mental conditioning presentation that's on the Golden State Warriors. Something that they put out there motivationally a few years back, and it just co-aligns with our messaging. Yeah, so those video clips are used all the time.
Mike McCarthy joins us here at 105 through the Fan. With all the hype with the Rangers run, have you guys been able to? It's crazy to think the Cowboys could do this, but fly under the radar a little bit, with a little bit less attention on you this week? I know, right?
I think everybody should definitely enjoy the Rangers championship and all that, but yeah, I mean, things don't feel any different in the building here this week, and obviously we understand the magnitude of an excellent division rival game. So, and that's really where our focus is, and it's going into Philadelphia to win the game.
All right, so how would you compare the approach in this game leading up to Philadelphia versus, say, San Francisco? Same conference, obviously different divisions. So how do you compare the approach between the two?
I don't think approach on a weekly basis is much different. I mean, there's a process to everything you do. So really going back to any week, I don't know what comparable you're looking for. So I mean, we understand that the importance of the game, and really most importantly, what we think of our opponent, and and how we want to attack the Philadelphia Eagles. So that's really where our mindset is.
Coach, as you prepare for Philadelphia this week, you guys got them twice last year, split in series. How different do they look on film from what they were doing last season?
Different what? Personnel?
Just in execution, scheme, style. Obviously, they lost both of their coordinators. Does anything look that much different?
Well, the play call is always going to be different. Anytime you change the coordinators, there's going to be a change. So, but the foundation of what they're doing schematically and their approach is very similar. But yeah, I think that they've lost one game. So I think you look at their productivity and the comparable statistics, you can see things are doing better this year and things that they may have dropped off some. But at the end of the day, they're still winning games.
How much has Jalen Hurts continued to grow as a passer And if you have any additional detail as to how, we'd love to hear that. Just Hurts' growth back there in the pocket.
Well, they're definitely throwing him more so, and I just think, the way he plays, the dynamic that he brings to that offense. Obviously, he's still a young player. I think he's getting better each and every year, but they definitely have opened up the passing game more this year.
Coach, we've talked quite a bit about the tush push or the brotherly shove, whatever you want to call it. Well, what is your take on that play? Do you like that play? Do you think that is too much rugby style, or is that like the oldest play in the sport? What do you think about that play?
I mean, I think it's traditionally called a wedge play, but I don't have no problem with it. It's not against the rules. I think it's like anything in this league. You see trends that schematically that are productive, and and it's really the responsibility of the opponent to stop it, or the trend will continue to grow. So yeah, I have no problem with the play.
Do they do it better than others? And if they do, how? Why wouldn't every team run the same play?
Well, you got to give credit to the men up front and really Jalen. I mean, it's I think a lot of people are trying to replicate it, but they're very good at it, and I would attribute it more to the personnel.
Talking with Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy here on 105 through the Fan. Coach, the last couple weeks, the offense really seems to be finding its rhythm. Do you think that's a function of just spending more time on task, guys getting reps, or is this about some of the tweaks potential that you guys have made and some of the adjustments?
I think it's more just more time on task. I definitely agree with you there. And it's just like anything. There's things we're asking our guys to do differently and create more volume of responsibilities, like particularly in the area of protection. So we're only going to continue to improve there. I think just like anything, when you put subtleties in an offense, sometimes it may take a little longer than you want. I think if you just point to the red zone, since we had some really good opportunities earlier in the year, then we didn't quite connect, and then now we're starting to connect. So I think that's always what you're looking for to improve on. But I think the biggest thing for us when I look at the statistics is you got to look at the type of games we've been in. Half of our games have been in lopsided scores. So I'm not a stat ball guy in the fourth quarter. I'm more concerned of getting your players out and getting your young guys in too. So all those things tweak and adjust statistics, and even when they're the other way, when they're really, really good, you got to look at those too to make sure they're real. So but I think we're you need to take steps, especially in these division games, because you got to score to win in these games.
Do you think Dak's ability these last couple weeks, scrambling, making plays with his legs, do you think that's also a function of just becoming more comfortable within the offense and feeling like, okay, I know exactly when it's not there, what I'm looking for, and I know I'm ready to break the pocket now?
That's something you're always working on as a quarterback. It's just, regardless where you're at in your career, it obviously gets better the more you play, and I'm talking more in the diagnosis and the decision making. That every quarterback has to get more comfortable in the system. It's Dak and I being on the same page in the play calling is we're getting more and more comfortable. So yeah, there's definitely areas of growth there, but that this isn't the first time Dak Prescott's used his feet to be productive. I just think we may be doing a little differently as far as where the volume is, and I'm pointing more towards the scramble drill phrase.
CeeDee Lamb had a fantastic game last week against the Rams. He's been really good these last couple weeks after obviously something that he was a little bit frustrated by, his impact on the game, and something that Dak and CeeDee have talked about very publicly about how that was a good opportunity of growth for them, having those conversations. Just your impressions of how well CeeDee Lamb's played the last couple weeks and how he's responded since that San Francisco game.
Yeah, it's really how we always viewed CD. I thought that last year he, definitely established himself as a number one receiver, and the biggest challenge moving forward for CD is just going to be the attention that he gets by the coverage, and this is a high percentage coverage defense. So we're definitely anticipating him seeing more and more coverage tilted towards him and so forth. And, just got to keep finding ways to put him in position to be successful because, CeeDee's a dynamic player when the ball's in the air, and he's even more dynamic once he gets it in his hands.
Mike McCarthy here on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline 105.3 The Fan. A lot of Cowboy fans cringed when Jalen Carter fell to Philly in the draft. What have you seen from the rookie on tape to start off his career?
It makes impact plays. You look at the rotation. It's probably healthy for any rookie to come in there, into that D-line situation. It's obviously very talented defensive front, but it has a lot of depth. So, what he's asked to do from a playtime perspective is a good pattern to be on as a rookie. So when he's in there, he has been impactful.
Coach, can you talk about Deron Bland a little bit? Obviously, going up against A.J. Brown, he has the record now for 125-plus yards. Deron, I'm sure, will get his turns on A.J. Just talk about Deron stepping in for Trayvon Diggs and the season he's having so far.
Yeah, he's having an excellent season. Obviously, not only just the statistic with the big plays, but just all the way through. And Deron is just such a consistent, young player. Jumping on the scene the way he did last year and playing two positions, and it's really cool just to see him get comfortable in this spot because he plays. He's played at a high level for us, and obviously he's going to be tested by both guys. This Sunday. So, but these are great games for young players to establish themselves in this league, and especially the way the production Alex has been having.
Coach McCarthy, when we talk about it's something that gets discussed, it feels like whenever you're going up against a big-time receiver, a Tyreek Hill and A.J. Brown, whoever else, about the idea of, traveling, are you going to stick somebody on them and travel them? What is that process like? Is that generally just a overriding philosophy for coaches of, hey, we travel against their best receiver regardless of who it is, or is it a case-by-case basis of the receiver that you go against?
Well, I think those conversations in the spring when you're putting together your menu of defense is really where the philosophy component comes into the play. But I think when you get into season too, it's because sometimes it's just not the fact that I'm going to travel. It's the other pieces in the secondary that are affected by it too. So it's not as simple as I believe in traveling. He travels. There's obviously more to it. There's a game plan specific where the receivers lining up, how many personnel groups are playing in. So all those things go into effect. But everybody has a chance to put their menus together. But when you get into the season, your selection is usually has to do with the health of your team and the other pieces involved.
Coach, I know you're going to the other side of the state, but I've been meaning to ask you. My buddy texted me asking for a recommendation: Aiello's or Meneo's pizza.
Oh man, history of how it all created, but from when my family back there, that they've all switched to Meneo's is the proper way of saying
Meneo's.
it. I've all my preference was always Aiello's.
Pittsburgh has good pizza?
Who knew?
Who knew?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I thought y'all just had that sandwich you threw like 12 things on.
Manny's.
Yeah. Well, pizza. Oh, no. Coach, thank you for the time. We appreciate it. Best of luck on Sunday. We'll be rooting for you. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Take care, man. Thanks.
Mike McCarthy. Game. RJ's 5 things he wants to see. We need the actual pick for Sunday. Cowboys, Eagles here on the Fan. And what about the Rangers winning it next year? Final hour of championship week with a championship hour on your official Texas Rangers parade station, 105.3 The Fan.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Into right, well hit. Back at the wall. It's off the wall. 1 run scores. Here comes Berkman. Freeze has tied it.
Can we finally forgive? That is the question that we are asking on social media. Nelson Cruz retired yesterday. Are you finally over it? Because you get to celebrate a championship today on the official Texas Rangers Parade Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Payton, and Rai leading you up until 9:40 when we start the official parade coverage with the KMC Masterpiece in Arlington. These are just some of the Tolos responding to whether we can forgive Nelly or not. Yes, didn't know he was still playing. The Jackie Smith of the Rangers, never. For me personally, I wouldn't say the play is forgiven, more like forgotten. It still stings. Wouldn't have been there without his ALCS performance. Yep. Even Bill Buckner was forgiven eventually. Never forget, never forgive. Nope, we should have had 2. Yes, sir, he already was forgiven, but now is extra forgiven. Yes, get him to the parade today. So these are the hundreds of responses flooding in on whether we can let Nelly be Nelly after he retired.
Yeah, you really gotta forgive Nelly for just carrying this team all the way to the World Series to begin with.
They lose in the ALCS without Nelson Cruz.
Like that,
I don't know if I believe in that in sports of, well, we never would have been here without him, unless like someone's totally carrying you. Like, I don't know if I'm forgiving you making an epic all-time mistake because you were really good in rounds before. I don't know. That's a bigger topic.
But here's
he hit walk-offs. He hit a walk-off home run. He got them. He tied games late.
He was the MVP.
Yeah, he had 6 home runs in that ALCS in close games.
And he didn't make a mistake. Like, you say it was a mistake? It was an all-time mistake. Like, I don't consider that a mistake.
He should have been playing back. It's the defensive alignment. That's on the dugout to me.
Yeah, I don't think he made a mistake. He didn't get to a ball.
Yeah.
Like, that to me is not a mistake.
It was like a play maybe a little bit outside of his capability.
Right. Like, a mistake is Jose Altuve in the ALCS when he didn't touch second. Yeah. That's a mistake. An error, I don't consider an error in baseball a mistake. When you just boot a ground ball, that's not a mistake. Like, that's baseball.
Bobby was also trying to figure out the signature Ranger moment of this run before the World Series, and I think we all settled on Evan Carter's catch.
Yeah, that Evan Carter catch, and then Altuve just kind of bungling the bases and trying to get back to first. That, to me, was the play of the playoffs for the Rangers.
And I think the inning of the playoffs prior to that was the second inning in Baltimore Game 2, where they won Game 1.
Oh, and they just started shelling
and
them.
Baltimore took a 2-0 lead, and then the Rangers immediately come back and score 5, and they wind up winning 11-8 or something like that. If they don't score that 5, it's 0. Who knows what happens in that game?
We had Tolos at 5:30 a.m. camped out in the parking lots in Arlington. KMC and the G-Bag Nation are going to be broadcasting right now. John G just sent me what it looks like out there, but let's go to our guy. Chris Arnold just arrived, who's going to be part of the 105.3 The Fan coverage. CA, good morning, brother. What is it like out there?
Good morning. It's a scene. I can't even tell you how many people are out here already. It's got to be, I don't know, 10, 20,000. I mean, it's all over. They're lined up everywhere. In fact, I got some Ranger fans at Tolos right here with me. They're surrounded. What's your name, man? Jose. Jose, how long you been a Ranger fan? About 40-some years. Look out. How big is this for you? Oh, it's a dream come true, Been through the thick and the thin and the heartbreak, so we're here. We did it. Look out, I got a guy right here with a G-Bag flag. What's up, guys? What's your name? EJ. EJ, how long you been here today? Just got here? I got here about 2 hours ago. Just been chilling right here at the start. What are you wearing, ma'am?
I'm wearing a tutu because I'm too excited.
Yeah. Mark McLemore just pulled up in the parking lot a little while ago. I was fortunate to get over here early enough to get a little parking spot. Fellas, it's going to be crazy. But I will say this, there's a very large law enforcement contingent. They're very friendly, But they've handled this kind of stuff before. I shouldn't say a parade. They've handled all the traffic around AT&T Stadium and Globe Life Field. And imagine there's been a couple occasions where you had Cowboy games and Ranger games on the same day. So they've seen it all. Plus, let's throw in they had the Bad Bunny concert as well. Where there was a Ranger game. That was insane. You can imagine them handling all of this. I think they can handle it. The weather's fantastic, by the way. It's going to be a beautiful day.
Chris, any advice like getting in? Was it already slammed? Is it going to be a madhouse here? Do we need to let Bobby go a little bit early for crosstalk to make it out there? What was it like getting in?
I think he should come early as soon as he can because I can't guarantee. Okay, some of the players are coming in buses. Hang on a second. I'm right across the street from Globe Life Field. The fans are cheering because the players are coming in like these big vans, these white Sprinters, and they're like, whoa, and they're surrounded by police cars, so everybody's kind of going kind of nuts. So it's quite a scene out here. That's all I can say. And, I mean, they're lined up all up and down the streets. Bobby, I would suggest maybe you come down Collins, maybe.
Okay.
I have no idea where you might be able to park because they're going to start barricading the streets soon.
Chris, any comparisons to how you think this will be to Mavs 2011 parade?
It might be comparable only because the Mavs parade in 2011, I was at all the parades. I was at the Stars parade. Yeah, that's how long I've been around. Cowboys parade.
Oh, man.
Because, I've been covering the Rangers since 1980. This is probably more heartfelt, even though the Mavericks has the first time they had won, and they had the big disappointment in 2006, and they exercised all those ghosts. I think they're just Ranger fans here who are like grandparents and stuff, too, had never thought this team would ever win. It's like the Cubs. Like, all of a sudden, the Cubs were to win. Just put it in that kind of – you got an entire family. But the day of the Mavericks game, or the Mavericks parade, it was absolutely perfect weather, just like today, a little bit warmer, but it wasn't hot. It wasn't 100 degrees yet. And as you saw the love with Dirk and We Are the Champions and all of that, this is going to be amazing because, seriously, you could not ask for a better day. A little brisk out here, but the high today around noon is going to be 71 degrees.
Oh, perfect.
Chris Arnold on the scene in Arlington, part of our coverage, kicking off at 10 o'clock on your official Texas Rangers Parade station, already getting the interviews with the Tolos out there. Thank you, CA. We appreciate you. Stay safe.
Got you down.
877-881-1053. Any tips y'all may have? What are people saying on there for the Tolos who also are going to be driving out there?
They're saying they're saying get there now. Get there now. It is going to be a madhouse. So if you don't mind walking, I'll just start. If you don't mind walking, your best bet is probably going to be to park north of 30 in that. There's not a Walmart there. There's a bunch of restaurants and bars. Or just north of 30 on Lamar, right there. It's about a mile walk. If you don't mind walking, that is probably going to be the easiest spot. If you don't want to walk, man, I don't know. It is going to be a nightmare. Probably on the other side of AT&T Stadium is the way to go.
All right, let's get to RJ's 5 things, and y'all get in the predictions. Cowboys, filthy. Eagles are favored by 3. Bobby is flying out as our Cowboys insider tomorrow. 877-881-1053. We also have the degenerate picks. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Then we will crosstalk with KMC at the parade at 9:40. Give us your preview.
All right, 5 things you want to see from the Cowboys this weekend. Number 1, item. One of my favorite things in a lady's body is the legs. That's one of my favorite parts of Dak's body, too. The legs. All right, use them legs. He's got them. He's still got them. Might as well use them. There's no doubt his game is more electric when he uses the legs. There is no doubt his game is better. He doesn't have to run past the line of scrimmage, but he can use them legs to roll out. I think him, throwing on the run is it's a huge advantage for him. That's number 1. Number 2, actually let Jalen Hurts use his legs.
Oh.
Let him do it. They've barely used him in the run the last couple weeks, so let him, which means when you sit back, I don't care if it's Tom Brady. No quarterback wants to face defenses that are just out there covering people. Don't even bother spying. Just worry about covering the receivers. You got to have enough to deal with A.J. Brown and Devontae. You got enough to worry about with their receivers. Cover those folks. Let Jalen do it. Jalen's got a bum knee. He ain't going to be the same effectiveness. Number 3, Man, I don't know how you do it, but stop the tush push, that stupid little end around thing they did last week.
It's actually called a wedge.
Yeah, whatever. They find themselves lined up for one. It's hard to stop a guy who squats he squats a school bus. I don't know. So just find a way to stop it. Do you think they did that real quick? Do you think they did that little end around last week specifically to put it on tape for the Cowboys to pay attention to?
Not necessarily the Cowboys, but the rest of the league probably. Just like, hey, this is here. This is something we could do out of it.
What was the better approach? To save the wrinkle to shock someone later, or to change the way teams are going to defend the play that they're going to run 99 times out of 100?
Probably change it up, because the wrinkle's just a one-off. It's a one, but now they've got to account for that.
Okay.
So now you got to have somebody that's not necessarily in the pile, in the muck.
Yep.
And now you got to keep him out there. Number 4, keep feeding CD. Philly's going to try to neutralize him somehow. That opens things up for Cooks and Gallup. Boy, that'd be nice if Michael Gallup got going. They should have big days if the quarterback's on target and they're open. But keep feeding. If you keep going to CD, keep forcing it to him. I love that. And then 5, be aggressive. The Eagles love to go for it on fourth down.
Aggressive.
BEAGGRESSIVE. You don't let them get extra serious by being conservative. Remember, punts are turnovers. I'm going to make it into a t-shirt. Punts are turnovers.
You're going to start a footballism store?
Yeah.
What's your pick and why?
I think the Eagles win. I think the Eagles win because they're playing at home. And they're going to split. The Cowboys will win when they're here. The Eagles will win 27-21.
Okay.
And the Cowboys will beat the Eagles when they come here in a couple of weeks.
Bobby, who and why?
EGLGES Eagles. Yeah, and I mean, it's same sort of line of thinking. I anticipate that they're going to split. I think it's really difficult to cover up all of the receivers that the Eagles have. Going to the link is never easy. Although Dak Prescott, his last 3 starts against the Eagles, the Cowboys averaged 44 points per game. So they put up points against them typically, but I got the Eagles in a close one, 28-27.
I also have 28-27, but the Dallas Cowboys are going to win.
Whoa!
Yes.
All right.
I just have a feeling. I'm not going to give you a whole ton of why,
They beat the best team in the NFL, according to you.
I just have a feeling that Dallas is going to go in there. They're not afraid. They know that they can beat Filthy. They have been screwing around and gambling despite getting wins in Philadelphia. The Dallas Cowboys go in and keep the amazing Metroplex feeling going by beating the Eagles 28-27.
I am right with you, Sean. I have it a little closer. I have 31.
A little closer than 28-27?
I'm not sure how it's going to work.
Tie.
No, I think it's going to be a high-scoring affair. I have 34-31 Dallas. I think
Not closer.
Dak's going to he's upset that he didn't play in Philly last year. Cooper Rush had to take over. He's going to ball out. I think this is the start of the Cowboys taking over the East right here.
All right, so Choppy and Bobby have the Eagles. Pepe and I have the Cowboys. Who does RJ have with his degenerate picks for the weekend?
All right, I've got just 2 NFL selections for you. I got a few in college, though. Let's start with college football. I like Ole Miss -3 against A&M. A&M doesn't have a quarterback, man. I'm sorry. They don't.
A coach.
Or a coach. And Ole Miss can score enough.
What did Jimbo say? The goal is bowl eligible.
Let's be bowl eligible.
Yeah,
people.
that goal is bowl eligible, man.
Goal is bowl.
So I have no idea how this is a 3-point spread. None. I am all over Washington -3 at USC. All over it.
Because it's still Caleb, and they'll still put up points at USC.
We were talking on my BetQL podcast, I do.
Well,
how Caleb is not the number 1 pick anymore.
Disagree. I still think he's the number 1 pick.
Shador.
You're wrong. Notre Dame -3 at Clemson. Clemson's got 4 losses. Oh, baby. They are circling around Dabo. I like Georgia -15 against Missouri. I think Georgia hit their little skid where they struggled in back-to-back weeks. They're starting to roll. And then Wyoming -6 against Colorado State. Wyoming's a different team at home. NFL, same game, 2 picks. Kansas City, you might be able to get it at 1.5. I got it at 1.5. I see it now at 2. So see what you get it at. Kansas City -2. And I like the over 50.
Kansas City -2 against who?
Miami.
Oh, the early game.
This is the worst. This is the worst. NFL, I get it. This is bad. And then I like the over 50.5.
Over 50.5.
That's a low number, is it not?
I feel like it is. Miami's got a bad defense and a good offense.
Tyreek says, get ready. I'm going to shred y'all. Tolo D, it's a madhouse here in Arlington. Free parking at Silver
City
12 at AT&T. Get out here as soon as you can. Tolo D, one of our top Tolos of all time. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the keys to filthy, his selection, and then a Rangers Parade crosstalk with KMC, all next on The Fan. Talk with KMC coming up at 9:40 here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Nick Eatman is heading out to Filthy with Bobby tomorrow. Nick from DallasCowboys.com is brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. I appreciate you retweeting the show lineup that you were so honored to be a part of, Nick. Good morning.
Good morning. I felt like, I was batting like ninth, but that's okay. Like with that group, that's what I mean. I'm just happy to be in the lineup.
It's been a good group. Mike McCarthy scoffed at this question, but do you think it's been a little bit quieter over there, or just for the buildup of Cowboys, Eagles in general, with all the Rangers celebrating?
Yes. I do feel like it from our standpoint. It has been. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about that. A lot of podcasts, that we do. I know yesterday was filled with Ranger stuff, and that's fine. I do the show that I do. I kind of write down every state that from every caller that calls in. So just trying to see how. I don't know why I do that, but like it's always like Virginia, New York, California. They don't care about the Rangers. They care about the Eagles. They care about this game. So I can understand why he would think that way because they're here working these long hours and they're focused on this. But yeah, from our standpoint, it's kind of split. The Mavericks are playing well. The Stars have started off pretty well too, and then of course the Rangers. But it comes Sunday, everybody's focus will be right there.
Are you getting a lot of people saying, "Oh, will this wake up Jerry? How's Jerry going to feel watching the Rangers parade? It's going to finally, whip him into shape to get things going."
I think he would use the word cute. Like that's cute that that they got that. No, I don't think there's any animosity or anything like that. They're neighbors, they're partners. I think they're excited about it. And they should be. But I think everybody kind of knows they're on different levels. But I don't. I mean, I don't know. I've heard that. Does this put more pressure on the Cowboys? And I'm just thinking, Mike McCarthy's won 12 games in a row, 2 years, in a row, 12 games. And if they don't have 12 wins this year, don't go to the NFC Championship game, and there's going to be a lot of talk about his job. So if that's not pressure, I don't know what else is. I mean, it's just completely different.
Nick Eatman, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline. So without trying to use hindsight with what happened against San Francisco, how has the buildup been different this week in another NFC measuring stick? And how much more confident are the Cowboys in an Eagles team they've had success against versus that San Fran week we all hyped up?
Right. This is different. I mean, because they hadn't gotten over the hump with the 49ers, and then here they are. Let's see if they can. And then it was worse than what they've seen in the last two games. This one with Philly, I think it's different. Obviously, with the division team, they know each other a lot better, and I think there's a lot more confidence with this team going. Not only can we beat the Eagles, but we can go up to Philadelphia and we can win. We can play well there. We've seen it. We've seen it happen. We've seen Cooper Rush go up there, and they had chances to win the game the first time around, but up there. But I just think the confidence is different, and plus I think that they feel like they're playing better. I mean, that 49er game was only 2 weeks removed from a really, really bad loss to the Cardinals. So here they are. They've had 3 weeks since that game. They've had 2 wins. They're pretty healthy, from that standpoint. So I think the confidence is a lot higher.
Is this a situation where both teams know they can beat the other team, but both teams also know it's like we're probably going to split anyway? Is that kind of? I don't want to say that's how they go into approaching it, but they just know it.
I don't know if anybody feels like they probably will split, even though we kind of think they probably will split. I don't know if they think that way. I think the first part, what you said, I mean, Philadelphia, they know that like these division games are tough. I mean, like they should know it more than anybody. Washington is not that great of a football team, but they played them well. We've seen that too. So I think everybody kind of knows these division games are pretty close.
Nick, do you think that this is obviously going to be something where the run defense for Philadelphia is one of the best ones in the NFL? Do you think there's still going to be a sort of, for lack of a better word, hard-headed commitment to, hey, we've really got to do something to establish this run game? Or do you think this is a game where it's like, hey, we got to take off the kid gloves, like we really need the passing game to get going here?
Yeah. It's a good question. I mean, they have to move the football. I mean, they have to move the ball. They have to stay on the field. They have to score points. So, if you want to be stubborn about it and say this is how we're going to do it, that's on them. This might be closer to that Buccaneers game 3 years ago where they started out the season. They just said we're going to have to throw it. I mean, they have to move it. So they could try. You try to run it. They like the play action. Play action obviously doesn't work if you're not running it and not running it well. So I do think that they'll try to run it, but I think that you can't be sitting there all day long just sitting there trying to do that and getting off the field and punting and all that. They have to go score. I think they're going to throw it a little bit more.
The snaps between Tolbert and Gallup have started to get closer and closer. Is that more of a competition or a job up for grabs than the Cowboys have talked about?
I don't know if they're not going to say that. This one. I said this last week. This is one of those positions where you can kind of you're only somebody like you is looking at snap counts where you can say, all right, it's getting closer. But like this is one where you can throw Tolbert in this package and Gallup in this one here and all that. I don't think they're making a huge change here. I think Gallup's still going to be a part of the offense. He had a good third down catch the other day, extended the drive, but I don't think he's not going to be a big part of this offense. And I think most of that is because of CD. I mean, I think they've learned their lesson there. Like get CD the ball and get Cooks the ball a little bit more, and how it trickles down to the third and fourth receivers and tight end is how it trickles down. But make sure these two guys get the ball.
What's your pick?
Well, I don't feel great about this game. I really don't. And about 5 minutes ago, up to about 5 minutes ago, I was going to go and not pick the Cowboys. But I'm not picking this team. I'm not picking that green team. Okay, screw them. Not doing that. So I'm sorry. If I haven't picked against the Cowboys this year, I haven't. Maybe for another day. But I'm not doing it today. Okay, they're good. There's no doubt about it. This is a really, really good team. But, they can be beat, and they can be beat by this team, so why not? Because I'm sure as heck not going to be sitting there picking them to win. So, you know what? If the Cowboys lose, well, they lose, but I'm not picking it for this game. Sorry. 27-26 Dallas.
Hey, Payton, can you get closer than that score, 27-26? Power rank the road NFC East places that you have to go?
For me, that I have to go. I mean, you're not talking about the team has to go, right?
No, just when you go on the road, the NFC East.
Philly number one, then the Giants, and then the Gap, and then there's another Gap, and then just let it sit for a second. I know dead air is not good, but if we could let it breathe, and then Washington's fifth out of those three. I'll put Washington fifth. Philly won. Philly's not a bad trip. Not a bad trip at all. Press box good, and all that. You can go to Patterson, whatever, blah blah blah. But that's one, and then Giants are two, and then after about a nap, then you go Washington.
Nick Eatman, Boomer Jack's Barn Grill Hotline every Friday, getting you ready for the Cowboys and the Eagles Sunday on this radio station. Health wise, how's the team looking?
I feel like pretty good. I mean, Tyron Smith, and again, if McCarthy said it to you this morning, I wouldn't. I didn't know. I didn't hear that. I apologize. But
we don't ask about injuries. I don't really see a point.
Yeah, you asked about pizza. I did hear that part of it.
Wow, is that a shot? Okay.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, no, it was the end. I heard the end. That's how you end it. That's good.
Plus, I'm jealous. I can't have pizza anymore. It hurts my stomach. So
who knew that Pittsburgh had any food to write home about or anything?
My buddy went on this baseball road trip, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Baltimore. And he said Pittsburgh was like by far the best city. It's like one of the best cities he's ever been to.
I'm glad we chose Eagle Week to ask him about Pittsburgh pizza. No, you're not signing off on Pittsburgh?
Not
enough smokestacks for you?
No, I'm good. I went to that place where you were talking about, that sandwich place. They put everything, but they put like a napkin in there. I mean, they put everything in there. It's not good. It's whatever. It's cool. But we're not playing them right now. Philly, cheesesteak, good. That's Rocky and cheesesteak. I mean, that's where it ranks for me about the good things about Philly.
Nick, we appreciate it. Have a fantastic trip, and we'll catch up with you to recap on Monday, sir.
Y'all be safe at the parade if y'all going. Be safe.
Bobby, I already just threw him out of the studio, and Chop will be heading out there momentarily. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. I cannot wait to get on this Zoom. Live on the fan. Ryan, we got a Zoom. Are we going to have a Zoom going with
yeah,
them?
we do.
Yeah. Live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Your first look, if you're not heading out there, of the Rangers Championship Parade. Rangers crosstalk with KMC. Bassy told me there's 100K out there already. He said there's 100K. Wolchuk texted, said, if you have not left, get out here now for the parking. Let's check in on the celebration on the official Texas Rangers Parade Station. Crosstalk with KMC is next.
Let's get you over to Ken.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish this year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
This is a World Championship crosstalk.
Yes,
Live from Globe Life Field. We are just pretty much right in front of where it says 2023 World Champions, where the stage is at for the Texas Rangers, guys. This is unbelievable. I know that Gavin Dawson thought maybe 100,000 people for the parade total.
No.
There's already 100,000 people out here because we had to walk around the stadium to get to this broadcast site. And Kevin, I'll start with you.
Hey, can you get on the? I know you're doing a lot, but I'm dying to see what it looks like. If you can get on the Zoom,
we didn't get a
there's no Zoom link.
but we're told that an iPad's going to be set up out here. It's just not done yet.
Okay.
Well, let me help you out, Sean. You want to know how many people are out here? Ranger fans that got here at 6 a.m. Let's go, Rangers! Let's go, Rangers! Let's go, Rangers!
Can you guys hear that?
Yeah, no, we can't. He's not talking to a microphone.
All right, so
This is insane, man.
So the people that are on the fence that'll be able to see this parade the most, I asked them, I said, what time did you get here? And they said somewhere between 5 and 6 a.m. If you were on the fence at 6 a.m., you were here. Anything after 6 a.m., you're not on the fence.
I got nervous because I saw Snapchat stories from 4:30 in the morning, and I was like, oh, man, I need to get in gear and let's go.
Yeah, so, guys, this is really special. I was just thinking, Corey, about when we see this on television, all the other teams, the 99% of our lives, we're going to see another team celebrate championships. Yep. This is our 1% time. Because they're like, all right, do your parade, get it over with. Let's talk about next year because we've been sitting out a month or so waiting for this to end. But this is that 1% where we're part of the parade, and I don't know. I'm going to leave it to you, but I'm expecting at least 500K out here,
man,
at least.
I don't know how to put a number on this great state of Texas, and what we do. So that's a difficult thing to say. But I will say this. I had to go find the restroom, and I got into the Miller Lite Club over there. That was pretty awesome. I was able to get in and out real quick. But on my way, it wasn't people high-fiving me because they knew I'm Corey Majors from the fan.
Well.
It was people high-fiving because, hey, we won the damn World Series, everybody. And everybody here is just really excited and ready to celebrate and party right now. It's a great environment because everybody's happy. It's a very happy, joyful celebration about something really great right now. It's just a lot of people that are just wanting to fellowship and hang out with all the people that they know are Rangers fans today too, man.
All right. So if I get out there, let's say I'm leaving here at 10. I get
good luck.
I think you'll be okay, but there's a lot of the parking close to B lot is pretty.
All right, so here's my question. I'm gonna have to go home. We gotta grab Sarah. We wouldn't get out there until 11:30.
They need to come up to the studio right now, and you need to leave together.
Yes.
Well, that's not happening. Would I be able to get? I'm gonna park on the other side of 30 and walk.
Okay.
Would I be able to get inside the barricade, inside of Texas Live, or is that going to be just
Texas
no?
Live is wide open right now. Texas Live is wide open.
You can get here.
One of the things that we did, we were talking with Chris Blake a minute ago, and he was like, I feel a lot more comfortable parking somewhere and then traveling through all this on foot.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot easier to navigate when you're on foot. If you're going to drive, you're not getting on this side of 30, man. It's probably not going to be an easy venture for you.
Yeah. What other advice would you have for everyone stuck in their cars right now, or like thinking about or heading out there?
Yeah,
see if you can use the bathroom ahead of time.
Park it and just leave your car there. I'm sure it'll be there later on.
There are porta
joking. It's a
potties
bad idea.
in parking lots. There are porta potties, so I know that we walked by some.
Oh, we did?
Porta potties.
Bring a hat, maybe some sunscreen just in case.
Yeah,
those are our tips.
The
Yeah,
sun's
man,
out,
like
dude.
the sun's out.
What's the UV? I got to check the UV. If it's under a 4, I don't even bother with sunscreen.
There's a cloud in the sky right now. But I will tell you, there's right behind where we are, tons of Tolos, Mike. I don't know if they all stopped you as you were walking.
And they're closing down the streets for the parade. So
I think at 11:30
because trying to even get inside that perimeter to Texas Live is going to be tough.
Yeah.
After a certain point, right?
You're RJ choppy though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard Galloway this morning with you. He said he wouldn't do it for anybody, but he'll do it for the chop.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. I can just tell him that.
How many
great, by the
drinks are
way.
you going to have, though, Corey?
Well, during the day today,
Yeah.
none. I'm not feeling too great. I'll be honest. I told Kevin earlier. I think I got whatever crap he had.
Yeah.
It was from the kissing session, obviously.
Oh, my Lord.
Because we were celebrating a Rangers World Series.
Worth it.
dude.
Worth it. Mono's worth it.
Yeah, exactly. For a World Series, you said that you would
That's
suck Rafael
true.
Palmeiro's Congress-pointing finger.
I would.
And so you say you wouldn't give me a kiss if we won the World Series? Of course you
So
did.
I have this question, and I know I'm. This is for the audience listening. So I call it the Texas Live lot, but I believe we're in the B lot, right?
Yeah.
Where we're really close to the Nolan Ryan statue. Is they have 3 major stages set up. Are they going to have multiple players at multiple stages?
I think those are boards, like they're video viewing boards of the parade. So
okay.
even if you're on the parade route somewhere and you don't make it over to this section,
Okay.
you can still see the stuff that's going on the main stage.
Let me ask a really main stage.
main
Let me ask
stage.
a really dumb question. If you miss like the buses and everything, you think it's still worth going out there to they're gonna head into the stadium afterwards and do all the
No,
ceremony? How's that
I
working?
don't think anything's inside the stadium. I think everything will be done in the
Out
B
here,
lot.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think
B
all
lot.
the like when Bochy talks and Seager and I'm sure Simeon. And
Okay. On
I
stage.
think all of it will be outside. I don't think anything is going inside the stadium
Look,
today.
the parade doesn't start for 2.5 hours, and it's already happening. If you love the Rangers, I think it's worth being out here. It's super cool.
Kevin, do you remember that moment, though, when all those dark tinted vans started pulling up?
Oh, yeah. So everybody went crazy because they thought it was the Rangers, and then the cops told us it was the city council, and everyone was like, yeah!
City council.
Biggest pop a
So-
city council has ever gotten.
Corey,
Pop.
we do have Jerry Jones coming up at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock.
Oh.
Yes, we do.
My main question to him, and I'm just wondering what you think about this, I'm going to say, so is your parade route in Arlington too?
Yes, I think that's a great. Actually, I really do. I think it's an interesting question. If you thought about that, what parade route do you want?
Oh, don't you.
If you do,
You know
that
what?
at
It
some
has to
point-
be. It has to
Yeah.
be. They ponied up $1 billion, right? For that
I
stadium.
still think, I think he's going to lean into the bit and be like, as long as I'm running it, we don't need one. You know what I'm saying? And everyone around the country will be like, yes, thank you for saying that.
Throws out, we're the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know.
Oh,
about
my
you.
God.
I'd be like, Jerry, do you know what the sound is in the background? Like, I'll give you 3 guesses. And he won't be able to recognize that it's actually, people at a parade.
A parade.
He knows. Randy was right this morning. Jerry is happy for the Rangers. He is. He's happy for the community. It's a good environment. He's excited for that part. He told us last week, but he did tell us that he has all the feelings.
And he's a little jealous,
Envy.
too.
Jealous.
Yeah.
Envious was the word.
Yeah.
Well, and Bochy told everybody, after the game the other day, these guys inspired me. That's my question for Jerry is what's going to inspire you to make those bold moves to get something like this?
Ask him if he's embarrassed.
I'm not going to do that today.
Are you embarrassed?
Are
you embarrassed?
So are y'all set up right at the stage?
Literally, where you see
Yes.
the stage, that's where we are.
Where there's, I guess, 10 cameras to broadcast this, all the major networks, and I see a Univision sign right there.
See a
Yeah.
Teabag Nation's flag right there. Look at that one, baby. Look at that, Colo, baby. That's what I'm talking about. What's up?
We're right in front of the stage. So there's about, I don't know, 15 rows of chairs set up, white chairs where
Nice.
family members and stuff will sit. We're right behind that.
Wow. So
Right.
this is you went to the did everyone go to the Mavs parade?
I did, yes.
I did not.
I
did
was
not.
inside. I had a suite from the Staubach family.
Oh, my
Well.
goodness.
Yeah,
Wow,
and
what a-
so I sat there the whole time. Sean, my story there was my kid was 3, 4 years old. He didn't want to sit where he was anymore. He wanted to walk around. So we walked around the platinum level, and we hear this singing going on. I was like, what's this? I throw Avery on my shoulders, and then Dirk comes back in, and the entire team walks through, and Dirk high-fived Avery. And so we have that memory. It was pretty awesome.
I met Roger this week. He didn't say that he knew you. I thought it was interesting.
That's Adrian, he knows.
So we are here old enough to be here when the Cowboys had their 3 parades for the, we'll call them the Jerry Jones Championship.
I was in school every day on those, yeah.
But I was in high school too. So I was in 9th grade, 10th grade, and 12th grade when those happened. I did not go to those parades.
I went to the 93 one.
Was that the riot one, or?
Ooh,
I think the first one was.
Was
yeah.
that they calmed down after that? We got the right security after that.
Yeah.
So Mike, how do you think this is gonna? You love the Mavericks, you love the Rangers. How do you think this is gonna compare to The Mavs parade.
My son asked me that. He said, what is more meaningful to me? And I said, it's tough to choose. And they're so far apart. The thing is, they're both the first ones.
Yeah.
So if the Mavericks win again, Dirk won't be on the team. It will be the second championship if they ever win again. I don't think that will be as memorable or as important as the first one. I think this one being the first one, it's really tough to choose. I'll leave it to Kevin and Corey on if you want to try to choose the Rangers or the Mavericks 2011 versus 2023, you can. My son, it's a good question. It's tough to pull them apart.
I personally care about this one a little bit more just because my first sporting experiences were at the old Arlington Stadium with my mom going to Rangers games and everything like that. So the Mavericks one was awesome. I think I care a little bit more about this one.
Yeah, the Mavericks winning it, that was more like the love for Dirk and him finally getting what we thought he deserved. This one, I think is for us.
Hey,
I know those guys,
that makes sense
they want
to
it,
me.
but this one's for us because of what we went through before. And I know we had an experience like that in 06 with the Mavericks, but we went through before 2 times that close.
Are you saying that the first one for the Mavs was more of a relief that we – do you feel
it was something I love for
Okay.
Dirk. This is something that's just like, man, we all share this.
There's a romantic aspect of baseball too, because it's every night, and then the team's been around not much longer, but a little bit longer.
Yeah,
There's just
in
a
a weird-
romantic aspect about baseball. I think that throws people back to their youth.
And whether this is right or not, maybe in a weird way, because baseball's been around a lot longer than professional basketball, the World Series just kind of has more of a feeling to it than the NBA Finals champions. Nothing against it. I mean, I want the Mavericks to win another championship and a whole bunch more, but I don't know, World Series champs, this just wasn't supposed to be us. The Rangers are not supposed – that's the Yankees, the Dodgers, I guess the Red Sox now. But, I don't know. This is just amazing, and I almost teared up just driving in here, seeing all of the people already here. There's tailgates.
And they're chanting. They're not just standing there. They're chanting MVP, let's go Rangers.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yesterday, I was at the gym, and I turned it on. CBS 11 had them getting off the airplane, and I saw Marcus Semien walk out and hold that over his head.
Oh
my hands went up, and I started crying on the treadmill. I was like, this is so stupid that I'm out here crying right now. But that's just the feelings that are going through.
I think this could be your best. I really do think this could be y'all's number one all-time favorite, best show they've ever done.
Definitely, we will be out here all afternoon, and we have the spot. So the competition, nothing against the competition. They don't have this spot.
Are they actually here?
I don't.
Oh, I don't know.
And you watched the games, too. So that's good.
Yeah, we did. We watched all of them.
So, hey, coming up next, KNC Masterpiece at the parade, literally right in front of the main stage.
Enjoy it.
Jerry Jones starting off the show. Where will the Cowboys parade be?
Your mom's house.
And then 4 hours plus of the Rangers championship parade coverage coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece and 105.3 The Fan. Woo!
2023 World Series. studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Globe Life Field, right next to Texas Live for the Texas Rangers 2023 World Championship Parade, baby!
Yeah, this is awesome. This is awesome, man.
This is one of those 1% days of your life.
Yes, exactly.
And as a fan of sports, this doesn't happen. I hope it does. I hope that we go on a magical run for a decade with all of our sports teams. But 2011, 2023, and I'm 45 years old, and you have to go back to high school when we celebrated these with the Cowboys.
You can still make your way out here. There's time. The actual parade starts at 12:15, and we got 4 people posted up at all of the different spots on the parade route so we can give you all the coverage. Mike Bassy is going to be in the parade himself.
Man.
It's going to be a day.
Yes, this is I don't know. I don't know if the Rangers will win more. They're set up to be really dang good for the next few years for sure. And, you know, who knows what's going to happen in 2027, as one caller asked about Cole Hamels a long time ago.
Yeah.
But this is going to be one of those things that I can say, and they're letting my 2 boys be in the parade too, that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, when hopefully they have a family, they can say, I was in the Rangers World Series parade.
The Zach Wolchuk just arriving here. Here's the thing I was telling Kevin earlier is last night, Mike, I was at the kids' school for a minute, and I sit down and I see a guy wearing a Texas Rangers shirt, and I just kind of looked at him and I said, we did it.
All right. We're going to have plenty of time to talk about that right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is your Dallas Cowboys owner, general manager, Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning to you guys, and a beautiful morning. And I just hope we can carry this weather with us to Philadelphia.
Well, we're at the Texas Rangers World Championship Parade, so I got to know your thoughts on the Rangers and when we're going to get a Cowboys parade.
Well, I will tell you this. I know how good those parades feel. I do. And this is such a historic win for the Rangers. And I just can't say enough about how much I admire the way they did it, the odds they were up against. But what I really admire from my perspective that may be a little different is the people that were on the, I'm going to call it the board, but the people that really invested in the Rangers. They had some very tough times a few years back. As a matter of fact, as you recall, actually approached or took bankruptcy.
Yeah.
But there are some people involved. Of course, I admire the majority owner in every way, and the fact that he loved baseball, played baseball means so much. But they've got a guy on their ownership group named Jim Turner. And Jim not only stuck, one of the few that stuck past when Tom Hicks had the ownership, on into this ownership. Well, Jim Turner, one of the great sportsmen of our time here in the Dallas area. Jim still leads the scoring record for point guards at Baylor.
Oh,
and
wow.
Jim is a former chairman of Baylor's trustee and has guided and been a part of the rock steady success and challenges they've had there. Well, in his own way, millions of dollars at stake, he's been with the Rangers through the Tom Hicks ownership and now through this ownership. I just can't tell you how much I admire him. And, of course, he took Dr. Pepper. He's the guy that took it from almost a corner name into a national brand. And but he's always had sports in mind. So I've got to give a hats off. And consequently, I just can't tell you alone I was rooting for it so bad because of my interest and affinity for Jim Turner.
Now, Jerry, there's a legendary story about you talking with Terrell Owens and drawing on the napkin on the tablecloth, and you drew the big arc and you said, this is the Cowboys. The Cowboys is bigger than all of us. And this feeling that I think the Rangers fans out here are feeling today is we did it, like the whole fan base and everything. Is that the way you look at this Cowboys organization too, is like that's part of the whole we're trying to do this together vibe?
It's always been about we. Always been about we. The Cowboys enjoy such a lineage. You can really go all the way back to the Cowboys, to the challenge this area Dallas had when Kennedy was killed. You can go all the way back there, and you can see why sports success means as much as it does, and has meant as much as it does. And I can tell you firsthand, they'll never be able to take this one away from the Rangers, ever. It's their champions. They are a championship. And that will always be there. I can tell you firsthand that sure in years to come, they've set the bar higher. They've set expectations. That's a great thing. That's a great thing. It is a privilege to have AT&T Stadium sitting just a few feet from over there where the Rangers are. I just can't tell you how it lifts all boats when you have that kind of success for sports, for our fans in the Metroplex. But it's always about the fans. This whole show, the television, percentage-wise, very few people are in the stands this day and time. The people, the millions and millions of people are out there watching this stuff on television and engaging their fan base support through that arena. And the Rangers have that. They have this area that they've lifted. I just can't tell you how proud I am for them and of them.
Well, we really do appreciate you coming on weekly because it is for the fans. The fans want to hear from Jerry Jones, and we love getting to interview you, and hopefully we ask some pretty good questions so the fans get some responses. I'm just wondering, you talked about AT&T Stadium here. When the Cowboys win their next championship, will the parade route be similar to this one?
I'm really not that familiar with this route, but I know this, that really is something that I will worry about. I hope that it is the most troublesome thing I've ever had to deal with. I would love to make that the highest, toughest decision I had to make is to do that World Championship trade route for this area.
How much stock is being put into this Sunday's game against the Eagles? Because obviously lots of hype got put into the 49ers game, and that ended exceedingly poorly. This feels bigger than a regular season game.
Well, it is obvious. It has everything to do with our standings. I've heard someone say, well, this will be a good measuring stick. This isn't about measuring sticks right here. There's a time when you have to quit measuring and just try to go get the win. Because the win itself means so much. The win, not the measuring stick, not the makeup so much of how we did it. That happens earlier, and that does happen. But, man, this is what you're supposed to be doing it all for. This is like playoffs.
Yeah, and especially against a division opponent that, as I said, as a collective, we fans feel like we're going up against them. You've always said the our city against your city vibe, and that's kind of the feeling going into Sunday for sure, right?
Well, the unique thing about about football is that you usually only play the people you dislike the most one time a year, and you get to say, we beat y'all's ass this year. We're the best. Or back when I was in high school, we won. Now, don't ever forget that. But that's been 50 years ago, Joe. I don't care. We beat y'all's butt. Okay? That's what you play for that one time a year. My town against your town. Now, we do it twice a year against these division rivals. And to me, that actually is as big or bigger than the standings. It is who wears that game for this year. And so we've got to go up there and bring home the prize.
Now, Jerry, they have 3 lethal receiving options. They have a really good offense. The A.J. Brown can do it one way. Devontae Smith can do it another. When you were planning your secondary, when you added Gilmore this year, was there a lot in stock of what the Philadelphia Eagles have offensively?
Absolutely, it was, and they've done additions as well. But we really had our trading deadline. We made our trading deadline before the season started, and that's why we traded for Stephen Gilmore, and that's why we traded for Brandon Cooks. And so I know there's been a lot of talk here lately about the trading deadline, but thank goodness we had the opportunity to get that trading deadline done back before we started the season. Consequently, right now, 1 week or after the trade line, these guys have been working with quarterbacks. They've been working with scheme. They're ready to go. You guys that just were brought in last week, they've got a pretty nice little curve to get on the same page.
Now, that being said, was there anything on the table that was brought to you or that y'all considered at this trade deadline? Like, I hear what you're saying before the season, but was there anything this week that got brought up that you're like, maybe?
I understand the reason for the question, but really, if you look at it, anything that's talked about or speculated about is as dead as Napoleon. It didn't happen.
Fair.
It just didn't happen.
Fair.
And so it serves no purpose. Or first of all, it might be a negative in future conversations. And so it serves no purpose. It doesn't serve any purpose with our team. It doesn't serve any purpose with future conversations with who you were talking to talk about all these what ifs. And that's what they are until it hits the pedal hits the metal.
So, Jerry, obviously this one's really important, but I just think of home field advantage, and I know that's a long way away. Playoffs for the Dallas Cowboys and Philadelphia Eagles. Most likely you're both going to be in the playoffs. But this one means a lot for home field advantage. Do you think of that at all, or just think, look, we're in the middle of the season and there's a lot more to go?
I used to worry about home field advantage until the Rangers showed me and win the championship away. So I've changed my tune off of this great job the Rangers have done.
Well, I mean, to use that inspiration from them, the manager Bruce Bochy has said after they won and everything a number of times, these players inspired me. They inspired me to keep going. They inspired me for these different things. Do you hope that your guys see what's going on with this Rangers team and get inspired by that too?
You couldn't have red blood in your veins and have the chance to compete for something, especially if it involves sports, and not be additionally inspired by the Rangers. And I'm inspired by their manager. I'm inspired by their ownership. I'm inspired by the numerous guys that stepped up to make all that happen. It's the consummate definition and description and example of a team. And it shows how many things have to come together to make it hit just right. Mm-hmm. And then it's like catching a falling star. It's hard to have it fall together. But I'll tell you one thing, give me these road warriors and I'll take on about anything in sports or out of sports if they'll play the way these Rangers did on the road.
That's what I'm talking about.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Going up against the Eagles and Jalen Hurts, who was runner-up for MVP last year, do you see similarities between him and Dak at all? Do you think they are evenly matched? How would you stack? I know they don't go face-to-face, but how would you stack up the quarterback matchup this weekend?
Well, they both have always had, as a part of their makeup, they both have always had having an instinct as to when to get the most out of them, taking it down and run it. So there's a similarity there. Hurts is strong, inordinately strong, strongest running quarterback I think I've seen. And so that's a big deal. And Dak knows how to pick his spots and hurt them. And so I think they have some similarity there. I know when we were looking at Hurts in the draft, we noted that he does really do some good things, makes good decisions, and is effective with his legs. So they are comparable there. Their throwing speaks for itself. Dak has an inordinately strong arm, very strong arm. And I would say that Hurts, when you look at his background coming from Alabama to Oklahoma, then turning around and doing what he's done up at Philadelphia, you've got to say that leadership is written all over him as well. So they're in that category, they're similar. You notice I'm reluctant to compare them. I'm reluctant to compare them because that'll not only get you in trouble, but is not fair to either one of them. I'll tell you this right now. I am proud to have our boy.
How are you feeling
and
about
that doesn't imply that I don't wish I didn't have Hurt at all. No. It's just that how lucky we are. And really, I love what he has evolved into this season. This season, where he's taken everything he's got to work with out here and become what we're putting on the field. And him as a quarterback when we get up there Sunday.
All right, Jerry, we are, there are people on the road right now. There are hundreds of thousands of fans piling in right now, and they're all listening to Jerry Jones. And what's your message to all the people that are walking around this parade today, taking in all this stuff that's going on, all the celebration for this team? What do you want to say to all these fans out here?
Sport, the rough times that you have with sport, everybody has it. Everybody, you can't really play unless you have some hard times. But it is the absolute glory hole to have that elusive win to be the champion. And I'm so proud for every fan that is out here that's headed that way and the ones that are at home. I'm proud for every one of them. And it has really been, I might say, one of the reasons that I wanted to spend my everyday and life in the world of sport. Obviously, there are a lot of hard days, a lot of days that didn't go your way. But I've always known that given a chance, there's millions and millions of people that would like to be in your shoes if you're a participant. So that gives you a responsibility to it. So bottom line is this, I'm so proud for our fans. I know our players, the players of the Rangers feel honored. The management, the whole team feels honored to have this kind of support. But they earned it. That's hats off to them. And it is inspirational. There's no way I could have in any way done some of the things that I've gotten a chance to do. As lucky as I've been, there's no way I could have done it without the inspiration of sports. And our Metroplex is going to get this and is getting it.
Appreciate the time very much, good sir. Can't wait till the Eagles game on Sunday, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Go kick their ass, right?
There you go. Damn right. There you go. Jared Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. From here on out, all baseball, all the time.
Oh, man. Do we have a Mavs game tonight or something?
Okay, well, you know what? Do your best.
Okay.
But I have a feeling it's going to be all baseball all the time. If you want to text in 877-881-1053, get involved with the Twitch or the YouTube. We want to hear from you. We are live at the Texas Rangers Parade at Globe Life Field on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, let's talk about the Diamond.
Switch today.
From spring training to celebrating, we're so proud to be your home of the 2023 World Series Champion Rangers. Listen all day on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if you or a loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores, kicks, and fires. He struck him out looking! It's over! It's over! The Rangers have won the World Series! Ranger fans, you're not dreaming! The Rangers are the World Series champions! After 52 years in Texas, 63 years of the franchise! The wait is over! And the celebration has begun!
And the celebration is in full effect right now out in Arlington. The official parade doesn't even start for an hour and 51 minutes, but it's already happening. And for everybody asking, yes, Mike Bassy did indeed get to sign that person's baseball because people are fired up around here.
Yeah.
There's people, I already saw G-bag flags. I'm not going to say that they're handing out drinks. I'm not going to say they're not handing out drinks. But
baby.
it is a happening out here. Joining the program, Mr. Zach Wolchuk. Woo! Have you had anything to drink yet?
2. I've had 2 of those airplane bottles of Deep Eddy's vodka. We got some Royal Tolos, some Royal Nationals.
Oh, my goodness.
So I got to admit, I got to pull the curtain back. I go over there and say, hey, could you take this baseball and get Mike Bassy to sign it? I'm like, hell yes, I can. Was I aware of the time and where you were in your show? Usually I'm locked in. Usually I'm plugged into Jerry. Today, this is a Ranger day. All right, you guys know this. The Cowboys are my first love.
We did ask a lot of Rangers baseball
I'm sure you did.
Rick
I bought
did.
season tickets for the final year at Texas Stadium. Jerry Jones has given me absolutely nothing to cheer about my entire life. But our Texas Rangers just did. So sorry, Jerry, step aside. I'm going to come over and ask Mike Bassy, who is the first ever father and son duo in the history of the Texas Rangers. How freaking special is that to say, hey, will you sign one of our Tolo friends' baseballs?
There are a lot of Tolos out here. There's a G-Bag Nation flag literally right behind us. I don't know, you guys probably post that on social media already. This is a dream come true. I love that call from Eric Nadel, and I will say this, I just teared up again listening to the Eric Nadel call. I don't know the rest of my life when I will stop. I'm not bawling, but I don't know when I will stop tearing up hearing that call from the Hall of Famer Eric
Today's
Nadel.
the day, baby. Today's the day for all of the emotions. It's crazy. We're still only 36 hours removed from the game being over and the Rangers officially being world champions. And here we are. Hundreds of thousands of people are out here, and we're getting to broadcast right in front of the stage. It is pretty effing magical. I wanted to get y'all's take on this because we talked about it a little bit, and I've seen some different perspectives. I know there are some people that are upset that the parade is on a Friday versus a Saturday. I think that was 100% the way they had to do it because they were like, hey, we can handle a lot of people. We can't handle all of the people on a weekend. So I think they picked Friday very intentionally.
I think you're right, and kudos to all the school districts that shut it down.
Is it Mansfield?
Mansfield, Arlington. We got a text about
Irving?
Dallas ISD. I can't confirm. I don't know. But shout out to all the school districts that allowed their students to be off to come celebrate today. I mean, boys, driving in, I'm sure that's when it kind of set in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Mike, I've been living in a bit of a dream world. I know Eric Nadel said, Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. I felt like I've been dreaming for the last 48 hours or so. This set in. We're World Series champions.
I don't know if you guys are the same. It was the spot for me, depending on which way you come from, is I was getting off of 30 and crossing the bridge, and you can already see. So you're still like maybe a mile out, give or take. You can already see people lined up. You can already see food trucks. You can already see people grilling. You can already see everything. And I was like, holy crap, dude, this thing doesn't start for 5 hours. These people have been here since yesterday getting ready for this, which props to them.
It's unbelievable. I mean, Sean and RJ this morning, you could see one of our Tolos driving in at 4:30.
Yes.
And it's packed.
Yes.
It's packed. We got Tolos up at the front here with Ranger flags. We got G-Bag flags. They've been here since about 8 a.m. in this specific spot. They got here even earlier just to make sure they could park. But, I mean, they're boozing over. I mean, the whole thing is magical. Oh, we got Chris.
Yes, I made a lap myself.
Hey, we did it, baby.
We did it.
We did it.
We're
World Series champions, baby.
Everybody enjoy this. This is the good old days right now. And as you mentioned, I just took a lap around here. How long have I been gone? About an hour?
Yeah.
I made a lap around. I was listening to Jerry while I was walking around on the Odyssey app. This place is absolutely packed, but the weather is absolutely perfect. Inside Texas Live, you would have thought it was the night of the World Series championship. They are liquored up. Day drinking like a mofo.
Let's get liquored up.
Tolo already hooked me up.
There you go.
Oh, my goodness.
Broadus is even drinking a Shiner.
Look at that.
And Brian never drinks.
Yeah, he's ready to roll.
This broadcast is going to be wild today.
Yeah.
Dude, I'll tell you, I'm not prepping for our show. It's the first time in my radio life I feel unprepared.
You don't have to be.
I'm not going to have any segment ready. I don't care. We're going to fly by the seat of our pants. Dawson likes to say it's a mail it in. I've talked to Say about this. I don't mail in anything. I care about this job. I care about our craft. Today, we're just living in the moment.
Go with
baby.
the flow.
We're
Go with
living
the flow.
because we're World Series champions.
Yep.
Yeah. This is the 1%, right, Chris? This is the 1% of your life where your team
you
wins.
said it best. Yes, this is 1%. You got to enjoy this moment. Don't be thinking about next year yet. Don't be thinking about what went wrong years ago. Enjoy this moment at least for the next 24, 48 hours. What did Jerry say? This glory hole?
Yeah.
This is the ultimate glory hole, I believe.
I think that's going to be a promo.
From the 817, Cleburne ISD did not dismiss school, so I went ahead and pulled my son and his friend out of school to be here. Look, I don't know how the school district feels about that, but I think that's some damn fine parenting. And
right.
Look, whatever you're going to learn today, I'm sure it's super important. I feel like if you come out here to the parade, this is a core memory. It will be with you forever.
Oh, by the way, shout out to all the law enforcement here in Arlington. They have been here since like bright and early, like 7 a.m. I saw them in the parking lot when we pulled in, and I've been walking around all over the place. I've said this early on Sean and RJ's show. They've handled big crowds like this before. People got to remember, Cowboy games and Ranger games, there have been a couple of times where they both were, we're talking about 150,000 people. And then you throw in, they had to negotiate the Bad Bunny concert.
Oh,
Taylor
my gosh.
Swift. I can go George Strait. They know how to handle
The
these
Bad
areas.
Bunny concert happened while a Ranger game was going
Yes.
on, because I remember
Good
how,
luck.
I was like, what in the world is so you had, 30,000 people at the Ranger game plus another 100,000
Yeah.
at Bad Bunny. So
They know how to handle this. The weather's perfect. You can't for anything. And everybody's in a great mood. Somebody said this a little earlier. If you look around, it's one thing, oh, yeah, it's a big crowd out here and whatever. Everybody knows that the Rangers are the champions of the world, and everybody's feeling it, so everybody's as friendly as they want to be.
It's Mike, I know you've alluded to this a couple times, and Wolchuk, I know you just said something about it. It is still weird that I get that kind of like nervous feeling sometimes when I hear the Rangers are the champions of the world. Like,
hard to believe.
I kept all the games on my DVR. I kept all the ALCS games on my DVR just so I can go back and be like, no, that totally happened. And I've already watched the end of Game 5 from the World Series at least 4 times, and it kicks ass every single time, and it's just awesome.
You know what else is awesome? I mentioned how you got all these fans here, and the crowds are, the law enforcement out of these crowds. There's no visiting team here. There's no fans of the opposition.
Man.
Everybody is happy.
Yeah, that is very true.
Everybody is happy.
And how often did that happen? I mean, you guys know we've been out here all year long, whether it was the KNC Masterpiece before a day game or the G-Bag Nation leading into some of these night games. I mean, we'd play the Cubs, we'd play the Dodgers, we'd play the Braves, especially the Astros. And oh, by the way, fellas, let me check the time. It's 10:32 and the Astros still suck.
They still suck.
But they would infiltrate Globe Life Field, and right now you see nothing but red, white, and blue Ranger fans.
How much did you
love? It's all about.
How much did you love that happened at the end of the World Series too? Like Game 5, there was a sizable Rangers crowd out in Arizona.
And it's beautiful because they closed out the CS and the World Series the same way.
Yeah.
The Astro fans, the fake Astro fans have been fans for about a minute, 8 years or so since they've been relevant. Now they won't be anymore after about a year or two. But it's Let's Go Ranger chants, all at the Juice Box there in Houston.
Yeah.
And at Chase Field in Arizona, as the Rangers are celebrating a World Series title, it's Let's Go Ranger chants.
And I'm going to add this, Chris, because you've been around for pretty much all the championships here in Dallas-Fort Worth history. When you do this, guys like Kenny Gant get remembered forever.
Right.
Guys like a guy like Jan Mahaney making one big shot at the end of a third quarter gets remembered forever.
Andrew Heaney will be a hero forever now.
And so that's what happens here, Chris. You can speak about just the role players that usually get forgotten about 99% of the time now are remembered forever in the history of your organization.
That's right. Their name is on the championship roster. They are champions. They've got a ring. And like you said, guys you don't even think of. I'll give you one. How about the third string catcher?
Austin Hedges.
Hedges.
Hey, Hedges,
who's going to do
Hedges, what's
something
the number
today?
on that ass right now, baby?
Legendary.
0.
Hey,
They'll never have to buy a drink in town ever again.
The great thing is like walking around, your community, walking around the grocery store, and you walk in, and what are they doing? You see somebody, and they kind of give you a nod because you're wearing a Rangers hat, they're wearing a Rangers shirt, and you just know, like, hey, we did it. We did this thing. That's the fun thing about being in the community right now. Now, here's a question for you guys. Mike's going to be on a float, all right? Kevin and I, this is our headquarters. We're right here. You guys are going to be all over the map today.
All over the parade route.
Tolos can come up to y'all, say hi, get on air maybe. Where are y'all located? Chris, you're over by, is it Holtz Lake?
Yes, Holtz Lake on the other side of Choctaw. Right on the other side there.
I'm bad with directions.
All right.
You're going to be over that way.
I don't know where the hell.
You're
I'm
that
supposed
way.
to be over towards Lot C.
Okay.
I just remember Lot C.
Okay, Lot C.
I'm going to stumble my way over there, and we'll figure it out. And I'll pin myself, and I'll allow Tolos to come over because we're going to get you on air, and this is going to be a magical experience. Now, where do I end up? I don't know.
Okay,
Corey.
with the
But just
sea of
say
emotions.
Just say I am where I'm supposed to.
You
be.
end up at a stranger's house. That 100% I feel about that.
And Mike, if you see the guys out, will you wave at them, or will you? How are you going to plan this?
I'm going to
parade wave.
I have no clue. This is the first ever parade in Rangers history. My sons were asking me questions kind of last night when I was like, guys, you won't believe this, but they're letting you guys in the parade too. So for the rest of their lives, they can say that they were in the parade, my two boys, and they were asking me questions. I said, hey, I don't know. These are great questions. I don't know. The Rangers have never had a parade.
Right.
And even if they had, I wouldn't have been in that one, I guess, unless it was 04. So I'm like, I don't know. These are great questions. I don't know, like, how well I'll see you guys because you saw this, Chris. There were people lined. The parade route is, I'm not saying totally full, but at 9 o'clock, and you saw it just a little bit ago, there's a lot of people already lined up for this
Honestly,
parade.
CA, you're the person to ask. Zero calls me last night. Zero's like, man, where are you going to be? Do you have any advice on where to park? Where the best? I'm like, Zero, you think I have any advice to tell you? No. I've been able to celebrate 2 of these. The Mavs and then this one right now, and I didn't get to go to the Mavs one.
Let me tell you, Zero, anybody else looking to park, the best thing you could have done, and I'm surprised you guys didn't ask him about this, you should have borrowed Jerry's helicopter.
Oh, man, that would have been a great
There's a landing spot and everything over this way.
Just walk right over.
And back to the float itself, the parade float and all that. I was fortunate enough to be in the Mavericks parade. Mike, whatever you do, don't fall off your float.
Oh, yeah, don't do
you
that.
wave at people. You do not want to
lose any teeth.
You don't like a St. Patrick's Day parade or anything. Just enjoy it, soak it all in, and wave to everybody. Do the British wave, back and forth like
at
that.
the parade wave. I want to throw this out there. Today's parade coverage is proudly presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. After all these years, it's celebration time, and Academy has all your championship gear. Shop in-store or online at academy.com for officially licensed team gear from Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, and more. Coming up next, more from the parade. People are weighing in about school districts that are out and people who are just skipping school. We want your reactions. It's also a shout-out Friday, so let's hear it. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here, live from the parade on 105.3 The Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on, Rangers fans. You deserve this. Let's party together on your home of the world champion Rangers. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Sean and RJ's Firehouse Tour brought to you by Texas State Brazil will be in the Colony on November 10th.
Drive to end hunger today.
Take advantage of exceptional offers during BMW's Drive to End Hunger event.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project from the evaluation and traffic control planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. They're service-driven and safety-inspired. The Texas Authority of Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Hi, I'm Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door and proud partners of the Texas Outlaw Arena soccer team. Visit our website to win tickets to the home opener December 16th at Mesquite Rodeo Arena. TolbertGarageDoor.com.
Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassy, brought to you by the Diamond Factory. Jerry is a Tolo.
Let me say this to the turn it on, leave it zone. And let me say this to the one that just turn it on when old Jerry's up.
Turn it on, leave it on, leave it on, leave it on. Your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece, baby, back on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to the finish this year in number one in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop all of them at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads and relax and enjoy the difference.
The 0-1. Garver swings, hits it up the middle. Base knocked into center. Seager scores. Carter being held at third as Thomas fires it back into the infield. RBI single for Mitch Garver. And the Rangers score first here in the seventh and lead it 1-0.
KNC back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the parade at Globe Life Field in Arlington. People are asking where we are. So the Nolan Ryan statue, one of the main entrances where you'll see
the north entrance.
The north entrance where the stage is set up. We are right there, like literally right there. And some people are giving us updates. Joshua ISD changed their day off from Monday to today for the parade from the 972. Keller ISD didn't do anything, so I pulled both the boys out, and we're going to the parade right now.
Is that Kevin Minch?
I don't know that to be the case. And from the 850, Fort Worth ISD has early release. Now, we don't need to play the music necessarily, but this segment is usually Baseball Nuggets, Mike, and who helps us with that?
Baseball Nuggets brought to you by the Diamond Factory, and there's millions upon millions of diamonds that will be handed out to this organization.
From the 817, if the Tolos want to save a little money on championship shirts, you can order them off Amazon as well. That's a good note. If you're out here, though, I feel like it's almost impossible, regardless of the price, not to see something and be like, I want that right now.
Yeah, I did. My kids went into the team shop, and they've gone into baseballism. That's out here. Obviously, baseballism is not Texas Rangers gear, but
it's got some great stuff
Yeah,
there.
it does. I love them, and obviously, I told the boys, hey, if you can get in there, do your best. But I've already spent. I'm going to spend. I mean, I hate saying. My wife is like, please don't, but I am. She's like, I said, I'm going to spend thousands of dollars on this. Like, I've gotten limited edition posters and stuff.
Those posters
already,
are super cool, yeah.
That are, I think they're called Sam Preston art. I mean, I'm giving you, I don't know that guy.
But it was really nice.
But they're like limited to 500 and stuff like that. And so, I mean, it's just, this is really cool because whether it's here getting a T-shirt, a hat, a jersey.
Feel like you gotta.
There's going to be so many things that Major League Baseball puts out to commemorate. You talked about Topps yesterday, to commemorate your Texas Rangers as the champions of the world.
Now, I don't know if people can hear this in the background, but if you're out here, and you know what I really hope? I hope there's people out here at the parade listening on the Odyssey app, and they're just partying with us. All right, somebody just yelled out, and that is amazing. You can hear We Will Rock You in the background by Queen. What I thought is particularly notable about that is last night, did you see Queen was at the American Airlines Center? Brian May came out when they played We're the Champions in a Rangers jersey.
Nice.
And people lost their freaking minds. And it was awesome because, obviously those songs go together. You think We Will Rock You segueing right into We Are the Champions. So cool.
I was thinking about this yesterday after our show was over, and I was tearing up just thinking about this. Do you realize every time Chuck Morgan introduces the Texas Rangers next year, he'll say, and your world champion, World Series champion, Texas Rangers, every time they take the field, every time they're announced.
That's
and
awesome.
You're saying it. And I remember in 2011, that season, when he said you're American League champion,
Yeah.
it was cool. In 2012, when he said you're American League champion, it hurt. It
Yep.
really did.
Yep.
But in 2024, when Chuck Morgan gets on that mic for all Ranger home games, he's going to say you're World Series champions, and there's going to be banners everywhere, and those banners are going to stay forever. It will never go away.
God, that is one of the things. Like, I know some folks in the Twitch were like, hey, I need baseball all day, not Jerry. But there were some people who really loved that Jerry was like, it's yours.
Yeah.
And it can never, ever be taken away. And that is a thing of beauty that's fun to say every time.
Yeah, and we get a full off season and a full season, like Mike was saying, of being able to say that's what we are too. You know, you walk into the stadium, Kevin, when we get to surprise, when everything gets started over there, it's going to be rocking along that way.
Wait a second.
Yeah, we got to add.
The doctor of defense for a minute here, Mark McLemore. Mac, I was so happy that you got to be on Bally's for the game, the championship game, because this organization means so much to you. You were part of the first team ever to make the playoffs here for the Texas Rangers. You were broadcasting in 2010 and 2011. I know that you wanted to be on a float as a player in this situation, but how does it feel getting to really be part of this organization for multiple decades now?
I'll tell you what, this is the second best feeling. Nothing can replace, actually being on one of those floats as a player. But I've gotten to see a lot of great baseball over the years. This being the best by far, because they finally did it. We all finally did it, even though we weren't on the field or anything like that.
Oh, it's we. No, it's still we.
It is. And, I think the best thing about it is it's for fans. All these fans that have been here, been Rangers fans for years and decades and gone through so many things, that's the best feeling for me. I see them out here now. Everybody's screaming. It's awesome.
Mike just brought up an amazing point that I hadn't even really wrapped my head around. Every home game next year, Chuck Morgan can say, you're world champion Texas Rangers. How about that?
Man, that's going to be so awesome to hear Chuck Morgan do it. You'll hear Eric Nadel do it. The voices that we've all heard our entire Rangers careers and even beyond, because you grew up here. Yeah. So knowing those voices and hearing them say the Texas Rangers World Series champions, that's going to be awesome.
Now, Mark McLemore is hanging out with us real quick here. You got the all blue suit on, and you got the button up, and it's open just a little bit lower and no tie tied. Is that the style for the day, or are you going to actually like
that's the style? That's the style for early morning before the show. I'm about to go get it all buttoned up and get on. But yeah, this is my morning look right now.
Today's a day of celebration, but I called you after Adolis was officially out and Max Scherzer. Now, Max, it didn't end up happening where you had to replace him per se because you didn't get to a Game 7. But you told me on the phone, you go, Mike, I think Simeon and Young really have to step up now that Adolis is out, and those two guys had major impacts on Game 4 and 5.
They did, and I got calls and texts from other friends that said, oh wow, Adolis is out, no ring. I was like, wait a minute. The Rangers have won a lot of games this year with Adolis in the lineup not hitting. And what I mean by that is this has not been a team that's relied on one or two guys. It's been 1 through 13 on the offensive side and defensive side. And the bullpen, everybody's contributed, not just a couple of guys. So I'm not saying at all that this team is better without Adolis in the lineup. No, that's not it. It's just that other guys in the lineup contribute day in and day out. So they've never just relied on, 1, 2, or 3 guys.
How does it fire you up as a second baseman or wherever you're playing in the field that day when your pitcher in a big situation keeps getting out of the situation, relying on the defense and making plays, so every inning you're coming in? That job by Nate Eovaldi in making pitches when it had to be done, plus the defense making plays behind them.
Oh, it was great, man. I was so excited. You couldn't tell because I have to try and stay calm when we're in the studio.
I'm not calm.
Come on, fartheads.
I have to, because if I don't, I'll carry that over into the broadcast, and that's too much. So, but yes, it fires you up. I was so fired up. Murph was fired up too. I said he looked like he was watching a scary movie because he was standing up eating popcorn, watching it the whole time.
Yeah.
So but when a pitcher does that, he's got traffic the first 5 innings, and they don't score in this situation.
Yeah.
Man, it doesn't get any better than that at all. Not at all.
I'm hoping you can give us your very unique insight, because we have Derek Holland on the show all the time, Mike Adams, all kinds of former Rangers. Can you explain to the people listening who maybe they understand, maybe they don't, what the Texas Rangers fraternity is and how, it carries and carries and carries?
It does. I mean, you look at the history, and especially never having won it all until now. So everybody that's ever worn a Texas Rangers uniform, that's what they were striving to do. That's what everybody wanted to do. And coming up short, I don't care if you get there and you don't win, it still feels like a failure. So for them to finally win it this year, I think that really, really, I won't say, gives a lot of guys relief. It just makes everybody satisfied. Not that we're satisfied with just one. This team is built to be able to win more than one. But, man, I think that takes a lot off. You saw Nelson Cruz retired yesterday.
It was amazing.
So poetic. Mm-hmm. And, I guess, I've heard people say now he's off the hook. Well, I think everybody's off the hook now because we all had a hand in not getting it done. But this group here in 2023, they got it done.
And I believe Dallas-Fort Worth has the most MLB alumni in any city in the United States of America. Yeah. There's so many players.
And we saw one of them on the opposing team, and Jordan Lawler.
Right, and Matt grew up in California, and he makes his life now here. And there's so many former Rangers that maybe didn't grow up here, but they decided the life is good here. I'm going to make our life here in Dallas-Fort Worth.
I can make a team from the guys that I played with. That's not including the guys that were here before me, or even the guys that were here after me. I can make a team from the guys that I played with that still live here in the Metroplex, still Rangers fans. Wow. They come out, they watch the shows, they text and call, and it's incredible what the DFW area means to former Rangers.
I'll show up to that game. I'll be at that game.
Oh, my God.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's going to be a slow, sloppy game, trust me.
That's why I'll be there. Yeah, I'll walk through the cornfield. I'll go wherever.
And painful.
Yeah.
You'd have to walk through the ER.
Okay. Man, thank you very much.
Right,
we
fellas.
appreciate it. I know you got work to do as well. There you go. The Doctor of Defense, Mark McLemore, on your home of the world champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it almost feels impossible. It almost feels impossible to pick one. Who will get the biggest cheer at the parade today?
Me.
Maybe. Let's find out next. We are live at Globe Life Field on 105.3 The Fan.
Nearly 200 Rangers games on this station, from spring training to the season and the
World to help assist with your card submissions in a safe and secure way. It's who we use and trust with our collections.
So join me Saturday, November 18th at Trading Card World with PSA. For more details, visit psacard.com/Dallas. See you there.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Hello, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Globe Life Field for the Texas Rangers 2023 World Championship Parade. My goodness. And we're right by the stage. We're going to carry everything you need to know. Once the parade gets started in about an hour and 13 minutes, we'll have people positioned all across the parade route. It's going to be like a race up in here. We're going to be pitching out to all these people. And I want to say this. I want to say thank you so much to all the people who are already out here and listening, because I got stopped by a bunch of Tolos. And then when I had to walk back, they were like, Tolo! And so the way the Rangers have dominated this season, the way our station has grown the last several years, it's freaking incredible. And I'm so glad so many people are here for the ride.
I just went over and just met about 40 Tolos over there. They're actually listening to us on their phones.
That was my home.
Nice.
Yeah, so they're like, we're truly Toloing over there because they have their phones on listening to this right now.
I keep getting chills over and over because, Mike, you said this yesterday. Whenever it was won, we all converged at the station. Like that was our place to go to.
Yeah, I'll always remember that.
Like seeing all the fellas here. We got Chiafalo here with us. Broadus is sitting in his rocking chair over there with a Michelob Ultra.
Yeah. Do you think Chiafalo is showing off a championship level of chest hair?
That is more than Mark McLemore was showing off moments ago, and that is the perfect amount. So
this is championship chest hair right here.
But that's what I'm talking about, is like feeling this vibe with you guys. Like it's awesome to be here with y'all. You know, Kevin, we had that moment one time a long time ago where we were at AT&T Stadium for our first show out there, and you said, look around and just soak this all in. And I hope Rangers fans, as you're walking up, don't get stressed out by the walk to where you got to get to. Just soak it all in as you're walking around, enjoying the vibe, seeing people, high-fiving, and just having an awesome time.
I think at this point, I was just talking to Leslie McCaslin, walked by. She'll be covering this for Bally's on television. It might be best at this point to somewhat park far away and walk.
Yeah.
It might be best at this point because she said she's in the R lot too, where the media's at, is that it takes a while at this point to get into a lot that's somewhat close to the stadium. It might be easier if you're listening right now and trying to get here for 12:45-ish when everything, the parade starts, I believe.
12:15.
Okay.
Right? Oh, you okay? All right. Fair enough. Let me try one more time. Theoretically, it's supposed to start at 12:15.
Yeah.
Man, I hope everyone is watching on the Twitch. Although it looks like Mike's head might be cut off right now.
They might give him the Austin Hedges.
So I've just been led to believe not 12:15 is what I've been led to believe.
Yeah.
All right. Now, Mike, you were asking a question, and it almost feels impossible for me to give you the right answer because there's so many answers.
Yeah.
Who gets the most cheers? Like when they get to the stage and people start talking, is it Doley?
I think it might be Adolis.
Yeah.
I know Corey Seager will get a lot, but I think
they'll chant MVP for him too, right?
Just because he got hurt on the road.
Yeah.
And he was so special for this run. I mean, a lot of people were. There's going to be a lot of cheers for a lot of people.
Hedges will get a big cheer.
I wonder about Evaldi, as he's on the poster that's above. The poster right above where everything will be happening has Evaldi Young, Simeon Seager, Adolis, Nate Lowe, and Jonah Heim.
I feel like Evan Carter will get a lot of love,
Did you hear what Evan Carter kind of said after the championship?
Did he just say baseball is just fun, y'all?
No, he pretty much said this is just the first of many.
Yes. Did he give me not one, not two?
Hey, I'm going to tell you something. From him, he doesn't know any better. Two, I love it.
Oh,
that
yeah.
Now our young Texas Rangers,
they think they should win.
Yeah, they're like,
sorry,
hey,
Mike. I'm excited.
This is what we're supposed to be doing. And so Evan Carter, in a way, I know this isn't the most favorite player in the world, but he could become our Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
Where he comes up at 21, wins a championship, and he's like, no. this is what we're supposed to do. Now, there was veteran guys on that Yankees team and veteran guys on this team, but I don't want to talk about the future today, but I love that Evan Carter was like, this is the first of many.
Yeah, and there's something fun. You talk about just thinking about today, but there's something even more fun about today, knowing that, like, is there more in store? Is there more in store of these type of moments? Because I've never experienced anything like this, obviously. For the Mavericks, I didn't make it out to the parade. So being here today, soaking it all in, the amount of the masses, I underestimated. I underestimated how this was going to feel and look. This is a monster, dude.
I did get in a bit of a debate with Dawson about the crowd size yesterday, but I will tell you this, and I appreciate everything that you just said about Evan Carter, is if this is as good as it gets, that's fine by me. Like, I hope they win 8 more, and that'd be fantastic, but I still can't believe
you just sounded like Tony Romo.
that except we're at a winning thing. Sorry, Romo, that's not your fault. That's a little your fault. We won a championship.
My father is not near us right now, but he just got here with one of my sisters, and he said there's at least 200,000 people here now.
Awesome.
And that's 11 o'clock. Obviously, we're an hour and a half or so.
You're going to have a half a million.
That's the biggest crowd I've ever been around, I think, then. Like, the Mavs, I don't remember what the Mavs crowd was, but
Mavs crowd was 200K.
I've been to concerts. I've been to games. I've never experienced a crowd like this. Like, you see the election, the president, and everything out in D.C., and it's just piled all the way.
Yeah.
And I've never experienced this many people. So it's an awesome environment, though. And like CA said, it's an environment where everybody's happy. There's no opponents. Everybody here is just is wanting to be here to party a little bit. And Eric, where are you going to be located? Do you know your location, area?
It's on a piece of paper that I can go to at any moment. Okay. So that's good.
Yeah, that's a good.
It feels like you're efforting to get to that piece of paper, and you're not sure.
He has no clue where he's supposed to be.
I don't know if that was okay.
There's going to be Tolos everywhere.
Mark Holtz Lake, North Lawn. I'm going to be on the North Lawn.
This is what we dream of, is getting to do this. Look, this is a dream come true for all of us, getting to talk about sports for a living. I mean, people look at us and they are looking at us correctly. We are some lucky sons of guns.
Yes,
no question.
And now,
oh my God,
for the first time, at least in my life, I think for most of y'all's life, we're covering a championship parade. So it's kind of like you don't know where you're going to be. You don't even know how to cover it. We don't know how to cover it. I mean, maybe we'll get good at this someday. But this is awesome that we're covering a championship parade for the first time.
I did want to throw out the flip side while we're doing a shout-out Friday. I like that it might be Vendetta Friday as well. From the 6A2, my boss, Tony, sucks. He wouldn't let us out of work to go to the parade. One guy put in for PTO, but then got mad when he found out why he did it.
Oh, man.
Good night,
you
man.
You can't do that. You're
Franchise's been here 52 years.
This is too good for morale today.
Can we crown that boss bleep hole of the week? You guys feel comfortable with
I
that?
think that's perfectly okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Mike, is everybody just loving you, Mike, right now? You get a lot of people just calling
your name out. It is really cool. It just goes to show, even though I know that people do complain about finding the Rangers or Stars or Mavericks on Bally's, I get it. It just shows how many of these fans do tune in to pre-games and post-games because they don't know me from pitching. I love when people call in and say, Mike, I saw you pitch. There were 3 games on the Rangers you could have seen me pitch in. I wish I could have pitched in a lot more. I was trying very hard. Buck Showalter made the decision, you're not good enough to pitch for us. And I love Buck. Buck was a very good manager and a good man, but it's just these people, to me, are because of 105.3 The Fan, because of getting to do the post-game shows, and it's just super awesome to see all of these people out. And I'll tell you what, man, a lot of people know us because of the way that we cover the Texas Rangers. And I'll say this, these loyal Texas Ranger fans, they want to hear us cover the Rangers even when they're not doing good. They're frustrated just like we're frustrated, but we've been with it this whole time, and it makes it feel better.
Yes.
And we won 160. I know that sometimes we don't want 162 games, but we're there for 162 games.
Yeah, I want to win all 162.
Not just
Mike.
the playoffs. I do think that makes us special in this case, that we do cover the Rangers season, not just if they make the playoffs.
What'd you do to the video, Corey? People
broke
are
it.
calling.
I'm sorry. I was trying to show everything off around. I was showing off all the people out here.
Then you broke it.
And I pushed a button that broke it. And DJ is I mean, he is pissed at me right now.
It's okay, Corey, because you're World Series
We
champion,
won,
baby!
We did it, baby! We won World Series, Kevin. Well, you can't be mad about that.
The most
We won
amazing
World Series.
I'm not mad about it because I'm sitting here. But the people
We'll get
who
it
are
fixed.
watching,
I'll work on it in the
they're
break.
mad.
I will-
They're mad.
Other
I will
World
tell you
Series
this,
champions are mad.
Eric, this is the easiest thing, too, because since you're about to head off into the field and go out there during the parade, be on the phone and everything, this is the easiest thing. You just walk up, and when you see a group of people, you just yell, "We did it. We won the damn World Series."
yes, okay.
And everybody will just start cheering with you, and then you can just be like, man, that was a hero moment right there.
It's kind of your own, like, Texas Rangers pickup line
Yeah,
right now.
exactly.
You just go up, you just
That's
got to
the
hit
easiest
it.
thing.
In, out, efficient. I
Go
like
up
that
to
very
the bar,
much.
and you're just like, who wants a drink? And then everybody wants a drink.
We learned this a lot when we were taking phone calls from Ohio, California, Kentucky, all throughout the celebration from the 682. Can I get a shout out with my brothers Chris, Andrew, Micah, Jeremy, might be Germ, and Gray. Wish I could be in Texas celebrating with them. And what I love is you're starting to see those Rangers fans outside. It used to feel like if you knew a Rangers fan, it's because they currently lived in the Metroplex. It's not like a Cubs fan or a Yankees or Dodgers fan where you go wherever, but I hope that you'll go to Ohio and be like, oh, I love the Rangers. And that's what it feels like is building right here and right now. And I very much, from the 817, appreciate this. Y'all sound like you're covering the Macy's Rangers Day Parade.
Well,
which that's what this is.
There'll be more people here than that, right? I don't know how many.
It feels like a lot of people are at the Macy's Day Parade.
Yeah.
I have no freaking clue.
This is bigger.
And then there are several shout outs for us, which obviously very much appreciate from the 214. Shout out to KNC, the Masterpiece.
Mike and KC
That's
in the Masterpiece.
Mike, KC and the Masterpiece for making this baseball season and postseason the most interesting and informative season ever. World champs, baby!
It's too good of a feeling. Kevin, do you smell that? You smell that out here?
When Chiafalo rolled up, I definitely did.
You smell the championship.
Oh, is that not?
environment.
That's not what we're
loud.
saying. That's not what we're saying.
It is a great environment, is what I'm smelling right now.
From the 682, shout out to you guys and everyone at the Fan for all the Rangers coverage all season long. I was super happy when the Stars and Mavs won their championship, but the Rangers finally winning is on another level. Tolo.
Yeah, man. Yeah. No, I think I'm going to run out of superlatives. I'm going to run out of things to say by the end of the month is when it's going to happen.
This is
I can just enjoy this environment.
We have kids, but this is what we'll tell our kids, maybe for you, Eric, that are too young to remember this, just like I talk about the Mavs in 2011 to my kids. And this will be what our kids, if they're old enough like ours, will talk about to their kids. Now, hopefully there's many of them and all those things, but right now this will be one of those memorable moments in our sports fandom life that we'll always remember.
Yeah, I'm glad I'll always be able to at least tell my kids that they were sitting next to me while watching the first few innings of legit World Series.
And they'll be like, I don't remember that.
Yeah,
You're like,
but it happened.
It happened.
You're a champion, honey. Act like it.
What was it like when Josh Sborz struck out the final batter? Who was? I don't even remember. Some Arizona
Marte.
Diamondback. Oh yeah. What was it like when Sborz struck out Marte? It
was euphoric.
And then we'll just be like, you get to tell the story. You get to tell the entire story.
That's what's so cool about like who gets the loudest cheers. I do think it's going to be Bombi.
Yeah.
There is an energetic, different level presence, and the moments that, like when we were talking about yesterday, what was your moment of the postseason? And for most, it was the walk-off. I mean, are you kidding me? Adolis Garcia brought you that, and he brought you multiple of them.
Yeah,
and
Game 6 of the ALCS, that was mine.
Yeah.
But if you want to say Spores,
Hit me,
Leclerc,
I dare you, yeah.
I will listen to many.
But so many of these guys are going to get very, very special, loud cheers because they all contributed, and you have a memory with all these dudes doing something very special on the way to the championship, and that's what makes this team so fun and so special is because so many contributions.
Mike, what is your nerve level to be on the float, and what are you hoping to accomplish on the float?
Are you going to be mad if it doesn't actually float?
Well, I know that my goal is to pass my phone around to whether it's Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks. Obviously, Sandler will be on there with me. It's kind of a media float. I don't know. Maybe David Murphy will be on it. Maybe Steve Buechele. You'd probably be happy to maybe get a little Steve Buechele interview in this afternoon.
Yes, I would love that.
So I'm not sure
22.
exactly who is on my float, like every single person, but it's kind of the media float. So your television, radio, pre- and post-game show stuff. So I'll try my best. Mac, I think, is covering it, obviously, for television. He won't be on float. But we got Mark McLemore on, so hopefully I can get whether it's Murph or Boo on, too.
Absolutely. And once again, I want to thank Academy. Today's parade coverage is proudly presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. After all these years, it's celebration time, and Academy has all your championship gears. You can shop in-store or online at academy.com for officially licensed team gear from Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, and more. Coming up next, we're rocking this parade all day long. Let's get back to it. We'll hear from some of you guys. Get to more of your texts, maybe more Chiafalo. Looks like maybe Corey fixed the video.
I fixed it.
All of that coming at you next right here on your home of the world champion, 105.3 The Fan, Texas Rangers.
on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if you or a loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
One hit in the 8th and 3 straight hits to start the 9th. 7 total hits. The 0-1. Simeon lines one deep to left center field. That ball is way back, and that ball is history. A 2-run homer for Marcus Simeon. It's 5-0 Rangers in the 9th. A blistering line drive that never came down in left center field. Marcus with 5 RBIs yesterday, 1 the day before, coming alive for the Rangers at just the right time.
Welcome back to your home, your radio home of the reigning, defending, undisputed world champion Texas Rangers. Woo! And we are live at Globe Life Field for the parade. New estimates we're getting are upwards of 350,000 people will be here for the parade. And I wanted to read off some more text because there's been awesome stuff all day long. From the 817, getting to hear you guys cover a World Series championship is a dream come true. The World Series in 2011 is the way I first found the fan. That's when I first heard Mike Bassy. I've been riding with y'all through the ups and downs ever since. And that was the amazing, come on down. That was the amazing moment where we went to a break and Corey asked after they had won the ALCS over the Tigers, do you think that the Rangers are in it to win it? And that is
took a while.
That is one of my favorite things right here. And Corey, as you know, we're just rolling guests in here all day long.
Yes, yes. And right now, we are very fortunate. Mike Bassy Jr. Has walked off. He is going right now with his boys to go get ready to get on the parade float.
Well, we need a Mike Bassy, so what do we do?
We have to have a Bassy around, a great storyteller, somebody that can really do it. So let's bring on Mike Bassy Sr., ladies and gentlemen. How is this vibe for you today?
It's hard for me to believe that this is happening. I actually wondered if I was going to live long enough to see this happen.
Right. Let me ask you this then, because your son, it's so weird when he says y'all call him Michael, and I'm like, I get that. What does it mean to you that you go from, you played for the Rangers, he played for the Rangers, and then he's watching the World Series with his boys in their living room? What does that mean to see generation now, next generation?
It doesn't get any better than that. It just, because I would take him out to the game, and we had a standard practice. We'd go to the game, and then we'd stop at a Whataburger, have a Whataburger on the way home, and celebrate the win or commiserate the loss. But it seems like yesterday for me, and I'm 71 years old, and brings back the Mike Hargrove and the Jim Sundberg and the Jeff Burrows, and for me, Steve Foucault was our best relief pitcher, and Steve and I talk weekly, and Foukie, as he goes by, he actually predicted this before it started. He goes, I think we're going to win it all. So
Have you asked him for predictions about other life things now? I think you should.
Oh, unbelievable, isn't it, guys?
Do you feel like, every former player we've talked to, it feels like once you put the hat on, once you put the jersey on, it's like you're part of a fraternity of something.
Absolutely. It's hard to explain. You miss the competition, but you miss the camaraderie way more. The clubhouse, the playing cards. I thought it was really funny with Seager. What are you guys are really great at?
Cards. Did you say cards? Like I saw him turn around. That was awesome.
Yeah, it's just so funny that it could be so much fun, and just seeing their faces and enjoying it. And it's hard to explain, but at my age, I enjoy it more now than I would have, I think, if I'd have won. Don't get me wrong, I wish we'd have won it. We had a decent team under Billy Martin. I played with Ferguson Jenkins and Gaylord Perry, God rest his soul, Burt Blyleven. We had some good teams. We won, around 90 games. It wasn't good enough, but but we made pretty good runs.
And that's when it was obviously, I'm not trying to shade this team at all, but that's when it was also tougher to get into the playoffs.
Oh, yeah. There was only an American League West and East.
Yep.
So, yeah, it was tough, and it was fun.
For as much as I appreciate this, and is it fair to say, though, the history of the Texas Rangers, not the most storied franchise? Like, there's been some great people that have come through here, but before this year, no World Championship. This team has never had a Cy Young Award winner. That's what I feel like opens some doors and makes this feel more amazing, is that you got your world title. Now let's go get a Cy Young. Now let's go pile up some more MVPs.
Well, how about the All-Star game? It was the Texas Rangers.
Oh, my gosh.
That wasn't an All-Star game. That was the Texas Rangers putting on an exhibition game. I mean, it was phenomenal for, ex-Rangers and fans to see what a show we put on.
How excited are you going to be for this next All-Star game then, which is menaced by Bochy in our ballpark?
Oh, it's so gratifying. I can't explain how happy I am. And all the guys we talked to, it's inexplainable that this could happen. I really, to say that I'm going to get to live through this and got to live through it until the last out happened. I was going, oh, come on, one more out.
But the top of the ninth helped, right?
Oh, yeah, the home run was the kiss of death for sure.
Yeah.
That was the death. I mean, everybody felt, and I was really happy that S'mores stayed in to pitch, because, Murphy's Law can happen, something could go wrong, and I'm going, hey, I just, let's stay with this, This is the one who's dancing, let's stay with this dancer. And he finished them off. I mean, I told Michael before and I don't mean to say anything bad about any of the players, but I said before the World Series or even the championship started, I said S'mores is going to be our stopper next year. His stuff is just drop dead gorgeous.
Yeah. When he comes at you with high heat, he gets you with the low heat, and then you get a curveball on the top of the zone. You're like, what just happened?
Well, the curveball it's a knee buckler.
Yeah.
It's like I'm not going to say it's as good as Blyleven's, but it's a knee buckler where, guys are just, they look silly swinging at it, or they don't swing at all. Isn't it fun?
So I got to bridge the gap between S'mores and the people you played with. S'mores also has some unique facial hair at times. Was there somebody in particular that you thought it was awesome or just ridiculous when it came to their facial hair when you were playing?
Well, Steve Foucault was probably my best friend. We're both relief pitchers, and Foukie had the big he had the mustache and the big mutton chops, and
awesome.
So he was he was pretty special. And then of course on Oakland there was a guy named Raleigh Fingers who had the handlebar. And that was really cool.
That you need the wax for, right?
Yes.
Like, I loved that. Yeah, absolutely.
So we're getting past the ball right now. Do you think Mike Bassy Sr. can add one onto Mike Bassy Jr.'s right there next to him? That'd be awesome to see.
Yeah.
So we've started working with Mike for a while now, really gotten to know him. We know how he watches a game, and we got to see the videos with the kids and everything, but we know how intense he is. Are you the same way? Did he learn that from you, or was he always like that as a kid?
Yeah.
I've heard you talk many times that Mike's like, it didn't just appear out of nowhere.
The nut didn't fall far from the tree is all I can say. It's so much fun to watch a game and go crazy. I mean, that's what it's all about. That's what's so neat about these fans. I mean, for everybody to truly enjoy this and go crazy. I mean, wow. I mean, I'm so happy and so excited that we finally get to do this.
The manager on this team, I don't know what his secret sauce is, but when you watched him make moves, did you agree with all of them, or did you just have to go, I just have to, trust it?
I trusted him. There were some times that I'm going, gosh, he's really way ahead. I mean, I got lucky enough to play for Billy Martin and Gene Mauch, and you could see that they were 2 and 3 innings ahead of time, and they were right on top of it. I mean, they knew who was going to pitch when, and hey, we're going to force this to happen. The way he warmed guys up, and he wouldn't bring the pitcher in until the other guy announced their batter.
Yeah.
Quite candidly, more National League rule managing. You can see that in Bruce big time, that he's managing as if it's a National League game. And I never got to hit. I hit an A ball, because there was no designated hitter.
Were you a good hitter?
I was okay. I led my college team in hitting. I hit 390 one year in college.
Okay. That's pretty
So and I played on my college team, Ricky and Mickey Mailer both pitched in the big leagues, and we had a big deal on who's the best hitter. And so, we would argue about that all the time. So.
This party environment is wild right now. This is so cool to see as many people here. But as I was telling him, my favorite part about this whole thing is in the grocery store, you'll see a guy wearing a shirt, you got your hat on, and you just kind of tip your hat to him, and everybody knows.
Oh, hell yeah. We're the Rangers, man. We're the world champions.
It's a proud thing.
World champions.
Do you ever want to pull them to the side and be like, hey, I played for them? And then that guy's like, oh, yeah, me too. And you're like, no, I swear.
I'm not much of a braggart type person, but right now saying that I'm the first native Dallasite to play for the Texas Rangers, and my son and I are the first father-son, is pretty damn neat.
Nice.
And how cool is it to see that kind of legacy explode in terms of how many major leaguers are from the area? Well, we were just talking about it. Obviously, Jordan Lawler, super high pick, going for the Diamondbacks. How cool is it to see this has become like a baseball hub in DFW?
For sure it is. For sure it is. Well, the weather and in the summer baseball is just crazy how there's so many games being played. I mean, Tommy Grieve is a close friend, and he goes by Tag, Tom Allen Grieve.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So Tag was, when we were talking about Ben, he goes, hey, we play like 19 games a year, when this 100 games or so. What are we doing here?
Yeah. Now, a lot of people, I just wanted to throw this out there from one of our partners who helps us out for Pizzathon, is Blaze Pizza.
Yeah.
And Nathan from Blaze Pizza said, tell people they can park at my restaurant, Blaze Arlington, 841 East Lamar, Suite 841. It's just north of 30, and it's in a Whole Foods parking lot, so there's a lot of parking there. So if you want to go support Blaze Pizza,
he's not kicking you out.
No, then they always support us for Pizzathon, so good people right there.
We got here at 9 o'clock, and we're almost at 360.
Yeah.
I mean, parking is crazy.
I just parked in Plano and walked. That was kind of, I was like,
it might be quicker.
When I watch Corey Seager, I'm watching some things that are kind of interesting because Mike went through with us, and I know, Kevin, we got a clock that I'm looking at here, but Mike was explaining the frames of a hitter, like how they're watching 3 different frames, out of the hand, right there before you get to it, and at the bat. And I'm watching Corey Seager, and he's like looking down. I don't know if you've seen this or not, but he looks kind of right on the fringe of the dirt, and then he looks up at the pitcher. And there are so many things I want to know. And you're an instructor. Would you tell people go up to the plate like Corey Seager and swing like him at the first pitch every time?
I don't know. Dusty Baker is good friends with Bill Fahey, who used to catch it, and they used to always get the chin up and over. That was his number one key, is to get the chin up and over.
That's what I saw with Griffey a lot.
Yeah, and a lot of guys will do that. Now, when I was with the Twins, we had a guy named Jerry Kuzman, who's on the other half of the
Nolan Ryan rookie card.
Exactly.
Yes.
Kuz is just a wonderful guy, and our best player was probably Roy Smalley or Kenny Landreau. But we're playing. There's 10 games left. We're a game and a half out, and Smalley's up. And as Dizzy Dean used to say, he's squeezing the sawdust out of the bat. He's so nervous, and so Kuz goes over there and he goes, hey, Smalls, you got to remember the 3 C's. And he says, you got it? And he goes, Kuz, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. I don't know what the 3 C's are. He says, come on, everybody knows. See it, center it, and swing it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
One of them those is actually a C, Kevin.
But here's the deal. Smalley hits a ball off the wall in the right center, and he gets to second base, and he tips his cap to. And the thing is he had relaxed, and he was laughing, smiling, and you could see that on the Rangers this year. They were a relaxed team.
Yeah.
high intensity but relaxed, and that's so hard to do. I always, when I try to teach kids, I say, take a deep breath and smile.
Yeah.
Easier said than done, though, right?
In pressure situations, I have no doubt. But look around. It's nothing but hundreds of thousands of smiling faces today. Mr. Bassick, I appreciate it very, very much. I know Corey does.
Yeah, you're welcome to hang around with us, man, as long as you want.
Thanks, guys. You're the best. I still remember when we were at the Texas Roadshow car shop, and you came in there. I believe your wife was there for just a minute, and just the way you talk, the way Mike talks, I was like, God bless your wife, and God bless you.
Well, I've got my daughter Katie over here, and she has to put up with this malarkey as well.
God bless all the women in the Bassick family. I can't appreciate them so much. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. We're doing the parade, baby. We are live at the parade. Let's talk more baseball. Talk with the Tolos. Talk with y'all. Hear from the Twolos. They started doing the wave out at the parade. We'll bring you more sights and sounds and the hundreds of thousands out here in Arlington on your home of the world champion Texas Rangers. That's 105.3 The Fan.
#1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads and relax and enjoy the difference.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Adolis swings and hits a high drive to deep left field. That ball is way back, and that ball is history. Adolis Garcia clears him off with a grand slam after 4 consecutive strikeouts. Not quite the celebration he had 2 days ago, but another slow jog around the bases as Adolis has broken this ball game wide open. It's 9-2.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, your flagship station of the 2023 World Champion Texas Rangers. We are live out at Globe Life, and it's a happening out here.
Oh, my God.
We're going to bring on Chris Arnold, and I posted some up for Snapchat. We've been trying to send pictures and tweet out and everything like that. They were playing Jump Around, and these tens of thousands of fans, just where we can see them as part of hundreds of thousands of fans, were all jumping around with them, and it was awesome.
Absolutely amazing. I mean, here's what's so great. I was talking to some more law enforcement, and they are everywhere. They're everywhere.
They are everywhere.
Oh, yeah. And as I was telling you guys earlier, they're used to these kind of crowds because they've done Ranger games and Cowboys games at the same time. They've done Bad Bunny and Ranger games, Taylor Swift and the Rangers game at the same time. So they're used to big crowds. But the difference this day, as opposed to those other times, there's no opposing fans. There's no losing team. There's nobody.
I love it.
In other words, everybody here is so happy.
From the 214, can I get a shout out to my Nana, Kareen, who is at her nursing home watching the parade. Love you, Nana. Reminder about that Odyssey app as well, but I appreciate that. From the 817, Otani, are you watching? And I know people appreciate that. From the 214, I got to ask, are you guys drinking while you're at the parade today? I am not. I cannot make any guarantees for anybody else who is currently or has been on our broadcast. I have nothing to say about that. Coincidentally enough, we also have Zach Wolchuk right here.
Hey.
Oh, hey, buddy. We were
What's
just
up?
talking about drinking and stuff.
Were you?
Yeah.
Man, we got a lot of Tolos out here that are, they're definitely partaking. And they might be offering to some of their favorite hosts, and their favorite station. Turn it on, leave it on. But yeah, Chris, were you just talking? We just went into the bowels of the stadium there.
Yeah, we were just.
Did he just call you Christopher?
No, he said
Chris.
Oh.
Uncle Chris.
Uncle Chris. So we took our credentials.
Yep.
And went down on the field because they're doing interviews with some of the players. Group gangers, who are not individuals, but group gangers. Of course, Hicksy was down there. Eric Nadell was down there. Everybody's just, it's unsurreal, believable. But forget about the stuff on the field, which is really nice, by the way. They have this section for family and friends, and somehow or another they gave us some passes to that too.
Oh.
So we go over there, and there is so much food. Oh my God. Food, and the food says Texas Rangers World Champions
Series
on everything.
Are these for me to take home?
No, those are mine for my kids.
I did get a cookie that I'm going to never eat, and I will just save it forever.
Will you get another one?
Maybe we can sneak in there and grab some.
We talked to the staff that was providing all the food. We thanked them for they've been there since 5 in the morning. Imagine they had to get here before the crowd
They look exhausted, too. And I'll tell you, Josh Young was getting interviewed. Reckham, to all our Texas Tech Red Raider fans out there, including Mike Bassy. Josh Young looks exhausted.
Yeah.
He looks like he hasn't slept a minute.
Yes.
If you're ever going to do it, now's the time.
Yeah. Evaldi was down there, and so was Evan Carter. They were all and again, but Josh Young looked whooped.
Yeah, he did.
How much easier is this for Josh Young and Evan Carter, you would think, theoretically, than like Max Scherzer?
Yes, you can tell the difference. Evan Carter looks like he's good to go. He's brand new.
Yeah.
21 years old, unfazed. And then, you see a Jordan Montgomery. He's like, all right, and I'm ready to start going again. Maybe he slept a little bit. But Josh Young looks like he's a wreck.
That is amazing. Chris, I wanted to get your take real quick, and we asked this earlier. Who do you think will get the biggest cheers? I know there's so many different options.
Corey Seager.
Makes sense.
Garcia.
The biggest cheer will be Adolis
El
Garcia.
Bombi, because,
Without a doubt.
There's now a beach ball, by the way, going right outside of our section.
So cool right now.
This is just crazy.
It's insane.
And the helicopters, I mean, everybody's circling around. This is just a scene.
Man,
this is just a scene.
I can imagine, I'd love to hear from Evaldi. I want to hear, because he joined this team as a reason. Jacob deGrom, whenever he joined this thing, it was, hey, I'm the best pitcher in the game. And Evaldi was like, hey, we got a good number 2. It's always nice to have a good number 2, right, Kevin? And so but then he's like, hey, look, I'm going to deliver every time. And we talked about big games, and he definitely stepped up, and he was like, hey, give me the rubber. I got this one.
Props real quick to the security. The beach ball made its way into our section.
Here comes.
And they threw it
right back.
But they're hitting it against the wind. We need to get some basic physics.
We got to pop it back.
We got to go back that way. It's just going to, but the security keeps throwing the beach ball back to them.
With the wind.
The beach ball has now come over here 3 times.
We got the jet stream right here. Just let it carry.
There you go. That security guard threw it in a different direction because he's like, you guys aren't good at this. So let's get it over there. So good job, except now it's back over here. So that's live coverage of the beach ball continually coming over here.
Is this not the most perfect day, though?
It is.
It's going to be 71 degrees at 1 o'clock. It's already like high 60s, not a cloud in the sky. You can even see the moon in the background. I mean, this is just unreal.
And shout out to Academy. I went there yesterday after the show, snagged the Championship World Series gear. It was packed.
Because Zach, Academy is providing today's parade coverage after all these years. It's celebration time, and Academy has all your championship gear. Shop in-store, online at academy.com for officially licensed team gear from Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, and more. You're going to love this text, Corey, from the 214. I literally listened to all but 3 Rangers games on the Fan this year, and they said they are the Astros fan of DFW. But they got to admit, I'm proud of the Rangers and how awesome it is that the last 2 MLB champions are from Texas.
There you go.
I can see. I know Jared's he's gonna clap back at everybody. He's been keeping receipts and all that. I know he's gonna do that. I'm not even worried about Astro fans today. Hey, look, if you want to come celebrate this thing too, come here and celebrate and high five with us.
Celebrate a real championship.
Yeah. This is the real first championship.
Good point,
here.
though.
That's the real first one.
That is very.
By the way, we were down there on the field, and I saw Jared before we came down. Jared's here with his wife. We were looking at Hicksy and we're looking at Eric Nadel, and I'm like, Eric Nadel's got to get a ring.
Absolutely.
And Hicksy
Same
too,
for Chuck.
probably.
I think
and maybe even
Chuck Morgan.
Chuck Morgan too, and maybe even Jared.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because they're the primary broadcaster. Jared, for people who forget, he was doing play-by-play while Eric was out for like at least 50 games.
Yeah, and then I don't want to be Jared and leave out Hicksy.
Yeah,
obviously Hicksy should too, because of that amazing moment where he tears up talking about Eric while Mike is eating popcorn, and he goes, and Hicksy too. that was nice.
World Series champions.
This will be interesting to see from the 214. I was in Kansas City when the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. People eventually just started parking on the highways. So be ready for folks to start parking on 30.
Oh my goodness,
I wouldn't rule it out.
Like
I really would.
That might be Gavin Dawson. I don't think Dawson was able to make it in to park in the media lot. I don't know when Dawson's going to be here.
He was driving up,
and
probably
parking about 5 miles away.
Yeah, he just pulls up in downtown Dallas and just says, I'm just going to park here in downtown Dallas randomly on the street and walk all the rest of the way.
From the 817, shout out to y'all. Couldn't be there. Sorry, there's a lot of text coming in. Couldn't be there. I'm a hotshot driver, but can definitely feel the celebration vibes through my radio. And that's the thing. Twolos, YouTubers, folks texting in. If there's something you want to know about the parade, we're here to tell you. Like, we're trying to provide the parade experience the best we can. It hadn't even started yet.
It hadn't even started yet, but you do know that they are starting to shut down the roads around this area. So if you're going somewhere, you might be parking on the side of the highway. Seriously. You're just prepared to walk. If you haven't gotten out of the house yet, make sure you got some walking shoes on. There's a lot of people around. The walk's going to seem like it's a long walk, but it's going to seem easy because everybody's so happy and there are people everywhere.
You're going to run into Rangers fans 2 steps into your walk.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Bring some sunblock, too. Just got to be careful.
You think we're going to crisp? Am I going to get my sunglasses burnt into my face like Texas OU a couple years ago?
I think you're right. Yeah, I think it will be burnt. You're going to have a pink face and like you have a little shadow.
Yeah, you'll be able to see this for months.
What's so wild is Wooly Bully was walking into the stadium a little while ago on the fence. Wooly Bully! Wooly Bully! The Tolos are here.
The Tolos are here. We got a G-Bag flag up in the front. They've asked for flags. I told them we're going to try and get flags out here. But the Tolo support is crazy.
Yes.
And how long people have been here. I mean,
Oh,
go
man.
all the way
4
down
a.m.
towards the left side here from our broadcast positioning near the front entrance. 4 a.m. 4 a.m. they've been camping out, man.
And there's people who picked strategic spots along the route that have been here since yesterday afternoon. Like as soon as they announced, it's a happening. It's awesome. We haven't even begun the actual parade. When we do, Wolchuk, Chiafalo, CA, Bobby Belt will all be strategically placed across the parade route. We'll bring you all the details. We will continue the countdown to the beginning of the parade on your home of the world champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Tolos, our Rangers are world champions. Now that has a very nice shiny ring to it, don't you think? From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about 13 minutes from the theoretical start of the parade, but I think perhaps Mike has led me to believe that it might not start on time. People are asking, will there be an after party? I feel like the after party will be here, as they're now estimating 350,000 people for the parade. And that voice you hear right there from the G-Bag Nation, it is in fact Brian Broaddus. Welcome to the parade, sir.
Thank you
You've
very much.
You've been here for a while.
I have been here for a while, and what I've done is I've kind of avoided being on with you guys to make sure I have like 5 or 6 beers on an empty stomach.
Yes.
So I appreciate
the beers before. Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
I appreciate you having me on. The crowd around the perimeter has been very hospitable.
Oh my God.
Whether it's shots or cold cans of beer, I really appreciate the Tolo's effort and the love that they have for our station.
It is, honestly, it is amazing to see how many Tolos and Twolos there are out here.
Hagee showed up right off the jump, put down the Brad Sham camping chair. That's what we're going to broadcast in today. Best investment I've ever made in my life, by the way. Look across, probably 20 feet from me, guy just lets go of a G-Bag Nation flag right off the jump.
Awesome.
And I'm going, and he's on front row. And to be on front row, you probably had to get here like 4:35 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, hey, just thank you to all the Tolos, the Twolos, the YouTubers, everybody that rides with us all year.
This is a great message from somebody we all know from the 817. Hey guys, I've been tuned in via the radio since y'all came on. This is baseball fan Don.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm at work and won't be able to be there. I'm there in spirit, feeling all the victory parade vibes through your airwaves. Take it all in for me. Love you guys. Proud Rangers fans. Hashtag we did it.
Yeah, we did do
How about
it.
that?
Broaddus,
Yeah.
The easiest thing to do is just walk. I know everybody knows you. You walk up and you just go, we did it, and everybody just starts cheering.
Oh, no, man. I'll tell you what, they know the station. There's a lot of hard work that's gone into it. It's not like a coach, player guy right now. That's maybe the 5 beers I've already had as we're gone. You kind of get sentimental when you do this, you know?
Yeah.
Because you don't know when you're ever going to get to do it again.
You don't.
And Mike asked me, Bassick earlier asked me, have you ever been part of a parade? And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, oh, Cowboys? I'm like, no, Packers. The Packers, when we were all way overserved. We flew home from New Orleans. They loaded us all after we just literally land in Green Bay, and we're on buses and heading, and none of us had jackets or anything like that. And the fans gave us, like, I'm wearing this bright orange hunting jacket while we're going through the parade. Fans were throwing us their jackets. Mike Holmgren had on a Wisconsin State Trooper jacket. I mean, it was awesome. And anytime you get to experience this as part of it, as winning it, but as a fan, I think it makes it even better. I mean, I met people that they brought their kids to this, and you just never know when you're going to have another day where you get to come out on a beautiful day and celebrate a championship.
I believe my older son is out here, but he's also a college student and did not get out here anywhere near time to be at the front of the barrier. So I don't know if and how.
But he's here.
He's here.
His dad's broadcasting right next to the stage.
Yeah.
But he said, you know what? It's important enough for me to be out here among the thousands, and soon to probably be hundreds of thousands when this is all
Yeah, we're looking at
said
like
and done.
350,000 right now, as of right now.
From the 214, please explain the difference between a Tolo and a Twolo. Tolo, turn it on, leave it on. Doesn't have to be exclusive to that, but it's been referring to the terrestrial radio listeners and the app listeners, whereas the Twolos, that's for the Twitch.
Switch it on, leave it on.
If you're Tolo, you're
The
Twolo.
Twitch is fun, man.
Yeah, you're a YOLO. You're all part of the same big family, but
a lot nice people on that Twitch.
Yeah,
like the text I stay away from because the people over there will ruin your day.
There can
and,
be,
rightfully so. They'll call you out.
Yeah, they will.
The Twitchers are a little bit more kind with your opinion.
That's a community right there that they've grown for a long time. You gotta be a part of that community as you grow into it.
I would highly recommend it. The fan text today has been awesome from the 956. Where are you guys broadcasting from? What's the location? So we're outside the north entrance.
Let me describe this.
Broadus is blocking out the sun.
No, I'm looking directly up, and it says Globe Life's Field, and so we're about 50 yards underneath that sign.
And
over here's the Nolan Ryan statue.
Nolan
right
Ryan
behind
statue.
Kevin.
By the north entrance, right by the Nolan Ryan statue.
Go and take it, which they absolutely did.
Yes, they did. From the 214. And I love this because we've been doing our best today for the last several days, all season long. From the 214, feeling the vibes from you guys. From the 817, I'm on my way. I'm a surgical tech. We had 6 surgeries today. Got them all done in record time. Wow.
That's special.
God bless you guys. By the way, can I say thank you to you guys, and it, again, might be a little bit of the cold beer inflowing through me, for being the baseball show of record.
Thank you.
You know, scouting reports, breakdowns, awesome guests.
Yeah.
You guys have thrown some, awesome guests at us all year long. And the way that you guys present how the Rangers have all year long played at a very high level.
Yep.
Got a little shaky there at the end, but as the baseball show of record, you guys educated us. And as a fan, that's all I can ask. Just educate me, and you guys did a hell of a job with that.
Broadus, when we would have you on for the Power Hour on Wednesdays when we were working nights, I always learned something from you. It was always fun because we'd ask you questions, you tell us stuff. Now here we are working with Mike, and whenever the Rangers are going
Mike's
through
done
stuff,
a hell of a job.
His ability to break things down and tell
Scouting
you in an
reports.
easy way, or say, no, this is how it should have done, and then even argue, because we did argue about something, and the next day he goes, Corey, you were right, actually. And I was like, whoa, hold on, what? And so, it has been. We have people on this station that love the sports locally, for one, but on top of it, we're able to deliver the information to everybody.
I'll tell you what, this is the quietest Cowboys-Eagles week I've ever had in my life.
We had Jerry on this.
I had fans over here asking me more baseball questions than what was going on with Cowboys-Eagles. And hey, as the official station of the Dallas Cowboys, super happy that we'll have the Cowboys pre- and post-game show this weekend. Cowboys, tough game in Philadelphia, but today we celebrate being champions.
Yeah, we had Jerry on to kick off the show, and we asked mostly Rangers questions.
Yeah.
And
he was all about it.
Yeah,
Jerry's all about it today.
Jerry's all about this. He really, really is.
Now, people are really enjoying this from the 469. Drunk Grandpa Broadus.
How about that?
Hey, can we get him some more beers? This is fire.
I'm trying. I'm really trying. And we got the Tolos over here. I got some behind me here.
They got shots.
So
over
I've got
there,
everywhere I've gone. You guys were nice enough to sign a baseball.
Yeah.
By the way, the baseball you signed got me a beer.
Nice.
So you know what? I'm all about bartering. I'm in the bartering mode right now. And I'd absolutely Drunk Grandpa Broadus. Catches 2-7 after this thing rolls on.
Broadus, you grew up. You went WT White. You grew up in the DFW area.
Well, you're a Garland kid.
North Garland.
Garland kid.
East
You're a
Dallas.
DISD kid, right? You and I are the same
Brian
bottle
Adams.
of wine.
Yep.
So my memory about the Rangers goes back to 1972. When at the old Arlington Stadium,
Blue Ballpark,
the Turnpike Stadium back in the day, they used to give you a bat when you came in, full-size bat, not a mini bat.
Yep.
Full-size bat. They'd give you a jersey. I was Toby Harrah one time.
Nice.
They'd give you a ball. My memory of going to Ranger games was they're always going to give you something if you go there. And Hagee, I know you guys are big on autographs.
Yes.
Somewhere in my life, I have 12 autograph programs from Ted Williams. I don't know where they are this day.
Don't forget Pizza-thon's coming up 3 weeks.
By the way, I think I'm going to do something with you guys with a dinner. And if you're listening,
probably Hurtado's.
Yeah, Pizza-thon is huge. I was part of the initial one, the idea. I threw out an idea, and Hagee and Majors, they ran with it. So if you could be a part of Pizza-thon, please be a part of that.
You'll love this,
be a part of that.
Just got a thing. I have to go pick it up.
Because I'll be there. I know I'll be there.
Yeah, you will.
Mickey Mantle autographed item we're going to have as part of Pizza-thon.
There you go. I got Mickey Mantle's, and I got Mickey Mantle's last hat he ever wore as a Yankee. 1983 old timers game at Yankee Stadium. My dad and Mickey Mantle were drinking buddies.
I love this story. This is my
And
favorite.
so, my dad, Mickey Mantle goes and says, Larry, take anything you want. Dad didn't go for, the Triple Crown trophy, which he probably could have walked out of there with. Or he could have walked out of there with some bat that Mickey Mantle, something.
Yep, that's 500 bat.
He took a hat, but the Rangers, me, baseball, and when you go and work for NFL teams like that, you lose track of the Rangers. And Luce just got on me the other day because I'm like, I don't hold the scars of 10 and 11 because I was doing other things.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now when you work for the station and how invested we get, I absolutely loved every night listening to Jared, Hicksey, Eric comes, the second half of the season. That's all I did. I listened to baseball all summer with these guys, and I don't think anybody does it better than what we do.
That's a worthwhile experience. That's a worthwhile time.
I loved it,
too.
man. Hicksey, Jared, Nadell, they paint that picture for me every night. Eric tells me that the pitcher's sleeves are just above the elbow, Jared tells me he's pitching off the left side of the rubber.
Yes.
I mean,
exactly.
That's what we do.
Alec
That's what we do.
Medford.
Alec
Gosh,
Medford.
Medford.
Little Red. He's part of this broadcasting team.
Yeah,
he's
got
part of
another headset.
Yeah.
Grab a headset.
Hey, Little Red, grab a headset, man. My man, he's many night. Hey, Eric, after the game, he thanks Alec Medford for being part of the broadcast.
Welcome to the parade, good sir, and I know you might have had to fight harder than many to make your way to the broadcast area here.
Yeah, it was a little late. I thought I had class today, but luckily I have a project that's due, a video project, and Professor was like, look, if you want to do your project over the parade ceremony, I know you can get credentialed and everything, just go for it.
No
so
way.
I was like, you're the best, and here I am. So happy to be with you guys.
Congratulations to you, man. A lot of broadcasts though where the Rangers weren't good.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of nights you sat there and you fought through a lot of that and just soldiered on though. But congratulations to you. The feeling that you had when that thing you were there when the final out, right?
Yeah,
feelings when that was all going on.
It's incredible because, like you mentioned, there was some really bad baseball the past few years. I didn't have to endure it from the broadcast perspective as long as some other people like the great Eric Nadell, Jared Sandler, Matt Hicks, but I definitely sat through some blowout losses, some pretty ugly baseball here at the Globe, but to see that final out recorded, to see Josh Spores just freeze Ketel Marte there in the box, it was euphoric to an extent. It just didn't feel real, and really it hasn't set in until really I put on the headset with you guys. It's like, okay, it's starting to set in now just a little bit. Thank you for the airtime, but yeah, it's just incredible. You guys are doing a great job out here, and man, it just feels great to be out here.
Yeah, you're doing a hell of a job on the weekends, man. I love listening to you driving around. Not only your football opinions, baseball, Mavs, you've got it all covered. You got a bright future in this. You really do.
And for the record, that's where most of us come from.
Yeah, exactly.
Is the weekend.
But you guys talked about it yesterday when you got your first start.
Yep.
It was after the Lakers series,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And here we are.
Our first
Young
show
Alec
ever.
Medford, big-time broadcaster, getting a start, but doing a great job on the weekend.
Yeah, and he crushes it when he fills in with us. He does fantastic work, and he's a Mansfield kid.
Yeah.
Grew up right around the corner from the stadium.
That is super cool, too. Not that you have to be from here to broadcast in this Metroplex, but I think it hits a little bit different. I really do.
When you're part of the organization, when you cover these teams and you've lived and died a lot of this, it makes it even more special when you can stand here 50 feet from a stage and be ready for a championship parade.
You talked about the old Arlington Stadium. In my mind,
awful.
It was nothing. It was nothing.
It was
but
so
blue
hot, Heggie,
and nothing but bleachers.
So hot.
Nothing but metal
Heggie,
bleachers everywhere.
Heggie, it was like sitting in a frying pan watching baseball.
Yes.
Metal bleachers and concrete.
What a great combination. All right, if you guys want to stick around, Broadus, you're free. If you want to
I got to go get a beer.
All right, go get a beer.
Talk to Alec. He's all here for you.
If you want to stick
Thank
around.
you guys for having
Yes,
me.
sir.
See
Absolutely,
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the parade. The parade theoretically should have started, but we are already a little bit behind. We've got our correspondents out in the field. Wolchuk, Chiafalo, CA, they're all out here. They'll bring us the parade information as it happens. Y'all are saying thank you. Thank you to you guys for making, I don't think I'm stepping out of line when I say this is a dream come true. I haven't been drinking. A dream come true broadcast happened. So thank you guys. We'll be back with more of your feedback, more guests, more Rangers right here on your home of the world champions.
Say it again.
105.3 The Fan. Your home of the world champions. 105.3 The Fan.
Football and Miller Lite, America's greatest pairing. Can cracks at kickoff, tailgates going way past postgame. You never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
We're popping bottles all day long with our Turn It On, Leave It On Rangers listeners right here on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
2-2 to count on Smith. Spores is ready. Pushes off, comes home. Struck him out looking on a curve on the outside corner. Just barely hooked that corner. Down goes Smith, and the 8th inning is over.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Texas Rangers World Championship Parade. We now believe that the parade is, believe it or not, already behind schedule, and perhaps the actual parade will get going in about 20 minutes, but there are tens of thousands of people in front of us right here at the north entrance by the Nolan Ryan statue where the stage is set up, and the approximate estimates right now, 350,000 people out here. And I want to read this from the 214. Thank you for sharing the parade experience. I'm unable to be there. I've been following the Rangers my whole life, and I'm old as dirt. But my dad was the biggest Rangers fan I know. He's in heaven watching this magical day. The Rangers gave us the greatest 49th anniversary gift on Tuesday. So hype. Rock out for all of us Tolos. I hope we're doing you guys proud. And do me one favor. On the Twitch, for people texting in, on the YouTube, there's one persistent person who says it's Dallas-Philly week. Nobody cares about baseball. Will you let him know, or her, that everybody right now cares about baseball?
Yeah. We gave Bleep Hole of the Week to somebody else earlier in the program. I'd like to go co-champion co-Bleep Holes of the Week.
Oh.
Maybe the first time ever we've done co-Bleep Holes of the Week right now. You earned that.
Straight up troll move right
Twitch
there.
chatter.
Straight up troll move right there. I did want to shoot this out there real quick. Shout out to Eddie Auerwein and Tony Tucker, Rangers fans since '72. They are celebrating today in spirit. Kevin, Tony Tucker is remember when I snuck into the old stadium and dropped the ashes on the ground? Tony Tucker and then Michael Young caught the pop-up right where Tony Tucker's ashes were spread. This is what it is, man. It's your soul. It's everything about being a Rangers fan. That's what you're feeling today. All these things, people want to be buried with the Rangers shirts on. People want to put their babies in Rangers gear as soon as they come out of the womb.
Or put some babies in people.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Oh, we're going there.
Yeah.
Definitely know.
How many do you think are going to be made in the parking lots today? Countless.
Oh, my God. From the 972. Hey, did y'all hear we won the World Series?
What? Are you kidding me right now? Oh my gosh, I can't even believe it, dude.
Love the coverage. Keep up the good work. Hashtag we went and took it. It is fantastic out here. All right, we've got me, Corey. Mike is out on the float.
He's on the float.
We have Eric Chiafalo. We have Alec Medford. And Rigo, I think you said something in my ear, but it's really loud out here. So do we have somebody ready? All right, CA out on the parade route. CA, where you at? What you seeing?
I'm over here at Hope Lake, and we got Ranger fans on the Rangers! We've already had one marching band go by. I think it was Arlington High School. Now you got the police lined up, and you got another marching band, and players are on their way. I'll give you another update momentarily. How about them World Series champions?
That is fantastic from the 214. It's also a shout-out Friday. Can you give a shout-out to my son? I believe it's Samaji and the DeSoto Eagles on winning district last night against Mansfield. #1 rank in the state, #7 in the nation, obviously coming off that huge win over Duncanville. So all kinds of shout-outs right there. Guys, what are you most looking forward to from this parade? Because I know being out on the parade route is cool, but I can't wait
question.
Excuse me, I can't wait to see everybody up on stage and the trophy and all of that stuff. It's going to be amazing.
Yes, I was talking to a bunch of Tolos and Rangers fans. I think it might have been a part of Medford's crew. Medford's got a big-time party crew going over there. Tossing Budweiser's over, having a great time, living a championship life like no one ever before. And I was like, how fired up are we for this? Like, you guys are right here. They've been here since 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, in the same spot, waiting to have the perfect view at the championship celebration. Everybody at the microphone, the team hoisting the trophy in front of all the Rangers fans here. And that's what they said. It'll feel like it's actually real when I see that team hoist that trophy right here 20 yards from where I'm at amidst this celebration.
And for everybody who still wants more drunk broadus, keep in mind the G-Bag Nation officially starts in about an hour and a half, and he has another beer in his hand right now. So I don't necessarily feel like that train is slowing down.
He goes, hey, you ready to do some drunk radio? I said, I was born ready. Are you kidding me?
Hey, man, it's a Friday.
It's a Friday.
It's a good point.
Championship Drunk Friday.
Yeah, I feel like what happens at the World Series parade, assuming it's legal, stays at the World Series parade. From the 817, this is amazing. My grandpa was one of the flag carriers for the national anthem at the very first home game for the Texas Rangers in 1972 after they moved from Washington. That is crazy.
It's so cool to see the family tie-ins and hear all these stories about how this is sort of like a homecoming for a lot of people that have just been waiting longer than I've been alive for this to happen. And, you know, to your point that you were talking about earlier, when is this going to set in? When is it going to feel real? It's not going to feel real until I see that commissioner's trophy sitting on that stage. I don't care who's holding it. I just need to see it glistening in the lights, in the sun. And then I'm going to be like, okay, this is real.
It's just a piece of metal, though.
It's just a piece of metal.
Yeah, it's just a piece of metal.
But it's sinking in, Hagee.
Yeah. All these people are here. All those tears have been shed. All those voices have been lost for a piece of metal. Get the F out of here. Come on.
This is bigger. This is bigger than the Mavs parade in 2011.
For sure.
It's
not even close.
100% it is. And I can tell you, and Jared can attest, and shout out to Pease and to Chris Blake for filling in this year as well, but for doing pre and post for the last 5 years, and this team was not good. They were one of the worst in baseball. That's how you get, top-of-the-line picks like Josh Young that come in here and help you out, right? That's how you're in a position to draft, hopefully, guys like Jack Leiter and Kamar Rocker that end up being good, and then Wyatt Langford, who I think is going to be in this team. Give it a month next year, and then he's going to be up on the big league level. But the outpouring of constant support, questions, calls, texts that you would get in Rangers extra innings, where you can attest, guys, because KNC, we took over at nights.
Yep.
Ranger fans were always there. They were always asking questions. They never quit on this team, and this is for the ride or die Ranger Nation.
And that was one of the conversations I had with Dawson. Like, don't get me wrong. It's hard to imagine a more beloved singular sports figure than Dirk. It really, really is. But if you're talking team dynamic, Mavericks fans will ebb and flow on you depending on how the team's doing, depending on who's here. The Rangers fans will do that, but the base of Rangers fans who will never leave no matter what is amazing. Think about it. Last year, you set the record for most consecutive losing seasons ever. Actually, it was the year before that, and then you extended it out last year. In Rangers history, which, as we talked about, not the most storied history in the world, over 52 or 63 years if you prefer. Longest losing streak of losing seasons ever. Now you're world champions, and a lot of these people never went anywhere. They might have been a little quieter, or they might have had less people to bounce back and forth with, but they have always been here, and it feels like everybody's here right now.
It does. Everybody. It feels like everyone's here, and I don't. Even if you're a bandwagon fan, we might have a couple of guys on our show. They didn't care about baseball. Dawson, I know, not the biggest baseball guy. He watched the Mariners, board off for the Mariners. That wasn't a fun experience. He's bought into this baseball team. There's so many people that, and you've gotten the text, and I love what you guys have done, reading all of those texts and all the baseball content that you've given and Bassett, and you have ended up making this entertaining for fans that didn't like baseball. They didn't care about the Rangers. Now they're bought in, and I don't care. Look, I get it. It means more for the lifers. But if you just went on this ride starting in October, welcome, and don't leave.
Never leave. Never leave. They created new baseball fans and Ranger fans over the course of this run. And congratulations to gentlemen like Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassy, Reginald Atatula for being the baseball show of record in North Texas and being world bleeping champions and being feet away from the biggest championship stage going right now.
How badass is our location?
Unbelievable.
Dude, we have an amazing location.
Yeah, I feel really bad.
And the Tolos are surrounding us. The Tolo support is crazy.
I joke with them. I wouldn't blame them if they pulled me over the barrier and tried to take my credentials and stuff like that. Think about this, though. If the Rangers hit another struggle, all you have to do in future years is build another ballpark. Because the new ballpark opened in 1994, the old new ballpark
You're
now.
right.
And they made the playoffs for the first time ever in 2016. Open this new ballpark, Globe Life Field, where you get the World Series here, but not the one you want. And then you get your World Series here just 3 years after that. They're geniuses to build this ballpark. I say the same thing. I don't care the taxpayer money, Corey Seager's contract, Marcus Simeon's contract. It's all worth it. It's all worth it, regardless of what happens from here. Now, somebody can play that back to me in 5 years if I'm mad about something. But right now, it feels like it's all worth it.
It does, man. It feels amazing. Seeing Medford and his boys over there,
Dude, that was
where
so
the beer
cool.
was flowing and the championship chants were being chanted, the excitement. We got shirtless dudes over here. Everybody just loving this. And you're right, the credential, as I was walking through the sea of people where it's 350,000, but it feels like 350 million, they're ready to crank some beers. Look at Broadus over there.
Go run.
Broadus is getting ready to just
Chief
crush
Follow,
beers.
they want you. They need you. Go do it. Go do it.
Beers down.
All right, Chief Follow is going to go on a beer run.
Yeah, bring beer.
I'm almost positive that's what's happening. And by the way, from the 214, they showed Brian Broadus drinking a beer, talking to fans on Fox. This is the best.
It is the best.
They showed Brian on Fox.
It's just so cool to see how involved everything is. There's so much media here. There's so many fans. I mean, even my classmates, UTA Radio and MAV Media, are right next to us. They're over here getting their content. I'm getting my content for a school project. And we haven't gotten to do this before. We haven't gotten to cover like success to this extent from an up-close perspective. And we can say that about this very radio station. What I think, you mentioned it earlier, like the fact that we have homegrown talent here at The Fan, the name, 105.3 The Fan. This station is the epitome of the name of the program. Like, we are all just so invested in this team, and like Wolchuk said, some guys might not have been at some point. Now they are. They have to be. There's just too much going on, and hey, why not us next year? There's so much to look forward to in the future. I'm so excited that this team is in the face of relevancy and the island of relevancy.
The island of relevancy.
The island.
I don't know if you heard it. I did my Paul Heyman earlier.
Yes, and it was great.
From the 469, I can't be at the parade, but from DFW now to college in South Carolina, lifelong Rangers fan, toloing all day long. Go Rangers. And this one's awesome too, from the 903. My son is autistic. He and I have faced challenges in bonding, but our shared love for sports has brought us closer over the years. 2 nights ago, I woke him up to watch the game's exciting finale with me, and when the final out was made, an overwhelming sense of joy filled our hearts. We hugged and exchanged high fives, and I couldn't help but shed tears of happiness. I'm immensely grateful to the Rangers for creating this enduring memory of the World Series victory, which I will treasure forever, and I have no doubt your son will treasure forever as well.
The other day, Kevin,
Where the hell did you go?
I'll be honest, I had to go to the restroom, and I was able to. I walked up to one of the security guards, and I said, "Hey, I know Mike Bassy," and they were like, "Whatever you need, sir."
All right.
And so, I got Lucy from school the other day. I hadn't seen her, Kevin, after the World Series. I didn't get to see her until after school that day.
Oh, yeah.
And so whenever I saw her, I picked her up and I said, "Hey, Lucy, we won the whole damn World Series." And she just looked at me and smiled and goes, "Breaking news, Dad. Let's go Rangers." And I was like, yes!
Oh, my
But I wanted to show you this, Kevin. I want you to take a look at this real quick because as I told you, Adrian said that over at MP, they are having a watch party. So they're watching and they're listening along. That's George. The picture that you're looking at is George. He's a hipster. I can't share it out because I need permission to do that. Yeah. But that is George, and he is walking around carrying the newspaper, yelling history. Every time he's walking around MP right now saying history as he holds the newspaper up. That is awesome.
Look, I'm going to take this opportunity to shill a little bit with the audience. Day before Thanksgiving, it's the 10th annual Peace-a-thon. We already have front row wrestling tickets lined up. Autographed stuff from Luca, Mickey Mantle, Kobe. It's going to be the most incredible Peace-a-thon ever. Day before Thanksgiving, 5:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Every dime of that goes straight to My Possibilities. Any money we spend comes out of our pocket. Nothing is taken ever, never has, never will be taken from the bottom line. I just got somebody, I believe I'm going to get the very last official scorecard, the batting order from the old stadium with the Texas Rangers, MLB authenticated. I believe I will have that in my possession in the next couple of days as we celebrate the World Series champions. The auctions are going to be madness. And if you're like, I can listen, I can't donate. If you know anybody that wants to help donate to My Possibility, please spread the word.
Are you joining us this year, Alec, for Peace-a-thon? Are you going to be at school? You're going to be out of town?
I got school forever. I'm going to put it out there right now on 100,000 watts. If y'all want me all 13 and a half hours, I will be there.
All right, show up.
Accepted.
You're there with us.
I accept.
Yeah,
I'll be there.
That's a binding verbal contract, my friend.
I will be there.
I would also like to say this, Kevin. You know, like on my way back from the restroom, I did get stopped a number of times. I got stopped probably 4 times along the gate. And it was not just one person going, hey, Corey, I know you. It was hordes of people, hordes of Tolos that are like, hey, can I get a picture? Hey, man, this is such an awesome thing. They were all thanking me, thanking us, thanking the station for doing what we're doing. And I can't say, hey, you know, like, that's just what we do. No, thank you guys. Thank you. Thank the Tolos that are out there for showing up for us on a daily basis. A lot of them that probably didn't like baseball and learned baseball this year. And here we are celebrating a championship that you probably didn't know you were going to get this year. Actually, none of us knew it. None of us had a clue that we were going to do it.
I did not.
But, man, it's such a cool feeling to be. I know those guys that played in the game. They get this all the time. It's such a cool feeling to know that we're all in this thing together, that we got to do this thing together through 162 games in the playoffs all the way through it. We were biting our fingernails all the way off, enjoying this ride, and now we are getting the opportunity to celebrate the fruits of our labor.
I appreciate everyone who's sharing stories like this, and I do want to apologize. I know for the last 36 hours we've taken a lot of phone calls. Here's the deal. It is really, really loud out here. We have the technology to take phone calls. I don't think we can hear them out here because it is so loud.
I wouldn't be able to hear you.
If you're getting involved in the Twitch, we can see those. YouTube, we can see those. Text, we can see those. It's just easier because it is really, really loud out here. From the 214, I'm just going to throw this out there. If it's not for you, not trying to push my beliefs or anything on anybody else. From the 214, I can remember watching in 2000 run with my dad, who wasn't in great health, and unfortunately, they couldn't get that win, and in 2013, my dad passed away. 10 years later, we got that crown. Let's effing go, Rangers.
Cheers.
I am very much a believer that your dad could see it, and your dad could enjoy what happened. Again, if that's not your thing, like, I'm not trying to push my beliefs on anybody else. That's just my personal belief, because I've had a lot of conversations with people who have loved ones who aren't here anymore. I, with 100% of my being, believe that they can still get that experience.
There's so many great stories coming from this, and I know it's been spoken about a few times on these airwaves, but especially working these playoff games behind the scenes, one name kept popping up in my mind, and it was Ted Nichols-Payne.
Heck yeah.
And I didn't know him as long as a lot of you guys. I knew him for, 3-4 years, but this was my rock in the radio industry. He would, after every game, tell me how much of a superstar I am. After he would make his jokes and curse me out lovingly. But he would tell me how awesome I was. He would check in on the weekend content and tell me I was doing great and tell me I'm the next big thing. And it's
or
just
if
like,
you weren't.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's absolutely true. He would be very honest with you.
Yeah, he's very brutally honest, and he would call me sometimes when he could see the frustration or just, the anxiety building up, and he would say, hey, man, you got a long road to go, and you're going to go down a really fun one, so just be ready. And I hope he's having fun watching this because he was just so special and so integral to those broadcasts, too.
Kevin, he always told us we were his favorite show, and I don't know if he was just saying that to feed our egos or make sure that we felt better about it because we were growing in this business and everything. But he would be for this. He'd be here for 162 of them. He's the guy for this thing. He's making it all work, and everybody's like, man, he would be so happy to see this moment happen. And I know exactly what Ted would have done. Ted would have looked up from his iPad over his little glasses, and he would have gone, cool, and then gone back to whatever game he was playing and made sure that all his levels were right. And then he would be like, all right.
If you told him why Star Trek 2 was better than Star Trek 3, he's like, all right, now let's have a conversation.
Those conversations with him when we'd go to spring training and we'd stay in the houses in Arizona with him and we'd cook steaks, and he was just so thankful that we cooked a steak, and we included him in the whole process. And we were like, well, I mean, you're paying for it, Ted. Like, it's on the company dime here, so you got the card.
And from the 254, this World Series is from my late mother. She was as huge of a fan as I am. This means so much to me, as I know it would to her. Love you, Mom. The Rangers have done it. And see, whether it's that guy's dad, this person's mother, Ted Nichols-Payne, I really do feel like this championship is for everybody, and you'll tell those stories. Think about the people who just texted in, or think about us talking about Ted Nichols-Payne. That's already been passed down to my older son. My younger son, I told him he doesn't care. Unless you have a piece of candy or something like that.
Can he read yet?
He can't.
Okay, all right. We're still working on that.
He's the worst. I'm just kidding. He can walk like a champ and talk like a champ. He can't read anything.
Adrian loved the video of him walking, by the way.
Oh, my God.
She thought it was the best.
I passed that down to them, and my hope and dream is that, obviously you hope you pass your values down to your kids, and that's more important. I get that. But, you pass down your love of the Rangers, or whether it's the Cowboys, Mavericks, Stars, SC Dallas, whoever. That's what's so cool is my son is trying to get in. And he goes, I don't think we can make it. He goes to school at UTA. He's not far away, but he's also a college student. He's like, I don't think we can make it in.
Man, I'm looking up at the boards because we have a bunch of different boards around here to watch what's going on, and I think it's the Valley Sports broadcast that they have up there. And I'm looking at an interview with Eric Nadel, and just thinking of all the times that he's been out here, in-game stuff that he's just been like, tonight's not the night, but he's delivering for the audience at home, and everything that he went through this year, obviously too, and for him to cap this off this way, I'm not saying anything else other than this puts the I did all the work that I put into it. Finally paid off. Over 30 years of doing this, man, being a Hall of Famer, and we've had that voice right there, and now I see the crowd out there waiting for them to turn the corner in the parade, Kevin, as they're getting ready to roll this thing out there, man. It's awesome to see, and I can't believe Mike's out there on a float right now.
That's so cool.
That is so awesome.
And he earned it. He's done internet, radio, and television Rangers broadcast this year. Just this year.
I just saw somebody climb up a light post, Kevin, and we don't have to worry about greasing up our poles
the
here.
The parade has begun.
Yeah, here it is. There is the marching band is underway out there, and the hundreds of thousands of people are all waiting to celebrate and wave to whoever their favorite player is. Maybe just a player they see, probably tossing a beer to them or a shot or something like that. Having those little mini fireball bottles is a good way to go.
Important question for you guys. I think it might be DC. I told some station I could do a hit at 4:18
You're
Central.
not gonna make it, bro.
Should I just tell them it's not going to happen?
Yeah, it's out the window.
Yeah, you're not making that, dude.
Whoops.
Just like I'm betting, I don't know. If I get a text from Dawson that says I'm on my way, then I'll believe it. There's no way I believe that dude left any time
Unless
recently.
we crowd surf him in. That's the only way.
That would be awesome.
I believe that could
happen. I
happen.
believe G-Bag could make that happen.
From the 817, can you give a shout out to my wife? She's sitting in the car with me listening to y'all's broadcast since we couldn't make it to the actual parade. That's from the 817. Feel free on some of these shout outs. If you want to drop in the names, I'll do my best to make it happen. This is from John Smoltz. What time does Game 6 start? Next year, baby, when you introduce the Texas Rangers as the world champion. Is there Alec, we got a chance to kick this around the show a lot, and I'm sure you did too. Was it when the Rangers were 40-20, when was the time in the year, because I know it ebbed and flowed, when you thought, holy crap, this Rangers team could be super special?
For me, I think it started to linger around, the late June area, but it was really the All-Star break. Whenever you saw all of these Rangers infielders, when you saw Nathan Eovaldi, throwing pitches to Jonah Heim in the All-Star game, it was like, wow, these are all homegrown talents for the most part.
I felt like, Alec, I felt like that we kind of stole that because us in Tampa were working against Toronto the entire time.
Yeah.
But then, seeing those faces there, it validated it. And then seeing what they did this season validated that for me,
It absolutely validated it. To see some of those moves that guys like Chris Young and John Daniels work together or work separately on to make happen. Guys like Leody Taveras, really gratifying to see him succeed. Guys like Nathan Eovaldi, a new face in the organization, come out here and win 5 postseason starts. It's incredible to see the turnaround in 1 year of Bruce Bochy's tenure. 3-year contract, 1 year into it.
Yeah.
You're already on top of the world.
Yeah, you don't get that, man. You get a coach or a manager that walks in and he's like, I still need this. I still need to add this. And they walked in and said, we're going to give you everything that you possibly could ask for and more. And he was like, look, I got some guys here that I think I can work with. And Josh Young, hey, go ahead, let's bring this Evan Carter kid on. He mentors Jonah Heim along the way. And I know Jonah Heim was working with Bobby Wilson as well. And there is that moment. I really enjoy hearing that story about how Bobby Wilson was pretty stressed out. He was kind of stressed out about the whole thing. And Bruce Bochy said, look, relax. I came back so I could enjoy the game again. And that just kind of changed his whole perspective on how this season should be for him.
From the 254, this is amazing. Can my stinking Uncle Sean get a shout out? He's the reason I'm a Rangers fan and a Tolo. My Uncle Sean died of muscular dystrophy in 2008. This parade and the series win have officially supplanted the time my dad and all my cousins got arrested for dumping his ashes when running the bases postgame. That's amazing, and that's the generational thing that we talk about. Oh, have you ever been arrested? Yeah, for dumping your uncle's ashes on the field postgame, and you're like, worth it. Worth it.
There's a risk-reward factor there.
A lady just came up to talk to Alec, and he was like, I'm focused on the radio right now. I cannot talk to you.
But let's say it was a break. Do you have the opportunity to say what's up? What's the story there?
Probably.
Oh man, what a dicey answer that is. What a dicey answer that is. From the 682. Hold on, is that Chris Arnold I see out there? Now he is out there and he's been giving us reports. He's out on the parade route right now, giving us some ooh-wees, having fun with the crowd. Broadus is drinking more. Now he is firing up the crowd. And
he was dancing behind you a minute ago, Kevin. I'm not sure if you caught that.
Oh, I missed it.
He was bending the knees. He was giving some dance moves. There he goes. You're catching that on the fan cam right now. That's awesome.
From the 601. Hey, I got the parade on the TV with it muted and listening to y'all. From the 214, listening from Little Rock, y'all are fabulous. From the 214, Kevin's nemesis here. Man, that person does ride or die. Stuck at work at the hospital. Wish I could be with y'all. Just an incredible day. Part of me kind of wants to run out there and be on the street for the parade, but the enthusiasm right here is also incredible. Getting reports from our people on the street, it's amazing. I don't know if you can hear. I know y'all can hear that.
Oh yeah.
The "Let's Go Rangers" chant has broken up. Fire them up, Broadus! Let's go Rangers!
It's going, man. It is rocking out here. And you know what's crazy is they haven't even seen the players yet. The players haven't even taken the stage. Nobody's even seen them yet, and they've been cheering like this since 6 o'clock in the morning, rocking along here, man. It's a great event to be part of, great event to celebrate, and to be part of this, man. Kevin, when we started this whole thing, I never thought that we'd get this opportunity. We knew we wanted to cover the Cowboys, we wanted to cover the Rangers and be part of that stuff and everything. But when you look around and see this kind of environment, it's just the wildest thing.
Seeing Brian Broaddus dance right next to me is the wildest thing, and I hope y'all don't get sick of these, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but the hundreds and now the thousands of stories across the Metroplex coming in have been incredible. From the 214, I've been waiting for this parade since 1972. I have seen a lot of bad baseball over the years, but this makes up for everything. And you see so many Rangers fans, old and young. I also see a bunch of Rangers fans out here who probably don't entirely know what's happening because they're young. And it's cool to see that it keeps carrying on and carrying on.
I know we keep hearing that, or we keep seeing that line, and we've even said it a lot too, about the bad baseball. This was the best baseball I've ever seen. Like this, I know they won Corey, they won the championship, but this is the best baseball I got to watch. Defensively, pitching-wise, clutch hitting. When somebody needed to do something important at the plate, they did it, man. Even Corey Seager with his weak dribbler down the line and on third base.
Broke up the no-hitter.
It was something important, man. And so, like I said, the defense that we got to see played throughout these playoffs was special. Josh Young and Seager and Simeon, those guys were amazing.
I want to throw out Nathaniel Lowe as well, because if you're just talking about pure improvement, no doubt, Simeon is awesome. He was awesome, still awesome, deserving of a Gold Glove. Not a Golden Globe, maybe a Golden Globe. Corey Seager
and an EGOT.
He got better defensively this year. Josh Young went from, if we could get average, we'd be stoked to. He is an above average defensive playing third baseman. Nathaniel Lowe, statistically one of the worst first basemen in Major League Baseball last year. Now a Gold Glove finalist. Corey, you're spot on. The defense of this team does not make it to the playoffs, let alone to this parade today, if not for that top-notch defense.
And we saw pitching that knew what it was doing. It wasn't pitching that was out there that was like, man, I hope I can throw some strikes today. Hopefully we can get it across the plate. Now, again, during the regular season, there were lots of questionable moments. There were lots of times when we were like, I don't know if he can throw a strike. Good luck to us tonight. But in the playoffs, man, when you got Montgomery and Evaldi on the mound, whatever collection of third, fourth guy they want to throw, John Gray steps in and did something that we knew he was capable of. We just didn't see it consistently enough. This was the best all-around baseball I think we saw.
Rigo, do we have another parade report ready to go? Okay. He's keeping us on task.
Okay.
I like that.
I like that.
We're going to go to break. We're going to bring you the parade reports. We've got Chiafalo out there. We've got Wolchuk out there. We've got CA out there. In this hundreds of thousands of people, sea of humanity, we'll be back with more coverage live at the parade on your home of the by God world champion Texas Rangers.
We did it.
105.3 The Fan.
Hey everybody, come out to Old 75 in Richardson with 105.3 The Fan's Watch Party. Come out and party with me and all the Tolos as we watch Dallas take down Philly on Sunday. Old 75 Beer Garden. Good cheer, good friends, good times. See you there.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at the World Series World Champion Parade for the Texas Rangers. And you know what? I don't want to waste any time. I want to take you straight away out to Chris Arnold, who is on the parade route. And Chris, I believe you have some Tolos with you. How's it looking out there?
Oh, it's looking fantastic. In fact, it's 10 deep on both sides of the road. We're over here by Hope's Lake, right by Tucson. Let's start this off like we did it a minute ago. Texas! 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 How's it feel? It's feeling great out here. How you feel?
I'm so excited.
How long y'all been waiting? How long you been waiting, man? Since like 7 o'clock this morning. Look, you got your good spots too. Yeah, I do. Who's your favorite Ranger this year? I'm gonna tell you Baldy. Baldy, you got it done. Same time as Albert. What's going on, man? What's up, man? You're on the radio. How's it feel out here? It feels good, man. Who's your favorite Ranger? I love them all, but Nathaniel Lowe, that's my guy, man. First base all the way, ride or die. That all right? Let's do it again. Let's go, let it go. Texas! Texas! We'll get back with some of these players folks. We've already had marching bands. We had the police. The Ranger players are on their way. Tell us back to you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Rangers players on their way. We've seen the marching bands from the 469. Shout out to Richard Durrett. He would be loving this. Love that guy. And for those who don't know, long time Rangers reporter, the Do It for Durrett Foundation, the fundraisers that they have and everything. That is an excellent shout out.
Kevin, I had the pleasure when I was an intern of working for ESPN, and I got assigned by our friend Frito to go hang out with Richard for a few nights and watch games with him. Got to watch a Nelson Cruz walk-off game on a hanging slider from the Oakland A's. And the dude was a consummate professional, but he talked like watching a game with him was the funniest thing because he would talk to the Rangers and everything the way that Grandpa would do. You know, like Grandpa's sitting there watching the game and he's talking to the TV and he's saying, I mean, he was hilarious. He was a kind man too, and he would absolutely love this. Anybody that's ever worked on a baseball beat, it's the most difficult beat. If you heard Randy Galloway this morning with Sean and RJ, you know it's the most difficult beat to cover because you are at it 162 games a year. That's why we have so much respect for Nadell and Hicks and Jared for what they accomplish all season long. I do love that question, Kevin, of your favorite Ranger. Like when Chris asked that to the Tolos out there, because everybody has one that they picked. And I know
they were all different.
Yeah, and every single one of them is going to be different because there were so many different people that made an impact on this season, on this championship. Like Corey Seager is, when he got here, Kevin, I was like, number 5. His name's Corey. I'm going to love that dude forever. And he brought us a championship. And I don't think that's ever going to change the love. I mean, for a sports love, as Emily Jones once told us, love, baseball love.
Yeah.
Adrian Beltre. I'm going to love Corey Seager forever, man.
From the 512, this is one of the greatest sports memories ever. I'll co-sign that. And then from the 817, this is interesting. Stars, championship in 1999. Mavs, championship in 2011. Rangers, championship in 2023. All 12 years apart. Cowboys, championship in 2035 then.
Well, let's not wait that long. I mean, I understand it's built that way, but Kevin, let's not wait that long if we can help it, you know. I do have a Tolo. His name's Dylan. He went to A&M or is down there at A&M, and he made his way back. He's a local kid, and he broke his hand. I think we've told you this before. He broke his hand in 2011, and he messaged me the other day and said, hey, I broke my hand recently. I think we're going to win another championship because the last time I did it was when the Mavs won. And so I bet everybody has a story of whatever happened, some seat that they sat in that mattered the most and all those things. That's what's going to happen for the rest of our lives, Kevin. We're going to have these stories where we're sitting at the restaurant and somebody's like, hey, I'm a Rangers fan. You know it because they're wearing a Rangers shirt. And then we share these stories about where we were when this thing happened, man. And we were right here on the Fan.
From the 972, worked on Globe Life signs on the roof the 2 days they had exhibition games. Told my wife when I got home, something about being in that building was special. Wasn't sure what that was at the time, but now we know. World champions. From the 512, Tolo here in Austin, raised in Bedford, watching live on YouTube. We came home to watch Game 5 with my friends and family, and we slayed that 2011 Demon. From the 832, 40-year-old lifetime Texas Rangers fan from DFW, relocated to Montgomery, Texas in 2003. Never a bandwagon fan of the Armpit Astros. Love the station. Always stream. Thanks a million. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
I'm catching the TV, Kevin. I'm looking up a little bit. I see some of these trucks and these floats being pulled right now. They're waving to the crowds. I love, this is one of the great things we do here in DFW, Kevin, is make space on our streets for people to move around. So there's lots of room out there for them to drive around. I think I just saw Basic's float there. That is awesome. That is so cool that he's out there, that Dave Raymond, those guys are with it, that Jared and Eric and Matt are doing it. It is awesome.
Hey, let's all be honest. We're all going to be honest here. I've told Mike this to his face a million times. Sometimes I think Mike Bassy is a jackass.
Yep.
But he is also a great human who cares a lot. I know there are people who are like, oh, he doesn't care. He cares a lot. It's so cool that we have him on the station. He is from the Metroplex. He was part of the first father-son combination to pitch for the Rangers. He has broadcast on the internet, radio, and television games this year, and that's why he's on one of the floats in the parade right now.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It is. We didn't know quite what we were getting into when we started working with him, right?
Yes.
But you don't see passion like that out of a lot of media people. And that dude wears, you say heart on your sleeve. Everything about him is right there to be shown. And he is a passionate DFW sports fan. He loves it. And I'm really happy for him. And that's one of those things, too, Kevin. I could be jealous that dude's out there doing that right now. But guess what, man? I'm happy. I really am happy that they get to celebrate it because we're all celebrating this thing together, man.
And for everybody who's ever said Mike Bassy pisses them off, me too.
Oh, yeah,
so
absolutely.
I hear you on that.
Yeah.
From the 8-1, we're going to go back to CA. CA, who you got with you? What are you looking at?
I just watched Mike Bassy go by on the float, man. It's absolutely amazing. Guys were just talking about it. We got a picture. I'm going to send it to you guys. Put it on the station. Put it on Twitter. Bassy on the float with Jared. There were a couple of, it was so crowded. There's a crowded float. And then there were floats with, first of all, firefighters had their own fire engines. You had the mayor pro tem of Arlington had his own float. You had all these political dignitaries. They had their float. You had Captain, the mascot for the Rangers. He was on his float. You had dancers. You had cheerleaders from high schools. They just came by. But Bassy was in his glory. I promise you, the biggest grin on his face. I mean, props to Mike. He's in his element, man. He's in his element. And again, there's a little pause right here, right now. But my goodness, just a few minutes ago, we got a pitcher. We got a pitcher. In fact, what were your thoughts when you just saw Bassy go by? Because you were looking for him.
Matt Bassy was looking good. We've been waiting out here all morning, but we've been waiting for 30 years out here. Me and Riley, we've been waiting out here. So happy. World champ. We can't.
What you think, Riley?
Absolutely, man. We were looking for Bassy, get a big old grin on his face. Him with Dave Raymond, Dave Valley, we're up there. Oh, it's so awesome. We're so happy to be here. Go Rangers.
Go Rangers. I got. Oh, wait a minute. This is another float. Oh, I think these are wives. A bunch of, maybe these are ladies that work. They look like they're wives because they're wearing World Series cheerleaders, World Series T-shirts. Wild going wild.
Okay.
And Chris, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
We'll get back to you. Get back to you a little bit.
There you go, CA. I thought he got swallowed up by the crowd for just 1 second from the 832. Headed to Houston this weekend with every piece of Rangers gear I own, about to troll the whole city all weekend long.
Kevin, I'm just kind of looking around at this facility too. Like this whole Texas Live venue that they built. We were told before that it was 25 years in the making for that thing. They wanted to do it when the other stadium was there, and it just didn't work out. And now that I'm looking at this, like, it's a perfect party environment. But then you have the live lows, and then you have the other buildings not quite done yet. I got a construction guy way up there. You see that way up there? He's watching, trying to see the entire thing from up there. it's a great venue that they built out here. And we talk about the St. Louis Cardinals. They have one just like this outside of their stadium. And there was always that discussion that there was no life outside of you have a lot of different.
You go to the Dave & Buster's, and that's the only thing that you can do. I'm 1,000,000% with you on that.
Hey, let's take it over to Zach Wolchuk. He's in the streets right now. Zach, where you at, homie?
Guys, I'm at Stadium and Ballpark Way right now. We got the Rangers Hall of Fame car that is rolling by right now. We got the field staff as well. They are repping their Black World Series surrounded by Ranger fans. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. I've tried to get as close as I can to the street, but honestly, this is all about the Ranger fans enjoying this moment, boys. I'm just trying to stay back and just soak this in, but the parade is slowly making its way right over to me right now.
Man, look at Wolchuk getting his first report in, surrounded by fans.
Kevin, I think, too, that he couldn't find an exit out of the area that we're in. I think he had to crowd surf out. He was like, y'all lift me up and then carry me around here, man.
I'll tell you this. I know I said it a couple times today. There are multiple spots in here where you can find a bunch of Tolos that will help you out. Corey, are you ready to have your mind blown?
Blow my mind.
All right. We're going to build up to it. Are you ready? From the 214, we're going to start out. It's going to be tough, but we're going to build up, okay? From the 214, my dad died this time 1 year ago, and I love talking local sports with him. He would have loved seeing this. I love this for North Texas. Go Rangers. From the 254, I'm out on the oil wells listening to y'all in Mahia. Let's go Rangers.
Love you, Mahia.
From the 469, I'm watching y'all on YouTube from South Korea.
What?
Tolo # Army Life. I wish I was there. Well, thank you for what you're doing for us so we can engage in these types of nonsense and shenanigans.
Yeah, and cheers to you.
Giafalo, I'm going to go to you. You got a lot to live up to. We just had a fan who texted in from South Korea. What are you doing out there?
Is that the same fan that I saw drinking beers with earlier who said he got here at 1 a.m. in the morning? I think that's the exact same fan. Stadium and Ballpark, the Let's Go Rangers chants were deafening here as the players came by with with Austin Hedges doing his thing. The beers were flowing. Beers were being thrown, beers were being caught, beers were being chugged. It was an epic moment. Experiencing on TV is one thing, feeling the energy is completely different. The Rangers fans, fanatics are here, and this is absolutely wonderful. The American flag, the Texas Rangers flag, all being flown. And right here, seeing the beers being caught and chugged, it was so efficient. We feel like we've been here before.
All right. Eric, I don't know if you know how travel and time works.
I think he was talking about somebody he saw out there, Kevin. I think he saw him early this morning, and he was like, hold on, is that the same guy?
Okay, excellent report from Giafalo. I thought he was saying the person who's in South Korea right now is the person he saw this morning, and I just wanted to make clear that those are most definitely not the same person.
Dude, it's crazy because the Rangers players. We were talking with John Blake's son. He's our PR connection to the Rangers. Does so much great work getting us Bochy each week, getting us guests all the time. Especially when we go out to Surprise to get this thing kicked off every year. We get exclusive interviews with the best players on this team, and then face to face. But he was saying, I don't think that he's slept since the World Series was over. These guys are so busy. And, they were talking about Josh Young, looked like he was exhausted. Jared told us yesterday, Jonah Heim was just melting in his chair while he was eating pancakes because the dude played so much this year. Yet here they are today, standing on these floats. I can see them, and they're just as excited as these fans to celebrate this with all of us. It's awesome.
From the A17, I'm listening is making my day. I'm a Tolo from 3 hours south down I-45. I'm not going to say the name of the city. Good for you. From the 903, can I get a shout out from my boys, Blake and Dylan? We're not all together, but we're always connected through y'all's shows. Thank you guys for everything. We talk about y'all are part of our family. We're part of y'all's family. We're all part of the Rangers family. And this feels like the most kick-ass family reunion I've ever been to. Doesn't it?
Yeah, dude. Everywhere I go, whenever we get up and start kind of stretching our legs just a little bit, because we have a different situation. The fellas are out there. They're on site. They're surrounded by them. We're a little blocked off, and we have everything right in front of us right here. But every time you get up and stretch your legs, there's people along these fences that are just stopping us, wanting to chat. Kevin, I think I saw you signing autographs a few minutes ago on somebody's jersey.
And on a can and on a baseball. It's a crushed hard lemonade can. These people are rocking out there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't worry. We got to go to break. We're not going anywhere, though. We're going to be right back with more live coverage from the parade, from the streets, on your home of the Rangers, the world champion Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Here's Corey Seager, who swings and drives one deep to right. It sails way out of here. Corey Seager with a line drive home run, a good dozen rows into the seats in right. He's given Texas a 3-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, your official home of the world champion Texas Rangers from the 346. I live in DFW. I'm working in Houston today, listening live to the parade and making all my coworkers mad. I love it. Let's take it to CA or to Corey?
Let's take it to me real quick.
Okay, Corey.
I'll hear from Rigo whenever he tells me to go.
CA's ready.
All right, let's go take it to CA then. I'll get my point out in a minute. CA, where you at, homie?
CA, can you hear us? All right, we'll have to come back to him.
Let's go back to me.
You knew that was going to happen, didn't you?
Here's one of the things I think that is pretty amazing, Kevin. You look around and you see all these light blue polo shirts, and you see inside, the employees, the guys, the people that are out at this place all the time that we've gotten to know for a long time here. And it's just awesome to see them get the opportunity to be part of this today too, because they commit so much time out here at the stadium for the fans and everything, and this all the security and ushers and everything. Salute to all them, man.
Let's take you live to one of the floats, and Jared Sandler. Jared, are you in the middle of a world championship parade on a float right now?
So I'm on a float. I feel like Andy Samberg. I'm on a float. He's Jewish too, like me, so it makes sense. But we just finished our little round. We didn't have service while we were doing the thing. We're back in the parking lot. That was insane. I mean, it's a reminder. I think Hicksy just said it. It is a reminder of how communal of an experience this is, and how much this means to so many people. And what an amazing guys! That was unbelievable. All the people that were out here. There were people on top of buildings, sitting on porta potties. There were construction workers that were sitting at the top floor of whatever building they were constructing. I mean, it was absolutely unreal. What a tremendous experience.
That is absolutely insane, Jared. I'm just curious then, how does right now compare to Wednesday night?
Well, that's a great question, Hagee. You know, the difference between today and Wednesday was that we're now surrounded by Rangers fans. We're surrounded by the people who support this organization, who listen to us on the radio, who watch the Rangers on TV, who go absolutely ape crap for these players when they succeed, and the people who cry and pout and sulk when the Rangers struggle, right? I mean, these are the people, especially the people in the front row, because they've been here for hours and hours. I mean, these are the people who help make Rangers baseball what it is. You know, they're the ones who help, create the energy and the atmosphere. And we talked about this, right? You know, for some people, the Rangers provide a source of passion that is indescribable. And the people out here today, I mean, these are those people, and it's just so cool to see the joy on their faces and how celebratory they are.
Do you think, Jared, that if you're seeing Eric's face, as you're seeing Hicksy's face and Mike's, that they're like, are they soaking it all in? Are they completely realizing this right now?
No, it's really cool to watch Eric, especially just waving to people. I mean, he had a grin, ear-to-ear smile. That was really special. I took a second to make sure that I watched and saw him just enjoying the moment, and that was really, really, it was surreal, guys. This experience was incredible.
Hey, Jared, I want to try to make your day even better. I can't tell you how many people we've had texting in saying that they're from the Metroplex but working in Houston today, and they're trolling everybody in Houston with their Rangers gear.
Good, there were some Astros-related signs on the parade route. That was it was enjoyable to read. Hey, I got Eric right here. Eric, they were just asking me what this experience. We're on live radio, so don't say anything bad. They were just asking me what this experience was like for you. I said I took a second to watch you, and you were smiling ear to ear. But I'm going to give the phone over to Eric. I'm going to let him talk a little bit about it.
Eric Nadel, voice of the Rangers. We've all waited. Oh, no.
The call dropped right as he hands it off.
No.
Jared had so much energy pumping through his body that he was basically a signal tower himself.
He's no Corey Seager on that double play. You know what I'm saying? Like, we couldn't get that turn.
Oh, man.
From the 817. Every time y'all go to break, I go back and listen to Nadel's call of the final strike.
That's the way to do it, man.
A little sports cry every single time, and I don't think I'll ever get tired of it. Cosign.
That's a way to do it right there. I mean, I have found myself, Kevin, whether I'm in the restroom or just hanging out on the couch, just any spare time that I do have, I just find a way to go listen to the call or listen to the last few innings. And I know we have a lot of audio from the station right here on 105 through the Fan, and I stole it all. And so that's what I do is I keep it right there on my phone so I can just enjoy that memory and have it all there for me. But we got plenty of videos and content up on the website too.
From the 4-6. Okay, we got him back. Do we have Eric Nadel with us, sir?
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing great. So many people have waited a long time for this. We talked yesterday. Today, you got to go on a parade on a float. What is this day like for you?
Just a totally overpowering emotional experience. To see the absolute joy on people's faces was incredibly moving. It was one thing to drive in here at 10:30 this morning and already see however many hundreds of thousands of people. But to ride through this parade route and see the people's faces, see people sitting on top of the houses, construction workers sitting 4 stories high on that new hotel they're building, everybody waving, everybody completely joyous. Just hard to explain, overwhelming emotionally that was.
Man, thank you so much for jumping on with us. I know it's a fun and busy time. Tell Jared thank you as well. We love you guys.
Thanks. We love you guys too. Wish you were out with us.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Absolutely.
Eric Nadel just told us that he loves us, Kevin.
I know.
This is amazing.
I know.
Is this real life right now? Is this real life?
I am David after dentist. And then the people shouting out the management and the owners absolutely is props to the ownership group, Ray Davis, for spending all of the money. Props to Chris Young for helping put this together. Props to him for hiring Bruce Bochy and Bruce Bochy getting this thing done. That's the thing is I know we keep reading shout outs or props or whatever because you could spend the entire broadcast doing that. And then we just had Jared and Eric off of the float.
You know, Kevin, Choppy said this morning in Crosstalk, there's something romantic about baseball, and there really is. And whenever you hear the story of, and Bochy told us early in the year, you know, I got the bug whenever I was helping France out in the World Baseball Classic, but he got a broader scope of it all. He got a broader scope of the entire thing because he knew I want to enjoy baseball, and him being part of it. That's the romantic story that we're getting right now.
Let's take you live to Mike Bassy. You were on a float in the Rangers World Championship Parade. How you doing?
That was one of the greatest experiences I've ever had. I'm just getting through talking to Raul, one of theirs on the team, and he was just like, that was incredible. The players are about ready to go. Some of them are about to leave. I see Aroldis Chapman, Travis Jankowski, Martin Perez right in front of me. That was amazing.
How big is Aroldis Chapman in person, Mike?
He's strong. He's strong. Whatever just fits around my arms, I'm taking. Whatever I can squeeze my arms into, I'm taking. But, guys, the float right behind me that I felt so proud of was Michael Young and Ian Kinsler. Now, there are some other Texas famers, but I just thought for those guys to get to ride around and feel that because, you know, we thought they were going to feel it in 2011, but they just got that right there. That was unbelievable. It feels like a million people. You can't hear yourself on the parade route. You can't hear yourself. There's so much screaming and yelling.
That's awesome.
The last estimate we had was more than 350,000. So, yeah.
There's people on top of rooftops. It's easy. It's the great. I mean, obviously, it's the greatest thing I've ever been a part of. So, and I didn't even throw a pitch.
Thank you very much.
We wouldn't have a parade. All right.
Thank you very much, Mike
Get
Bassy.
over here when you get a chance, man.
Yeah,
we can't wait to see
us.
you again. Love you.
Mike Bassy, Jared Sandler, Eric Nadel, all on the float, on the parade route. And you just heard them. Players are now taking off on part of the parade route.
What kind of stamina do you have to be a fan out here right now? Haven't been here since 6 o'clock this morning, and they haven't even spoken. The Rangers players and coaches haven't even spoken yet. What's about to happen, Kevin, in just a few minutes, whenever these players, as they're pulling off the parade route, what's going to happen when the eruption of the crowd around us starts, I don't think we're going to be able to hear ourselves.
No.
I think the Tolos at home, the people that are driving around in their cars, their speakers are going to pop, man. It's going to be amazing, and these people are ready for it. They've been tailgating and getting ready all day long.
From the 817, shout out to the whole MF and DFW Metroplex. Shout out to the fan. Shout out to the Astros for blowing it. LFG, you know what that means. Let's go Rangers, scream it. And then I wouldn't have thought we would get this, but from the 314, shout out to Chris Carpenter, Yadier Molina, Albert Pujols, David Freese for making this World Series so enjoyable. And from the 817, are we a baseball town? Put some respect on my team name.
Looks like it right now, baby. It absolutely does look like a baseball group. And you got to give credit to all those fans, especially Section 133, for saying, you know what, we're going to show up and we're going to be the group. You know, you can expect us to cheer in this wild way. Let's go ahead and send it out to Zach Walchuk. He's out there with some Tolos. Zach, what's up?
What's up, homie? We got people that are climbing on the light post right now on Randall.
Oh, my gosh.
We just saw Brock Burke and Cody Bradford roll through. We had Mike Maddox come through earlier. We also had Bobby Wilson. Bobby Wilson, dude, that's the life of the party. That's the dude that's going to try and get everybody going. But I'm also here with a legendary Tolo. I'm going to put you guys on speaker. I'm trying to figure out how to make this thing work. Okay, bear with me, guys. Here we go. What is your name, sir?
JC from Denton, Texas.
JC from Denton, Texas. How long have you been here, and what has it been to you?
We pulled up about 10 o'clock, cooler full of beers, partying like crazy. Let's go Rangers!
Let's go Rangers! Let's go Rangers! Let's go Rangers! Let's go Rangers! Guys, it's euphoria out here. This is incredible. Take it away. Back to you.
Thank you very much from the 867. So, no masterpiece of the week? Only kidding. You guys are killing it out there. Thank you for representing the Tolos.
Can I just say, Kevin, would you say that what the Rangers did, that wins masterpiece of the week for us?
Yeah, we'll just play. You know what? Next break, I know we already played it. Rigo, if we can come back with the final call from Eric Nadel again, that's your masterpiece of the week. Now, next week, next month, next year, probably until the end of time. From the 817, I just got laid off today, and I don't give an F because of this. From the 214, I'm headed to Houston to do a mural. I'm totally going to hide the Rangers tee in it. Oh.
I love that, dude.
My God.
I think that was a time at Oklahoma State they were building their stadium, and an OU bricklayer put OU in the wall, and I just always thought that was one of the funniest things.
That is incredible. Now, this is great from the 903. WFAA says they're projecting 500,000 to 700,000 people in person today. Remember, I told you yesterday, and I got laughed at.
You said 750,000,
yes,
right?
Yes. Look, it feels like the videos I've seen of Woodstock. People keep walking up. I don't know how they got here, where they parked. They just keep walking up. It's amazing.
And we got perfect weather, too, so they're not a bunch of muddy people, walking around like they did in Woodstock back in the day. No, man, when we walked up, the energy started. As you were getting out of the car, you knew you were walking into something special. And then, it took us a while to navigate to get on this side of the stadium. There were lots of people that had been sitting out in their seats out there. And then as you get through, one of our old interns, Dylan, from Frying the Guy, stopped me and was like, "Corey, oh my gosh!"
Oh, I love Dylan.
And you walked right past him, by the way.
Crap!
But it's okay. He understood. But everybody's happy. Everybody's here, opening, and letting us through, and helping out, and being part of it. Just a minute ago, Alec Medford, somebody dropped their rally towel on the ground, and Medford ran over there and picked it up and handed it to him. He got a huge cheer from the crowd, just for being awesome, just for helping somebody out, man. And that's all. That's what I'm talking about. Everybody's out here to rock it today.
If you like wrestling or wrestling terminology, 105.3 The Fan is over like Rover out here, man. I am telling you. From the 817, 350,000 Bradford fans out here. Shout out to the fan and shout out to Bradford. Absolutely. He was one of the calming presences when you would see, hey, he's warming up, and you're like, okay, yeah. I'm good with that. From the 214, shout out to all the new fans. Welcome to everybody, and let's effing go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it was theoretically supposed to be crosstalk. I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably not. More live, in-person coverage of the parade on your home of, and don't you ever forget it, the Texas Rangers. We are the home of the Texas Rangers, and they are the world champions on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpieces brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard amount of Silverados, 400 Silverados, with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads and relax and enjoy the difference.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores kicks and fires. He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. The Rangers are the World Series champions. After 52 years in Texas, 63 years of the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and the celebration has surely continued on out here at Globe Life Field and all the surrounding areas as we are live at the parade and on the parade route. I believe we have CA ready to go live from the parade route. How you looking, CA?
Looking great, looking great. Let me tell you something. The players have been coming through on their own pickup trucks. We've already seen Adonis Garcia, Al Bombi, the crowd goes wild. Martin Perez, the crowd goes wild. And then Evan Carter goes through. Did you like Evan Carter? Everybody's been going nuts because all the players, guess what they're doing? They're throwing out beats to everybody, and then a couple of them, like Hedges, third string catcher, he's throwing out beer. It's been wild. It's been buck wild, and more are on the way. But back to you guys.
All right, excellent. Now let's take you to Eric Chiafalo, also on the parade route. What are you seeing?
Ballpark Way, Martin Perez just got all the love. Dane Dunning throwing the beads. Austin Hedges lied to us all. No assless chap. No cowboy hat. Victory cigar was in the mouth. He got a standing ovation. The Let's Go Rangers champ. Everybody loving it. Aroldis Chapman actually got more love than I was anticipating, believe it or not. But it's championship vibes out here. Shout out to Martin Perez for throwing the beads. Dane Dunning, same thing. Austin Hedges, Victory Cigar. We love you. Let's Go Rangers.
Dude, Kevin, we are mere minutes away from the stage being set, the players getting on that stage, speeches happening, and guess what? We have a live feed right to it. We will have direct from the podium in your ear holes. All the Rangers fans and Tolos out there will be able to hear the speeches as these guys are going to celebrate with a finger right over the dump button just in case. But there's going to be lots of celebration out here today.
From the 214, guys, this is so wonderful. I've been all in on the Rangers since 2002 when I was 13. For whatever reason, the story you just told about Alec picking up that rally towel and getting an ovation just for being awesome made the dam break, and the Rangers tears flow. I love Dallas sports so much, but the Rangers are my team. Let's take you back to the parade route and Zach Wolchuk. Zach, how's it looking?
Dude, we just had Evan Carter roll by. Evan Carter with the Evan Carter chant. Unbelievable. And then right afterwards, he was Shanko. What a game for Evan Carter, my baby! We all chanted El Blondie as he rolled through. Just an unheralded hero of this World Series. By the way, boys, I got Mike Bassy Sr. that's standing behind me right now. He's soaking it all in with us here. All the Tolos as we celebrate. I've got another legendary Tolo right here with me. How are you doing, sir? What is your name, and what does this World Series mean to you?
I'm Jackson Southern. It's live out here. It is amazing. Everybody's throwing the chants. Let's go Rangers! Let's go Rangers! I love you boys. Keep the party going.
And I believe that was somebody yelling out for Evan Carter to have their baby, if I heard that correctly.
Science isn't going to allow that.
With us right now, Brian Broaddus, and straight off the float, Mike Bassy, who is showing us this amazing, slow. You like that you have an iPhone now, don't you?
It's amazing. I'll tell you, let me play this for Corey. I know this is but that's getting Eric Nadell. I got to send that to him because that's just, and it might not, I'm not the best with the iPhone yet, but look at that joy on Eric Nadell's face.
Great job, Mike. Great job on the.
That is awesome.
The sheer joy on his face right now.
And the clarity from your phone.
The iPhone 15.
Yes. So nice.
Yeah.
from the 214. Thank you guys so damn much. I wanted to take my boys so bad today, but had to work. This one means the world to me. Mike, I know we talked to you on the phone.
We couldn't. I tried to call.
Yeah.
First, I couldn't hear anything, and I don't think I was getting cell service, but I was like, if they're saying something, I can't hear it.
Yeah. Well, then what is it? You were on the float for the World Champions. You're at the Texas Rangers World Championship Parade. You watched them win the World Series right next to your boys. How are you feeling?
This will be one of those memories you take to your grave. I know that's not what we want to talk about right now, but that's one of those moments. And then, Brian, you got to celebrate this with the Packers in the 90s, and this is just one of those things that you'll remember this because there's nothing like it. I don't know how to really explain what just happened with the hundreds of thousands of Ranger fans and how just
estimates are now up to 500,000 to 700,000.
There's people on top of buildings, and not just a few people. Like when you're going by some warehouses and
look
stuff.
way up there. The people way up on top of Lowe's Live.
Do you know where they're building the new Veterans? I'm going to call it Hall of Fame. I'm not sure. The Military Veterans Hall of Fame thing, where the old little ballpark was.
Medal of Honor Memorial,
and all the construction workers are up there up top, and they've stopped working, and they're waving.
Wow. Mike, I'd like to say one thing, too. Great parenting on your part. Your son has a Nolan Ryan jersey on.
Yeah.
It's so awesome that to see him honor, and we're right next to the Nolan Ryan statue here out there in the concourse.
Does it say Ryan on it?
It says 34 Ryan.
It says
okay,
Ryan.
all right.
He's got it.
Well, I just figured if it just said 34, that's Mike Bassy Sr.'s number, isn't it?
Yeah, it's retired. Mike Bassy Sr.'s number. Mine's 51. Let's see if they retire Will Smith's number.
I'm going to put you on my hat. The all-time retired
Dude, that
numbers.
hat is awesome.
I've got this hat. I'm going to put 51 on my hat.
I know I said this earlier, but man, seeing Michael Young and Ian Kinsler right behind on the float behind me, and I don't know their feelings, but to get to have that feeling for them.
Well, we talked to your dad earlier, and we talked to Derek Holland, and it really does feel like they are at that same level of joy that you would hope they would be at, right?
They are.
And I saw other Hall of Famers. Sonny, Jim Sundberg is so excited. He was in the parade to be a part of it.
Can I tell you Jim Sundberg's story?
Go.
Okay, most amazing experience I
Watched
ever
him play.
had. Yeah,
a lot.
Absolutely. Is I went to a Rangers game for my birthday with me, my mom, and some of my friends. He hit a home run in the bottom of the ninth to tie the game, and the game eventually went to 17 innings. At the time, it was the longest Rangers home game ever, and my mom had to keep going up to the payphone to tell the babysitter why we weren't home yet. And I love Jim Sundberg.
Yeah, man. I did have a question, Mike.
He was Pudge before Pudge.
Oh, yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Mike, when you were out there, did you see any of the players from this World Series team? And did they look like they were ready to go? Like, could they play another one today? Or were they like, no, they needed their rest now?
I think they were ready to be done. But what happened was we got done. We were like the entry-level parade.
Yeah.
And it was unbelievable. as we were pulling back in, as we were done with the parade route, that's when the players started there. So you could hear the crowd getting even louder, that they were now getting a taste of the actual 2023 championship Rangers players going through it. But it was outstanding.
Within the next 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes, Kevin, we're expected to the podium to start the show to start up there on the stage. 2:30 to 2:45 is when we're expecting to get the run of show off the ground here.
Mike has a picture. Forget that float stuff. His most valued picture is one of his sons with Evan Carter.
Yeah.
That's what I just saw.
Now, let me tell you something. I told Evan, it's not really up to me. But I said, Evan, here's one of your future teammates. He's only 6 years younger. He's a freshman in high school.
Like, they got to ride on the float in the parade. How did they like that?
Oh, my God. They thought it was one of the greatest things ever. I can run one of them over here.
Yeah, bring them over.
Hey,
Bring them over.
All right.
Here, I got a headset for you.
Now, Broadus, I want to know real quick. Yeah. Does this bring all the memories back of the Packers parade and everything?
Yeah, and just on a smaller scale. Green Bay have only 96,000 people, but the show of love for a championship parade is incredible.
Now, right now, we had Mike Bassy Sr. on, Obviously, we have Mike Bassy. Mike, would you like to introduce your son to the radio world?
All right, this is future Texas Ranger, freshman in high school right now, 6 years younger than Evan Carter. Jake, try to explain from a high school perspective what that was just like.
That was the greatest moment of my life. I'm so happy. I'm pumped up. And the Rangers are the world champions. Let's go.
Oh, baby. How do you like the pressure of in 6 years your dad expects you to win a world championship?
I don't know. I hope I live up to it. We'll see.
Because you're going to go to the greatest school in all of the land, right? Texas A&M?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know, man. We need to kind of talk to you. LSU's got a really good baseball program, too. So let's see if we can make LSU happen here, too. Don't think about Texas A&M. Think about LSU. National champions the last year.
It's tough to argue against SEC baseball right now.
Jake,
it is hard to.
Yeah.
It's very hard.
Could you in any way explain the crowd that we saw? What was the most spectacular part of the event where you could see the most people?
I mean, everywhere. Going around, people on buildings. It was awesome. They were rowdy, proud, and loud.
That's a Maverick saying.
Mavericks fan.
Fantastic right there.
Man. I am with you on the Mavs.
Now, Bassick, while you were on the float, somebody texted in and said they were watching our YouTube from South Korea. And then from the 747, shout out world champs all the way from Charlotte, North Carolina. But I'm from Allen, my home state, baby, man.
Charlotte's beautiful.
This has been fantastic. Thank you very much for jumping on with us.
Yes.
We look forward to hosting a show with you in like 25 years. How about that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good. Go ahead.
They also got a picture they had indoors right before it left. They got a picture with the MVP trophy and the World Series trophy. So I got in those too. I'm in those pictures too. It's pretty amazing.
It's freaking amazing. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Wolchuk, Chiafalo, CA all on the parade route. Brought us here, and it looks like we're going to just carry this thing over and keep the party going.
Yeah, thank you, Heggie, for hanging in with us. So just kind of it's like the Rangers, it's like a bullpen game.
Yes.
But it's like all hands on deck, all starters ready to go,
Absolutely. Right? We will continue this next, and if you missed it from Corey earlier, we're about 30 to 40 minutes away from the podium starting up. All of that coverage will be brought to you live on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I have always wanted to be able to host this show. Now is our opportunity.
How about this?
Gavin Dawson is trapped in the sea of humanity, but we are going to keep this rocking. And Corey brought up probably in the next 30 minutes, we're going to get the stage show going. We'll cover that right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Is that exclusive?
I will need somebody to tell me in my ear. I don't know the.
It's got to be.
Okay. Yeah.
We're the official station of the Texas Rangers.
Pretty
world champion
Texas
Texas
right.
Rangers.
Champions,
Pretty
Kevin.
sure the other stations,
right we are.
except for 1080, left like a couple hours ago.
Yeah, there you go.
And then,
Good call.
From the 224, Arlington Fire Department is now saying there are more than 700,000 people here.
In your face,
Yesterday, I said 750 to 8, and
You did. You sure did. You got scoffed on. You
I
were
did.
scoffed.
I did.
We all scoffed at you.
There was so much scoffing.
That was not the first time we've scoffed at you.
And it won't be the last, brother. It will
So
not
much
be
scoffing.
the last. All right. Broadus, we got a chance to touch on this just a little bit. I was hoping we could go back to this as people continue to send in their shout-outs. I promise we'll get to as many as possible. Does this just continually remind you of the Packers championship and the Packers parade?
Yeah, and when anytime, and Bassick asked me earlier, like, is championships you've been a part of, and Mike kind of assumed that, the Dallas Cowboy championships and Mavericks and ones like that. And I was like, I was working for the Packers at the time. You guys were like winning games against me to get to the parade is what you were doing. But you never, when you experience one of these, it's unbelievable. The joy that you have, the ability to share with the fans and the players that are riding in these trucks right now and waving, and and the fans appreciate what they've done. This is something that you remember, and my parade was a long time ago, 1996 into 97. But these players will always remember this day for sure.
Kevin, one of the sweetest things for me and Mike, I was kind of telling you this a little bit earlier. Last night, I sit down at the kids' school and I see a dad. And he's wearing a Rangers shirt, and I just looked at him and we both looked at each other and smiled and I went, "We did it." And he goes, "You're GD right, we did." And I don't even know the guy. I've never met him before, but I feel
awesome.
I feel like everywhere we go for the next few months, it's just going to be like we won the World Series.
What makes it so special for us as a station is we were there from day one.
Yep.
When we start to talk about, the events that went on and surprise, the interviewing the players, the weekly guests that we have with CY, the players and all that, you just have this connect. And to see it all come to where it is today is beyond special. It really is.
Other folks at other stations knew who Evan Carter was because of us.
Yes.
That's
You guys were
a fact.
You guys were the baseball show of record. And I can't tell you, I said it earlier when I was on 5 beers ago, and now I'm out to about 9 beers ago. But you guys were the reason I'm driving along, coming from the Star, going in to do my show, and Mike's giving me a scouting report.
Yep.
And you guys are interviewing Bruce Bochy, and you're asking really good questions, and you're having fun with Bruce Bochy. But it's about the education along the way. I told Bassick, I said, don't stop giving me scouting reports about how people are going to hit.
Yeah.
Don't stop, because right now you're educating me, and that's what our station does. We educate you about about whether it's the Cowboys, whether it's the Rangers, the Mavs. We're all in this. We have fun along the way, but we also have the really good connections. But we also have the ability, the eye, to be able to evaluate,
entertain, educate, and that's what you guys did with Chris Young. I mean, you're trying to give everybody that view, that perspective from the GM's eye of, what are you seeing with this team? Are we right about these things?
Can't thank Chris Young enough. Can't thank the whole Ranger organization enough for what they were able to do for us. Chris was, when it started, it was kind of a, well, maybe I'll see you every other week kind of a thing.
Right.
And it turned into Chris being on every week. He never missed a time, and I can't thank him enough for his honesty about his baseball team.
From the 254, I was going to call in but I own the business, so I don't know who to call into. So I'm watching y'all on YouTube from the.
Thank you.
From the 815. Congrats to Rangers fans from a Redbirds fan. You are a class act and fun as heck to watch. Enjoy it. Tolo from Northern Illinois. So
there we go.
Yeah, so we've hit Northern Illinois, California, Ohio, Florida, South Korea,
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. It is incredible how much people have bought into this, and now we're hearing more than 700,000 people are out here, and it feels like that number is getting bigger. It feels like people are like, oh my God, I gotta go. I don't care about the traffic. I don't care about where I'm gonna park. I gotta see it. I gotta be there.
Well, and when I say once in a lifetime, this is our first in a lifetime. Like, hopefully we have a couple more of these to go around. But man, this is that one moment where you're like, I may never be able to celebrate this again. It took us this long to get here.
Yes.
I have to be part of it.
I'd love to thank Mike Bassy for being on your show.
Yeah,
and Mike is a former player, and for the love and passion that him and his. I watched his dad pitch. I've seen his dad pitch.
We had his dad on.
Yeah, his dad did a hell of a job. But when you start to talk about guys that are the former Rangers that had to deal with all those days where it wasn't always perfect, I just hope that they look at this day as, hey, we're part of what the history of this organization is. And Mike, thank you and your dad for being a part of something really that we can all celebrate today.
Well,
and now
thank
your
you
son.
so much. I feel very humbled, because it feels like sometimes when I watch Major League Baseball games, there's part of me that goes, I can't believe I did that and competed at that level of how great they really are. But somehow I was able to accomplish that and compete against the best in the world, sometimes successful, a lot of times not. And Father was able to do it too. And I just think that, it's one of those things where growing up, and being a Ranger fan, and I don't know if I've told this story. I think I have, but it's been a long time ago. When I signed with the Texas Rangers in 2004, Oral Hershiser called me up and recruited me. And
that's a pretty prominent recruiter right there, I would say
yes immediately.
At the time,
name dropper.
The Royals were giving me more money. The three teams that were recruiting me back then were the Rangers, Astros, and Royals. And the Royals offered me, I'll just say right, they offered me $75,000 on the minor league side, which is a lot of money for me back then.
That's a lot of money.
The Rangers offered me $60,000, and that was tough. That's a lot of money back then when you're barely a major leaguer.
$15,000 is a lot of money.
This is a doctor at that point?
No, well, she was in residency, so
okay,
she's working
so now
100 hours
we're not
a week
exactly
for
a doctor right now.
$45,000, I think. So that was tough, but my dream was to be not only just a major leaguer, but a Texas Ranger. And so here was my first time ever. I was a minor league free agent that the Rangers were calling me and wanting me. And I just was like, I understand the Royals might want me more because you just look at the money. Kind of whoever wants you more usually offers you more money. But I said, and the Astros were offering me the same contract as the Rangers. And I just said, I want to be a Ranger. I know this might not be the best decision, but I so badly want to be a Texas Ranger. I will take less money.
That's amazing.
To be a Texas Ranger.
Are you sad at all, though, that you'll never be Royal?
Stop it. You need to stop that.
And who knows,
it's been a great day,
Royal
Kevin.
Rumble.
And look,
he was never a part of the Royal Rumble.
It was approximately 3 weeks that I was a Texas Ranger on the big league club, the whole year in the Rangers organization. But those 3 whole weeks changed my life.
Yeah.
If I just think about it, would they want me to be on the Rangers broadcast if I'm just former major leaguer? I don't know. Yeah. Would this have happened doing radio here in Dallas-Fort Worth where I grew up? If I'm not a former Ranger, I'm just a former major leaguer. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, you don't know what would happen the other way, but I'm just so happy that I chose a little less money to be a Texas Ranger, and I made it for a second.
Mike, you were part of a World Championship parade today.
Yeah.
they said hey, Mike Bassy, there is a float, there is a spot, bring your sons. We've got you covered, and here you are.
I would love to say I enjoyed it the most on our float, but I think that was Jared Sandler.
Oh, yeah.
As it was his turn to say, let's go, and he was taking shots at the Astros on the float, and I was just like, this is amazing. I was like, taking shots. Hey, he really had a fun time.
From the 903, my son Ryan Lynn is named after Nolan.
There you go.
I took him to his first Rangers game 23 years ago when he was 9 months old at the ballpark. Now we have a picture right by the Nolan statue. We went together in April, took another picture by the statue in Globe Life
Hey, congratulations.
Field. That's so cool.
Your son is a stud because you named him after a stud. Congratulations on that.
You're right. And then from the 940, shout out to my son, Kylan. He turns 4 today. What a hell of a day to have a birthday. Hell of a day. We're probably about 20 minutes away from the stage show starting. You've seen the parade go through. Most of the players are now done. It's been a freaking
my gosh,
man.
If you stand up right now, Kevin, look at the flood of people coming from the parade.
From the parade route up.
So it's
everybody wants to see. I told you, it feels like, look, I've just seen the videos and the documentaries, but they talked about Woodstock in 1969 when people just kept coming up.
They parked.
Yeah.
Maybe they parked miles and miles away just to see
Just
Richie
like
Evans play that guitar to start this thing.
Just like today. And now they're all just converging in right outside of our broadcast area, and it's amazing.
The Texas Live arena back there, Kevin, behind you, where we got to watch the Toadies when they opened this sucker up.
That was awesome.
Back behind there, that stairwell's been empty all day. It is absolutely packed. The whole stairwell is packed, and they're trying to get a great view of this stage. Like this is seeing all these people come in and flooding this parking lot now is really starting to bring it all together. Mike, I did get to meet your sister, by the way,
Katie,
and she was like, I think he's still 9 years old mentally.
What's that? Athlete? She was a cheerleader, like competitive cheerleader. I forget the name.
She's an athlete then.
Yeah,
but she was like, yeah, he's still that little 9-year-old emotional. You can see it whenever these Rangers are doing it. So
it's so fun too to invest your heart. It hurts. I mean, 99% of the time it's going to hurt at the end of the year, right?
Yeah.
But when you invest your heart and this happens, and it's just something special.
Zach from Greenville here. I couldn't make it to the parade today, but I'm smoking some baby back ribs.
Oh, great job.
Out some cold beers. Go Rangers. We went and took it. From the 817, I wasn't able to come and stay, but I drove down Division with my windows down, yelling with other fans, driving and walking.
There you go.
You guys are doing a great job of making me feel like I'm there. Thank you to all the hosts down there. Dana from Crowley. I love hearing that people are enjoying this because I'm having the most fun doing this.
Heggy, there are like I've run into, I mean, walking along the fence line, the barricade line, there have been like Tolos throughout.
Oh my God.
Just yelling. And I know you've experienced it with me on the other side.
I made them take a picture with me.
Yeah, I mean, like the people are like, hey, can we get Heggy over here? And I'm like, hell yeah, you can get Heggy over here. He'll be over there, no problem.
From the 701, Chris, you're going to love this. We're adding another state. Tolo from Minnesota watching on YouTube. You guys are awesome. We've had at least 10 states, South Korea, Saudi Arabia, all part of our audience today.
Worldwide. And let me tell y'all something. I just got back from the broadcast position over there on the other side of Choctaw, Holtz Lake. Let me tell you something. These were the last trucks that came through. You had Adolis Garcia.
Oh, wow.
Then you had Josh Young. Then you had Marcus Simeon.
Oh.
Then you had Seager with his MVP trophy.
There you go.
Then you had Boach with the World Championship trophy, and everybody's losing their minds. Then everybody's rushing over this way. It's quite a scene, but everybody's so happy.
Heggy, I lost money. Chris, I lost money yesterday. I was gambling on who would be the first person off the plane with the trophy, right? I was kind of thinking maybe the manager.
Boach, that makes sense.
I was thinking Boach. I was thinking, maybe. But man, when Marcus Simeon showed up, he did a great job of him getting down those.
There is somebody who has now climbed onto the slats of the 7-Eleven. People are trying to encourage him. Don't worry, I'm not a cop. People are trying to encourage him to climb on the roof of the 7-Eleven. I am not one of those people encouraging that.
Hey, over there on the other side.
That 7-Eleven needs to sell beer, by the way.
For real, they should.
Oh, yeah,
there were construction workers all along on those long crane things.
Yeah.
The Medal of Honor Museum.
They were all just going
Chief,
nuts.
what did you, Eric Chiaffello's with us. What did you see? I know Chris was talking about as the parade rolled through his area. What were you kind of observing?
Okay, so we were right posted up next to Globe Life Park, Ballpark Way, and Randall Mill, right at that light pole. and we had, just like we had that Ranger fan climbing up on top of the 7-Eleven, we had a Ranger fan climbing up the light pole of right next to Globe Life Park. He made it, I would give him 55% maybe of the way before the police came dragging him down. So that was pretty fun to watch. But I think I'm trying to figure out who got the better love and appreciation, because there was so much and it was so fun to watch. Austin Hedges getting the love that he deserved with the cigar in his mouth. But Dane Dunning getting the love, Heaney getting love, Spores getting the love. But Evan Carter. Evan Carter and Nathan Eovaldi, for my money, from what I got to see, and I didn't get to see the very end like you just did, Chris, where you got to see Bochy with the trophy and everything. But seeing Eovaldi and Carter, they got the biggest love.
Giafalo, real quick. I was hoping that those individuals were helping that gentleman climb down from the roof of the 7-Eleven. They, in fact, were not.
Teammates.
They were helping him climb. Another person climb up.
Two of them.
Of the 7-Eleven.
I love it.
Right where we are. They have climbed up just using sheer willpower and other people in the crowd.
You know what it was? This guy's wearing an El Bombi shirt. Right across his chest it says El Bombi. He's channeled it all. He's got superhero power, superhuman strength. He just pulled his rear end up, right up on 7-Eleven. He's got a bird's eye view at the championship stage that we're about to party on.
Can we get a wireless mic up there?
We need to, dude. I don't know about
Who's the most athletic guy?
I could jump up there. If
Chris
get it.
I think. All right. KNC Masterpiece G-Bag Hybrid right here on your home of the world champion Texas Rangers. We got to take another break. When we come back, more parade coverage, and I'm willing to bet we will start the stage portion of this extravaganza. And who knows how many people will be on the roof of that 7-Eleven. We'll be back. All of it coming at you on your home of the world champions, 105.3 The Fan.
Sports Card.
Diamond Factory.
The count is 1-0, and here's the pitch. Swing and a line drive into right center field. Base hit for Evan Carter. Carroll over to cut it off. Seager is making his way to third. He'll get there. Carter's at second with a double to give Texas runners at second and third. Nobody out.
Evan Carter! Evan Carter! Evan Carter!
105.3 The Fan back here with your Texas Rangers Championship Parade. And fellas, while you were in the sea of humanity, I want to tell you something really exciting that's been developing on the Fan Text, the YouTube, and the Twitch. From the 575, count in Colorado. There are people from now at least 12 states that have texted, messaged, twitched in to tell us, as well as South Korea and Saudi Arabia, that have been part of our coverage today. I love it. And then for the 336, my 11-year-old daughter is watching the parade and the fan cam, and she keeps asking why I'm crying.
Aww.
This is the greatest sports feeling I have ever had from Tolo Grant. Y'all, Eric and Zach, were in the mass of humanity. What was it like being out there, and what was it like trying to get back to us?
It was insane.
The challenge was getting back.
It's awesome that we are putting the world and world champions as Tolos all coming across the entire globe, celebrating this special moment. Broadus just went on a beer run. He's got his hands on my shoulders right now, massaging me in a way that that is sort of allowing me to believe that he got the beers.
Very comforting.
Very
comforting.
The party.
He might be telling you to get the hell out of his chair. I think that's more likely what it is.
The party on the Fred I am in his rocking chair was absolutely epic. The Evan Carter love and respect, the Nathan Eovaldi love and respect, Nathaniel Lowe, the love and respect. It was just so cool for all. It felt like Section 133.
It did.
But everywhere. As soon as a new truck pulled up with a new member or members of this Texas Rangers World Championship team, everybody started erupting, and whatever their chant was, the Jose. Jose, 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 Jose. Jose, Jose, Jose. That was probably my favorite.
The pitchers are getting after it, boys. So John Gray was the first one that came through on his truck that I saw beard in hand and went ahead, waved it up to the crowd so he knew. And then Scherzer, who you know is a party animal.
Oh, yeah.
He got an absolutely big-time eruption from the fans as well. Scherzer's hammered, and then DeGrom came by. And I got to say, I'm surprised at the love that DeGrom got as well. I get it, right? Absolute stud, big free agent acquisition. But DeGrom, unfortunately, and it's not his fault, wasn't a part of this run. And you know he's itching to get back as soon as possible to repeat this thing and run it back next year.
Watching Scherzer with a Michelob Ultra in his right hand and a Budweiser in his left, and then he took that Budweiser and he just showered himself with it while his kids and wife were around celebrating being world champions.
And we had fans
it was
on the
probably
street.
the best experience.
They're literally showering champagne as the
That
guys
is
are going by.
Hedges tossing beers
And
to
what
the
an
fans.
upset that Hedgie did not have assless chaps on.
I heard that.
What a weird
What?
thing.
Are you
What the
kidding
heck?
me? He's
Sorry.
very clothed. In fact, he's wearing a hoodie under his jersey.
From the 806, I want this to be an inclusive broadcast. Kevin will probably ignore this text, but seeing Josh Young flash the guns up was a hell of a moment.
Wreck 'em.
Not going to ignore.
Wreck 'em.
Not going to ignore.
Don't ignore it.
Josh Young is the man. Like, that's one of the things I loved about this team, and I'm sure you guys have talked about this plenty as well, is every time it felt like someone was stuck in a slump, that's when they stepped up. Every time you needed a new person to step up instead of Seager, Adolis, whoever, there was Simeon, there was Josh Young, there was whoever.
Well, speaking of that, Kevin, stage left right now, the players are standing by. You can see them right here to the
They're in the on deck circle.
It would be our right from our right, but they are like observing right now, and you can see the big smiles on their faces, seeing how many people are getting ready to hear them speak in front of hundreds of thousands of people. But yeah, you can see they're all in those white hats over there, and they're all stage left at the moment, getting prepared to step onto the stage. I can't wait to hear Bochy address this crowd.
Yes.
I can't wait to hear these guys address everybody and get these opportunities to hear the
Jared
cheers that are going
We
to
got
come.
Nadell over there.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Wolchuk, I don't know if you heard us earlier. Arlington Fire Department now says they believe more than 700,000 people are here.
700,000?
More than 700,000 people right now, because this means a lot to people from the 682 I'm going to name my son Cody Bradford Garrison.
Yes.
From the 469. Took off on my lunch break and was only going to drive by. Ended up finding a parking spot near the front and was in the middle of the madness. What an effing day. From the 903, going to a stupid wedding in Decatur, and Arlington traffic is going to make me late. But thank you, boys, for everything that you do. Kyle from Euless had goosebumps for days now. Rangers are the champions. We went and took it.
We did.
Took
we
the hell
went
out
and
of
took
it.
it, baby.
It's ours.
And it makes sense that the players are starting to show up here because fighting our way back through this crowd, people were not happy. They're like, who the hell are you? And why are you trying to take my spot? I'm like,
you said they MF'd you, right?
Yeah, I was getting MF'd by a couple of people, and I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to take your spot. I've just got a job to do. I've got to get on radio. I'm already about a segment late. Please, just let me slide. It was tough getting through the massive humanity here.
But every 5 people that would MF him, there would be about 5 more that were like, hey, that's Zach Wolchuk.
Yes.
Let him through.
In
We're
fact,
Tolos, baby.
One guy has a podcast. He pulled me aside. He's like, can I get 30 seconds? I'm like, dude, I am so late. But I did it. I did it. He had the mini
He's
mic.
going to call you a jerk on his
talking to him on the
podcast
mini
now.
mic. We did a quick little hit. I walked on through. So you're right. It was about 50-50. Go F yourself. And 50-50. I love you, Tolo. But we made it, boys.
Walchuk's always ready to give a sports take into a cell phone.
Yeah.
So if you see him on the street,
He's
just,
built for
just
that.
tee
That's
him
a
up.
great bit. You're just like, hey, Wolchuk, and you're like, Derek Lively's the real deal. And you just like, that's what I just, but it's always something different. I really like that. From the 214, couldn't make it to the parade but I love listening to the radio. You guys are doing such a great job. Thank you very, very much.
Kevin, stand up real quick,
Okay.
because I know this is a visual that I want you to try to explain to everybody out there. Look at all these flags that are standing high. You got one way back there. I mean, I can't even count how many people. That is an entire lawn full of people right there. These flags that are all standing out. There are stages set up periodically down the street so people can see the screens that are going to be up here in just a few moments. But this crowd is something I have never seen before.
I am
man.
not kidding you. It is at
unbelievable.
least, in addition to them doing the wave, help me out, guys, here. It's at least 50 rows deep. Gut to
It
butt,
is.
right?
It is.
That's, I mean, that's not even. I think, Kevin, you shorted that by
Yeah.
probably 3 times that.
Well, I was
Okay.
just about to just come and make you feel better, Corey. You
What?
said you couldn't count all these people.
Let's
and that's
go
only
and mark
because
that. Let's mark that.
It's because you can't count to 1 million.
Yeah,
and that's
yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
That's
that is
okay.
true. We can start counting them right now, though. 1,
No,
2,
no, no,
3,
no,
4.
no.
I gotta go back to the beginning. I missed that person.
Cut
6.
there, Mike. Cut there.
It's a beautiful
Mike.
view. I've been taking pictures and videos. It's a gorgeous view for anybody that couldn't make it out here today. Hey, we're trying to do the best we can to deliver you the best content we can all day long, and then we're loving it, man.
From the 972 Super Bowl, and I will be singing Creed with arms wide open. Hey, I'm here for the rumor mongering. I am still not going to rule out that Creed just appears on the stage.
You never know.
After all of the things are done. And by the way, there is now a person on top of the full
Yes, there
roof
is.
of the 7-Eleven. As there are people climbing trees.
I saw him
climbing
climbing up
light
as I walked
posts.
through.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. I was like, I don't think that guy's going to make it, but hell, he made it. He made it.
From the 325, I want to believe it's true that this person is listening from Antarctica. I don't know if that's the case, but we've got South Korea and we've got Saudi Arabia. From the 972, even though I had to explain the many intricacies of baseball to my wife and mother-in-law, even they fully understood the impact of this championship. So I want to ask you guys real quick. I want to ask all 3 of y'all. Forget the parade, forget the rest of the fan base. You personally, what does this championship mean to you?
This signifies obviously the first Texas Rangers championship that I've ever gotten to experience. Only the second championship that I've ever got to really relish in. Thank you, 2011 Mavs. Thank you, Dirk. But this is my first championship parade. It was just a year of firsts for me, Hagee. It was showing up to spring training. It was committing club violations. It was riding or dying with this team all season long. It was arriving at Globe Life Field before many games and saluting to the Tolos, high-fiving these people, showing all the love, and then getting to the postseason and experience something once again that I never got to experience before. Epic moment after epic moment after epic moment, and we think that 2023.
Eric Nadell! Eric Nadell! I love you! And honestly, boys, that's what this means to me. Like doing pre and post and filling in for Jared and knowing how long this man has waited to call a World Series. And
congratulations,
and Sandler and Emily Jones and the Ranger fans. I mean, we were sitting through 100 lost seasons here.
By the way,
and finally you're vindicated as world champions.
The police are going over to take that person away from the roof of the 7-Eleven.
no.
They have converged. Mr. Nadell, go ahead.
If you mind, Eric, before Kevin had asked what this means to us each individually, and it was my turn. If you don't mind, I'll send it over to you in just a moment. But as a little kid who grew up wearing 22 for Steve Buechele and was playing for the Red Hot Rangers and watched all these great moments, these sad moments, the Pete O'Briens, everything that we went through, it's just a joy today. And I go with one of my favorite No Fear T-shirts, Kevin. Okay. The hum of the pitch, the crack of the bat, the screaming line drive. Baseball is not a pastime. Picnics are a pastime. And this was my pastime, just absolutely taking over joy in my heart. So, Eric, this meaning for you today as you're seeing all this come together.
It's so overwhelming. It is so moving to see the joy on people's faces, see how much this means to so many people. To ride through that parade route and see the people expressing their gratitude and their joy it's one of the most emotional experiences I've had in my life. It was really thrilling.
Kevin, you and I got the great pleasure of going on a hike with Eric and Ted.
That was awesome.
We got to get to the top of that mountain over there and look out and see, Phoenix, Arizona, and see everything there. And a few minutes ago, I stood up over here just to see the sea of people that way. I mean, this is the vastest thing I've ever seen as far as fans in DFW.
It's incredible. It is.
I've never been anything like this. And I grew up in New York where, big deal. People go to Times Square at New Year's Eve, and there's huge crowds for a variety of things. But I've never seen anything with an expression of emotion like this, an expression of communal spirit that this represents.
The estimates from the Arlington Fire Department are now in excess of 700,000 people out here.
Unreal.
How crazy is that?
That's crazy. I had no idea. I really had no idea what to expect. And, I live in Dallas, and a lot of my friends were saying, well, it's not in downtown Dallas, blah, 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 nobody's going to go. I guess they were wrong.
No.
The entertainment mecca of DFW is right here in Arlington, so this is the rightful place for it.
This is phenomenal. And now, the best is yet to come to hear from Bruce Bochy and to hear from the players. And it's just overwhelming. I'm blown away.
It's surreal. But you deserve it, man. You really do.
And I don't want to make it more emotional or anything, but we had somebody who said every time we take a break, they go back and listen to your call of the final out, and it makes them cry every single
100%.
time.
And Eric, I've been telling people this as well. I know you said Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. It's felt like a dream.
It still does.
It does. And now it's kind of setting in a little bit. But for what you mean for Ranger fans, and I know you, Corey, you told him the advice that he gave you guys, just don't say F.
Yeah.
Advice I ever got from Eric was smile. And it's so true. And I'll never forget, shout out to Ted Nichols-Payne. And Ted, this is for you too. But Ted told me one game Eric was out. I was filling on pre and post my first year. Eric gave support. What a great job he was doing. I was able to listen to the recap. I was able to know exactly what happened. Meant the world to me. You mean a lot to Ranger fans, Eric. And this is special not only for all of us, but I'm happy for you.
Zach, thanks so much. I'm happy for all of us who have anything to do with this team. And those of you who grew up, I didn't grow up as a fan of this team. I moved to Dallas when I was 25 years old, 26, and became a Ranger fan as I was broadcasting minor league hockey. And then I was lucky enough to get hired by the Rangers after 2 years here, going to games as a fan. And basically experiencing 2 seasons where the Rangers were very good but fell short in 1977 and 1978. And then all of a sudden, I'm on the Ranger broadcast, and there were so many years where the Rangers had great first halves, and you thought this is it, and this is it. And then to finally make the playoffs in the late 90s and get blown out by the Yankees, and then the 2 World Series, and we all know what happened in 2011, and now I'm willing to go and revisit that. That's been an exorcism of sorts, and just to finally reach the promised land and be on top of the baseball world is amazing.
So many of those Rangers teams were the reasons I wanted us to switch to the minor league way of picking playoff teams, where you did the first half and the second half. I would always look at Tulsa and be like, why the hell don't we do that?
Yeah.
We'd be in the playoffs a ton.
That's right. The pitching would always fade in the second half, worn down by the heat.
When we were announced that Corey Seager and Marcus Simeon would be signing with this team, how far away did you think this Rangers club was from still completing this task?
Well, you knew they didn't have a pitching staff that was, capable of really competing, even when they signed those two guys. And then when they lost 94 games last year, you figured, well, we're talking at least maybe 2 years minimum, 3 years. Chris Young in December of 2020 told me this isn't going to take that long, stick around. And he was absolutely right. Every time I see him now, I thank him for telling me the truth. But, the fact that they went out and they signed Jacob deGrom and they signed Andrew Heaney and they signed Nathan Eovaldi and then added Scherzer and Jordan Montgomery at the deadline and Chris Stratton, clearly there was a commitment to have the kind of pitching staff that would go with this incredible offense.
We need to take one more quick break. I think that's going to be our last break for some time. Add Pennsylvania and New York to the list of folks that are listening. We're up to 15 different states for the day, Eric, as well as Saudi Arabia and South Korea. Not North Korea. Oh, actually, you know what? We're not going nowhere. We're not going to break.
I got to run.
Let's go to the stage, everybody. It's time for us to begin this thing. Let's go to the stage and Chuck Morgan.
Welcome to the 2023 Texas Rangers World Series Championship Celebration. For all of us that are fans of Rangers baseball, our lives have not been complete. We've been waiting a long time for this. Some have been waiting for over 50 baseball seasons, waiting for the celebration of a lifetime. For me, I have been waiting 40 years to make this announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the world champion Texas Rangers.
erupting right now in front of the stage, the main stage, the stage that holds your World Series champion Texas Rangers. They are passing around the championship trophy from player to player, everybody getting their moment at the pulpit with the greatest trophy in baseball history. Everybody hoisting it over their heads.
How about that,
getting a loud eruption from every single fan here. All 350 plus thousand. It feels like 350 plus million.
It does, absolutely. Such a great time for these players. The experience, the crowd. Many of them have been here since 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
And to be lined up and to pay homage to their world champions, Texas Rangers. What a great sight and what a great atmosphere.
Absolutely fantastic for the entire team, as you mentioned.
Ranger fans, our lives are now complete. The support that you've given this baseball team for over 50 years, y'all deserve this. A tip of the Rangers cap to all of you for being here today. And enjoy every minute of this. Today is a special day for the city of Arlington and for the great Lone Star State. And our leadoff man could not be any happier. He served his country as a United States Marine. He served the city of Arlington with a 13-year career as a police officer. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the mayor of Arlington, Texas, the Honorable Jim Ross.
Well, hello, Ranger fans, and welcome to the American Dream City, Arlington, Texas. And does anybody believe that the Rangers have made a lot of dreams come true now? I'm sorry, what? Does anybody believe that the Rangers made the dream come true? Folks, 51 years ago, the boy mayor, Tom Vandergrift, traveled to Washington, D.C. and convinced the senators to move to Arlington, Texas, and become the Texas Rangers. 51 years ago, the Rangers were born, and they've been raised here in Arlington, Texas, and they have given and given and given wonderful memories to everybody in this community all through North Texas. But now, they have given us one very special memory, and that is the World Championship trophy right here in Arlington, Texas. And once and for all, this team proved what Arlington knows to be true, and that's we're better together. Thank y'all for being here. Rangers, thank you for making our dreams come true. God bless y'all.
Batting second today, he's a long-time Texas Rangers fan, and my guess he is the happiest Rangers fan here today. During his time as the principal owner of the Texas Rangers, the Rangers have won 4 American League West titles, 3 American League pennants, a new ballpark for the Rangers to call home, and now the first World Series championship in franchise history. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a great Texas Rangers fan, the managing general partner, majority owner of the world champion Texas Rangers, Mr. Ray Davis.
I have so many people to thank, and it's dangerous that I'm going to leave some people out. But first, I want to thank the city of Arlington for helping us build these beautiful ballparks and supporting us all these years. When we bought the team in 2010, we went to the World Series. And we went to the World Series again in 2011. I thought, well, this is easy. We're going to be back here every year. How little did I know at the time. You're going to hear a lot today about the ball club, CY, Bochy, all of our players, but I wanted to take a minute to thank our Ranger employees. Of all the long hours of work, our front office, the clubhouse, the trainers, the scouts, and again, I'm going to leave some people out, but it's a team effort, and that's what made this team successful. Thank you. Thank you, CY. Thank you, Bochy. Thank you, players.
Ladies and gentlemen, for now and forever, when we hear the names of the players on this team, when we talk Rangers baseball with our kids and our grandkids, we will tell them about one of the greatest Rangers teams ever, the 2023 Rangers. Last fall, Chris Young had a plan to put together a championship team, and not just for a year, but a team that will be good for multiple years. He grew up here. He grew up a Rangers fan. All state in basketball and baseball at Highland Park High School. Rangers Rookie of the Year in 2005. It's an honor to work with this guy. Please welcome the Executive Vice President and General Manager of the World Champion Texas Rangers, CY, Chris Young.
Rangers fans, what a day. This is a dream come true to look out and see so many people here celebrating the team that I grew up rooting for, but more importantly, an unbelievable team of special, special people. As I think about this team, I think about all the adversity they faced this year, the ups and the downs, the hard times, the times when things felt impossible. And I hope for each of you that when you're going through hard times, that this team can inspire you to keep fighting and keep believing. Because that's what this team did, and they brought home a world championship because of it. I want to thank each and every one of these players and their families for all they've given this organization. I want to thank our coaching staff, and of course I want to thank Bruce Bochy and his family. Everyone chose us, and because of that, they brought home a championship. Thank you, guys. But fans, today is about you. You fans deserve this. You fans have waited a long time. That wait is over. Congratulations. You are champions. Before I leave this stage, I want to hear my favorite 3 words from all of you as loud as you can. I need a Let's Go Rangers chant. 1, 2, 3. Let's go Rangers!
Ladies and gentlemen, when did you first think this could be a special season? Was it a sweep of the National League champion Phillies to open the season? Was it a Jonah walk-off home run in April? Was it Nathan Eovaldi's 3-hit shutout of the Yankees in April? Was it the Adolis walk-off home run against the Twins in September? There were so many days this baseball season where all the parts of this baseball puzzle started to look like they would all fit. and then watching the guiding hand that managed this baseball team through the long road that is April to October, dealing with some injuries, some tough stretches, baseball-type things that are tough to recover from, but not the 2023 Texas Rangers. I don't get to vote, but if I did, he's my manager of the year. And if it were up to me, they should go ahead and put him in the Baseball Hall of Fame. He is something special. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to say this. Please welcome the manager of the world champion Texas Rangers, number 15, Bruce Bochy.
Thank you. Thank you. How sweet it is, huh? How sweet it is. Wow. I tell you what, it's my first year in Texas. You guys can party. I love it. Love it. I got to start with CY, though, first of all. I can't thank him enough for picking up the phone about this time last year and giving me a call. Never my wildest dream I think I'd be here, but here I am. With CY's leadership, his vision, his commitment to getting these world-class talented players to make this dream become a reality. So I can't thank him enough. Ray Davis, he gave us the tools to get this done. He provided everything we needed. So Ray, thank you. A real quick story about Ray. He had a vision too, and he wanted, bring winning baseball to you. But he mentioned this. He had this saying. I wanted to put something on the wall here. I need something on the wall. Well, Ray, I couldn't be happier for you. You got it. He called it a skin on the wall, so good. Thank you. And to you fans, real quick, see why I touch on it. I'm going to add a little bit. Don't ever think you don't play a role in this. You do, trust me. These guys feed off you. We heard you in Tampa. We heard you in Baltimore. We heard you in Houston. And we could hear and feel you in Arizona. We play for you guys. You're the reason we do this. So thank you very much. Thank you. To the coaching staff, I got to talk about them a second because incredible job they did. I mean, they work so hard. I mean, they're smart, they're dedicated, and they just wanted to have these guys prepared for the moment. And I tell you, they were relentless with their work. So I want to thank all the coaching staff for the work they did. Thank you. Okay. Now, I got to turn to these band of brothers here. Last 36 hours, I've been asked, hey, does this ever get old? It doesn't get old, trust me, no. Not when you get to watch these guys with their deep determination, their resilience, and the heart that brought them together and play as one to do what they did. These guys put aside their individual action to become collective power to win a world championship here with the Texas Rangers for the first time in our franchise. So I'd like to thank them. And I tell you, years from now, I'm going to think about this moment, and I'm going to cherish the time that I had to spend with them. We talked about spring training. We're going to do something special. Well, fellas, we did something special here together. Thank you. I can't thank them enough. The last thing I went in on, my granddaughter Maddie she's on the parade. We're done with the parade. She goes, Papa, I'm going to do that again. I'm with her. I want to do this again. Let's go. Thank you.
You're listening to 100,000 watts of Rangers baseball on KRLD-FM, KRLD HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. We are 105.3 The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, For me, he would have been the starting pitcher in the All-Star game. Great job all year. First pitcher to be 5-0 in the postseason. Winning pitcher in Game 5. He's a Texan. Please welcome pitcher number 17, Nathan Eovaldi.
Check. Yeah, we're good.
So being from Texas, does this one feel a little bit more special?
This one feels very special. Starting it from the very beginning with this group of guys that we have. I mean, this is up there, the best moments.
What was your feeling the other night when it happened? When the end of the ball game, what went through your mind?
I mean, it was a battle out there that whole game. Zach threw the ball really well, but our offense, you can't give them enough credit. Everything that they've been able to do for us all year long. Corey was able to get that knock, get it going, and Carter had the base hit. And Spores was able to slam the door and get out there on the field and celebrate as fast as possible.
Nathan, all year, how about the defense you had behind you? Guys just did one hell of a job out there on defense.
Yeah, defense was unbelievable all year long. I mean, we're making plays left and right out there, making it easy to go out there and attack the hitters. And, I mean, you can't say enough good things.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nathan Eovaldi, give him a hand.
Thank y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to hear from an RBI machine. He can electrify a ball game with his bat or his arm. He's an all-star, the ALCS MVP, number 53, Adolis Garcia.
Muy contento, agradecido por la oportunidad. Este equipo hizo tremendo trabajo. Nos fajamos y de verdad que para mí es un orgullo estar aquí hoy y ser parte de este equipo.
Very happy, very excited to be here, be a part of this team. They're amazing, the journey that we've been on together. It's just great to be a part of this team right here.
Y quiero darle un agradecimiento especial a ustedes que siempre nos apoyaron y creyeron en nosotros y siempre creyeron que podíamos ganar el campeonato.
And I want to give a special shout out and a big thank you to all of you, every single one of us that believed in us right here. You've all been amazing the whole year.
Adolis Garcia and the great Will Nadal. Will's a star on the MLB network now. Hey, the Rangers played 179 games this season, and this guy played every game. Big home run on Wednesday night. He led the American League in hits and runs. All-star second baseman, Marcus Semien.
I just want to say thank you to all the fans for showing up. Continue to bring that energy. This is the standard now. Keep bringing that energy. Everybody in this room right here, everybody on this stage, we're going to keep working for you guys. So thank you, thank you.
You know, I mentioned Marcus played 179 games. Was there ever a moment that anybody said to you, hey, Marcus, what do you think about coming out of the game?
Oh, multiple times. Bochy was tired of seeing me get out. He told me, take a day or two, but I stuck with it. So here we are, world champions.
We love you, buddy. Awesome. Thank you. Marcus Semien. Ladies and gentlemen, I've watched Rangers baseball for 40 years, over 3,000 games. And I think this guy hits a baseball about as hard as anybody I've ever seen. And I'm not even sure if we need to even say his name in the state of Texas. or anywhere else, because all we have to say is MVP. MVP. Two-time World Series MVP, number 5, Corey Seager.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Really, this was truly special. We appreciate all your support, but I just got one thing to say. Everybody was wondering what would happen if the Rangers didn't win the World Series. I guess we'll never know.
MVP! MVP! Ladies and gentlemen, all these players on this stage have some special gifts that they have taken care of over the years. And they have all given all of us this special gift that we will remember the rest of our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's hear it for the 2023 World Champion Texas Rangers.
Unbelievable. What a mic drop from Corey Seager, Hagee. You're right. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, all right. Can you guys hear me?
We got you.
We got you, man. We got you.
Here. Corey Seager doesn't like to talk about himself a lot, so instead he just dropped the ultimate burn on. Oh my gosh, that was amazing.
Unbelievable. What was the line?
Oh, what are going to happen if the Rangers win the World Series? I guess we'll never know.
Take that, Bregman. Take that, Houston.
We are, guys. Did you have a favorite outside of that? Did you have a favorite moment, a favorite person who spoke? Hearing the emotion from Chuck Morgan was pretty amazing.
Yeah, I think that Chuck Morgan has been a part of this for so long, but for him to be able to MC this, and the players, I really appreciated what Bruce Bochy was even talking about, and how much he was thanking CY for getting him really up off the couch to go manage this World Series team.
And what about the statement from Bochy's granddaughter, right?
Amazing.
Let's do this again,
and Bochy, there were some people that were nervous. Or is this going to be it for Boch? Is it going to be a one and done? You come back, you win a World Series, you're going to call it quits again. There's a lot of fire left in Bruce Bochy.
And honestly, if for any reason he changed his mind, great. You're an all-timer.
Yeah.
You came
Maybe
here.
the best ever.
Yeah. I love Johnny Oates, and it probably depends on what era of Rangers baseball you grew up with, but it is impossible to not put Bruce Bochy in that conversation, if not at the forefront of that conversation.
Unbelievable. Hagee, let's step aside real quick. We'll come back. We'll get all the reaction. Your text, 877-881-1053, as we're partying because your Texas Rangers are World Series champions on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, Cowboys, Eagles.
Action on 105.3 The Fan.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores kicks and fires. He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. The Rangers are the World Series champions. After 52 years in Texas, 63 years in the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, celebrating the world champion Texas Rangers. I'm going to read you one more text, and I'm going to throw it to you guys for some explanation. I'm driving up from Austin on 35, listening to the celebration. I've gone from sports cry to big, ugly sports cry, and I think that's totally fine. And people are asking, can you give me more context for that Corey Seager mic drop moment? And Broadus, Wolchuk, Bassett, I know y'all can.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and Mike, I know you know this as well. Rangers, of course, fumble farted the AL West away. So you had the Astros win it. They're celebrating. They're about to pop bottles. You have Alex Bregman look straight at the camera and say, people wondered what it would be like if the Astros didn't win the division. Well, I guess we'll never know. And they went ahead and popped the bottles and celebrated, and Corey Seager just dunked right on them.
It was an unbelievably awesome moment, and that's all Corey Seager had to say, and that's all he needed to say. Obviously, there's a huge rivalry here now. I mean, the last 2 world champs, I hate saying this part, but Houston Astros in 22, Texas Rangers in 23. It is going to be a battle. I would say sell out this building as soon as the tickets go on sale for that series. Believe me.
Don't resell them either.
Chas McCormick, there will be payback, and then the Rangers will pay back.
Yeah.
There's going to be, I will put it over under 3.5 bench clearing situations next year between the Rangers and the Astros.
Yeah, it's very much about, and that's the great thing really about this division, is the fact that when Major League Baseball decided to move Houston into the American League, because I grew up, Houston is a National League team. So you're always kind of like, oh, well, Houston, National League, going to represent Texas. Not anymore. I don't care about that one bit. But, man, this division, it's competitive, and I'll tell you what, Peggy, you're absolutely right. If you're a Ranger fan, the best thing you could do is fill up this place. Because that helps Ray Davis, ownership, CY, the willingness to go out and get the best players they can as part of it.
And I really think they will. We've talked about the attendance trends and trajectories here in the Metroplex, and if you go back to the ballpark in Arlington, now Choctaw Stadium, it wasn't the 96 season where attendance necessarily exploded. It was after they made the playoffs. And so I think you called it a couple weeks ago, $3 million plus next year for the Texas Rangers in attendance. And there are $2.5 million this year. That is a massive increase.
You know what? And I believe that ownership will reward you with the players. You know, you talk about spending $500 million for players. And you can talk about buying and what. Hey, as a fan, buy all you want. Just don't be the Mets, and buy players that can't play. CY, the scouting staff, they will find the right players. They will spend the money on the right players. But as a fan base, we show up. That encourages ownership to have more parades.
Yeah, and to your point, Ray Davis said, I'm not done.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that means. I don't know.
Yes, you do. You think you know what it means.
They're going to make a run at Shohei. I know that.
Shohei and what about Hayden?
I don't know if he'll say yes, but he did say he wants to play for a winner.
Maybe.
You show him your World Series ring and say, we're the latest winner.
Fellas, the beautiful thing is, you look at how the team's constructed, right? Seager's locked up. Simeon's locked up. Evan Carter is here for the foreseeable future. Yes, Josh Young, Wyatt Langford, hopefully, is a big part of this. Adolis, arbitration. He's still got 3 more years left to arbitration before you decide to do something with him.
Mike and Kevin is the baseball show of record. The direction now you see, off-season now short, we'll be in surprise before you know it. Walk us through what you think the direction will be no days off, day by day.
So, and I want to throw one more thing into your question because it's a great question, is the thing that has kept, and I think could keep this from being an extravaganza for years and years and years, is they can develop pitching players like a son of a gun.
Yeah.
Or excuse me,
Mike,
position players. Position players.
But
they you got nervous. But they
Mike tells me sometimes the pitching development has not been there.
They need to be able to develop pitching because position players, you saw it going all the way back to Pudge, Juan, Palmer, whoever else you want to throw out there. Now you see Young, Carter. I know we're already super pumped about Langford. They need to be able to develop pitching because that will help subsidize the big-time spending they want to do. Like, not that they wouldn't go get, let's say, Goldschmidt or Shohei, but it's sure a hell of a lot easier when they're like, oh, Shohei can't pitch. Well, that's okay. Jack Leiter's ready to be your number 3 now. And I'm not saying that's the case, but that makes it an easier sell.
Absolutely, and it's interesting, and Mike, I wonder your thoughts on this. This is just my opinion. So hopefully Kamal Rocker comes back and recovers from that surgery. I think Kamal Rocker is a bullpen pitcher. I don't think he's ever going to be a starter.
Probably. Obviously, he has rehab to do next season. He'll pitch in 2025, but that could still pay off in a different way, but it could still pay off. And the great thing is, if you look at it, right now, obviously, I think the Rangers are going to work very hard to try to bring Jordan Montgomery back. But what he just did in the playoffs, there's going to be teams desperate for a left-handed starter that are probably going to get to $30 million a year on him. I don't know. Like, this will be interesting if the Rangers want to go in that direction. But I do think Montgomery pitched so well in the playoffs. He went from maybe a little over $20 million to now getting close to $30 million per year, and maybe he added an extra year on that contract for what he did. Think about this last year, the Yankees, good team, right? The Yankees said you're not good enough to pitch in the playoffs.
Crazy.
This year, he was arguably our best playoff pitcher. Obviously, Evaldi was there too.
From the 469, Seager. I love him as much for his FU to Houston as his play on the field.
I totally agree with the FU to Houston.
From and he said CY, best exec in the business, and from the 903, well, hell, my eyes just started leaking again. World champions. The emotion from Chuck Morgan in the moment, I felt like spoke for so many people in the crowd, so many people listening, so many people watching, so many people in the Metroplex, and apparently across the entire country.
It's incredible. Chuck was fighting back tears. It was a beautiful moment.
Can I tell you something? I was listening to a story after I got off the float, and it was with one of the Rangers employees.
Oh, by the way, does any other radio station have a guy that was on the float?
Nope.
I don't think so. Our station had a guy that was on the float. Major League Baseball pitcher.
I got to hang out with your dad and sister, by the way, during the parade.
That's awesome. You know what's awesome? I saw Dane Dunning, and he said hi to me. And I said, the first time we interviewed you, I thought it was a great trade and going to be a good trade for the Rangers. They traded Lance Lynn for him, and he called me Mr. Mike. And that's when I knew I was old. And he's like, thanks a lot, Mr. Mike. And his wife was right there, and she goes, oh, I watch you all the time before and after the games.
There you go.
So, they know, kind of.
That's awesome.
No, you've done a hell of a job all year. You educate us not only on the radio, but on Bally's, the opportunities that you get.
Thank you. And one of the employees for the Rangers was saying that, hey, that Seattle loss hurt us so bad. That Sunday afternoon loss hurt us so bad. And he said, without that Sunday loss, he wasn't sure that they would have won the championship because they had to get on a plane for 6 hours and live that hurt. And he said that hurt of feeling like they lost the season and lost something important kind of got them to where they were at. And so he's like, that in a weird way, that loss and losing the division propelled them to be like, we don't want that feeling.
From the 469, my husband and I are on our way home from Austin from a work event, crying our eyes out there.
Thank you, man.
From the 214 World, and they said thank you for broadcasting this. From the 214 World effing Champions.
Damn right.
And then from the 214, the whole show gave me goosebumps. I'm driving through Missouri listening on Odyssey. That is now 16 different states represented, but maybe the most important representation of all, ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you the General Gavin Dawson.
So awesome.
We got you.
Nice to have him. Nice to have him.
Not
We got
quite
the,
yet,
everything
Pedro.
plugged in there, ready to go.
Do I need to turn him on?
Turn that
turn
one on
him
right
on.
there. I think it's a punch the button.
Boom.
Oh, I think it already was on.
Oh,
I'm here.
We got
General. I would not be denied.
Can you tell us a little bit about your odyssey to get here today?
Okay. Last night, found out they were going to close the roads at 10, right? So I'm leaving my house about 8:50. Take the exit off Collins in 30, or I'm sorry, Ballpark in 30 at 9:35. Take the left. There was no backup to this point. Take the left. It starts to get congested. And as I sat there for the next 15 minutes, eventually I saw the barricade be established at the end of the line.
Right.
So I was like, okay, that's bad. All right. I need to find a different route to parking. So I ended up parking a long way away. And by the time I had walked to get into Texas Live, they had barricaded the outside perimeter, so I couldn't get inside. Didn't have a cell signal. Got a pretty nasty wasp buzzing Wolchuk right now. Couldn't get a cell signal. Couldn't listen to you guys.
It was.
Went out to the pond area where the grass is, where the parade was starting. Took a nice little nap for about 2 hours. Actually, out there, it was quite relaxing. Parade started. Enjoyed the parade, and then they opened up the perimeter. I tried to rush the stage to get to you guys, and I don't know. I was on the other side of the 7-Eleven right there. About I don't know.
Yeah, they don't sell beer over there, by the way.
A 35-yard lob, and I couldn't get through.
Yeah.
I couldn't get through
Get
anything.
through either. I came back over from being over at the corner of Ballpark Way there and Randall Mill, and I was fighting through the crowd trying to get over. And I told him about it earlier. I was getting MF by a lot of people. I'm like, I'm just trying to do a job. I'm not trying to take your spot right now.
I almost got beat up twice, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to watch Bochy and the guys out here on the intersection and get to the stage when I can.
From the 682, I work at Lockheed in Fort Worth. I can't tell you.
Smart guy.
Hey, absolutely.
Very smart.
I can't tell you how many people just stop working.
Yeah.
We're jumping and cheering.
Well, wait a minute. Don't
because
stop
this
working
means
over
more
there.
than baseball.
Yeah.
That's
No,
true.
they're military.
That's a break.
Yeah.
They shifted their break time.
Yeah,
Let's just
okay,
say.
there you go. Yeah.
Let's just
we
say.
need you to keep working.
And then from the 972, man, I wanted to go to the celebration so bad today, but I'm the owner. I'm the owner of WinMac Irving, so I let all the employees off and I stayed for their shifts. Thank you to 105.3 The Fan and the Texas Rangers. And then, if you're new to the broadcast, BB is litty. He is absolutely lit up, and it is fantastic.
Hey, I haven't had any food, and I've been drinking since like 10 o'clock. This should be some fun today.
You're doing it right. What you drinking and what you thinking, baby?
I would like to thank everybody that's a Cholo, that's around the perimeter, that's got cold beer right at their station. It's awesome. I appreciate everybody.
We need more. We probably need about 5-6 more to get Brian through the end of this shift.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we're going to need to keep them going. The three of us, shout out to the Tolas that have been here. They have been absolutely pumping us with booze. And thank goodness we've got our sober leader here to
Come on.
the ship with a piece.
My iPhone has been going on for the last hour, telling me decimal levels are over 95. This can damage your ears, but this is so unbelievable
It's
that
like
for
Bobby
an
Belt
hour.
on the set.
By the way, if Hurtado Barbecue wants to throw down some stuff for us at the broadcast position, I'm all about that too. Right, General?
That sounds great
Some of
to
the
me.
tacos we love.
It is wonderful stuff.
Yeah.
That's a little tricky, though, because how many people are listening that want to hear more Buzz Broadus? If you bring him barbecue, that's going to tamp some of it down, right?
I will find a way to grab some cold beer from this crowd.
The second we stop boozing is when the headache will set in. We
That's
are
right.
staying hammered the remainder of the show.
Especially with his son. You do not let that hangover kick in.
Yeah,
Keep
why not?
Brian
General, you're absolutely
hydrated.
right. Oh, I lost my headset there.
Okay, good point.
We're going old school, night school G-Bag Nation here, General.
From the 214, man, there is a whole lot of night show influence happening right now.
All of us, man. It shows you
Night
the power
show
of
was
the night
damn
show.
good. You guys were night show.
Yes, we were.
I used to go on with you guys for an hour on night
Yes,
show.
you did.
Seats, G-Bag Nation.
From the 214, I'm listening from Idaho. All right, I might have lost track along the way.
Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, beautiful.
That's at least 17 states, Saudi Arabia, South Korea that have been involved in the Twitch YouTube, the text today, absolutely amazing. Coming up next, unfortunately, we got a break. But the good news is we'll be back. Everybody is here. The party is still going. There are still a lot of people. And Dawson, I might need to stick around just a little bit more to scoreboard you about the attendance of the parade.
You do what you do, buddy.
We might have to do that.
You're better.
Better. That was the only thing. I know it wasn't reasonable.
Not better than the Rangers,
that's
but
true.
better.
But I was hoping up on the stage they were going to go, we were better.
Hey, before we go to break and as we send it off, in honor of Corey Seager, can we get a little Astro suck? Astro suck. Astro suck. Astro suck. Astro suck.
There you go. We'll be back live from the parade on your home of the Rangers, your home of the world champions, 105.3 The Fan.
Hey Dallas, looking for a job with flexibility and benefits? Indeed Flex is hiring right now. Whether you're balancing family time or you prefer certain work times, Indeed Flex offers the flexibility you crave with the benefits you deserve. Plus, they're hosting a hiring event on November 7th. Head to Indeedflex.com/Dallas to apply now and get more information. That hiring event is on November 7th, and for more information, Indeedflex.com/Dallas.
Are your employees about to return to the office? Picture this. Your people have been working from
My goodness, he's done it again. The Rangers are awaiting Adolis at home plate. He throws off the helmet, leaps into the pile, and the Rangers have won it 6-5.
Rangers celebration right here in your home of the world champion Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. Got a couple of people that we need to thank. Thank you very much to everybody on the truckwreck.com text line for rocking out with us all day long. And just remember, today's parade coverage is proudly presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. After all these years, it's a celebration, and Academy has all of your championship gear. Shop in store or online at academy.com for officially licensed team gear from Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, and more. And gentlemen, I know it says G-Bag Nation, but much like before when it was the KNC Masterpiece, it is a all-star hodgepodge from everybody at the station all day long as we celebrate our station carrying the world champion Texas Rangers.
An experience unlike any other.
Yes, indeed.
A sea of
Take
Ranger
that,
fans
Masters.
and Tolos. That's right. That's right. This is unbelievable, man. Soaking this all in, watching the players, everybody getting their individual moment with the trophy, an eruption from the crowd, same as you know, whatever part of the parade route you were on, watching these guys get their ovations and their love. This has been freaking awesome, and sharing it with you guys right there, dead center, watching Chuck Morgan facilitate the whole thing. Just an epic experience.
I didn't think Chuck was going to make it. I thought
sure.
Right when he started speaking, he started welling up just a little bit. I was like, oh, can he do it?
He was the most buzzed guy on the stage.
Yeah.
Were there any partying Rangers?
I watched Scherzer with a Michelob Ultra in his right hand and a Budweiser in his left, and just take a shower with that Budweiser.
Okay,
that was pretty special. On
we
the
didn't have a
parade
speech from him.
We didn't get a speech. We didn't get a moment from Scherzer. But
we wanted. I think they Texas classed it up. I think that's what happened. Instead of trying to go for the drunk hijinks that would have really lit the crowd, they went with classy and low key. And you know what? I think it's a heady play.
You do that one.
I think it's a family friendly, wholesome play.
You do the party stuff. You do the crazy stuff. Second World Series. All right. You do that on the second run through.
This
is the first one ever. You just kind of go, hey, this is great.
ETA for second World Series?
Which it's 365 days from now.
Okay.
Let's just go with that.
Yeah, my math.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like it.
And since we're scoreboarding this segment, I understand you're going to scoreboard on me for the total population.
I am going to scoreboard on you.
One other thing. We need double-decker buses next time.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Couldn't see many of the players.
Agreed.
And I was on tiptoes. At tiptoes, I'm a good 6'1". I caught a couple glimpses of guys in back of pickups. Nathaniel Lowe stood high and proud.
Yes.
And he's a tall man, so I got a good look at him and Evan Carter.
Yesterday, I put out the number of 750 to 800,000 was scoffed at. By many. Arlington Fire Department says there are in excess of 700,000 people that have been here today. The estimated total for the Mavericks
trying to block your shot. You got to dunk all over me.
And I just pushed you back and said, yes today, Matombo, is the Mavericks had approximately 200,000. The Rangers, upwards of 700,000 people for their parade today. Now, I'm sure we'll get better counts as we go on, but when the fire department's like, we're above 700,000, and Channel 8, I think, had it at 5 to 700,000. The number kept going up.
How do they count that? I have no clue how you would even think about count. Do they just go over with a drone and they're like, yeah, 1, 2, 3?
They didn't hand you a number on the way in?
No, I didn't get mine. So they missed me, Kevin. So it's 701,000.
Is that how you think numbers work?
Yes.
You're 1, not 1,000.
Okay, yeah, don't worry about the numbers.
I want to salute.
You're a champion. I don't care what you are.
Yeah, man, I'm a champion today, Kevin.
The champion.
Do you hear the song right now, Dawson? They're playing We Are the Champions. I don't know if you saw it yesterday. Adam Lambert and Queen were at the American Airlines Center, and Brian May came out for this song in a Rangers jersey.
Oh, that's so
People lost their freaking minds. It was so awesome.
One of my favorite Mavs memories is Dirk Nowitzki just over and over singing We Are the Champions for about a week straight, and hearing him talk about how he would just break out in song. And, of course, at their parade, he was, leading the rendition.
Is it the Seager mic drop that's going to be, nothing can match Dirk, and I think we all know that, but the Seager mic drop feels pretty special.
The Seager mic drop was pretty good because it was a shot at the opponent for one, so that was a smart move on his part. But I think Chiafalo, we both decided that the Bochy, hey, I like doing this, let's do it again. I think that's a way to walk off a stage right there is, hey, let's go get another championship and do this party one more time.
Tying the granddaughter into it as well. Get that real emotional family vibe.
Dynasty.
I know. He hit all the right notes, and so did Seager. What a badass. We'll play that after every Ranger victory over the Astros into eternity.
We are the champions, my friend.
Fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions.
No time for Astros, because we are the
champions. Oh my gosh.
Feels like the end of Mighty Ducks up in here.
Amazing.
Want to add Arkansas and Louisiana to our state count. Here's the amazing thing about the day. Somebody goes, count me. I'm listening in from Minnesota. We actually already have a Minnesota. I can't believe that's the case. But and I might
Minnesota listeners?
Yeah, and I might have lost count, but we're at least 19 different states that have checked in via Twitch, YouTube, text, and at least 3 different countries.
We really needed you guys listening today. I was worried that all of our listeners were here and our ratings would be 0.
I mentioned that earlier to Kevin off air.
I had a panic attack, and I was like, oh, no, let's push this into 2 to 7.
Well,
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
You've been looking at the fan text all day long, and, there have been few moments that we've experienced in our careers. I think, there was one night down at the Fan Sports Lounge that I remember I couldn't even see the fan text because it was flying. Kevin, has it been just one of those, constant all day long? I don't even think we had a topic today. All we did was just ride this thing.
At one point, we tried to crank out who will get the most cheers, and then we got 8 gajillion responses. The Tolos are everywhere, and it's incredible. We got to take pictures, sign beer cans, sign baseballs, sign hats. There's a G-Bag. I saw at least one G-Bag Nation flag out here. Now,
I had some I wanted to hand out. I couldn't get here.
There were so many people asking, do you guys have more flags? Do you guys have more flags? And
I have 2 still. I have 2 remaining if you're in the area.
It is incredible I know today's about the Rangers, but I feel like today's a little bit about our station too, and seeing all the people.
Puff your chest out. Say it.
I feel like today's about our station as well. And people trying to take credit for things that they damn sure deserve no credit, they can kiss my ass. Because if you have to learn who certain prospects are from us and you're proclaiming to be a Rangers expert, the hell you are. This is the home of the Rangers. We've been here through the bad, and we're damn sure here for the good. And the reflection from all the people out here today really hammer that home.
Yeah. Hey, we were doing baseball stuff, segments. We were rocking and rolling. We were the only station in spring training.
surprise Arizona.
Yeah.
You can't be a Johnny-come-lately and be like, oh, yeah, we're carrying the torch for the Rangers. No, you're not.
No other station has a clubhouse violation, and all the other stations are kissing your ass right next to that 0 on that right ass cheek of yours, Hagen, that I know you have on it right now.
Damn right, it's been there because I knew this was going to happen, but people are giving you credit for making that violation happen to start with it. So they're like, that's what set the tone. So I'm really looking forward to next spring training. I hope we're out there at the same time as you guys, and I can watch you kick your feet up and be like, you want to go back-to-back or not?
I think about having a lit cigar this time on that couch. What do you guys think? You got to take it up a notch, right?
Yeah. I mean, if Wash was still managing burning heaters back in his office, you might get away with that.
Yeah.
I might go as much as like unlit cigar with lighter.
Oh, yeah. Actually, here, rock this one because I do know that Boach does like a little Wellers every once in a while.
Okay.
So go in with a glass of bourbon, or maybe even just pour one there with the cigar unlit in your hand, and you can just kind of roll the ice around in it a little bit and just start asking questions to players, and they're going to be like, "That's a guy I want to hang around right now."
I want to add
We got to get a bottle for Boach, too.
Yes. Oh, my God. He deserves it. I want to add state numbers 20 and 21. New Mexico, and I am stationed at Fort Richardson in the Army in Alaska. And I am listening from Alaska.
You're wearing your Alaska sweater.
That's right. That's for you, brother. That is for you.
Is it dark outside right now, or is it light outside?
No.
In Alaska or here?
Right,
in Alaska.
Oh, yeah. Nobody knows.
Now, I think it's a lot closer to regular. It's in the summer when I went last time, where it stayed light 21 hours of the day.
Wow.
And it was so freaking crazy. But to your question, it has been unrelenting on the Twitch, in the YouTube. People texting in is just people's excitement all day long, and generational excitement, which is probably, that's the coolest part for me. Is Chiafalo said he can say, hey, I watched it with all my kiddos. I can tell Noah about it even though he won't remember it. And the first person I talked to afterwards was my son Brandon, who loves the Rangers because of me. The second person I talked to was my mom, who I love the Rangers because of. I love the Rangers because of my mom. My son loves the Rangers because of me, and hopefully on and on and on down the line.
Yeah, it's amazing. My mom, who can't spell Rangers, texted World Series to our entire family in the group chat the moment that Spores did the thing that he did and brought life to a city.
I was really happy, Kevin, when Chuck Morgan got up there and was asking each Ranger that moment memory, and he named off a few, and he named off the Adolis Garcia walk-off against Minnesota because we were here that day. He was 0 for 4 that day.
With 4 strikeouts.
4 strikeouts in a row that day, and I remember walking around and I was telling everybody, because the inning before, Nate Lowe grounded out and he was out at first base, and I said, it's okay, because Adolis is going to walk off, and everybody was like, no way. And I was like, he's going to walk off, I promise you.
I want to hammer home how wrong I was about that and how right Corey was. I'll let him dunk on me. I said it was far more likely that you'd get strikeout 5 than a home run. And the thing I'll also remember about that is Noah, that was his first Rangers game. He freaked out when they hit a home run and the fireworks went up. It was not good. As soon as Adolis's bat hit that ball, I said, OS, and I tried to cover his ears.
The stadium was rocking.
I was really excited that we were going to win, but I was also like, my baby is going to be really upset in about 2 seconds, and he was very upset. But he needed to sacrifice for the cause.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
He'll cry plenty more in his life because of sports, probably.
Hashtag do your part.
I think all of you guys, I mean, y'all been at plenty of these games this year, too, where y'all been out here to start things off.
And I still haven't gotten used to those fireworks either.
They do freak me out a little bit. But I think everybody who's been able to come through this stadium at some point this season is going to have one of those memories that just sticks with them, locks with them, and they're going to tell their kids about it later down the road. That was something that led to this moment. This is a reason I always believe. Adolis' walk-off home run was a reason I believed that they would be able to do it every game during the playoffs. I was like, no, we're still in this thing. That's what it was, man. This team was special.
And then the next season is going to be, you know, I don't know if they're going to win the World Series or not, but
I do.
This stadium, as they are going through the battles in the Silver Boot, is going to be rocking. The first time the Rangers went to the World Series in 2010, obviously the fans got with it, and they're exciting as the years go on. But the next year, you get this tremendous surge of season tickets. You get this tremendous surge of new interest. I think the Rangers put $3.5 million in the ballpark across the street in 2011. because they were still good and everybody was so fired up. As rocking as it was this season, I think it's 15 or 20% more rocking next year. We're heading into the golden era once again.
That would be a record attendance-wise.
Kevin, I sang it for you the other day. I've already written a song for next year for Corey Seager. I feel I just got to find a little British rock band to go along with it. But once we get this, we're going to play it, and I'm hoping that it'll catch on in Section 133 and that they'll be able to continue like growing their Rolodex of things that they can chant and sing and everything.
Yes.
We got to get some creativity rocking for those guys out there so that stadium can be singing right down on the field, right there in Adolis' back and right there in whatever opponents in our stadium, just take them over, man.
So a couple of updates. We're going to add Wisconsin to the list. Another Idaho came in, and I was like, we already got that one. And then this is important because we have a wide listening audience from the 972. Kylie, please respond to your mom. It's super important. So, Kylie, if you're out there, your mom's trying to get a hold of you. You need to figure this out because she's worried.
Cheers to Kylie.
Broadus knows how to party, dude. This guy is taking care of business today, man. I got a lot of respect for the work he does taking care of people around.
That's
here.
a guy who knows how to championship.
Yeah,
right
he
there.
does. He knows how to championship. Kevin, this is like your first time, so I understand.
It's a good way for a young lady to lose her phone privileges, though, not getting back to your parents.
Man,
that's true.
Why have
That's
we
a fact.
given this to you?
Yeah, where have you been? You worried me sick.
I am sort of feeling for Kylie's mom right now.
Well, and see, me too. And there's an age range where you think you're a grown-up, but you still live in the house, and reality punches you in the face. Because I did that to Brandon a couple of years ago. Metaphorically, not actually. And I took his phone away, and he goes, well, I need to get to school. And I said, yeah, you know how to get to school from here, and you know how to get back home from school. And so I just took his phone and put it in my pocket, and he just stared at me as I walked off like, what the hell? And I was like, yeah, answer your texts.
Yeah.
So we learned a very important lesson that night. And Kylie, we're rooting for you right there. All right. How long do you think this championship glow, whatever you want to call it, carries over? Because I've been holding Mike off from the Shohei Ohtani conversation all week. I don't know how much longer I can hold him off from talking next year in Ohtani.
Well, we start talking about things next week. I think there are like GM meetings, and I think within a few more days signings are going to begin. But the glow is going to always be there. And I would say it will not go away until at some point a couple of weeks into next year when you start to open up a new set of battles. But spring training is going to be lit. The championship vibes are going to be just plastered all over Arizona. It'll push you into the off season. What you drinking and what you thinking, shout outs for the Rangers and talking about repeating as champs. All that stuff, I think, stays until the next year and you start getting into the drama the next season.
I think I heard, was it you guys the other day that we're talking about, how the Royals had mentioned that when they won the World Series, Surprise was going nuts and Surprise Stadium is rocking along. And that's the same place that we're going to be. Like, we'll be at Surprise in the same stadium. And I can only imagine, we've seen it, Kevin, whenever there's a lot of people there in those stadiums to watch, and the difference where people are like, I have to go make this a destination for next year. I have to make that my vacation. I got to go watch my guys play. I got to get first looks at them. And you've even pointed this out, how easy it is to access the players and get an autograph, get a ball, get something like that. Tons of foul balls laying all over the place out there. So I think the little green hills out there in Surprise are going to be absolutely packed next year.
Sorry, Dawson, you won't get to go out there and ground and sunbathe before the show. It's gonna be filled with Ranger fans.
Do you kick the shoes off and go get the feel of the grass?
Yeah.
Who's going to take it on the chin more, Dawson, or is it Wolchuk and Broadus for leaving game one early?
I was thinking about that. I was like, man, does this sort of make up for it? You're a champion. You're here. I was having the biggest FOMO of all time as I was fighting my way through ungodly 750,000 people worth of traffic on the way here and listening to Wolchuk on with you guys, basking in the championship glory, being fed shots from Tolos, G-bag flags flying, championship vibes all around. I was like, oh, my dear God, I've got to get to I've got to get to the park. I've got to get to the broadcast position. So it's phenomenal.
I don't know if Kevin mentioned this, but I think we all just assumed at some point, Gavin, that you would just crowd surf in. That they you would get the Tolos and the Nationals out there to just say, hey, I need to get to that stage right now, and that they just move you all the way through. That was kind of my expectation.
The parting of the red and blue sea.
Man, I was so jammed up. I parked at AT&T Stadium.
Oh wow!
And so I get here and. I don't know. I guess they'd closed the road just minutes before because Chief got across. Chief pulls up at 10:15. He's in here. You know, I pulled up at 9:35, go on this epic saga to find a parking spot at AT&T Stadium. Had to park in the mud.
Oh, my gosh.
The parking lot wasn't open, by the way.
Oh, man.
The guys with trucks just drove around the grassy area knoll over the landscaping and into the Cowboys Stadium parking lot to park. So I didn't think I would be denied to this extent. But, yeah, when I got to, like, Randall Mill and something and I talked to a police officer, I was like, how do I get to Texas Live? He said, strict orders from the chief, nobody's getting through.
Holy moly.
But yeah, it was a blessing because I got to enjoy the parade from the perimeter, which was amazing.
I just want to throw this out there, and I apologize. I'm not going to be able to read the city because I'll definitely get that wrong. But I believe it's 2:50 a.m. in Kyrgyzstan right now where I'm stationed and I'm listening. That is freaking incredible. Now, I know you guys are going to keep going, and I know you're going to keep rocking it for several more hours. Corey, obviously, you might stay, but I wanted to know, we've been out here for a while. Final thoughts from – it's been incredible.
It was everything I thought it would be. I mean, because I honestly did think it would be a lot of short talk from those guys up on the stage, just because that's what they are. That's their personalities. I didn't expect long speeches. The Steve Kerr, I got to go save Michael Jordan again.
They weren't going to make it about them.
Yeah, it was absolutely about everybody that was standing out here, and it was. But it was one of those things, Kevin, where I was like, I might never get this opportunity, and to see all the fans show up. To have so many Tolos stop us, wanting to talk to us, being part of this thing and celebrating with us, using the word fellowship. That's what it's been. Yep. We've been watching this at Buffalo Wild Wings, Kevin, so much as Tolos are not only just sitting at individual tables, they're starting to sit together. You can see Tolos, recognizing Tolos across the entire place out here. It was absolutely awesome. I don't know if I'm ever going to get over this one, Kevin. Like I thought I would never get over 2011, and I don't think I'll ever get over what feels like the first time.
I'm with you a lot. This is more emotional than I thought across all the spectrums of emotion. I thought it would just be like ridiculous craziness and happiness, but when Chuck Morgan is choking up, when people are texting in about what this means to their relatives and the people who have passed on. And then I think about my mom, I think about my kiddos, and just to see the smiles and the tears from everybody out here, it has been one of the best freaking days ever. And I know y'all are going to keep rocking it. G-Bag Nation proper is going to take over, but I can't thank you guys all enough for all the feedback. And if you're here for more Drunk Broadus, I think there is a decent possibility that you get more Drunk Broadus, and I think it'll be the most amazing edition of What You Thinking, What You Drinking of all time. KNC Masterpiece will be back on Monday. I promise we will talk some Cowboys Eagles, but coming up next, more of the G-Bag Nation live from the parade in Arlington. Thank you again to D&M Leasing. Thank you very much to Academy Sports and Outdoors for helping us out here. We'll be back on Monday. G-Bag will continue next.
Come see me on Sunday at Old 75.
Old 75 in
let's
Richardson.
Continue the celebration. Let's keep this thing rocking, man.
I love it, and I'll see you at the Dallas Card Show. Bye, everybody.
Did that mean you...
I just got one thing to say. You know, everybody was wondering what would happen if the Rangers didn't win the World Series. I guess we'll never know.
Hey, everybody, come out to Old 75 in Richardson with 105.3 The Fans Watch Party. Come out and party with me and all the Tolos as we watch Dallas take down Philly on Sunday. Old 75 Beer Garden. Good cheer, good friends, good times. See you there.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well,
no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
You're all set with your new Navien water heater.
I can't wait to take a shower without running out of hot water. I'm just gonna love my Navien tankless water heater. I just want to say
Oh, no need to say that, ma'am. You'll always love Navien's high efficiency that will save you money on gas bills compared to other water heaters.
I love how I have more space with its wall-hanging design. Please let me say
Nope, sorry, miss. I know you appreciate it, but I can't let you say it.
Why not?
Because with Navien, it's a tankless job.
How long you been waiting to use that?
You'd be surprised.
Find a Navien installer near you at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Are you ready to go back to the summer of '99? Creed is back. Summer of '99 tour. For the first time in more than a decade with very special guests. 3 Doors Down. Plus Finger 11.
September 11th, Dos Equis Pavilion. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com.
Creed with 3 Doors Down.
Part of the Nissan Concert Series.
Your customers count on you. Do you have an internet provider you can count on? Switch to Verizon 5G Business Internet. It's rated the highest quality 5G internet in America. So don't settle for anything less. Switch now to Verizon 5G Business Internet from the network America relies on. It's your business. It's your Verizon. Learn more at verizon.com/business/switch. Based on outperforming T-Mobile FWA for consistent quality and Open Signal USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2023, National Experience Results.
We're the Hellsberg Wedding Band, and this is for the lovers out there. Ooh, gonna propose riding on a horse, wearing a tuxedo, shirtless of course. That Hellsberg diamond will dazzle her eye, and she'll say yes, and then she'll cry. Now put your shirt back on, guy. For over 100 years, Hellsberg has been customizing engagement rings of the highest quality. Plus, with Hellsberg's transparent pricing, you know you're getting the best price. Find her ring at a Hellsberg store near you or at Hellsberg.com.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity, and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster on campus or live online. Qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career, accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
Sean and RJ's Firehouse Tour, brought to you by Texas State Brazil, will be in the Colony on November 10th. Swing by Firehouse number 4 at 3400 Plano Parkway in the Colony from 5:30 to 10 a.m. to get some tender steak and bacon wrapped chicken. Come early while food lasts. That's Firehouse number 4 at 3400 Plano Parkway in the Colony from 5:30 to 10 a.m.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day from
You, sir, and thank you very much. You have Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo at our broadcast position, DJ Pridemore, Ramon Cruz, Ruben Portillo. We got a whole army of remote engineers here, and we want to salute them for doing what had to be done to keep us on air and broadcasting throughout one of the most glorious afternoons in DFW sports history. Lucius Alexander is back home in the Pimp Cup there at Master Control. And along with you, we are the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to salute Hagee for keeping us rocking and rolling.
Yes,
absolutely. And quarterback in the last couple of hours, as I did have some technical difficulties arriving at the broadcast position. So salute to Hagee, and he's a hell of a teammate, and so is Corey and Mike, and it was just an absolute pleasure to get to listen to them describe the action. And we'll go now out to the phones where Jared Sandler, a man who was in the middle of everything, joins us here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. I apologize. I don't really have a full voice, but I'm pumped to talk to you guys. That's for sure.
What's your current location?
Heading back to we're clear of the traffic. Heading back home from the parade. But what a day! I mean. You know, I'll tell you something I told Mike last, as you guys know, nothing.
Oh, Jared, we might be breaking up with you a little bit. Are you in a bad spot?
Sorry. Yeah, give me a second.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're good. You're good, brother.
Okay. Yeah, George Bush has a dead tax. We need to work on that. We need to talk to.
Yeah, government officials need to get on that one.
Yeah. So. The last, 2 years ago, lost 100 games last year. Last year, a little bit less so because the Rangers made some big moves in the offseason. But, there's a sense of indifference from the Cowboys, right? I mean, it happened in the past.
All right, Jared, I think we're going to have to catch up with you a little bit later on down the road. If you want to call us back maybe in a couple of minutes when you get to a little bit better of a cell spot, that would be great. I cannot wait to hear from Jared's experience, everything that he went through, and what he observed that maybe you were not able to observe on television from your vantage.
Yeah, I'm going to tell Jared to do the 420.
I don't
have a top 10.
Yeah,
so we're going to do a top 10 Sandler.
I had a chance to give Jared a hug. He came out with the players, and it was like the emotion that he showed.
Yeah.
That just the joy of being a part of what we experienced today, and really for him all season long. But it goes back to those times when this team wasn't very good, and he was doing those post-game shows, and he was battling, and he was trying to talk about, hey, keep the faith this way. Look at it this way. It's not perfect right now, but this organization will find a way to get it perfect, and they have this year.
They absolutely have, and so have you, Brian. You're an absolute peach. You're in rare form, and it's a pleasure to broadcast.
I'm hammered right now, General. I'm not going to lie.
I know. That's exactly what I mean.
Dude, we all
love it.
By being like emotional about this thing,
goes without saying how hammered you are.
There's like 6 more Budweisers that need to be consumed by the time this show's over.
They will.
I really appreciate Chiafalo joining me on this journey.
Cheers.
Yes.
Yeah.
I appreciate all you guys.
Yeah.
This is outstanding. And I want to say I appreciate Jared Sandler. Okay.
Yes.
Because he's not your average pre- and post-game show guy. And I think what maybe you saw on social media or saw on TV in the celebration
this is personal
or
to him.
saw today was the amount of passion and dedication that he puts into his craft. And he is amazing at his job because of how much he cares. And, he deserves this just as much as anybody else. And I know we always give him a hard time. He's intense.
That's how he likes it.
That he's Mount Sandler, and you never know when he's going to erupt.
Yeah.
But dang it, he's a great guy, and it's been a real pleasure to watch him work over the last, I think, 10 years.
Yeah. No, absolutely, General. And I'll talk more to Jared.
By the way, hell of a broadcaster when it comes to doing the play-by-play stuff.
That's right.
And he is
filled
the future.
in very well for Eric in those games that he had to work.
He is the future. There's no doubt, but he's a great human being. But you could also tell, how it is personal to him. He's a giant Ranger fan. It's like when you and I do the post game for the Cowboys, and our fans can tell it. When they lose or the 49er game happened, I can't help but contain it in my voice. Like, I love the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Jared, you hear it too. That Game 5 post-game driving home after we were there at the game against the Houston Astros in the LCS, you could hear the defeat in Jared's voice. And for them to finally come through and do this, and for him to be there the entire way, it means, Hagee asked earlier. Hagee was like, what does this championship mean to you? Obviously, I'm happy to all Ranger fans. But being part of the broadcast team for a few years and seeing how hard Eric works and Hicksy works and Jared works and how much the grind of a 162-game season is and the sacrifice.
Yeah.
I'm happy for them, man.
How about the guys that are back in studio for us?
Yes.
That did those
Alec
games.
Medford, Ross. It goes back to guys like Tony Summers and Lane Lewis and Parker Hillis, and Eric and I have been there too, being the number 2s, pulling highlights, and then running the board for these games. We did it for a lot of bad, tough years. I'm hosting Rangers Extra Innings. I'm not the only one. Lane did it. Parker did it, right? The guys that came before me. These are 100-loss baseball teams.
DJ Pridemore,
100%.
You bored up some Ranger games before,
everybody that's been Reginald Atatula.
The man who tried to sneak a fart past me yesterday.
Everyone who's been a part of this, man, you're vindicated. Your hard work does not go unnoticed. And now you're World Series champions, baby.
Did he really try and sneak a fart by you yesterday?
I think he actually farted on you is what he told me.
It was like, it was so close. It was over my shoulder. He leaned in. To his credit, it wasn't his fault, but he leaned in.
No, he purposely did that. He purposely did that.
I can't imagine him doing something like that on accident.
No.
He lives for a moment like that.
General, you're right about that.
It is the same DJ Pridemore who had readily available fart spray in the back of his Honda
in his
Civic.
car.
Yeah.
He had it in his scouting bag.
That's true.
Yeah.
He's a world champion, though. He's a Texas Ranger, and for that, he can fart anywhere he wants right now.
Yeah. I think that's what the most important thing about sports and this championship to me is what it does to our sports community. It's like the lifeblood that keeps you going, that reminds you it is possible to get to the top.
Absolutely. And what am I going to say? I don't
know. I'm talking as little as possible to get you
No,
to
you're
talk
doing
more.
a great. No, you're doing a great job. Only, like I said, you're absolutely right.
You've been there, done
Somebody
that, though.
pick it up.
You're a Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, you're a champ.
You're a guy
Mr.
who's been
Scout.
there, done this. How does this parade seriously, Broadus? You were there for the Packers. That's an NFL blue blood type situation.
I wish I'd had as many cocktails on that day as I had. Now, leading up to it, yes, we had a great time in New Orleans.
You've celebrated this World Series championship more so today than you even did when you put that Super Bowl ring on your finger as a Green Bay Packers scout.
I can't go there.
But close. But in terms of the booze,
I've tried. I've really tried. I've tried to get into the mindset of everybody around us today.
Yeah.
Because everybody was celebrating. I was trying to celebrate, and absolutely. And it's been an absolute blast. I know we've got several hours to go.
Yeah. Luckily, the 7-Eleven right here is restocking the cold beer, so we'll get.
No, they have no cold beer, General. I tried to go over there earlier.
He already tried that one. No alcohol there.
Oh,
because it can't be trusted. We'll just barrel into Texas Live, where allegedly though they ran out of beers on tap because there were so many Rangers fans in attendance today. 750 some odd thousand according to Arlington. They are telling us that maybe there's no beer left on tap at Texas Live because we drank them
I've
dry.
got to buy some food over there, though. I've got to go over there and order some food.
Broadus is accounting for at least 25% of that beer that is no longer available on tap at Texas Live.
I'm sorry about that. I'm not sorry. What am I saying? You're not sorry at all.
You're not sorry for a damn
Hell
thing.
No, I'm not.
Never apologize for being a champion.
No.
Keep the drinks coming, right?
I've got some of that Powerade cooler right there.
My fiance is so livid with me right now. She's like, what are you doing? How are you going to drive
I
home?
told you. I tried to talk you out of being married.
She's
I really
so mad.
did.
We've got an engagement party scheduled for tomorrow. She's like, I needed your help.
I got the invitation. Thanks, man.
You're good to go.
What do you want me to do? I'm not someone that can really help with the decorating. It's like, I need support.
Decorating.
How am I going to plan a wedding with you?
I'm sorry.
It's going to be okay.
Fiance wife, right? Fiance wife.
Did you tell her hashtag you went and took it and sorry about it? I'm a champion.
I'm trying
There
to tell
you go.
her
You're wearing a T-shirt that says you're a champion.
She needs to kind of try and understand my perspective here.
Yeah.
This is a unique
Is she
day.
listening?
This is a special day. I don't think she's listening right now. She was listening at 2 o'clock, texted me and said, why the hell aren't you on the air?
See, when she becomes a wife one of these days, she'll realize she just won't reach out to you because she knows it's only trouble if she does. So I'll see my wife in about 7:45 when I roll home, and she'll see the damage on my face.
Eric, can I get you a beer?
She's not going to just be just pissed at me all day, because why do that to herself?
Yeah.
So wait for tonight when I arrive and she has to deal with me.
Live in the moment.
Hey, I'm just going to tell you, Eric, I've got a place, a nice crib in North Dallas. Eric talks about all the things that I have. Eric from Baltimore.
Yes.
I got a lot of nice things, but I've got room.
Yes.
I've got a room, a bed, and all that. A big 75-inch TV. If you want to come over,
Well,
if
we
you
look-
need the help,
we
I'm
took
happy to
bets.
help you, man.
We took bets at who would be the first one. I think Eric and I certainly would be before Gavin. I'm in the
Yeah.
doghouse right now, though,
Yeah.
boys, and this is just the start of marriage.
Well,
No,
you know
this
what?
is
You got to
Walchuk.
get used to it, and you have to embrace the doghouse. So
Tell
next
him, Gavin.
time- Next
Tell
time
him.
she's on the warpath, you
Tell
shrug
him.
your shoulders and you go on about your business like a man.
Yeah,
It should
tell
not
him.
bother you
Tell him.
when someone tries to interfere and interrupt you living your best life.
the way
Walchuk.
I feel about it
Chuck,
right now.
if you want to go fishing right now, go fishing.
Thank you. The way
Yeah,
I feel
yeah.
about it right now, she's going to get over it. It's going
Whoa,
to
Eric,
Yes, she will.
Hey,
If you've learned anything, she will get over it. Cheers to that.
She'll be all right.
Well, Chuck, you're a damn
I totally agree on that.
Everybody's a little bit more crotch first on the heels of a Rangers championship. 214 wants to know, does Nate Dell get a ring? You bet your ass.
Hell
Nate Dell
yes,
gets
he gets a ring.
Shiniest,
I'd let him take the trophy home.
Damn right.
Jared
After 40
Sandler get a
years.
ring. Hell yeah.
Shiniest you've ever seen.
Hammered Broadus' art, says the 214.
Hey, thank
I
you
did
very
6
much.
games of pre and post. Can I get a ring?
Somebody save Eric, says the 972.
Don't worry, I got him. I
Eric
got
will
him.
be fine. General, you gave him great advice. You really did.
Thank you. He
No. Thank you.
He sounds like the broadish version of DMX. LOL, says the
DMX, who's that?
325.
Is that like
Hey, pay respects. R.I.P. Rest in paradise. DMX a legend.
who's DMX? Should I know?
I'm at
Yeah, you
Academies
should.
right now. They're playing y'all on the loudspeaker. It is so cool. Shout out to everybody at Academy who's swinging by
Buy
to
me
get
a
their
shirt.
Rangers championship gear. We're right outside the globe. Right next to
Buy
the
me a shirt.
7-Eleven in Texas Live.
Oh, wait,
If
I got a
you're,
cookie here.
If you're coming by, you
Cookie.
need a picture. I do have a couple of G-Back Nation flags in the
Oh,
bag.
hell yeah.
You know, if you're in the area and you want to stop by and say,
About
hey.
time you showed up with something, though.
Broadus.
That's right.
Drunk Broadus hammering his cookies that he forgot he had on the
I'll
table
tell you
half
what,
eaten.
if it ain't, thanks to our sister station.
It's funny because sober Brian's usually like, oh, I'll buy you a shirt. I'll do this for you. Now drunk Brian's like, hey, bring me a shirt. Go ahead and bring me Hurtado
I'm
barbecue.
just telling you, man.
Bring me everything.
I love you guys.
We
This
have
is
drunk
amazing.
Brian.
This is
G-Back
amazing.
Nation.
I'll tell you what, man. This is one of those red velvet cake cookies.
Yes.
WBAB, thank you, the guys over there, for all they've done.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
WBAB, thank you.
Some tremendous neighboring here at Rangers Parade Radio Row. That's where we're at right here. Rangers Parade Radio Row.
I got a one so bad.
Hey, Jared Sandler's had to join you. We'll get his thoughts and his perspective as he took the tour and celebrated with some of his good buddies, named the Texas
Shut
Rangers
up, Eric.
players, and we're back with him here on 105.3 The Fan.
Nearly 200 Rangers games on this.
One thing to say, everybody was wondering what would happen if the Rangers didn't win the World Series. I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, we'll never know, will we, Corey? One of the iconic moments that will live in infamy here at the Rangers Championship Parade. It is the G-Bag Nation live on the patio here out in front Globe Life Field. Gavin Dawson, Brian Broaddus, he's pretty in the bag, and Tolos are loving it.
I'm actually going to go a little bit further.
Come on.
I'm going to try and carry this thing a little higher if I can.
Your BAC. Can you take your BAC higher?
I'm going to try.
Here's Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk here as well. And it's time now to catch up with Jared Sandler, pre- and post-game show host, a Rangers insider, and did a heck of a job on the play-by-play for
he's a stud.
An extended stretch this season, and he knocked it out of the park, pun intended, didn't he?
Sure did.
Jared
Sure did.
Sandler. He's been an absolute treasure for us, and quite a versatile baseball broadcaster. And a guy that gets special privilege with these players because of how cool he is. Pretty good baseball player himself back in the day.
Fight on.
Yeah, went to USC. I believe had quite an amateur career in around these parts himself, and that segued perfectly into being the Rangers pre- and post-game show host and insider play-by-play man. Joins you now here on the Fan. Jared, what's up?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Hey, who'd you ride with today?
It was all the Rangers broadcasters. So Mikey, Emily Jones, Dave Raymond, Eric Nadell, Matt Hicks. Unfortunately, CJ wasn't able to fly in. Dave Valley was there, so we were in a truck all to ourselves.
What was the favorite thing that you saw that will stick with you forever, like that memory that's just going to be burned in there?
Well, I'll tell you, you guys heard Corey Seager, right? Was that not the most savage?
Hell yes.
Drop the mic.
Hell
that was badass.
Yes.
I jumped up out of my seat. I want to run up on the stage and give him a hug. You guys know how I feel about the Astros. But
you and me both, brother.
Yep, but let's not forget Corey Seager was on the 2017 Dodgers, and that 2017 Astros team was the one that was in question with everything that went down. So that's personal for him too, and that was really cool. I just think in general, I don't know if there was one moment like getting to share it with people that you spend so much time with, just as a general general kind of collection of moments. But I think, and I'm sorry I had bad connection earlier, but what I was getting at was, this organization, the last 6 years prior to 2023, not only haven't made the playoffs, but hasn't really come close. And we had 100 losses 2 years ago, 90 last year, and so there's a level, and I get it. I'm not knocking the fans. There's a level of indifference and a level of apathy that comes with that. And so to see all the people out there, to see the streets flooded, to see all the fans who, you're not gonna sit there and stand there if you don't care. To see how much this community cares about this organization and those players, that was awesome. That was really, really cool. And I think that's just something that I'll take with me forever. And I can't wait to do it again. Let's do this again next year.
Man, Jared, this has been unreal, brother. I love you. And Hagee asked us earlier. He was like, man, what does this World Series mean to you? And I kind of told the fellas in the previous segment when you broke up. But, I got asked, Parker Hillis left, right? I got asked by Tim Collins, hey, do you want to fill in and do pre and post? I was terrified. You took a dude who was really, at the time, unsure if I was capable of doing that. You took me under your wing and coached me up, brother. And I'll never forget that. And I've seen how hard you work, Eric works, Hicksy works, everybody behind the scenes. And I'm happy for Ranger fans, but I'm super thrilled for you, man. You deserve this, man. You've been through it like we all have. And I can't imagine what you were feeling. And I don't know, maybe to me it still hadn't hit in until today. I don't know if this has really sunk into you even yet.
Yeah, I don't know, Zach. I don't know if I have the words, and I don't want to. We all know I can ramble and stuff, so I'm going to say from rambling and just tell you I have yet to figure out the right way to share how I'm feeling. And I don't mean this. I love my wife, and getting to spend today with her was really special. I feel like I could better articulate how I felt leading up to and after our wedding. I don't know what to say about this. I'm so appreciative to be a part of this. I'm appreciative to all of you and my teammates of the fan and Gavin for giving me a chance and all the people at the Rangers. I'll tell you, I'm really excited for the people who are with the organization in 2011 because I know how much that hurt. And I'm excited for Eric Nadel. And I'm obviously excited for Matt, but I'm not trying to separate the two. But, Eric was here in 2011, and Eric has been Rangers baseball for so many people for so many years. And there was a chance he was never going to get this moment. And I'm super – I think about that a lot. I took a second to just watch him during the parade. And that guy – and you guys, I think maybe you talked to him earlier. He was so excited. But as far as what this means to me, I not about me, but if someone were to ask me, I just don't know. I don't have a good answer. This means there's a level of euphoria that I can't quite characterize, and I hope that other fans feel similarly because this is incredibly special.
Jared, you're a damn champion. You are a champion. They'll never take that away from you. You had to fill in. You've always been the guy that has shown up. You work extremely hard. You're prepared. You're a great teammate. You deserve this. As all those players standing on that stage, you're shoulder to shoulder with those guys right there. I know they did the heavy lifting, but what you did throughout your career, you are a pro's pro, my brother.
Well, I appreciate it, Bryce. I can't, I'm 5'6", so I'm like shoulder to hip with the most of those guys.
Yeah.
But I appreciate that. I want to say this. I don't get this experience if it's not for those guys, right? And I made a point to thank those players and the coaches and front office folks and also the support staff. Guys, I sent a tweet yesterday. I sent it really a couple weeks ago, but then I bumped it yesterday. I hope people who really, they care about this, just go check it. You don't have to follow me. I don't give a crap about that. Just go read that one tweet because it lists some of the names of the people who are behind the scenes who their names are never going to get mentioned. They're never going to get the credit, but they play a big role in this. And from those folks to the players, to the coaches, to the front office, don't for a second think that I think I did a single thing on the field this year. I brought us. I appreciate you saying that. And I feel like, hey, I am a broadcaster for a World Series championship winning team.
Damn right you are.
That means so much, but I don't want anyone to ever think, especially those players who bust their tails, I just wrote coattails, right?
Jared, you painted a picture
that allowed me the opportunity to be a part of it.
Nah, man, you painted this picture. You, Hicksy, Eric, you guys give us the picture that we're not there. We don't always get the opportunity to watch the games, but the picture you paint for us on a nightly basis, we can't thank you enough for that.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the fans. I still, a part of me still is in shock. I feel like I'm about to wake up. Here's the deal. For some organizations like the Yankees, this is like, hey, cool. This is number 78. And, for New England sports fans, they've been winning so many championships between the Celtics, Patriots, Bruins, Red Sox. It's like, hey, cool. I don't know if this is a source of pride or anything, but the reality is for DFW sports fans, we have all the major teams. But since the Cowboys' last Super Bowl, we've only won 2 championships as a Metro.
Sure have.
And it's not like we're I don't know. It's not like compared to the other 4 major sports metro areas, cities, it's not like we're peppering for championships all the time. And I hope that changes. I hope that, next 10 years, we have a lot of these between the 4 sports. But the reality is we haven't. And it is surreal to think that the Texas Rangers are World Series champions because after 2011 and after the way that run fizzled out after 2016, and then let me tell you something, when you lose 100 games, you can have a plan. You can hear the front office have a plan. You can believe in the plan like folks like myself did. It's still incredibly tough to squint and see this as a possibility. And so for us all come together, this is amazing. I'm so happy for all the fans. I'm so happy for the players and people part of this organization. I'm happy for you guys because you guys have to talk about Rangers baseball all the time, and I hope that this year was a lot more fun to talk about Rangers baseball. Let me tell you something that I love. Gavin Dawson texting me about Rangers baseball, asking questions. Gavin, I mean that with full heart.
Oh, I love
it
it,
was
man.
awesome for everyone to be invested and engaged in this team. That's really special.
Man, and thanks for always being there to answer my dumb questions, bro.
Let me tell you something, Dawson. You actually asked hell. Your questions are awesome.
Nice.
I don't know that you asked a question where I'm like, that's a dumb question.
Okay, let me hit you with this one.
You asked 4 questions.
Damn, Chiafalo's questions were
Here
dumb,
we go.
I think, yeah.
What was the turning point of this season?
The turning point of the season was when Chiafalo decided to look at my Twitter timeline to get his question 2 minutes before I come on air. That was
genius.
That was the turning point.
Championship questions, Jared.
Player click to pick, right? Click to pick.
Who's your click to pick?
Is this the most excited like you've ever been?
Yeah.
Ever?
Click to pick.
Hey, who was the biggest partier of the players today?
Did y'all see Nathaniel Lowe on Twitter? Some of the clips?
He had a dog. I saw him with a dog.
Mondo,
I'll tell you,
that's his new dog, Mondo.
Jared, the guy that looked the most fun was Bobby Wilson when I got to see the floats coming through, the trucks coming through.
Oh, hey, good for. Let me tell you something about Bobby Wilson, guys. First of all, this guy's going to be a manager in Major League Baseball one day. He's a stud. This guy grinded his ass off as a Major League Baseball player as a backup catcher, and that's not like being the backup quarterback. That's a tough role, and he did it with the Rangers, did it with a number of teams. I'm so happy for that guy, and let me tell you, Bruce Bochy adores him, and if that tells you anything, that tells you that Bruce Bochy is not going to wrap his arm around anyone and take someone under his wing who's just like a putt. Bobby Wilson's going to be a Major League manager one day, and I hope one day he gets this experience as a Major League manager. But I'm really happy for that guy. He's been a part of this organization for almost a decade in various capacities, and he's a stud. And if he enjoyed the crap out of today, then good for him. He certainly deserves it.
Jared, I have to admit, I used the urinal again next to Travis Jankowski and Austin Hedges. I didn't want to look. I kind of did my
You're
business.
a better man than me.
I kind of did my business and moved on. I moved on. That's what I did.
So guys, I'm not going to tell the story. Please don't tell when I get off air. But Zach and Broadus and all of you guys who understand what Broadus just said, I told Austin Hedges the story before Game 5.
Oh my gosh, what was his reaction?
He thought it was the greatest thing ever. He thought it was amazing. Hey, what? You know what's so cool for those guys? For Austin Hedges, Travis Jankowski, Robbie Grossman, Brad Miller. Those guys aren't going to go in the Hall of Fame, right? And those guys are.
They're world champions. They're world champions.
Hater.
Always. They'll never be taken away from them. And to those guys who they bust their tail. They come to spring training most years fighting for a spot, right? They rarely have ever had the luxury of knowing that they are going to be on a team. And for them to have that moment, that's pretty damn cool. I'm fired up for those guys. I'm fired up for all these guys. I mean, are the Rangers, did they win the World Series?
They did. And we got to run, Sands.
Hell yeah.
Love you, brother. Yeah.
Tell him next year to get in taller trucks so we can see him on the parade route. There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. And he's a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. Do I hear Lucius in the Pimp Cup, buddy?
Yeah, it is me.
Lucius.
Hey, World Series vibes in my city. Yeah.
I know that's right.
Yo, I hate Jared Sandler's phone. What is that? I need to ask him what kind of phone that is so I can never buy it. Or maybe it's his plan. I think he's on an every other word plan. I don't know what's going on.
Half price there. Half the words. Hey, coming up next as we broadcast live in the shadow of Globe Life Field on a Rangers Championship Parade Friday afternoon in the nation. I think it's time for Krusty's Corner. How about you guys?
Oh, what?
You got some questions for your guys?
Dude. Sure.
Yes,
Krusty's Corner, where the beer flows like wine, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's do Krusty's Corner.
Brought to you by Budweiser.
Yeah, at Miller Lite or whoever else.
Miller Lite, sorry.
Miller Lite.
What you drinking, what you thinking at the top of the hour. Get your phone calls lined up, and we'll hear from you, but not before Krusty's Corner next right here. It's the Cheap Back Nation on the Fan.
Bank of America.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with the best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live outside of Globe Life Field where the Rangers championship parade concluded, and they had a great presentation on stage, and they celebrated it. And now it's time for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we're going to give you back-to-back segments of what you're drinking and what you thinking. It would only be appropriate. And we look forward to your phone calls coming up at 5 o'clock, and then 5:20 and LA Live at 5:40. We're going all the way till 7 o'clock right here on The Fan. Here's Broaddus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Appreciate that. Let me open a fresh cold beer here.
There you go.
While we do the segment. And by the way, thanks to Lucius.
Yeah.
For playing a little juvenile, back that ass up. I'm totally on board. You can tell when Lucius is part of the program.
Yeah.
He's going to throw his fastball, usually on the black. Usually you can't hit it. So great job by Lucius. Chief, would you like to join me in a cold beer?
I would. As a matter of fact, let's crank open this Kool-Aid or this cooler.
Would you like back that ass up to be Krusty's Corner new theme song?
You know what? Lucius is always playing some type of music that gets you like in the mood for whatever that segment's going to be.
Okay.
So back that ass up. If that's what he wants to do, that's what I'm all about. All right. Let me ask you guys. What?
I just love backing that ass up. That's all.
I'm all about that too.
Cheers to that. I'll drink to that.
Hey, congratulations! Everybody's like, we're all world champions.
We're all champions. It's a party. We're celebrating.
We're champions here. All right, Dawson. I know what you did here.
What's that?
Usually at 2:40 we got Krusty's Corner, right?
We couldn't have Krusty's Corner today because we were in the middle of the celebration. I didn't want to short your segment. I know how much you like doing it.
I do. I love doing it. I appreciate allowing me to have like 3 more hours to drink.
Yes.
To do Krusty's Corner. And you know what? Usually on Fridays, we kind of have like, my questions that I like to ask you guys.
Sports mix.
Sports mix, yeah.
Got some questions.
Let me ask you this.
This is a championship edition?
Championship edition. Chief.
Broaddus.
Did you have any intention to start drinking at like 9:30 this morning?
Actually, yes, I had every intention. My wife was pissed when I left the house. I said, honey, you're not going to hear from me today. Budweiser, Miller Lite, Texas Live, World Championship. This is going to be happening. And then when I was on the way here and having giant FOMO as Walchuk was hanging out with the KNC Masterpiece North Texas Show of Record, baseball show of record.
Bro.
He was 2 shots deep, and he was celebrating the championship euphoria. And so I looked forward to getting here. I knew today was going to be one to remember.
I think that, and Wooly Boy, I want to ask you this because I think I saw you earlier. Some of the Tolos had like pre-margarita mix.
Yes.
In a bottle.
Yes.
And I think we all got involved in that, right?
Yes, they were chanting chug, and I may or may not. In fact, I did.
I think you did.
Well, it's funny because Walchuk thought it was a butt chug at first, and then he pulled his pants back up. He's like, oh, we're just going straight to the mouth.
Wait a second, this isn't college anymore. All right, let me take the bottle, and I just went straight mouth to the tip of that bottle. And
excuse me?
Yep, pause.
Yeah.
And I chugged for as long as I could. And then Eric ear fountain that thing, so I was like, maybe I shouldn't have.
No, you did.
It with my lips.
You did what you felt was right in that moment, and I did what I felt. I wasn't judging you. I didn't think you were judging me, but I did wonder how many. I mean, there were 750,000 Rangers fans here. They were passing around a bottle of mixed margarita.
That's the question.
And so I did waterfall that thing for a good time.
I was going to ask you because I waterfalled it too.
Yeah, you did. I just felt like I could get a better chug.
Right to the bosom.
If I didn't waterfall, I needed to just go all out for this thing.
Right to the sauce.
I want to say that you had maybe a good 17-second type of a.
I had a pretty good chug.
Thing,
I had a pretty good one. I did.
But
anybody catch it on social?
It's very impressive.
Might have been on Fox. I don't know.
That's on TikTok somewhere.
Might have been part of the parade video that we saw.
It might have been.
Maybe
it might be out there somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. But the question was to me, General.
Yeah.
You know.
Did I plan on drinking at 9:30?
I'm just going to ask you this.
We know the answer would be no.
Okay, but I want to no.
You with all of us just.
That's what I want to ask, General. These 3 guys that you work with are having a really good time consuming some alcoholic beverages.
Yeah.
Are you a little jealous right now?
100%. Yes.
Yes, I can
It takes
see
an amazing time and makes it 10 times more amazing somehow. You know, it'll take a bad time and make it a good time.
Yeah.
So yes, I do. I mourn the loss of alcohol more than you know.
And we got to be at a good level. I mourn it.
I didn't want to quit.
It's a funeral.
I don't want to.
What? I don't want to ask you why you quit, but that's okay. That's part of your
We
deal.
need to go back into the archives and get that eulogy from you because I bet that was incredible.
Dude,
man.
I'm sure Lucius has all the stories if we wanted to break that open of belligerent Gavin Dawson. But I think we're holding our own. We haven't gotten a text yet from the boss.
Great.
Yeah, we're
you guys
doing
are doing
okay,
great.
right?
Yeah. No.
Does it?
Yeah. Well, my service doesn't work. I assume we got
Everyone
a
can
bunch
tell
of
that
texts.
Brian is hammered.
Yes.
I mean, everybody's texting and lit.
What
Brian
makes you
is my
think
favorite
that?
Brian.
I can't tell what.
What makes you think that? It's the point that you said. So they got mix for margaritas.
Lucius,
And they got it in bottles.
Lucius,
Hey, I love
stop being so damn smart.
Dude, I love it, bro. I just want to make sure that you get home right, or if not, just go crash with somebody's 11-man tent out there.
Lucius, I've got the Globe
Slow
Life
down for a
Field.
while.
I got my press pass. I think I might go lay in the press box.
I
Just lay
actually-
down
I
on a
vote-
couch.
I vote the next 2 hours is just LA Live. I just need more Lucius in my life.
LA Live is
More broadest, bro. Please.
Lucius. Yeah, more LA Live. I totally agree on that.
Now,
though.
ISO on broadest. Just feed them questions, y'all.
ISO.
Yes,
Shout out
yes.
to Reg.
That's the game plan. He's gonna tote the rock about 50 times today.
Yep.
Is this like an all running game here?
We're going to
going
feed
on?
you like Zeke.
Honestly, though, if you were going to sleep anywhere in Globe Life Field tonight, don't you think it would be resting your head on the bump as the pillow? Or would it be home plate? Trying to decide, or would it be that?
Well, they
that-
don't
that
have
spot?
they don't actually have the plates out because I went down there to the field earlier with Chris. All the bases are currently not on the field.
I think if it was a fully set up field for play, though, it would be the base. The base, as long as it was clean. Yeah, it's got a nice cushion to it.
Would
It really
would
does.
I be the worst player if we had to play a game right now?
Yeah, I mean, you like to think that you could strike out
Anytime
X
you would
guy, you could get a hit off X
not
pitcher.
in the 20s. Not in the 20s. You'd be on fire in the 20s, bro.
That's true.
I think they all played drunk, didn't they?
Yes. Well, we had the LSD no hitter, right? Or perfect game.
Doc
whatever it
Ellis
was.
and I were brothers
Hell
at one
yeah.
time. Yeah.
But who was it when we were out there at spring training?
What are
Was
you
it
doing,
Ian
Lucius?
Kennedy? Brian's like, I could get a hit off him.
Yes.
Brian, no, you couldn't.
He did.
No, you
And
could
shout out
not.
to
No,
Ian
I
Kennedy.
wanted to be like when they throw live batting practice. I wanted to be that guy.
Well, okay, if they're just throwing you, meatballs, then sure, you can get a hit.
No,
Hell
he
no.
couldn't.
50 miles an
Don't
hour.
even give him that.
No, you can't hit 75.
No.
unless
Our
you
guy
spend
was
some
a college
time.
athlete.
If it was
Yeah.
underhanded with some hang time,
But
maybe.
you might have seen
Possibly.
Wolchuk try sports before, Chief. Who would be the worst player right now? Sober Wolchuk or hammered Brian?
I think Hammered Ryan would be better than me. Gentlemen, I love sports. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I don't have an athletic bone in my body. My
What's your
genetics
best
are
sport?
not good.
I don't
What's
know,
your
man.
best sport?
Hammered
Best sport?
Brian
Yeah.
is not.
Talking on the radio.
Dungeons and Dragons, probably.
I don't have a good sport. I mean, probably my best sport growing up.
I thought you dominated Clash of Clans. Dude.
I was
Give yourself some credit.
I was a solid lineman.
You
Okay,
didn't have a
there you
I
go.
was a solid lineman.
Yeah, football's your best sport.
That's something to be proud of.
And he's talking about the Krista
Solid
Forster
lineman.
style.
Thank you. I couldn't have been a solid lineman. I
I
couldn't
had
even try. I
size
couldn't even
until
sniff a football
until
field.
Austin
high
just
school.
give a heart
until we
sign
got to
to
11th
somebody?
grade.
Well, this lady did it too.
This guy's heartless. What are you
This guy
talking about?
said, this lady said Tolo, so I
all
hearted
right.
her back.
Gave
I'm
her
very
heart
self-aware.
fingers.
Yeah.
Hey, Wolchuk, can you have a beer over there? You okay?
No, I'm good.
Wolchuk, yeah.
We just got one. We just popped one open. We're solid.
Dawson, I think I've carried this segment long enough. Thank you very much for
Nice
talking
job.
to me.
There it is. Krusty's Corner. Most
Lucius, you
afternoons.
shut the hell up over there.
Totally sober at 2:40.
What?
Here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, we are live at Globe Life Field. The parade aftermath is what you are listening to in the background. Texas Live is an incredible place to come out and take this celebration into the night. There's a big gathering over there in the parking lot.
I'm
It's like
going
a,
over there
like
after
a
the
prayer
show.
circle or
Oh,
a
God, please no.
bonfire.
Lucius, I'll let you know how it goes.
Oh, God, please, no. Somebody go with him and hold his hand.
No, Lucius.
He won't come
Should
back
we
for a
roll
while.
audio on
He's not going to come back.
Yeah, this is the time where like a sober friend's like, I'll go with him.
Yeah.
Guys, it's good. I got him. Yeah, we'll be back. Okay, Brian, we have 2 hours of broadcasting
Yes,
to go.
we do!
We got to maybe get some Cowboys
Hey, dude,
Eagles
Chief.
thoughts in, a continuation of the
Great.
celebration. But it's time for you guys to take over because it
That's
is
what I'm
the
talking about.
one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right, it's time for What You Drinking
And What You Thinking.
Next on The Fan.
Tolos, our Rangers.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3
What hour is
The
it,
Fan.
Dawson?
It's hour 4.
Damn right it is.
Let's rock and roll. It is time now for What You Drinking and
Hey,
what you thinking at 877-881-1053. Yeah, your phone calls are welcome. Of course, you want to react to the Rangers championship and your favorite moment of the Rangers championship parade. You can talk Cowboys-Eagles if you want. Hell, you can talk about whatever you want. The only rules are that you answer the questions and you not be operating heavy machinery at the time. That does include a motor vehicle, and the phone lines are open for you. Now, Lucius is going to be screening them up.
Yep.
You can also text in if you would like. Please leave your name and city you're texting from. Before we take your calls, we got to go around the broadcast table and back into the Pimp Cup. We'll declare what we are all drinking and thinking, and then we'll get to your phone calls, and we're going to do 2 segments. We're taking this bad boy all the way until 5:40, at which point LA Live with Lucius Alexander is going to jump in.
Best segment of the day right there.
Currently, I'm finishing off my only 20-ounce Diet Coke of the day. I figured that 7-Eleven behind us would be open. It's not.
What?
They've closed it, which was a miscalculation on my part, but I'm doing great. I'm fueled by the electricity of this crowd, and I'm just thinking who's next. It's where my head's at right now. And just this whole idea of being champions, it's so foreign to me in my life.
Same here.
Being a guy that did not grow up in North Texas, I enjoyed the Cowboys championships from afar. My only pro team in town was the Trailblazers. They won when I was like 1 year old, and we weren't even living there at the time. Other than that, nothing, right? Seriously, the Mavs was the first time it's happened to me in my life, and this is the second time it's happened to me in my life. And damn it, I realize now that it absolutely is the lifeblood of a sports community, and how much it heals everything and gives you something to look with fondly, look on fondly, and not always be about coming up short. And so, dang it, I'm ready for the Cowboys to get back in here and the Stars, and hopefully they can all be inspired by the greatness of Chris Young and Bruce Bochy and these players, and also the commitment of the owner, Ray Davis. When you want something as bad as Jerry wanted a championship when he first bought the team, it's amazing how quickly it can come to you. But you got to surround yourself with greatness, and thank the Rangers for understanding that and executing it. Here's Brian Broaddus with what he's drinking and thinking.
Yes, thank you, General. I appreciate that. Well said. I'm drinking multiple King of beers right here.
The Weiser.
The Weiser. I can't tell you. I think the last time I had a Budweiser was like 1983.
At a NASCAR event.
Probably at a NASCAR event. I used to drink like Bush.
Hell yeah.
At NASCAR events.
Shout out to Laura Bush, by the way.
Yeah, Laura Bush. We sat right by her.
Yeah, we did.
We sure did.
Sorry about that F-bomb.
You did. You dropped a few F-bombs, but that's okay. I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to be able to broadcast with you guys. And it's been so much fun today. The setup that we have, the Rangers, how we the player shows, CY, everything that we've done with the Rangers all year. This is kind of a culmination of that to me.
Yes.
And I'm so happy that we get to celebrate that today. And I can't thank you guys enough for letting me be a part of this team. And it's been an incredible journey this year with the Rangers. And hopefully, like you said, General, that our other teams are able to do, whether it's the Stars, the Mavs, the Rangers, FC Dallas.
We can't wait so long.
We just these things, these moments are way, way too fun.
We love having you on the show. I only have one request, sir.
Yeah.
You get drunk on the show more often.
Yes.
You wouldn't mind. Here's Chief with what he's drinking.
I appreciate that, General. I'll do my best.
Beer Fridays in the G-Bag Nation with Brian Broaddus. I mean, I like that idea. This has been an incredible experience the entire season. I mean, so many firsts. getting to do these in the G-Bag Nation, and alongside my bestie Walchuk, going to spring training, being in the clubhouse, being with my guys, going on these trips, the dinners, and then going to Globe Life Field and getting to do games and being welcomed in by Ranger fans and Tolos all around, getting to watch, and my daughters won't remember, but they watched World Series games with me here. And so I look forward to sharing those stories, and I look forward to walking into Globe Life Field. I found out today they're going to have these premium celebration tours. I cannot wait to take my wife and my kids here, and we'll be able to take pictures on the field, all the World Series logos. It's like a 90-minute tour, and it'll be the whole stadium, all sorts of cool stuff with the championship Rangers. So I'm excited for that. I hope to God that Kerry Barton is my tour guide, but either way, I'm a champion, and it feels amazing.
That's right, you are. Damn right you are. Here's Wolchuk.
Man, I love everything
Zach,
you
you
just
need
said.
a beer?
I'm going to finish this one, and then I'll probably have another one.
Wait,
Absolutely.
you know what? This is cool because today signifies not only the 2023 World Champion Texas Rangers parade, but it also signifies the first beer that Walchuk has consumed in, you said upwards
Zach, you've done a hell of a job
upwards
today.
of 2.5 years,
You've
I
done a
believe.
job. Yeah,
He's just been a
and the
straight
vodka shots have been good.
liquor
Yeah.
man for 2.5 years, getting that bod right, and now he's swimming in Budweiser as a champion.
Yeah, my team at Soda Weight Loss there in Plano is not going to be thrilled. Technically, I can't have the carbs in the beer.
You're a champion, though.
Today's a special occasion.
Drinking like a champ.
Gentlemen,
yeah, I'd say.
I'm thinking I got a lot of feedback from Tolos that wanted me to give some shout-outs, and because they're world champions as well.
Salute.
Yeah. Our buddy Casey Hudgens slid into my DMs on X, formerly known as Twitter, said, shout out to my wife, Jen, and her side of the family, who are Astros fans. How about them World Series champion Texas Rangers? And then our guy Jason Michaels, who we've been able to see at several fan events, had one of the gnarliest beards I've ever seen. And people were saying, hey, he's been growing it out for 2.5 years. When are you going to shave that beard? He said, I'll shave it when the Rangers win a World Series.
Shave it.
I don't think he thought it was going to happen as soon as it did, but certainly the other night, he shaved that thing. He's now clean shaven.
Wow.
Shout out to all the Ranger fans out there. Shout out to all the new Ranger fans now. Soak in it. Bask in this glory. It's been a long time coming. But this is special, man. It really, really is.
It's been a long time coming, and 29 other teams. You got another thing coming.
You got another thing
877
coming. That's a good song, by the way, John. Good call.
1053. Thank
Good
you
call.
very much. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander
The
is screening
ultimate
up your
pimp.
phone calls. Lucius,
Yeah, what's up?
drinking? Thinking?
Oh, no, I'm not drinking. I am thinking a whole lot. Woo! Man, there's a lot going on. I want my man Brothers to get some drinks in him.
Yes.
And I mean water.
No, Lucius, not today.
I'm looking for a bottle of
Lucius,
whiskey.
Not
I'm gonna
today,
take it home.
Lucius,
I'm
I
taking
wish
it
you
home.
were here, man. I
Nah.
really, really do. I really wish you were with
I
us.
tried
right
to get
now.
out there this morning. I did. I had to fix the battery in my car, but I listened to the broadcast while I had the hood of the truck open. And, you can hear the broadcast bouncing out, in the parking lot and everything.
Yeah.
One of my neighbors came outside. I was like, what you doing out here? Because I guess having your hood open in the truck is like an invitation for another neighbor to come out there. Yeah. And he came on out there and talked to me for a while. Yeah, I had a good time today, actually, listening to you guys. And then I'm here in the middle of a tornado right now.
Love you, bro.
What am I? I'm not
If there's
drinking.
anybody that can handle the tornado, it's you.
Hey, I'm not drinking anything, but I feel like I deserve a bottle of tequila for this work today. Oh!
Bingo.
I feel I do.
Man, and I'll tell you what, Lucius don't mess around with that tequila.
I don't.
Let's get a Tolo delivery, 4131 North Central Expressway, Dallas, Texas.
Yeah.
What's that tequila you
But
like, Lucius?
I'd say Lucius.
Corlejo.
Boom, boom. Lucius don't mess around.
I don't.
That tequila is. He's not going like low end. He knows exactly what's going on.
Bro, this is so wild. And I will say what I'm thinking is
my voice is about gone.
I love it. I love it though. What I'm thinking is it really didn't hit me that the Rangers won the World Series until Chuck Morgan intro those cats on the main stage.
Yes.
It's a real thing. It's real. We talking teams.
Yeah.
You can tell Chuck had been celebrating.
Yeah, you can.
Chuck and I are buddies. Yeah.
You need to relax, Dawes.
I was happy.
Me too.
Somebody up there needed to be hammered.
Me too.
I could have been right there with
Let's
him.
go to Rodeo, Ron,
Okay.
and what you drinking and what you're thinking.
Here we go.
Shout out to whoever's in the background that turned down that music so we can actually do a phone call segment. Let's do it, Rodeo.
Here we go.
Woo! We drinking Jim Beam and a little bit of Dr. Pepper, but how good it feel to be that Rangers fan today. I had to miss the events because the future Rodeo Crystal found out how many people were showing up, is she would have broken up with me on 105.3 The Fan, because there's no way she's sitting that traffic today, especially as intoxicated as I am. But hey, we've been watching 105.3 The Fan on YouTube all day long.
Thank
you.
you.
In Texas, how good does it feel to be that little town stuck between Dallas and Fort Worth and hosting the biggest championship parade celebration of all time? And if you're not drinking Jim Beam, celebrating with these world champion Texas Rangers and wondering who's drunker, me or Bruce?
Where the F you at? Ron, I've got you. This is the one time I've got you. Yes, you do, B.
In your face, Rodeo Ron.
Yeah, Ron. Hey, Ron.
You need to show this thing up.
Ron, you know how I'm feeling? Everybody was wondering what would happen if the Texas Rangers didn't win the World Series. I guess we'll never know.
We'll never know.
Shout out to you, Corey Seager.
Now,
Eric, you need a
Ron
beer?
is still engaged,
I'm
right?
great right now, bro.
He said that he's still engaged.
He
He's
is
made it
still
one
engaged.
weekend.
Hey,
He's made it one
congratulations,
week.
Ron.
Congratulations.
He proposed on.
And congratulations to Rodeo Crystal as well.
Rodeo Crystal.
Got to be a hell of a woman, a tremendously patient woman. And we look forward to meeting you.
A woman with no standards, perhaps.
So one that's
Don't say that. Don't say
maybe
that.
thinking about like sitting in the punt team. 4th and 8, Crystal, punt.
Ron, my God.
Lucius, save us. Lucius, save us.
Stop. You're going to kill that man's marriage before it starts. Damn. Let's go to Robert. Robert, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Whoa! Woo! Cold Dos Equis, guys. Just got back
dang,
to
Robert,
Carrollton
that's
from
what I'm
beautiful
talking about.
Arlington.
Yes.
It was hard. Me and my son literally hiked through that creek just to get to that damn stadium.
Yep.
We literally hiked through the creek, got all the way up to that bar. It's called Lowe's. I only know it's called Lowe's because they charge too much for beer. I kept them out of school today. We decided to go. We went. And, boy, if I could not just go stand there and sit next to you guys having a good time, how about them Rangers,
How about
baby?
them?
How about them damn
You
Rangers?
are the man.
Damn right.
I want to hear you watch film drunk because I want to hear what you really say, baby. That's how we do it, guys. I
Me
told
and
y'all
Scott
at the beginning of the
McLuhan.
wild card, I called you guys. I said, hey, I was just happy for a winning season.
Yeah.
And look at us now.
Damn
we are
right.
world champions.
Thank you,
I
man.
know that's right. That opens the line at 877-881-1053. Salute to the Tolo down the way on the other side of the fence. They brought me a 20-ounce Diet Coke, my second 20-ounce Diet Coke of the day. And
Legend.
And salute to his hustle here, Brant's Bites. Brant's Bites. I'm gonna take a picture of this, put it on social, give a shout out because he got me a Diet Coke.
Brant's has got a great logo, by the way.
Is that a penguin
That's
carrying
a
around
penguin.
a
Looks like
double
a penguin with a
cheeseburger?
burger. Damn
It's like
right.
a
That's
penguin
good
food
logo.
delivery
That's
service.
a damn good logo
the Tolo
right
man
there.
has
Yeah.
over here. Who's
Delicious.
next, Lucius? Okay, we're taking a break.
Whoa.
And we're back with more of your phone calls. The Expressway, where we get you 35 minutes of uninterrupted content. LA Live's coming up at 5:40 here on your home of the World Series champions. 105.3 The Fan.
1983, Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. We're outside Globe Life Field here as the Rangers Parade championship has concluded.
My teammates are coughing it up right
still
now.
Still lots of people milling about.
One person.
If you're looking for us, we're right next to the 7-Eleven, and we're in the midst of what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
Hey, let me ask you
Brian's
this.
hammered.
I'll give you $20 for that meal you're about to eat.
Walter's drinking his meals with soda. Broadus is running on beer. No. Yeah. Seriously. Broadus is running on beer because Broadus was not with us.
Bro, you can have this. I need the $20.
I